On November 25th, 1992, around 11 a.m., in Manhattan's Chinatown, a cold storage facility was dispatching goods. Wang Taijun was transporting frozen products. 3 trucks were to be loaded, and he had already completed 2, feeling exhausted and taking a moment to rest. This was his first visit to this cold storage, and the proprietor was exceedingly demanding, urging him relentlessly as he worked, which drained his physical stamina considerably. Professional resource integration system is initiating. Habitually, with a shift of his consciousness, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying this line of simplified Chinese characters alongside an installation progress bar, which was nearing completion. This peculiar occurrence had manifested during his time in prison back home, leading him to initially believe he was losing his sanity. However, he eventually acclimated to it. When the system first appeared, the progress bar was at 0. Now, after more than a year, it stood at 99.99. Get a move on. Stop dawdling, bellowed the middle-aged white boss seated at the entrance. Wang glanced at the boss, but said nothing, rising to continue his task. Around noon, the 3rd truck was loaded, and after 3 hours of labor, he had carried 200 packages of frozen goods, equivalent to 15 tons of beef, which should earn him 15. In this era, the minimum wage in New York was approximately 7, while jobs requiring manual labor like is typically paid at least 15 per hour. However, as he was on a tourist visa, not a work visa, and was working illegally, his pay was reduced to 5 an hour. Having been in America for nearly 5 months, with a 6-month visa, he was currently applying for Mexican visa, intending to obtain another tourist visa to the U.S. through Mexico, thus avoiding the status of an undocumented immigrant. Over these 5 months, he had saved $3,582. With the additional 15, his total reached $3,597, and his plan was to save up to $5,000 before sending the money home to repay debts. "Boss, I'd like to settle up," he said, extending his hand towards the boss at the cold storage door, speaking in English. His English had been learned during his imprisonment from a highly intelligent embezzler in the same cell, studying for a year, and after a few months in the U.S., he found his listening skills adequate, although his reading and writing still needed improvement. "Get lost, chink," the white man sneered, regarding him with disdain, akin to how one might regard refuse. He pulled out a handful of cash, selected 15, and tossed it contemptuously to the ground. Damn it! His temper flared instantly, and he seized the boss by the neck. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The boss flailed helplessly, like a dog caught by its throat. With a swift motion, Wang tossed the boss back into his seat, causing the wooden chair to collapse under him. Pointing at the 2 bills on the ground, he remained silent, fixing the boss with a piercing glare that betrayed no hint of mercy. Cough, cough. The boss, face flushed and clutching his throat, coughed repeatedly, realizing he had finally encountered a Chinese man willing to stand up for himself. Fearing retribution, he hastily picked up the money and handed it to Wang Taijun. Wang Taijun took the money and swiftly delivered a resounding slap, knocking his boss to the ground. He cursed, "Damn white man, imposing racial discrimination upon me. I have nothing to lose. What's a prison sentence to me? I could very well end your life. Do you believe that?" After securing the money, he adjusted his attire and, after kicking his boss one last time, left while muttering angrily as he exited the cold storage. He instinctively accessed the system once more. "Ha! It's full." Upon seeing the progress bar reach 100, old Wang let out a joyful exclamation. Suddenly, the screen turned black before transforming into a pale blue interface, displaying various details in simplified Chinese characters. System Function Introduction integrates the host professional resources, achieving the most optimal configuration to unleash the host's maximum professional potential and attain the highest career achievements. Host: Wang Taijun. Identity information: Chinese citizen, 19 years old, born on June 1st, 1973, male, unmarried. Significant social experience: the host was imprisoned for 1 year due to injuring others in a heroic act, resulting in a severely altered life trajectory. To embody the societal positivity that good people are rewarded, this system will endeavor to correct the host's life path. Damn the notion that good people are rewarded. Upon reading this, Wang Taijun's eyes reddened, and he erupted in a furious tirade. 2 years prior, he had injured several thugs while attempting to save someone, yet the woman he rescued vanished without a trace. He subsequently became a target for those thugs, And in the absence of witnesses, his act of bravery was twisted into a brawl, resulting in financial compensation and incarceration, his life utterly ruined. The idea that good people receive rewards was nothing but a farce that I. Physical data. 1. Static data. Height 215 centimeters. Weight 120 kilograms. Wingspan 230 centimeters. Standing reach 287 centimeters. Hand length 27 centimeters. Hand width 27 centimeters. 2. Dynamic data. Vertical jump 65 centimeters. Running start 77 centimeters. 100-meter sprint 13.6 seconds. 34 field sprint 3.95 seconds. Back and forth run in the restricted area 13.95 seconds. 84 kilograms. Bench press for 27 reps. Maximum bench press 190 kg. Fundamental qualities. Strength 9, 5105. Current level talent limit level. Maximum level 110. Stamina 90-95. Jumping ability 65-70. Injury resistance 85-95. Speed 60-75. Flexibility 60-75. Balance 70-85. Coordination 65-90.2. Professional skills data. Primary professional skill. Center in basketball. 1. Fundamental skills. Shooting 50, ball control 60, passing and receiving 95. 2. Low post offense. Under basket offense 70. Comprehensive offensive ability. Cannot be directly upgraded. Close range low post offense 50. Comprehensive offensive ability. Cannot be directly upgraded. Low post confrontation 90. Low post footwork 60. Low post back down 70. Low post face up 50. Low post turnaround jumper 20. Hook shot 55. Floater 50. Bank shot 50. Jump shot 48. Layup 80 including dunks. Playmaking 65. Screen and roll 70. Receiving and distributing 80. Fast break initiation 85.3. Defensive skills. Individual defense at level 70. Assistance defense at level 60. Blocking at level 70. Rebounding at level 70. Stealing at level 40. Secondary profession. Traditional martial arts. 1. Iron Mountain Lean of Bejiquan. Realm, Mastery. 24. Tai Chi. Realm, Novice. Note, the levels of martial arts are categorized as Novice, Initial Insights, Proficient, Slight Accomplishment, Integrated Understanding, Mastery, Pinnacle, and Returning to Simplicity. Martial arts. As a descendant from a region renowned for its martial arts, he began practicing various forms of boxing in his youth, yet his favorite and his most innate talent lay in the exceptional technique of Bejiquan known as Iron Mountain Lean. Possessing a physique taller and sturdier than his peers, he achieved remarkable success with Iron Mountain Lean, never having lost a competition throughout his life. In CZ City, he gained fame through this technique and earned the nickname King of Lean. The host can communicate with this system through consciousness. Newbie task. Please secure a position with an NBA team, and you shall receive a reward of 200 points. At this moment, 2 new system notifications appeared. Wang Taijun was taken aback and quickly inquired mentally, "System, what is the purpose of these points?" The system replied, "Point to be exchanged for functional cards, which can assist the host in enhancing their capabilities. Currently, there are 4 types of functional cards available. Quality and skill training card for 200 points, skill optimization card for 500 points, skill synthesis card for 1,000 points, and quality and skill resource integration card for 2,000 points. Now, please accept the newbie gift pack. We wish the host success in carving out their professional path with this gift." Newbie gift pack. Wang Tiejuan's spirits soared as a flash of red light appeared on the screen, revealing a red, glittering gift box that suddenly burst open, presenting a golden red card that spun into view. Skill synthesis card? He immediately asked, "System, what functions does it possess?" The system responded, "The skill synthesis card can integrate 2 related skill resources possessed by the host, representing a powerful combination of resources. This system has chosen to synthesize Iron Mountain Lean with low post backing. Please confirm." Host. "What?" Old Wang exclaimed in astonishment. "System, you must be mistaken. How could basketball have any relation to Iron Mountain Lean? These are techniques that are utterly unrelated. Iron Mountain Lean is one of the 6 major techniques of Bejiquan, a hallmark of the style, and it is his most proficient skill within Bejiquan. This is a close combat technique, originally not called Iron Mountain Lean, but rather Taizhan Cow or Closed Body Lean, later misnamed as Iron Mountain Lean through erroneous transmission. Iron Mountain Lean is a technique of close engagement, striking with a force akin to a kiss, utilizing shoulder impact against the opponent, combining the twisting power of the waist and hips with strength emanating from the feet, emphasizing the unity of mind, intention, body, elbow, and foot. Each lean strike amalgamates the full force of the body, delivering a swift and ferocious impact, with relentless attacks that are continuous and unyielding, striking without retaliation unless the enemy is harmed. Bejequin encompasses a guiding principle of 16 characters: loyalty and righteousness, becoming a shield, self-sacrifice, bravery in crisis. Without comprehending these 16 characters, one cannot hope to master Bejequin. The system responded, the low post back down in basketball primarily relies on the technique of shoulder backing. The Iron Mountain back, which employs the shoulder as an offensive point, is a technique of significant compatibility with the back down approach. The two can be seamlessly integrated, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of the host's relevant technical proficiency and overall strength. Please confirm, host. That makes some sense. With this explanation, Wang Taijun nodded in agreement, feeling that it indeed held merit. Commencing synthesis. Synthesis complete, data transmission commencing. In less than a minute, a surge of bioelectric energy manifested within his mind, imbuing him with images of his own techniques, as if they were original fragments of his memory. All these were techniques related to low post back down, albeit with variations that incorporated the movements of the Iron Mountain back, particularly showcasing a marked difference in the power application. The Iron Mountain back emphasizes a grounded force, harmonizing 6 energies through a core rotation of the waist and hips, unifying the body's strength into a singular attack. This method of exertion is more comprehensive and refined than the usual back-down techniques in basketball that, of course, if one fails to master it, it merely devolves into a mere fad, devoid of efficacy. However, Wang Taijun indeed possessed a natural aptitude for this set of techniques, having honed them to perfection, achieving the realm of unified strength. Transmission complete. The integration of relevant technical resources has concluded. The maximum increase in backing power may reach 10. Related skills have been enhanced as follows. Low post backdown has risen from level 70 to 85. Low post confrontation has improved from level 90 to 91 overall offensive strength. In the paint has advanced from level 70 to 72, and individual defense has ascended from level 70 to 75. Wow, I can't believe the backdown technique can enhance so much. Wang Taijun exclaimed, his excitement palpable, astonished by the substantial impact of the Iron Mountain back. However, his elation quickly waned as he reflected on his finishing techniques, of which only layups were somewhat satisfactory. Others, such as hook shots and floaters, were far from proficient. Outside of the paint, his overall finishing ability was notably lacking. Without improving these finishing techniques, the last crucial touch remained elusive, rendering even the finest back-down technique ineffective, as he could not consistently maneuver close to the basket for a shot. This was precisely why his low post close range attack was only at level 50. To think that a mere 10 increase in backing power could elevate my low post back down by 15 levels. The impact of backing power is indeed substantial. It seems I must continue to practice the Iron Mountain back. I cannot afford to neglect it. His surprise stemmed from a lack of experience. His innate strength was commendable, and a 10 increase represented a significant leap forward, suggesting that if employed effectively during games, alongside appropriate team strategies, it could yield transformative results. I'm so hungry. After 3 hours of strenuous labor, he patted his stomach and ventured onto the street to purchase 2 gigantic hamburgers. These colossal hamburgers, priced at $2 each, were laden with ample beef, providing both caloric energy and nutritional value, proving more economical and straightforward than a meal of Chinese cuisine. As he munched on his hamburger, he ambled aimlessly down the street, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. What occupied his mind? Naturally, it was the pursuit of a position within an NBA team, a daunting task set by the system that left him feeling utterly lost. System, why not assign a different task? I could play street ball instead, he contemplated, hoping to negotiate with the system. Host, there are always paths to success. Perhaps a turning point lies ahead, where darkness gives way to light, the system replied. Wang Taijun muttered to himself, where darkness gives way to light. In September 1987, he had entered the Zhangzhou Sports School's basketball team, followed by his inclusion in the HEB provincial team in November 1989, and then the national youth team in October 1990. He was even on the radar of the national team. However, a setback occurred in December. His imprisonment shattered the bright prospects of his career. Nearly 2 years had passed without professional training, and the relentless current of time had likely eroded his skills even further. Could he truly start anew? Exiting Chinatown, he turned onto a street corner where an outdoor basketball court was enclosed by iron fence. Singin Alto familiar sight. That damn Chinese guy is back. Ignore him. He's just trying to swindle us. Don't play with him. That a few players, predominantly African-American, exchanged disparaging remarks, casting scornful glances at Wang Taijun. Yet, their insults were tempered. They refrained from uttering overtly racist slurs like chink or yellow monkey, having learned their lesson from past altercations. Wang Taijun paid them no mind, settling on the sidelines to continue his hamburger, biding his time to challenge these less discerning brothers for a bit of pocket money. Moments later, a robust SUV pulled up to the curb. Mr. Colangelo, Charles, just around the corner is Chinatown. It's hard to park there. So let's disembark here, the driver stated. Behind the wheel was Ewing. The Suns were visiting New York for the first time this season, and Barkley had a craving for Chinese cuisine, treating everyone today. Though Ewing was known for his reclusive nature, he and Barkley shared a bond through their mutual friendship with Jordan, facilitating some off-court interactions during away games. Additionally, Suns general manager Jerry Colangelo and starting center Mark West were also in the vehicle, eager to sample Chinese delicacies. Look, there are people playing basketball. Shall we take a look? I'm not too hungry yet, Mark West suggested. Let's go. Barkley nodded in agreement. His acquiescence pleased West, who felt a sense of pride as his modest stature within the team allowed him to offer suggestions to the three prominent figures. Oh, is that the big gorilla? Air Pig? What brings them here? As the four entered, particularly Barkley and Ewing, they were immediately recognized, prompting exclamations of surprise from the players on the court. Wang Taijun also stood up. Astonished at the moment the system issued a task related to the NBA, two superstars appeared before him. Was this fate perhaps ordained by the heavens? No, it must be the workings of the system. Hey guys, how are you? You carry on with your game, we'll just watch, he said. Ewing, a man of few words, possessed an eccentric and aloof demeanor, rarely engaging with fans, prompting Barkley to step forward and greet them with a smile. Oh, his gaze naturally fell upon the towering Wang Taijun. Simultaneously, Colangelo, adhering to professional habits, scrutinized Wang Taijun from head to toe. Hey, brother, welcome to Chinatown. Wang Taijun greeted Barkley warmly, as a fellow black man. Barkley deemed it prudent to engage, thinking perhaps he could charm his way into some opportunities. Hello, brother, who are you? Barkley inquired curiously. Had he known Wang Taijun was toying with his intellect, he might not have been so amiable. Wang Taijun chuckled. I'm Chinese, you can call me Lao Wang. I play the center position, and I'm the strongest center here. Lao Wang? The strongest? Number one? Barkley exclaimed, utterly astonished. You believe yourself to be the mightiest center? He found it amusing and glanced over at Ewing to gauge the big man's reaction. Ewing's eyes betrayed a clear irritation. How audacious for this humble Chinese man to consider himself the strongest center in the presence of a true superstar. Who gave him such audacity? However, Ewing's peculiar disposition rendered him disinclined to confront the matter directly. After all, it was merely bravado. Colangelo shook his head as well. To make such claims in front of a celebrated center was sheer arrogance from this young Chinese player. Noticing the astonishment etched on Barkley and the others' faces, Wang Taijun was momentarily taken aback. Was there a misunderstanding? In truth, when he referred to here, he meant the vicinity of Chinatown, but Barkley and the others misconstrued it as him asserting dominance over all centers present. Chinese man, are you out of your mind? Damn, he's too arrogant. Barkley, Ewing, you ought to teach him a lesson. That a few players, unable to match Wang Taijun's prowess, began to incite Barkley and the others to take action against him. Then there was Mark West, a blue-collar worker in the league as a black man. He could not tolerate a yellow-skinned individual boasting so brazenly in his presence, particularly a Chinese person. Let me handle this, he announced, stepping out from behind Barkley, pointing at Wang Taijun and shouting, Hey, Chink, come here for onion. F you. Upon hearing the derogatory term, Wang Taijun, fueled by rage, hurled the remnants of his hamburger at Mark West and charged forward, ready to retaliate. Hey, brother, hold on a second. Barkley quickly interposed himself, imploring, "This is my teammate, do me a favor and let it go." He harbors a profound aversion to racial discrimination. Disparaging remarks regarding race, uttered by teammates and those present, deeply displease him, particularly as his wife is Caucasian. His numerous black friends and relatives frequently make disparaging comments about her in his presence, which infuriates him. "Brother, I grant you some respect, but he must apologize. Otherwise, I will ensure he crawls out of Chinatown today," Wang Taijun declared with palpable anger. Mark West apologized to this gentleman. Caranglo interjected sternly. Mark West yearned to explain that his intent was not to insult, but merely to express his habitual disdain towards Asians. However, faced with Caranglo's grave demeanor, he could only lower his head and mutter, "Sorry." He then angrily retorted to Caranglo and Barkley, "But he just insulted me. I need to teach this punk a lesson. Fists or basketball? Your choice." Wang Taijun responded immediately, without hesitation. "No fighting." Barkley shook his head, exclaiming in resignation, "Basketball, it is you both shall resolve this through unyielding." "Hey, brother, pass me the ball. I'm going to teach this Chinese guy a lesson," Mark West shouted excitedly at a fellow black player holding the ball. "Go on, brother, give him a good thrashing. He's always bullying us and tricking us into unyieldings, winning our money," the black player shouted in solidarity as he passed the ball. "Brother, just wait and see," Mark West said after receiving the ball. "I'll officiate." Barkley stepped forward, stating, "You are both centers, so let's engage in a low-post showdown. Each of you will take 2 shots. Let's keep it brief, as we have no time to waste." He glanced at the two and instructed Mark West, "You go first." "Okay." Mark West grinned at Wang Taijun, akin to a tiger menacing a lamb, exuding a sinister intent. Removing his jacket, he positioned himself at the left low post, outside the boundary of the paint, pointing at Wang Taijun and taunting, "Come here and meet your doom, kid." With a disdainful snort, Wang Taijun began to shed his jacket as well. The somewhat tattered coat was a prize he had claimed from 2 homeless men scavenged from a dumpster. It was a bit small but warm, albeit somewhat cumbersome to remove. "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, is that jacket stolen?" West mocked brazenly. "Dog food. Does your mother even know who your father is?" Wang Taijun retorted in his Tianjin dialect, continuing to remove his jacket. "Bring it on, fool." Finally freeing himself in the jacket, he stood behind Mark West, pressing his remarkably sturdy chest against him. Mark West tentatively leaned back, finding himself immovable, and then pushed harder, still unable to budge him, leaving him astonished. It wasn't just West who was taken aback. Everyone present who understood the game was equally surprised. Yet there was little reason for astonishment. Wang's strength had always been formidable, honed through years of martial arts practice. He had trained daily, solidifying his lower body, and the principles of martial arts emphasize a balanced distribution of strength across upper, middle, and lower sections. His immense power lay in this very balance, rendering him devoid of weaknesses and exceptionally robust. The strength is adequate, and the defensive capability is commendable. Caranglo, initially indifferent, suddenly found his attention drawn to Wang Taijun, narrowing his eyes as he observed him. "Mark?" Barkley called out, subsequently passing the ball inside. Mark West received the pass, gathered his focus, and began to back down against Wang Taijun, attempting to maneuver closer to the basket for a shot. However, Wang Taijun firmly pressed against him with his shoulder, preventing any forward movement. His abilities could truly be categorized as that of a role player. Having entered the league in 1983, he was now nearing 33 years of age at the twilight of his career, with a mere 55 career statistics. Previously a backup for the Suns, this year, due to a lack of available centers, he had seized a starting position in Old Lion in a den devoid of competition. Frustrated by his inability to make a move, he resorted to using his elbow, slipping underneath, and swinging his right elbow viciously like a whip, striking Wang Taijun in the face. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, he successfully slipped below, advancing toward the basket for a thunderous dunk. "Huh, just like that, take him down. Brother, do it again. Chinese, get out of New York." A group of exuberant onlookers cheered and shouted. "Damn it, you've got some nerve." Having been wronged, Wang Taijun gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration. A red mark now adorned his left cheek, a testament to the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered on the basketball court. Barkley shook his head in dismay, having joined the Suns from Philadelphia this season with championship aspirations. He found the starting center's performance deeply disappointing. Relying on an elbow to overcome a street player was unacceptable. How would he fare against a powerhouse like Ewing, who could obliterate him without a trace? His gaze drifted to the sidelines where Ewing stood. Indeed, the gorilla maintained his usual stoic and indifferent demeanor, his expression one of simple-mindedness, oblivious to the duel taking place on the court, as he could dismantle both of these insignificant adversaries with a single hand. "It's your turn to attack, old Wong," Barkley called out. Wong Taijun positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, and as Mark West stood behind him, he immediately leaned back in a tentative manner. "Easy." With his probing, he sensed West's balance wavering, affirming his advantage. The opponent's strength was significantly inferior, and he had yet to exert his full force or utilize his signature technique. In the next moment, he intensified his pressure, pushing inward to establish a deeper position with remarkable assertiveness. Mark West exerted every ounce of strength, employing his elbow against Wong Taijun's back and pressing his knee against his opponent's leg. Yet he was utterly overpowered, a clear mismatch in strength, his footing faltering as he staggered backward. In terms of weight, Wong Taijun had a 10-kilogram advantage, a substantial difference. How much power could a mere 10 to 20 pounds of muscle unleash? In the realm of boxing, just a few kilograms can define a weight class. How much more significant is a 10-kilogram disparity? In terms of raw strength, Wong Taijun was at least a tier above in the realm of confrontation. Wong Taijun's low-position battling prowess is rated at a commendable level of 91, whereas the aging West's current standing remains uncertain, possibly below 75. The struggle within the paint is nothing short of a titanic clash of muscle, devoid of any semblance of feigned strength. Moreover, Wong Taijun merely exerted his presence without employing his body contact techniques. Impressive strength, exceptional battling capability. Yet, his technical maneuvers appear somewhat rigid. His experience on the court seems limited, suggesting he is not a professional player. Colanglo gained new insights into Wong Taijun's might and confrontational skills while also identifying certain vulnerabilities. Receive the ball. Barkley, ever the supportive teammate, feared Wong Taijun would bulldoze his way to the basket and hurriedly pass the ball. Wong Taijun halted, deftly catching the ball with one hand, displaying remarkable control as his fingers gripped it firmly, causing the sphere to momentarily deform under his immense grasp. Having practiced Bajiquan since childhood, he mastered the foundational skill of dual-handedly seizing an iron ball, a testament to his strength. His hands are notably large, and his power formidable. He has previously handled an iron ball weighing up to 10 kilograms, endowing him with exceptional grip strength and dexterity, resembling the arms of a mythical beast. What enormous hands! Initially lacking a point of reference, the spectators were taken aback by the sight of the ball, now juxtaposed against Wong Taijun's hands. Such hands are worthy of a superstar. Paired with a robust physique, undeniable height, and long arms, his innate talent is indeed impressive. Colanglo, equally captivated, fixated his gaze on Wong Taijun without blinking. Bang! As Wong Taijun bent to dribble, he suddenly planted his foot, twisting his waist to channel his strength, merging six forces into one. In an explosive moment, his shoulder collided with Mark West's chest with an overwhelming ferocity, producing a thunderous thud. Gack! West's chest was instantaneously crushed by the tremendous force, expelling air from his lungs with a high-pitched, almost avian cry, as he was felled like a timber post. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Wong Taijun grasped the ball with one hand, stepping over Mark West as if he were a colossal beast. With a powerful one-handed slam, the rim reverberated, and the entire hoop trembled, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Beautiful! Barkley's exclamation escaped his lips involuntarily. Excellent! Colanglo's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration from the sidelines. This raw, crushing style of play is something only the current top draft pick, Shaquille O'Neal, possesses among all centers in the league. However, he does not suggest that Wong Taijun can rival O'Neal, for O'Neal's agility and explosiveness are unparalleled, embodying a harmonious blend of strength and finesse, whereas Wong Taijun's display is purely one of brute force and might. Furthermore, their technical prowess is incomparable. Ewing, who had remained indifferent thus far, felt a flicker of intrigue. Such strength is foreign to him that he lacks the aggressive, power-based backing techniques that Wang Taijun employs against defenders. Once perceiving Wang Taijun, the self-proclaimed premier center of the yellow race, as a mere jester, he now realizes that this jester possesses a remarkable skill set. However, it was nothing remarkable. West's abilities were woefully inadequate, revealing little of significance. Ugh! Mark West was knocked breathless, lying on the ground for quite some time before he could recover, his complexion pale and his expression filled with dread as he gazed up at Wang Taijun looming above him. His own playing style was inherently soft, disinclined towards confrontation. The only reason he had been so tenacious in defense was his assumption that Wang Taijun was merely a street player, an opportunity for him to assert his dominance. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Now, in his eyes, this Chinese man appeared as a ferocious beast, and he regretted stepping forward. Damn! How dare that Chinese man leap over our brother? Curse it! He has humiliated our brother! A few onlookers were equally astonished, but upon regaining their wits, they began to shout. Oomph! Worthless scum! With a sharp retort in Tianjin dialect aimed at the onlookers, Wang Taijun roared at West, who lay on the ground. Hey, is that all you've got? Get up and continue the fight with me. Cough! Damn it! I was careless. Mark West, coughing painfully while clutching his chest, struggled to rise, looking quite disheveled. In truth, he felt utterly miserable, as if his chest had been crushed. The unyielding resumed, and West initiated an attack. As he received the ball, he intentionally stepped on Wang Taijun's foot while dribbling, seizing the opportunity to drive in for a successful layup, executing the offense with relative ease. Mark West's skills are severely lacking. This Chinese youth still cannot defend against him, highlighting his dire lack of defensive experience, sluggish footwork, and average movement speed and agility. Kalanglo mused inwardly. At this moment, it was Wang Taijun's turn to attack. This time, West dared not confront him head-on and opted to circumvent. Thus, Wang Taijun surged directly towards the basket, using one hand to keep West at bay while receiving a pass from Barkley. As the ball reached him, West nearly clung to his body. Bang! He bent down to dribble, exerting force through his legs, twisting his hips. The combined strength erupted in an instant. With a resounding thud under the impact of his shoulder, West was once again knocked down with a grunt. Bang! In the next moment, he leapt high, executing a powerful one-arm dunk. Garbage. Is this the level of an NBA player? After releasing the rim, Wang Taijun shouted at the somewhat incapacitated West. Strangely, however, both Barkley and Kalanglo shook their heads in unison, their expressions suggesting they did not view this as a commendable offensive play. Damn it! Breathless and in disarray, West managed to rise but dared not confront Wang Taijun. All right, it's 2-2, let's put this matter to rest, Barkley declared loudly. At that moment, Kalanglo remarked, Charles, why don't you take Mark and leave? I will join you shortly. During their recent unknown encounters, he discerned that Wang Taijun's offensive repertoire was rather limited, primarily consisting of backing down to the basket before attempting a shot. His other offensive skills appeared rather mediocre, lacking in footwork and relying heavily on brute strength to overpower his opponents. The few technical maneuvers he did exhibit seemed rather awkward, indicative of an overall deficiency in skill. For instance, he believed that the reliance on backing down for a close shot was entirely unnecessary. A direct leap for a slam dunk or a layup would suffice. This reflected poor offensive habits. Given Wang Taijun's height and wingspan, the optimal approach would be to elevate and strike high. Moreover, his performance on the defensive end was even more lacking, primarily due to a dearth of competitive experience, failing to leverage his physical advantages. Against an opponent as underwhelming as West, he was unable to defend a single one of their two attacks, nor did he exhibit any effective defensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, upon comprehensive evaluation, he surmised that Wang Taijun possessed some latent potential. His physical attributes were decent, showcasing commendable static talent. However, his technical proficiency was abysmal, and his lack of competitive experience precluded him from reaching the level of a professional athlete. Nonetheless, the team found itself in need of a large center for practice. This year's first-round draft pick, Oliver Miller, weighed an impressive 127 kilograms, and he harbored high hopes of nurturing him into the team's future center, prompting his desire to bring Wang Taijun back as a practice partner. He was also preparing for contingencies. Wang Tai-jun could initially serve as a practice partner, and should his skills improve sufficiently, he might even be signed as a backup center. Furthermore, Wang Tiejun's formidable ability to withstand physical confrontations was precisely what all the center players on the Suns lacked. From last season's starting center, Andrew Long, to this season's Mark West, both exhibited a deficiency in physical tenacity, resulting in a soft playing style with minimal offensive impact in the paint. This aspect was one of the primary reasons he wished to bring Wang Tai-jun under his wing. The reason for not signing him directly was that the team already had 15 players. Signing him would necessitate the release or trade of another player. Thus, having him as a practice partner was the most prudent approach, requiring minimal expenditure while securing Wang Tiejun's services. Young man, I am Jerry Colangelo, the general manager of the Suns. You may address me as Mr. General Manager or simply Mr. Colangelo, he stated as he approached Wang Tai-jun, extending his hand in introduction. Hello, Mr. Colangelo. Is there something you need from me? Wang Tai-jun inquired eagerly after their handshake. My team is in need of a practice partner. Would you be interested? Colangelo replied with a smile. A practice partner. Wang Tai-jun felt as though a cornucopia of opportunities had suddenly descended upon him. Affirming the system's prior assertions, there truly was light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, but I would like to know how much I could earn per month, he quickly asked. You will receive a weekly salary of $850, distributed every week. Over a 24-week season, this amounts to a total of $20,000 over 6 months, Colangelo explained. $20,000? Old Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, you are required to pay taxes. $20,000 falls under the 15% personal income tax rate, and, as a single individual, $12,000 of that income is tax-exempt. Well, you will need an accountant who can assist you with your taxes, Colangelo chuckled. Upon hearing the word, however, Old Wang sensed trouble. Yet after careful consideration, he concluded that it was still preferable to working under the table. Furthermore, this was a legitimate job, allowing him to apply for a work visa, which made him exceedingly pleased. You reside down there. Following Wang Tai-jun into a filthy alley littered with refuse, Colangelo glanced at the dark, grimy sewer opening beneath his feet. A foul stench assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his nose and step back in shock, before he incredulously inquired. Wang Tai-jun chuckled. This is an abandoned sewer. It's warmer than sleeping on the street in a cardboard box or tent. Admittedly, there are quite a few rats and cockroaches, and it does smell somewhat, but you get used to it. As he watched Wang Tai-jun disappear into the sewer, Colangelo shook his head. With nighttime temperatures hovering around 0 degrees in New York and likely to drop further, he feared that if it snowed, residing down there could lead to a tragic fate. Each winter, the streets of New York claimed the lives of numerous homeless individuals. Unbeknownst to him, the sewer was indeed warm in winter and cool in summer. Once cleaned, it was not excessively odorous. Since arriving in New York, Wang Tai-jun had resided here, as he could not afford to rent a place while striving to repay his debts. After approximately 2 minutes, a tattered backpack was tossed up, and then Wang Tai-jun emerged, exuding an unpleasant odor. Sir, let's go, he said with a cheerful grin. Colangelo nodded, intentionally distancing himself a few steps from Wang Tai-jun, not out of rudeness, but due to the overwhelming stench. As he followed Colangelo into the sunlight streaming down at an angle, Wang Tai-jun carried the heavy bag with pride, feeling as though he was stepping into a new life. The burden of his $70,000 debt suddenly felt considerably lighter. Chapter 4. Dia and Area. Colangelo did not immediately escort Wang Tai-jun back to the hotel, as entering a 5-star establishment in such attire would be utterly impossible. Instead, he led Wang Tai-jun to a modest clothing store on the street, where he purchased him a complete outfit, spending nearly $300 in total. Dressed in his new clothes, Wang Tai-jun felt as though a new chapter in his life had commenced. Gratefully, he turned to Colangelo and declared, Sir, I assure you, I will not let you down. Colangelo nodded with a smile and remarked, Young man, your innate talent is remarkable, and your physical prowess is likely exceptional. My intention in inviting you to join my team is not merely to serve as a practice partner. I hope you seize this opportunity to hone your skills. If, one day, you manage to impress me, I will offer you a player contract. Really? Old Wang was filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. Certainly, Colangelo replied with a grin. He then led Wang Tai-jun to a shoe store, where the staff assisted him in trying on shoes. Ultimately, he spent $70 on a pair of warm, size 53 high-top fur-lined boots. These are incredibly warm. After exchanging his thin cloth shoes for the fur-lined boots, Wang Taijun felt as though the harshness of the just-begun winter had already dissipated. Now clad in new attire and shoes, he felt somewhat distinguished, or rather, transformed and ready to make his mark. Let us return to the hotel, Kalonglu remarked with a smile. Let's go. Wang Taijun followed enthusiastically behind. I never imagined I would one day reside in such a place. It feels like a dream. Upon alighting from the taxi and standing before the towering five-star hotel, he felt as if he had everything he ever desired. Subsequently, leveraging his connections in New York, Kalonglu promptly facilitated the transition of Wang Taijun's tourist visa to a work visa, which was merely a trivial task for him. Having accomplished this, Wang Taijun signed a contract as a training partner, thereby becoming a trainer for the Suns. Sir, may I make a call to China from the hotel? I wish to inform my family that I have secured a formal job in the United States. He inquired. Of course. Just contact the front desk. Your room will have a number, and they will assist you in activating the international line. Kalonglu nodded with a smile. Thank you, sir, he responded joyfully. Upon entering his room, the first order of business was to take a shower. With the temperature having dropped below 5 degrees for over 10 days, he had not bathed during that time, and he carried an odor reminiscent of a forgotten pickle jar. He luxuriated in the shower for an hour, scrubbing off a layer of skin. Congratulations, host. On completing the novice task, you have earned a reward of 200 points. Please secure an NBA player's fully guaranteed contract for an additional 300 points. Rewards for other player contracts are halved. Upon opening the system, he encountered 2 new notifications. A fully guaranteed player contract? He felt overwhelmed at this moment. It was unattainable. He had not trained in nearly 2 years, and considering his age, this period should have been optimal for improvement. Yet his skills had diminished. Instead of advancing, what qualifications did he have to compete in the NBA? Perhaps as Mr. Kalonglu suggested, he should focus on being a training partner for now. Once his abilities improved, everything would naturally fall into place. Dressed, he seated himself beside the room's telephone, grasped the receiver, and dialed the front desk. Having been in America for nearly 5 months and struggling to adapt, he felt embarrassed to call home. Now that his life was taking a positive turn, he was eager to reach out. Soon, the international line connected, and he dialed the number for the 57th Brigade at 8 this moment in America. It was 7 in the evening, while in China, it was already 7 in the morning. The brigade office should be staffed. The 57th Brigade was the administrative body of his hometown, essentially serving as the current village committee, and it was the only telephone in the entire brigade. Hello, who's calling at this early hour? After ringing more than a dozen times, a gruff-voiced man finally answered. Uncle Hong Tong, it's me Taijun, he quickly replied. Ah, it's you Wang Kaoshan? On the other end, Lu Hongtong paused in surprise, then exclaimed, You haven't called since you went to America. Word has spread far and wide that you perished over there. Tell me, have you made any money? Your parents and 2 sisters are back home, still nibbling on pickled radish strips every day. Uncle, why are you wasting time? Hurry up and announce my call over the loudspeaker. In making an international call, and it's quite expensive. 1 minute costs more than a month of your labor, he exclaimed. Just wait, call back in half an hour, Lu Hong replied. All right, thanks, Uncle, Wang Taijun said that NCZ City, there lies Qing County, which was once part of Tianjin, but was later assigned to Hebei. It is situated quite close to both Tianjin and Beijing. Wang Taijun's family resides in Qingzhou Town, a place not by the sea, primarily engaged in agriculture. At this early hour of 7, the Wang family of 4 was already toiling in the fields. In addition to their own 10 acres, they tended to an additional 40 to 50 acres of land belonging to the village, totaling over 60 acres, all managed by Wang Taijun's elder sisters. Meanwhile, his parents worked elsewhere, assisting others in farming. The entire family labored tirelessly each day. Moreover, with Wang Taijun having been in America for nearly 5 months without any news, rumors circulated in the village claiming that he had perished abroad. This left his family in a state of perpetual anxiety, their bodies weary and their spirits even more so, as time dragged on like an eternity. Wang Igua from the 4th team, son of the Mountain Wang, do you hear? Your boy is calling, come to the brigade office immediately. Wang Igua from the 4th team. At that moment, The loudspeaker in the team blared to life, the commanding voice of brigade leader Lu Hong resonating through the air. His father. His father. Does that mean our son is on the line? He's alive. Lu Damei, who was helping someone plow, exclaimed with excitement. Hey, hey. Wang Igua perked up his ears, dropped his hoe, and hurried towards the brigade office, turning back to shout, Damei, do you have anything to say? With tears in her eyes, Lu Damei shook her head and called out, I have nothing to say, just tell our son to work hard but not overexert himself. He should eat well and avoid unnecessary trouble, and keep his temper in check. Once her husband had run off, she sank onto the ground, weeping softly. Sister, he called. I knew he was fine. See, he's really calling. A mile away, in their own fields, Wang Area said joyfully upon hearing the broadcast. Wang Dia was equally thrilled, standing on tiptoe to gaze into the distance, smiling. Father went running. I wonder if he has any shoes left. His feet are so large. Hell freeze without them. Wang Area mused, staring blankly towards the brigade office. Alas, Wang Dia sighed. Dia, Area, your father finally called home. It's been months without contact. We feared he was lost. Now you can rest easy, their neighbor, Aunt Lu, said as she walked past with a hoe over her shoulder, her voice ringing out. The sisters smiled, their faces alight with joy. Aunt Lu added, Taijun has landed himself in quite a predicament. You two should have become mothers by now, if it weren't for this. Upon hearing this, Dia and Area exchanged glances, their expressions turning a bit awkward. 2 years prior. Their family held a respectable status in the vicinity, as the elder son had risen to prominence at a tender age, establishing himself as a formidable figure in the martial arts community of Sangzhou, but he subsequently joined the HEB provincial basketball team and was later selected for the national youth squad, earning the admiration of the local populace. The sisters were also notably attractive, and during that period, many suitors sought to court them, while numerous young men in the neighborhood eagerly pursued their affections. After much deliberation, their parents settled on the Zhang brothers, Zhang Desheng and Zhang Erqing, who were also among their admirers. The Zhang family specialized in pig farming and had achieved considerable financial success, having been recognized as affluent members of the village since the 1980s. Their father, Wang Igua, was particularly drawn to the Zhang family's economic stability. However, the Zhang family insisted on marrying that very year, while the sisters were in their final year of high school, yearning to continue their education and aspire for college, thus resisting the idea of marrying into the Zhang family to tend to pigs. This led to significant discord within the household. Despite their protests, they could not withstand their father Wang Igua's patriarchal views and endured several beatings. Attempts to escape to Shijiazhuang to seek refuge with their brother Taijun were thwarted when their father intercepted them en route. Ultimately, they were coerced into abandoning their studies to enter into marriage. Yet, just before the wedding, a calamity befell their brother Taijun, plunging the family into despair. They lost everything and became burdened with a staggering debt of over 70,000 yuan, prompting the Zhang brothers to withdraw their marriage proposal out of fear of being implicated. In a way, this was a relief, although it was a source of embarrassment and gossip in the community. It aligned with the sisters' original desire to remain unmarried. Look, speaking of the devil, here comes the Zhang brothers, exclaimed Aunt Lu. The sisters turned to see, indeed, the Zhang brothers approaching, tools in hand, ready to work in the fields. Chapter 5, Calling Across Distances. Brother, I never anticipated that the convict would still be alive. I fear he may be begging for alms in America. Zhang Erqing cast a glance at the enchanting Area, a flicker of avarice glimmering in his eyes as he chuckled. Although he had called off the engagement, he still sought to employ various means to win her over. Unfortunately, Area had always disregarded him, leaving him at a loss. Zhang Desheng then turned his gaze towards Dia, his eyes reflecting the same sentiment as his brother's. He chuckled, saying, I fear he is merely calling back for money. Perhaps he has stirred up some trouble in America. You speak nonsense. My father is wrongfully imprisoned. He is not a convict. One day, he will find that woman to prove his innocence. Humph. You brothers are nothing compared to him. You lack the qualification to speak of his character. Area possesses a fiery temperament and promptly retorts. Zhang Desheng and Zhang Erqing, incensed, were expressions dark as thunder. Her words pierced their hearts. For both stand at a modest height of barely 1.70 meters, reaching only to Wang Tejuan's chest. Indeed, in their united efforts, they have been felled by that scoundrel with a single slap. and not merely once. Arya, pay them no heed, gently interjects Dia, who is of a more tender disposition, swiftly pulling Arya aside. At that moment, Sixth Aunt interjects, Dashang and urching, I advise you to refrain from provoking Dia and Arya. Beware, for when Taijun returns, he may well cast you into a pit of filth once more. Both Dia and Arya burst into laughter simultaneously. After their eldest son was released from prison last year, upon learning of their withdrawal from school, subsequent marriages, and eventual broken engagements, he furiously quarreled with their father, Wang Aigua. Following this, he stormed over to the Zhang family residence, seized Zhang Dashang and Zhang Urching by their collars, and unceremoniously cast them into the family's cesspit. You. At that moment, this incident became the subject of local ridicule and a tormenting memory for the Zhang brothers, who trembled all over upon recalling it. After his initial anger subsided, Zhang Dashang sneered coldly, Laugh at what? Wang Taijun is irreparably doomed. Having spent a day in prison, he is destined to be labeled a convict for life, unable to redeem himself. Indeed, he is merely an ex-convict, and had it been in ancient times, he would have borne a mark of disgrace, forever regarded as a wretched thief and a pariah wherever he roamed. Zhang Urching berated. And you? Beneath the weight of their indignation, Dia and Arya found themselves overwhelmed with sorrow at the thought of their elder being compelled to flee to America, a place they feared he would never return from. In that moment, they sank to the ground, covering their faces as tears streamed down their cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Sixth Aunt chastised them, exclaiming, You two brothers are truly despicable. You elevate yourselves when they are prosperous, but now that they have fallen from grace, you are eager to trample them further into the mire. Beware, for retribution may come your way. Indeed, Sixth Aunt, Wang Taijun's imprisonment is a fitting consequence, retorted the Zhang brothers with a sardonic tone. We dare not sully ourselves by stepping into the realm of a convict's family. Even our pigsty is cleaner than their abode, and we wouldn't want to tarnish our feet. Can you not strive to embody humanity? Aunt Lu was exceedingly vexed. At this moment, Wang Taijun from the United States, having waited for approximately 25 minutes, could no longer contain himself and dialed the phone once more. Hello? After 5 rings, the call was finally answered. Uncle Hongtong. Has my father arrived? He hastily inquired. Not yet. You're quite anxious now. Where have you been these past few months? Lu Hongdong replied. Engaged in the pursuit of wealth. Chuckling lightly, Wang Taijun inquired. By the way, Uncle, how has my family been faring these past few months? Well, what good is there to speak of? Lu Hongdong retorted sharply. You have not returned a single call since you left. Rumors in the village suggest you perished in America. Your parents and sister are consumed with worry. How can that be considered well? Furthermore, the Zhang brothers have been incessantly harassing your sisters, aiming to exploit your family's misfortunes. What? Wang Tiejun's hair bristled with indignation. Have those 2 scoundrels gone mad? Uncle, bring me the loudspeaker, quickly. What do you intend to do, you rascal? Lu Hongdong asked, flustered. Do not concern yourself with that. Just bring me the loudspeaker. I have something to convey, Wang Taijun bellowed. In the fields, the Zhang brothers continued to taunt Dia and Arya. Suddenly, the village loudspeaker erupted into life. Zhang Degu, Zhang Ergu, you 2 wretched creatures, listen well. Wang Tiejun's thunderous roar resonated through the loudspeaker, echoing across the entirety of the Wakido Brigade. The brigade, comprising 4 individuals and thousands of souls, was momentarily stunned. Had the Mountain King returned? Son? Wang Aigua, who was sprinting towards the brigade office, halted in shock. Son? Lu Demiai, dropping her hoe, gazed towards the brigade office with delight. Old man? Dia and Arya, previously in tears, stood upright upon hearing that voice. The Mountain King? Zhang Dashang and Zhang Urching trembled, their expressions shifting drastically. He has returned? Zhang Dashang anxiously glanced towards the brigade office. Is it truly so? Zhang Urching's voice quivered. It was said that those who had served time were reckless outlaws, and the Zhang brothers believed Wang Taijun would never return, emboldening them to bully Dia and Arya. Now, with the outlaw's sudden return, they were stricken with fear. The loudspeaker continued its thunderous proclamation. I shall return in July of next year. If I hear even a whisper of you bullying my sisters, I shall turn you into fertilizer. Do you believe that? You better decide where you wish to be buried, for I shall accommodate your request, digging a deep pit and even exhuming your family's grave to bury you all together. The Zhang brothers quivered at these menacing words, their faces paling. Please, Mountain King, Wang Taijun. We were merely joking, we meant no harm. Zhang Dashang stammered in terror. Brother, he cannot hear us, Zhang Urching stuttered. Sister, The old man will return next July, Arya exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Indeed. Daya straightened her back instantly. Her brother was coming back, and soon no one would dare bully them again. At that moment, the loudspeaker abruptly fell silent. As Lu Hongtong, fearing the situation would escalate, had turned it off. Brigade leader, my son Taijun. Just then, Wang Aigua, panting heavily, arrived at the brigade office. Come in quickly, the call has ended, and your boy is still berating the Zhang brothers. The brigade leader exclaimed. Goodness. I was worried he might climb out of the phone. Lu Hongdong waved repeatedly. Oh, Wang Aigua hurried over to take the microphone. On the other side, the Zhang brothers initially felt a sense of panic, but as the loudspeaker fell silent, they regained their composure. What is there to fear? I do not believe that scoundrel would dare to lay a finger on us. It would be utterly absurd. He is merely a convict. And if he were to touch us, we would promptly report him to the authorities, leading to his execution, Zhang Deshang exclaimed angrily. Indeed, brother, you are absolutely right. We were momentarily intimidated by him. This rascal is truly despicable, claiming he will return next year. I doubt he will ever come back in his lifetime. Zhang Erqing nodded vigorously. My father always keeps his word. If he says he will return next year, then he shall undoubtedly do so. If you dare to bully us again, just wait and see. The speaker was not Arya, but the traditionally timid and gentle Daya, who now found her courage bolstered by Wang Tiejuan's words. My sister speaks the truth. My father never utters falsehoods. Just wait. For he could easily strike you down with a single blow, Arya cried out sharply. The Zhang brothers exchanged glances. Aware that they were merely bolstering their own spirits with bravado, yet they remained uncertain about whether Wang Taijun would indeed return. And if he did return, what then? Upon his return, he is but a destitute wretch. Should he dare to lay a hand on us, he shall be condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment. At present, with the formidable presence of Daya and Arya, the air of intimidation surrounding them immediately diminished. After stammering a few words, they slunk away in defeat. And Lu sighed, remarking on the prowess of that lad Taijun, still in America. Just observe how fearful these two brothers have become. The tiger may not perish in its might. Yet in comparison to your brothers, these two are but humble curs. Fortunately, the engagement was called off 2 years prior. And not marrying them has indeed been a stroke of fortune for you. You now pin your hopes on your brother's eventual success. Do not forget the two of you sisters in their ascent, for a little assistance from you could lead to a better life. Daya and Arya exchanged glances, each harboring a glimmer of anticipation. They recalled the words of their younger brother, Taijun, before his departure to America, when he promised that once he earned money, he would support their education. They yearned to study, not wishing to toil in the fields and tend to pigs for the rest of their lives. Approximately an hour later, Wang Aigua returned, somewhat dazed. Father, my son. Lu Damei called out from a distance. Oh, my son said, he said. Wang Aigua quickened his pace to stand before Lu Damei, excitement bubbling within him. He said he has found a formal job, earning about 100,000 yuan a year. In a few months, he will send money home to pay off the debts. What? Lu Damei was taken aback, her heart racing as she exclaimed, this child, he wouldn't stray onto the wrong path, would he? Surely, money from the Americans is not so easily earned. Wang Aigua hastily advised, it should not be the case. He mentioned that there is a basketball team in the United States that has invited him to be a practice partner. He is no longer working illegally and has returned to his original profession. Lu Damei let out a deep sigh, her heart finally descending from the heights of anxiety. Overcome with joy, she wept as she exclaimed, his father, our son, he has truly achieved something remarkable. Indeed, Wang Aigua nodded repeatedly, and in this brief moment, the couple was already in tears. Lu Damei wept, expressing her anxiety. Indeed, my son may not return often in the future, and this thought troubles my heart. He mentioned coming back next July, but I fear he might be merely frightening the Zhang family. Wang Aigua advised, what purpose would it serve for him to return? He has been imprisoned. Upon his return, he would be subjected to scorn and disdain, never finding peace. Yes, I shall inform Daya and Arya. They have now achieved success and must not forget the two sisters who endured hardships for him. As Lu Damei wiped her tears, she set down her hoe and hurried towards her field. Observing her mother rushing over, Daya and Arya, who had been glancing in their direction from afar, suddenly grew apprehensive. Sister, could it be that our brother has truly encountered trouble in America? Arya's fear surged. She knew all too well her brother's temperament. I must go see, Daya declared, sprinting off with her hoe in hand, only to remember moments later to discard it. Sister, wait for me. Arya quickly cast aside her hoe and followed suit. Nearby, Etlu stood with her hoe, watching the approaching trio with a shake of her head and a sigh. That lad Taijun is a constant source of worry. With his explosive temper and penchant for trouble, this family never knows a moment of peace. However, she was soon taken aback as she witnessed the three women huddling together, whispering a few words, before joyous laughter erupted among them. Chapter 6. The Shoulder Throw. On the afternoon of the second day, Wang Taijun accompanied the sons to Madison Square Garden. Is this the underground parking lot? So many small cars. Well, this golden-haired girl has a waist thicker than my family's water bucket. There are so many restrooms. Entering such a large arena for the first time, everything felt extraordinarily novel. And he gazed around with great curiosity. The coaching staff and trainers of the Suns were somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of old Wang. They did not understand why the owner had brought in such a Chinese individual. Upon arriving at the locker room, the players and coaching staff changed into their gear before heading to the court for adaptive training. As a practice player, Wang Taijun also received a full set of equipment. From training attire to sneakers, which brought him immense joy, his chin nearly hitting the floor from smiling. It was difficult to find oversized sneakers back home. During his 3 years at the sports academy, he had only worn basketball shoes in his first year. In the subsequent 2 years, after surpassing 2 meters in height, he could only wear the cloth shoes made by his mother and sister. Wow, this is huge. Following the team to the court, he was astonished to see the vast arena that could accommodate nearly 20,000 people. The overhead screens particularly intrigued him. He had no idea what those things were, resembling countless television screens densely arranged above. What were they doing up there? Looking up from below, strained his neck a bit. Old Wang, come here, Barkley called out, waving his hand. His fiery temper made him unpopular with the management of the digital team, yet this trait resonated with Wang Taijun, and the two found a certain kinship. Barkley was also a warm-hearted individual. During his time in Philadelphia, he had supported a teammate on a minimum salary by providing him with food and lodging. Knowing Wang Taijun's circumstances were not great, he wanted to extend a helping hand now. Charles, are you asking me to practice with you? Old Wang joyfully approached. Come, let me introduce you. Barkley introduced some teammates to Wang Taijun, particularly Kevin Johnson and Tom Chambers, the leaders of the Suns locker room, as well as the all-star Danny Ainge, who had been traded to the Suns this season, just like Wang Taijun. Kevin Johnson, nicknamed Lightning, was the Suns' primary point guard and an external core player. Following the retirement of Magic Johnson, he could be regarded as the best active point guard in the league, if not one of the top ones. And he was a true pioneer of offensive point guards. He had achieved a remarkable 2010 assists statistic for 4 consecutive seasons, leading the Suns to the playoffs for 4 straight years. Even after Barkley joined the Suns, he remained the external core and one of the locker room leaders. After retiring, he entered politics and became the mayor of Sacramento, later being inducted into the NBA Hall of Fame. Tom Chambers, a white player, was a multi-time All-Star and had won the MVP. At the age of 33, he had been the Suns' primary power forward and center in recent seasons. While Kevin Johnson served as the external core, Chambers was undeniably the internal core. After Barkley joined the team this season, he transitioned into a role as a sixth man. Yet his significance on the court remained profound, and his stature within the locker room was notably esteemed, incomparable to the likes of Mark West. Danny Ainge, a Caucasian nicknamed the Angel, renowned for his proficiency in open three-point shots, was nearing the twilight of his career. Having been a member of the Celtics' 2 championship teams, an achievement that Barkley deeply envied. With Barkley's endorsement, these 3 individuals acknowledged Wang Taijun's presence. Yet their acceptance bore no further implications. You can call me Old Wang, he declared, thumping his chest. In future scuffles, just call on me. I'll be right at the front. Old Wang, are you skilled in fighting? Kevin Johnson inquired with keen interest. I practice martial arts. Old Wang chuckled heartily. Wow. Old Wang, I also practice martial arts. I am a yellow belt in Jeet Kune Do. Chambers chimed in, demonstrating a few moves. Really? Old Wang exclaimed. Having heard of Jeet Kune Do's reputation for practicality, famously associated with Bruce Lee. Barkley, grinning, asked, Old Wang, are you also a practitioner of Jeet Kune Do? Shaking his head, Old Wang replied, I practice traditional Chinese martial arts, our country's heritage. Can you hold your own against boxing? Barkley gestured, mimicking a few boxing moves. Old Wang laughed. My Wang Ba Quan is quite impressive. We should try it sometime. Let us put it to the test and see how formidable your Wang Ba Quan truly is. Barkley responded eagerly. Count me in, Chambers echoed, equally enthusiastic. With the assistance of Barkley and the other team leaders, Wang Taijun swiftly integrated into the squad. It was then that Mark West approached, saying, "Chinese guy, come practice some low-post battling with me." This was a prerogative of Wang Taijun as a sparring partner. He nodded and complied. Bang! In their first confrontation, Mark West executed a sneaky maneuver, thrusting an elbow into Wang Taijun's neck, leaving him flushed and nearly breathless. Bang! In the second confrontation, West held the ball close to his chest, launched a ferocious swipe, and elbowed Wang Taijun in the chest. "Kid, this is how you engage in combat. Take notes," West boasted. Both elbow strikes were glaringly evident and delivered with considerable force, unmistakably intended to provoke Wang Taijun. But he could not voice any dissent, as this was part of his role. Barkley and the others observed from the sidelines. Taking a deep breath, Wang Taijun stood resolutely behind Mark West once more. Bang! The third confrontation commenced, with West's elbow strike returning. A swift turn resulted in an elbow colliding with Wang Taijun's forehead. Damn it! As the adage goes, 3 strikes, and you retaliate. After enduring 3 blows for the sake of his position, he could no longer tolerate it. Boom! With a forward slide of his right foot, Taishan leaned into West, driving his right shoulder forward. Ugh! West grunted, abruptly propelled backward, unable to retreat in time. Yet, at the very moment he was about to fall, Old Wang's right hand swiftly seized his jersey, while his left hand deftly grasped his right arm. In an instant, he soared into the air. Wang Taijun executed the grappling techniques of Bejequin with a thunderous shout, following it with an over-the-shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, he forcefully slammed Mark West onto the floor. Mark West's spirit was utterly shattered by the impact. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, struggling for breath. Oh, everyone present was rendered speechless. Quick, separate them. Barkley, ever quick-witted, rushed forward to pull Wang Taijun away. Mark, are you all right? Tom Chambers inquired as he helped Mark West to his feet. I. Mark West, regaining his breath, was so humiliated that words failed him. Enough of this. You elbowed him 3 times, and he threw you once. It's a draw. Remember, do not repeat such actions in the future. Sparring partners are not obligated to endure your elbows. This is not a fair contest, but a malicious foul. Do not treat others as fools. Chambers muttered as he walked away, then approached Wang Taijun with excitement. Old Wang, was that throw just now a move from the King Bakwan? I was just about to ask the same thing. Do tell, Old Wang, Barkley exclaimed. Wang Taijun chuckled and replied, "This is a technique from our traditional Chinese martial arts known as sanda, distinct from forms. It is a practical combat skill called an over-the-shoulder throw, along with bear hugs and leg sweeps, all of which fall under grappling techniques. I'm quite proficient in bear hugs. We should arrange a day to try it out." Barkley responded with enthusiasm. "Let's test it out when we return to Phoenix." Tom Chambers quickly added. Chapter 7. A singular skill conquers all on that fateful evening. The Suns faced off against the Knicks. The formidable center, Patrick Ewing, delivered an astounding performance, scoring 35 points, securing 11 rebounds, and blocking 3 shots, utterly dominating both ends of the court and leading his team to victory over the Suns. In contrast, the Suns starting center, Mark West, managed a mere 2 points, 1 rebound, and 4 turnovers in 27 minutes of play, an unremarkable display. Wang Taijun attended his first NBA game, reveling in the experience. Ewing's exceptional performance left him in awe, particularly as a fellow center. The following day, on the afternoon of the 27th, the Suns returned to Phoenix. Colangelo arranged for Wang Taijun to stay at the training facility for convenience and training. Old Wang was quite pleased, as staying outside would have incurred rental costs and unwise expenditure. Before the teams practiced the next morning, Colangelo instructed the coaching staff to conduct a physical assessment for Wang Taijun. This decision puzzled Oliver Miller, the Suns' first-round draft pick and center, who stood at 6 feet 9 inches and weighed 280 pounds, his density deemed the highest in the league. Since joining the Suns, he had averaged nearly 20 minutes of playing time with modest statistics, hindered by his excessive weight. However, his competitive spirit was strong, and upon witnessing Wang Taijun's assessment, he sensed something was amiss. As a rookie, he felt he had no voice in the matter and remained silent, though a sense of caution towards Wang Taijun began to brew within him. At 10 o'clock, Wang Taijun's assessment results emerged. An impressive static athleticism rating surprised the entire coaching staff, including Colangelo and head coach Paul Westphal. Unfortunately, his dynamic athleticism was rather average. Westphal shook his head, lamenting the rarity of talents akin to Shaquille O'Neal. Colangelo chuckled. suggesting they devise a comprehensive strength and skills training regimen to elevate Wang Taijun to a professional level within months. The coaching staff now understood that Colangelo was not merely seeking a practice partner. He was intent on nurturing Wang Taijun's potential. "Hey, Chinese guy, care to practice with me?" Oliver Miller approached Wang Taijun. Of course, Wang Taijun nodded in agreement. The coaching staff paid little attention, merely observing from the sidelines. "I want to work on my offense," Miller declared, positioning himself in the low post on the left wing. "Let's go," Wang Taijun responded, taking his stance. With a resounding thud, Miller began to back him down, employing his considerable weight and strength in an attempt to overpower Wang Taijun, aiming to showcase his prowess to the management and coaching staff. The impact of Miller's 280-pound frame caused Wang Taijun to stagger, nearly losing his balance. Startled, Wang Taijun had not anticipated such a forceful collision, especially given Miller's shorter stature. However, he promptly launched a counterattack, adopting a proactive defense. He executed the Iron Mountain technique, abruptly bending his knees, twisting his waist, and uniting his strength to push forward with great force. Bang! Miller seized the opportunity, preparing for a second back thrust, only to be unexpectedly met with an overwhelming force from behind, causing him to stumble and lose the ball. Beep! An assistant referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of this offensive play. "Let us go again," Oliver Miller protested, unwilling to concede. Haha. Wang Taijun was equally ambitious, eager to showcase his prowess whenever the opportunity arose, aligning perfectly with Miller's intentions. Subsequently, Oliver Miller commenced his back play once more. Bang! Old Wang unleashed the Iron Mountain technique again, combining his weight with formidable strength, which sent Miller reeling, nearly crashing to the floor as he lost possession of the ball yet again. Beep! The assistant referee blew the whistle once more. Damn it! Oliver Miller shot a fierce glare at Wang Taijun and initiated his third back play. Unfortunately, despite his bulk, he could not surpass Old Wang's strength, and his own mobility was hindered by his considerable weight, rendering his efforts less effective than those of Mark West. Faced with this predicament, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Bang! Seizing the opportunity during a turn, he elbowed Wang Taijun and surged toward the basket for a thunderous dunk. Thankfully, having witnessed Mark West's fall in the previous encounter, he restrained his force, resulting in less dramatic movements. Following this, he elbowed Wang Taijun twice more, yet Wang showed no signs of anger. The blows were not particularly forceful, allowing him to endure. However, in the spirit of competition, it was a two-way street. One could not simply endure elbows without retaliation. Thus, Wang began to strike back, occasionally elbowing Miller in the soft spot of his waist. As the elbows were exchanged, Wang gained experience, delivering powerful blows that left Oliver Miller grimacing in discomfort. "What are you doing?" Miller exclaimed, his face flushed with rage as he retaliated by slamming the ball against Wang Taijun. "You elbow me, can I elbow you back?" Wang Taijun responded, astonished. "You're merely a practice partner. Don't forget your place," Oliver Miller retorted disdainfully. "A rookie?" Charles Barkley interjected, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. "If you can't handle contact in practice, how can anyone expect you to perform in a game?" "Charles, why are you showing favoritism to a practice partner?" Mark West, leveraging his seniority, stepped in. Barkley, irked, replied, "Is this favoritism? Which team conducts practice with unidirectional contact, where I can elbow you, but you can't elbow me? No wonder you lot are useless." He strode up to West, pointing a finger at his nose. "West, I don't need your instruction on how to conduct myself. Do you understand? What are you?" West, with Barkley's finger pointed at him, felt his face flush with anger, yet this was the status conferred by strength. He could only swallow his frustration in silence. In exasperation, he thought to himself that he too would one day point a finger at others, scolding them without fear of reprisal. Observing Barkley's commanding presence, Wang Taijun was filled with envy. Yet, he reminded himself that they were all teammates and should not act impulsively. At that moment, head coach Paul Westphal intervened, halting Barkley from further admonishing West. He then addressed Oliver Miller, saying, "Oliver, since you have requested to practice, you must endure a reasonable level of competitive intensity. Your previous behavior was inappropriate, both in action and attitude. Please be mindful of this in the future." "I understand, coach," replied Oliver Miller, visibly disheartened. His plans had unraveled completely, leaving him humiliated, unable to even handle a practice partner. "His post-up strength is inferior to mine." After observing Miller for some time, Wang Taijun concluded that the man lacked true prowess. Despite his considerable bulk, his muscularity seemed wasted, as his backing down strength was not impressive. It appeared his post-up technique was mediocre, lacking the proper skills to generate explosive force. Colangelo felt a twinge of disappointment. He had high hopes for Oliver Miller, aspiring for him to become a cornerstone center for the Suns in the future. Yet, during the recent practice, he could not even overpower a Chinese youth he had picked up off the streets. That evening, Wang Taijun found himself alone in his quarters, accessing the system with a balance of 200 points, just enough to redeem a training card. However, after much deliberation, he remained uncertain about which quality or skill card to choose. System, do you have any recommendations? Recalling the previous synthesis card that the system had provided him, he decided to rely on its guidance once more. The system responded. The host's strongest attribute lies in strength, with the most proficient offensive technique being low post backing. On the defensive end, the host excels in one-on-one defense. All three aspects share a commonality: formidable strength. Therefore, this system recommends that the host continue to enhance his strength. That makes sense. Wang Taijun nodded in agreement. Faced with numerous weaknesses that could hardly be remedied, he resolved instead to amplify his strengths. Being rooted in traditional martial arts, he understood that most techniques involve decades of repetitive practice, honing just one or two signature moves while the rest consist of routine drills. The adage, "One skill to conquer all," holds true in basketball as well. Chapter 8. A stunning debut system. The team must formulate a training regimen for me. How does your content differ from their established plans? He inquired. The training content of this system is the most scientifically sound, capable of maximizing the host's potential while minimizing the risk of sports injuries caused by training. Furthermore, it can maintain other attributes without decline even while gaining weight. Fantastic. Please exchange for a strength training card immediately. The functionalities offered by the system truly warranted admiration. Before long, the system had devised a 100-hour strength training regimen to be completed within 2 months, mandating at least 1 hour of training each day, excluding warm-up time. This plan primarily focused on strength training aimed at fat reduction and muscle gain. Upon its completion, he would weigh 123 kilograms, with strength escalating to level 96. While his current body fat percentage of 8.5 would decrease to 8, level 96. If I utilize Iron Mountain's technique to enhance my strength by 10%, would my backing strength reach approximately level 97 or even 98 during low post play? Haha. On the 28th, the Suns faced off against the Houston Rockets at home. Once again, Wang Taijun was in for a spectacle. The legendary Hakeem Olajuwon dominated, relentlessly overpowering Mark West, achieving a triple-double with 29 points, 14 rebounds, and 11 assists, leading his team to victory over the Suns. West, akin to his performance against Ewing, managed a mere 2 points, 1 rebound, and 3 turnovers, and was faked out by Olajuwon 3 times, culminating in an ankle sprain that forced him off the court. The Suns experienced their first consecutive losses of the season, with their vulnerability at the center position starkly exposed, compounded by the loss of their key center. A ligament strain. This is an old injury. Mark West will need to be sidelined for at least a month, the team physician remarked upon their return to the locker room. The management and coaching staff shook their heads at this news. At 33, this veteran is already a blue-collar player, now injured. How much strength could he possibly retain upon his return? Head coach Paul Westphal contemplated the situation before addressing Tom Chambers. Tom, you will have to rejoin the starting lineup. Chambers nodded, replying, I can manage 25 minutes per game comfortably. I can push through for 30 minutes. Half a month passed, and the Suns' performance remained commendable, seemingly unaffected by Mark West's absence. This left West in an awkward position. His presence or absence made little difference. However, the internal rotation of the Suns' lineup began to falter. With Chambers in the starting 5, the depth of the bench diminished, forcing starters to play extended minutes, which could lead to fatigue and potential injuries. A week later, just before Mark West's anticipated return, the Suns maintained their position as the second-best team in the West. But injuries finally struck. In an away game on the 23rd, veteran Tom Chambers sustained an injury. His absence would prove to have a more significant impact on the Suns than that of Mark West. West averages merely 55, while Chambers boasts an impressive 125 in the bench lineup and an astonishing 167 as a starter over the past 3 weeks. His significance in both rebounding and scoring far surpasses that of the former. The interior positions of the Suns now rely solely on Barkley and 3 substitutes. Tim Kempton, who is barely adequate, Oliver Miller, this year's first-round pick at number 22, whose performance over the past 2 months has proven subpar, relegating him to a temporary bench role, and Jared Mustaff, whose capabilities are inferior to those of Miller, regardless of their individual strengths. The quartet of Barkley and these three substitutes is insufficient for an effective interior rotation. On the 24th, the team returned to Phoenix. Currently, the Suns hold a record of 14 wins and 8 losses, having slipped from second to third in the Western Conference. The decline in performance is not the gravest issue. The most pressing concern is the injury report for Tom Chambers, revealing a torn knee ligament that will sideline him for the remainder of the regular season, with uncertainty surrounding his potential return for the playoffs. Even if he does return, what can be anticipated from a 33-year-old veteran? During these 3 weeks, under the guidance of Colangelo, Wang Taijun remained in Phoenix, not accompanying the team on their away games. He dedicated himself to strength training, achieving a weight of 121 kilograms and reducing his body fat percentage to 8.31, with an actual muscle gain exceeding 1 kilogram. In addition to systematic training content, he was provided with a training plan from the team, predominantly focused on technical skills, including fundamental training, low post offensive and defensive techniques, as well as finishing techniques. In these 3 weeks, he engaged in such professional training for the first time and made considerable progress. The first improvement was in his low post confrontation ability, which elevated from level 91 to 92, attributed to an enhancement in confrontation techniques. Previously, he relied primarily on his physicality. Now, with a focus on confrontation techniques, combined with fat reduction and muscle gain, he achieved this advancement. The second improvement was in his low post footwork, another technical aspect, which progressed from level 60 to 63 in just 3 weeks of specialized training. In terms of offensive techniques, these were the notable improvements. He concentrated on finishing techniques such as hook shots and floaters, yet his innate talent limited any level advancements over the 3 weeks, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Additionally, he dedicated himself to learning rebounding techniques, including predicting ball trajectories and positioning, many of which he had not encountered before. Over 3 weeks, he improved by 2 levels, reaching level 72. During this period, aside from training, he delved into the Suns' tactical manual and various league rules. On the evening of the 24th, Colangelo arrived at the training facility and summoned Wang Taijun to his office. "Sir, what is this?" Wang inquired, gazing at the 10-day player contract Colangelo presented. Overwhelmed with surprise, he struggled to comprehend the situation. "Sign it. The team has no viable options in the interior, and this presents an opportunity for you. I had initially planned to wait until the latter half of the season for you to refine your skills before giving you a chance, but circumstances have changed." Colangelo expressed some helplessness and said, "All right." He composed himself after the tumult of emotions, then signed his name on the contract, valued at over $8,000. This agreement contrasted sharply with the NBA's base salary of $140,000 this year. With a season spanning 170 days, that equates to roughly over $800 per day. Congratulations, host. You have secured a 10-day short-term player contract. The reward has been halved, granting you 150 points. An achievement task has appeared. Excel spectacularly in your NBA debut. Completing this task will earn you an additional 100 points. A new system assignment has emerged. Leaving the office, he opened the system interface, where 2 new notifications appeared. A spectacular debut? In his mind, an expressionless and indifferent face immediately materialized, and he yearned to astonish with a startling utterance. The imposing gorilla stood as the most fitting target. But why the gorilla? The upcoming match for the Suns is a home game against the Knicks, and it coincides with the Christmas showdown. Should he take the court, it would mark his debut. The challenge is formidable, for he is indeed a super center. Yet, if one were to catch them off guard, even a tiger may occasionally doze, not to mention that he is not a tiger at all. Sacrificing oneself might unseat the emperor. When an opportunity arises, seize it. If none presents itself, then forge one. Chapter 9. Chinese laborers. On the following day, the 25th. The Suns announced the signing of Wang Taijun to a short-term contract. Damn it. Upon hearing the news, Mark West, who had been preparing for a comeback, was filled with rage, yet powerless to change the situation. He could only seethe in frustration. My premonition has come to fruition. I never anticipated that the management would pursue such a course of action. How infuriating. If they had chosen me, why then bring in a Chinese player? Another individual. Even more incensed than Mark West was rookie Oliver Miller. However, both of these men held low standing within the Suns, rendering their discontent inconsequential to Wang Taijun, better left unvoiced. Within mere hours, due to his Chinese heritage, the news spread rapidly throughout the media, igniting widespread discourse. Even in New York, reporters flocked to Chinatown to unearth his background. Labels such as illegal laborer, Chinese coolie, vagrant, and violent assaulter of bosses became associated with him. Simultaneously, numerous journalists made their way to the Suns training facility and headquarters to interview the management and players. Under the influence of Colangelo's authority, the Suns personnel refrained from elaborating, providing only official responses to the media's inquiries. At 4 p.m., the Knicks arrived in Phoenix, checked into their hotel at 5 p.m., and held a press conference. "Patrick, what are your thoughts on the Suns signing?" inquired a local Phoenix reporter. Ewing regarded the media with disdain, akin to one would treat a leper. He harbored a profound aversion to reporters, thus responding with a cold, curt demeanor. "That is their choice. Do you believe a Chinese individual is qualified to join the NBA?" The reporter pressed. "I've seen him. He boasts of being the top center, a real loudmouth," Ewing replied, his tone warming slightly. "In fact, I cannot envision what it would look like for a laborer from China to step onto an NBA court, just because he possesses some strength. That is utterly ludicrous. Why not seek out a strong man capable of lifting 1,000 pounds or more? What? A Chinese man dares to proclaim himself the world's best center." The reporter appeared visibly astonished and continued, "If that Chinese player has the opportunity to play in tomorrow's game, how would you respond to him?" "Oh, you think he has a chance to play?" Ewing retorted in surprise. "No, I meant if," the reporter clarified. "If that were the case, I would inform Mr. Colangelo that he made a grave error in his signing decision," Ewing concluded. On December 26th, during the Christmas Day games, numerous media outlets mercilessly mocked the Suns, branding their signing as the most foolish decision of the season. Naturally, Wang Taijun became the prime target of this ridicule, being labeled as a loudmouth, delusional, Chinese laborer, worthless, and the top center from Chinatown. At this very moment, a notable figure from the Chinese basketball community has taken an interest in the news regarding Wang Taijun. This individual is none other than Zhang Heli, a former member of the national men's basketball team and a distinguished Asian power forward, as well as a former national team coach. Zhang Heli moved to the United States in 1988, accompanying his ex-wife, who pursued her studies at the University of Chicago. During his time there, he served as a trainer for the university's basketball team, albeit in a rather menial capacity. Last year, he accepted a position within the university's financial department. The Zhang family boasts a prestigious lineage, tracing their intellectual heritage back to Kong Yue and Liang Qichao. His maternal lineage is similarly esteemed, with his mother and 6 aunts all holding doctoral degrees and professorships. 3 of his aunts reside in the United States, and the family enjoys a comfortable financial situation. Zhang's initial move to the U.S. was primarily motivated by his unsuccessful bid for the head coach position of the national team. Although he aspired to continue his basketball career in the U.S., the challenge of starting anew proved daunting. Despite familial connections in the education sector, he found no support within the sports domain, leading him to drift away from basketball. Recently, he resigned from his position and is contemplating his next steps in life. When he came across the news about Wang Taijun, he was utterly taken aback. Yes, utterly astonished. Here was a former national player, renowned as one of the top power forwards in Asia, yet he found himself unable to continue his basketball journey in America. In contrast, a young laborer from humble beginnings had somehow secured a position with an NBA team. This stark contrast left him in disbelief. Wang Taijun, nearly 19 years old and standing at an impressive 215 centimeters, was a name he had never encountered in the domestic basketball scene. After much contemplation, he could find no information regarding Wang Taijun. Hailing from China, Wang had spent nearly 5 months working hard in Chinatown. Perhaps, given his age, he had just graduated from a sports academy and sought opportunities in the United States after finding none back home. After careful deliberation, Zhang resolved to meet Wang Taijun in person. The notion that a domestic player could join the NBA, even on a short 10-day contract, was unprecedented, and such a significant development warranted his attention. Coincidentally, he and his ex-wife were planning a visit to San Antonio University to see his former sister-in-law studying there. Tucson was merely 200 kilometers from Phoenix, making it an opportune detour. Before embarking on this journey, however, he decided to make a call back to China to connect with Liu Yuman, hoping she might provide some insights regarding Wang Taijun. Liu Yuman and Zhang Heli were contemporaries on the national team, and she had since ascended to the role of deputy director in the basketball division of the Sports Commission, a position that far surpassed Zhang's current circumstances. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, in a modest apartment within a cylindrical building affiliated with the Sports Commission, Liu Yuman was preparing for rest when the phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, who is this?" she inquired as she hurried to answer. "Director Liu, This is Zhang Heli, he replied. Oh, it's you, old Zhang. You've been in the U.S. for several years now. Have you returned home? She exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Not yet, still in America. Director Liu, I wish to inquire about someone, Zhang Heli continued. Oh, go ahead, Liu Yuman responded directly. Aware of the high costs associated with international calls and eager to dispense with any unnecessary chatter. Wang Taijun, only 19 years of age and a basketball player, must have emerged from one of the national sports schools. Do you know which one? Zhang Heli inquired. Wang Taijun, how did you come to know of him? Liu Yuman was taken aback, for she indeed recognized the name of this young man. Zhang Heli elucidated. He is currently in the United States, having joined an NBA team. What? Liu Yuman exclaimed in astonishment. Liu, do you know him? Zhang Heli pressed on. Of course, I know him. Liu Yuman sighed and explained. He hails from Songzhou Sports School, possessing exceptional physical attributes, particularly an impressive wingspan and considerable strength. It can be said that he is the finest center prospect in the country since Mu Taizhu. He was selected for the national youth team in October 1990. But before he could participate, he was incarcerated for a year due to a brawl. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heli instantly grasped the reason for Wang Taijun's presence in America. With such a background in China, he would find it impossible to navigate the system, let alone participate in professional leagues. Who would dare allow a former convict to play? Given the severity of the incident, I have also looked into the matter. It is said that he has consistently denied engaging in a brawl, claiming he fought to rescue a girl from a group of thugs. However, the authorities could not locate this girl, and he was unable to provide any leads. Thus, what a pity, Zhang Heli lamented. After a brief further conversation, the two concluded their call. Zhang Heli resolved to meet Wang Taijun. After all, he is the first Chinese individual to secure an NBA contract. And now that he has resigned, he finds himself with little to do. Chapter 10. The Encircled Gorilla on the evening of the 26th. The bus of the Suns gradually rolled into the West Coast Arena. Wang Taijun chose the number 33 for his jersey, an auspicious number that had been his during his time at the Sports Academy. At 7:40, he emerged from the bench and joined his teammates in the players' tunnel, immediately engulfed by a cacophony of buzzing noise that pressed down upon him like an unseen weight. In an instant, adrenaline surged through his veins. The pressure excited him rather than inducing anxiety. However, the Suns fans received him with indifference, and some racists even directed derogatory gestures towards him. Old K, ignore that trash, Danny Ainge bellowed. I understand, he nodded in response. During this period, the moniker Old Wang had gradually morphed into Old K, a more succinct reference. Around 9:30. With half of the final quarter elapsed, the score stood at 77-92, the Suns trailing by a significant 15 points, prompting a timeout. The Suns' performance in other positions actually surpassed that of the Knicks. The deficit was primarily due to the glaring disparity at the center position. Ewing had played 25 minutes in the first three quarters, racking up an impressive 26 points and 10 rebounds. Particularly notable was his rebounding. Among the three great centers, his rebounding prowess was considered the weakest, yet he had already secured 10 boards today. Head coach Paul Westphal rotated through three underperforming backup centers, but none proved effective. In simple terms, they were utterly overwhelmed by Ewing, leaving them in tatters. Were it not for Barkley's outstanding performance, with a stat line reminiscent of 2010, the gap might have ballooned to 20 points. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun had yet to receive an opportunity to step onto the court. Rookie. He definitely won't get a chance to play, Mark West coldly remarked, casting a glance at Wang Taijun, before turning to Oliver Miller. Miller acknowledged Wang Taijun with a nod but remained silent, acutely aware of his standing. West had a bit more seniority, while he did not, and thus refrained from speaking out of turn. Old K, during the timeout, Westphal beckoned Wang Taijun with a flick of his finger, signaling him to rise. Haha, Wang Taijun exclaimed, springing up from his seat with excitement. As long as I have the chance, I will blossom like a flower with just a touch of sunlight. Damn it, they actually let him on the court. What were they thinking? Mark West muttered furiously, feeling humiliated. Beside him, Oliver Miller's expression darkened further. His own performance had been mediocre, and he worried about the implications if this Chinese newcomer excelled and encroached upon his playing time. On defense, use your strength to push Ewing away from the paint. Keep him away from the basket. On offense, be ready to grab offensive rebounds and capitalize on second-chance opportunities. If the chances are poor, pass it out, Westphal instructed. I understand. Leave it to me, coach. I won't let you down, Wang Taijun assured, thumping his chest confidently. All right, our Chinese laborer is taking the court, Westphal remarked. As the pause came to an end, the moment Wang Taijun entered the court. The commentator immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. The home fans of the Suns remained indifferent, offering no applause. The game commenced, and the Suns initiated their attack. Wang entered the paint, heading towards the basket. Ewing quickly approached, determined to prevent him from getting any closer to the hoop. As soon as they made contact, Ewing was pushed back slightly. The contest of strength revealed an instant victor, and it appeared he was at a disadvantage. Was his strength truly that formidable? He was taken aback. Although he had witnessed this Chinese player knock West down twice, he had yet to engage him directly and truly comprehend the experience. Nevertheless, Wang's lower body was remarkably powerful as he firmly pressed his knee against Wang Taijun's knee while occasionally nudging his left elbow against his lower back, instantly stabilizing himself. Seeing that he could not budge Wang, he immediately exerted all his strength, pivoting his waist and merging all his force in a single motion. Bang! The tremendous force collided with Ewing's chest, causing him to emit a grunt as his lower body faltered, losing his center of gravity. The referee kept a watchful eye on Wang Taijun, his whistle poised to blow at any moment. However, he clearly observed that this newcomer of Asian descent had not engaged in any illegal shoulder or elbow movements. This was merely normal physical contact. Had there been even a hint of excessive action, he would certainly have called a foul, for Ewing undeniably possessed the privilege of star treatment. Bang! The second collision followed suit, and Ewing completely lost his balance, staggering backward and abandoning his defensive position. Oh! The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could this be? The commentator appeared utterly flabbergasted. Wang Taijun reached the basket and extended his arms at the arc, signaling for the ball. Yet Ewing closed in again, implementing a frontside defense. How could point guard Kevin Johnson possibly pass the ball to him? The ball was instead delivered to Barkley, who scored a mid-range shot over the towering Oakley. The Knicks launched their offense. Ewing positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, an area where he excelled, particularly on the left side of the basket, whether at waist level or near the baseline. As a formidable low-post threat, his spin and shooting motions were not as swift as Hakeem's. Nor did he possess an array of flashy moves. His fakes were rather ordinary. Yet, he could pivot on both shoulders, allowing him to swiftly execute a reverse spin regardless of whether the defender anticipated his left or right shoulder, easily transitioning into a jump shot or driving for a powerful dunk, making his offense difficult to disrupt. "Patrick, I'll demolish the Chinese laborer behind you," exclaimed Doug Rivers, the Knicks starting point guard, as he passed the ball to Ewing. Ewing, however, remained stoic, while Charles Oakley, one of the notorious enforcers stationed beneath the basket, burst into laughter. Ewing received the ball, and Wang immediately pressed his chest against him. Ewing attempted to nudge him with the dribble, but finding no movement, he ceased his efforts. Suddenly, he thrust his right shoulder back and slipped underneath. Wang Taijun's turning speed could not keep pace, and he was cleanly outmaneuvered. Bang! Upon stepping into the paint area, Ewing erupted with a powerful one-handed slam dunk, silencing the arena. "Look, Mr. Crowlinglow, I truly fail to comprehend why you signed this Chinese laborer. He resembles a mere wooden post," the commentator jested. "Because the team has no one else available, can't you see?" Several assistant coaches of the Suns lamented. "Old K, your defense must be fiercer and more proactive. Do not stand there like a fool," Barkley bellowed. "Understood," Wang Taijun nodded in acknowledgement. As they returned to the front court, he opted not to venture beneath the basket this time, instead positioning himself in the low post on the left wing. On the right wing, Barkley acquired the ball. Noting Ewing's absence in the paint, he executed a spin move to drive past Oakley and surge toward the basket. However, Ewing swiftly turned to defend, leaping to block Barkley's dunk attempt. The Suns fans, poised to cheer, were momentarily silenced by the resounding rejection. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, and Wang Taijun seized it from the left front side of the rim. Ewing loomed beneath, yet at that moment, Wang's sole focus was the hoop. Cradling the ball in his right hand, he gripped it tightly before launching himself towards the basket with the ferocity of a beast. Ewing reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to leap and contest the shot with one hand. However, in a moment of astonishment, Ewing realized the ball remained suspended, and an immense force repelled his hand away. It was over. In that instant, he understood the impending consequence. A thunderous crash echoed through the arena as the rim was forcefully lowered by Wang Taijun's impact. Ewing collapsed beneath the basket. "Oh!" gasped the Suns fans, witnessing the towering center Ewing being posterized and toppled by Wang Taijun. "Yes!" erupted a colossal cheer from the crowd. Click, click. Meanwhile, journalists in the media section behind the baseline were frantically capturing the moment, immortalizing the spectacle. Chapter 11. The astonishing brawl on the court. I find this Chinese player quite impressive. I never anticipated he could dunk over Ewing. He deserves a 10-day contract. No, he should merit a minimum salary, as our frontline lacks talent. A few exuberant Suns fans began to speculate amongst themselves. Goodness, how is this possible? The commentator was so astonished that he struggled to continue his narration. After a brief pause, he resumed, "All right, I concede I underestimated him, based on this play. He deserves a 10-day contract. Quite commendable." On the sidelines, Suns head coach Paul Westphal initially expressed surprise before nodding in approval. Nearby, general manager Colangelo appeared visibly excited. "Way to go, old K," Barkley shouted in exhilaration on the court. At that moment, Wang Taijun landed on the floor, inadvertently stepping over Ewing, who lay at his feet. Huh? Barkley was momentarily taken aback. Oh. The Suns fans were astonished to witness their Chinese player publicly humiliate Ewing. Shit. Upon seeing his teammate being so disrespected by a rookie from China, Oakley could no longer contain his fury and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Taijun's right cheek. Damn it. In a fit of anger, Wang Taijun seized Oakley's neck, his large hands, trained in grappling, clamping down hard, leaving Oakley struggling to breathe. Wang Taijun glared at Oakley, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he raised his left fist, poised to strike. However, Oakley, known for his fierce demeanor, refused to back down, retaliating with 2 ferocious punches. Yet, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Wang Taijun's arms were far longer, and Oakley's were too short to reach him. He swung his fist repeatedly, but they fell just short, resulting in an awkward stalemate. Barkley, ready to intervene, burst into laughter at the absurdity of the scene. Get lost. Wang Taijun, unwilling to tarnish his debut, forcefully shoved Oakley away, weighing under 110 kilograms. Oakley was sent flying like a child, crashing into his teammate John Starks, and both tumbled to the ground, a comical sight. Under Pat Riley's coaching, the Knicks had developed a reputation for their brutal style, akin to a New York gang. Oakley and John Starks were both hot-headed individuals, unable to tolerate the humiliation. They quickly scrambled to their feet and charged at Wang Taijun. Hey, don't do anything rash. Barkley positioned himself in front of Wang Taijun. Bang. Oakley landed a punch squarely on Barkley's face. Damn it. Barkley, not want to back down, lunged forward, wrapping Oakley in a bear hug and bringing him crashing to the floor, where the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Wang Taijun's fierce gaze fixed upon the charging John Starks. As the latter approached, Wang deftly blocked with his right arm, seizing Starks' left arm with a powerful grip. What followed was a spectacle that left onlookers astounded. After serving a year in prison, Wang had learned his lesson. In a brawl, one must not strike too forcefully or target vital areas. Thus, upon capturing Starks, he pressed him firmly to the floor and raised his right hand, delivering a series of resounding slaps to Starks' posterior. Avoiding critical strikes, he reasoned, a sturdy backside would suffice. After all, he wouldn't strip him of his pants. The sharp sound echoed within the West Coast arena. Damn it, let me go? I'll fight you. Starks cried in desperation, thrashing about while pleading for release, his humiliation palpable. If only there had been a hole in the floor, he would have gladly vanished into it. Witnessed by nearly 20,000 spectators and millions more glued to their television screens, the scene of John Starks receiving a spanking rendered the audience speechless. Even Charles Barkley and Oakley, who were entangled on the floor, paused in disbelief. Damn it. At that moment, Ewing attempted to pry Wang away from Starks, but Wang flung him aside, sending Ewing stumbling backward, resulting in a tangle of limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Starks escaped Wang's grasp, retreating to a safe distance. He dared not approach again, fearing another capture and a repeat of his humiliation. Instead, he shielded his backside while hurling insults. Damn Chinese. You bully the weak with your martial arts, lacking honor. You pervert. I'll report you for harassment. Meanwhile, Wang had risen, having shoved Ewing aside, and turned his attention to Oakley, intent on retaliating for a previous punch. Damn it. Oakley sensed the threat and quickly pushed Barkley off him, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Being spanked by this Chinese laborer was an indignity he could not bear. He would rather face a brawl with the bad boys than engage in such a disgraceful scuffle. 34, why are you running? I'm not aiming for your face. Wang taunted, but after a few futile steps in pursuit, he halted and glared at the other Knicks players. His gaze, akin to that of a harbinger of doom, sent chills through the violent, tough-minded Knicks, who instinctively avoided his stare, fearful of becoming his next target. Come on, aren't you tough? He beckoned, provoking them. Yet the Knicks players, wary of a spanking, dared not approach. Damn it. If you have the guts, let us settle this with our fists. Your method of fighting is utterly disgusting. An infuriated Oakley shouted, his anger boiling over. Aha. Barkley had collapsed in laughter on the floor. Aha. Many fans in attendance shared in the mirth, erupting into laughter. At that moment, the chief referee approached Old Wong with an expression of bewilderment and issued a ruling, penalizing him for an unsportsmanlike conduct foul, which is a breach of sporting ethics, resulting in a free throw. Neither Oakley nor Barkley escaped unscathed, each receiving a level 1 flagrant foul. As for John Starks, who had been struck, he fortuitously evaded punishment, as the referee was reluctant to penalize him. However, Wang Taijun was substituted out, marking the end of his brief debut. Returning to the water cooler, he opened the system with a sense of disappointment, having recorded merely 2 points and 1 rebound, thus failing to complete the remarkable debut task. He let out an excited exclamation as the system notified him that his task had been completed, earning him a reward of 100 points, bringing his total to 250 points. Andrew, get Old K an ice pack. Oakley's punches pack quite a punch and his face is a bit bruised, he said. Just then, head coach Paul Westphal approached to assess his condition and called out to team physician Andrew John. All right. Andrew John, grinning broadly, nodded and promptly handed over an ice pack, gesturing for him to apply it to his face. In the following minutes, the humiliated Knicks transformed into a formidable force, fueled by a fierce determination to triumph. Starks, having endured his own humiliation, was resolute in seeking revenge, scoring 8 points within a mere 5 minutes and ultimately leading the team to a decisive victory over the Suns, with a margin exceeding 20 points. As the game concluded, a few media reporters approached Wang Taijun for an interview. Sorry, maybe next time, he replied, with Carangelo politely declining on his behalf. After entering the players' tunnel, Carangelo walked alongside head coach Paul Westphal, smiling as he inquired, Paul, what are your thoughts on him? Westphal remarked that the dunk over Ewing was largely a matter of luck. It was a second-chance opportunity, and Ewing's reaction time was too brief. That play, in essence, signifies little. However, it is imperative for our center position to have a formidable presence akin to his, as the team requires a sufficiently tough enforcer. Since the 1980s, the bad boys have wreaked havoc across the league, and with the Knicks embodying the New York mob, teams have developed a habit of nurturing 1 or 2 capable and resilient individuals to safeguard their core players. In the event of a conflict, they will stand at the forefront. Colangelo nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 12. In the away team's locker room, an oppressive silence lingered, utterly devoid of the triumphant atmosphere one would expect after a victory. Coach, I'm heading to the parking lot, Ewing remarked hastily, towel in hand, as he made his exit. Pat Riley shook his head, realizing that he would be the sole participant in the forthcoming press conference. As anticipated, shortly after Ewing's departure, the glum faces of Oakley and John Starks followed suit, leaving one by one. Moments later, as the post-game interview period commenced, a throng of media personnel burst into the locker room, only to discover that their intended subjects had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, following Barkley's attendance at the press conference, a few reporters entered to conduct interviews, one of whom crouched in front of Wang Taijun. Wang, do you have a nickname? The journalist inquired. In the NBA, a memorable nickname is essential, hence the question. Oh, Charles and the others used to call me Old Wang, but now they refer to me as Old K. Wang Taijun responded with a smile. Wang, King, Old Wang, Old K? Is that Old K from chess? The reporter asked with a hint of mischief. Chess? What does that mean? He was only familiar with Chinese chess and had no knowledge of the international variant. The reporter elaborated. If your pieces reach the opponent's baseline, you can become a king, hence Old K. Does your nickname signify your desire to reign over the Suns? Reign? Wang Taijun pondered momentarily. Who wouldn't aspire to dominate? Yet, given his current capabilities, such ambitions felt distant. He was merely a short-term worker, and overthinking was not prudent. No. Old K is simply a shorthand for Old Wang. You may call me Old Wang or King if you wish, he concluded, shaking his head. The reporter, slightly disappointed, shifted topics, asking, why did you strike John Starks on the rear? Is that a peculiar habit of yours? Upon hearing the question, Wang Taijun replied without hesitation. When I misbehaved as a child, my father would discipline me in that manner. The old adage holds true, spare the rod and spoil the child. If a younger generation fails to heed warnings, a good spanking can often rectify their behavior. If not, then one must administer another, and perhaps a third, until the matter is resolved. The reporter's expression grew peculiar upon hearing this. The following day, The New York media characterized the Christmas showdown as a humiliating defeat for the Knicks. Despite winning the game from Ewing to Oakley, they were mercilessly lambasted in the press for their perceived cowardice in not confronting a Chinese laborer, thus tarnishing the pride of New Yorkers. Ewing was humiliated by being dunked on and then further disgraced, failing to retaliate against Wang Taijun, which led the media to label him a soft failure. Oakley, fearing retribution, was branded a coward and deserter, shattering his formidable reputation as Old Oak. Particularly, John Starks, having been on the receiving end of that ignominious smack, suffered another round of humiliation from the New York media, nearly succumbing to a bout of depression. Thus, the newly inducted player into the NBA, Old Wang, has become the sworn enemy of the New York mob. Furthermore, the journalist who interviewed Wang Taijun in the locker room is from the New York sports newspaper, and the sensationalized account of why Old Wang struck Starks has been prominently featured on the front page. This incident has rendered John Starks a laughingstock across the nation. At noon, as the Knicks arrived at the airport preparing to depart Phoenix, they were besieged by the media. The trio of Oakley, who had been evading the press, was compelled to engage in an interview. "Next time we meet, I won't let him off easily. I intend to settle this outside the court," Oakley declared through gritted teeth. "Yet he only has a short 10-day contract. You may not have the opportunity to meet again," a reporter reminded. "Then let him count himself lucky," Oakley retorted angrily. "He's nothing but a scoundrel, utterly lacking in decorum. How could he so brazenly humiliate a rival?" "John, what do you think motivated the Chinese player to strike your backside? Do you consider him a pervert, or perhaps a major pervert?" a reporter inquired. "He is indeed a major pervert. I will not let him off the hook," John Starks exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What do you plan to do?" the reporter pressed. I. Starks clenched his jaw and spat. "I will kick his backside. I will not let him off." But he claimed it was due to his father's treatment during childhood. The reporter interjected. "Shut up," John Starks interrupted, his face flushed with rage. "He is a pervert. Having suffered abuse from his father in his youth, he has become twisted. Patrick, after enduring such humiliation, why did you not choose to retaliate against the Chinese player? As an African American, can you tolerate such indignity from someone of Asian descent?" a reporter asked. Ewing, who harbored a deep disdain for the media, responded curtly and coldly. "My immediate concern was to protect John. I did that, and John was saved from that maniac. Moreover, I would not tolerate any such indignity, particularly from someone of Asian descent." "What would you do if you encountered him again?" the reporter continued. "I would return the favor tenfold. Everything he did to me yesterday, I would repay him in kind," Ewing replied frostily. At that moment, the Suns were once again on the move, heading east to commence another round of away games, with their first stop being the Orlando Magic. Speaking of the Magic, this team has emerged as a major winner in this year's draft, with the #1 pick, Shaquille O'Neal, having showcased a peak performance within less than a month of his debut, positioning him as a contender to become the fourth great center in the league. This behemoth is nothing short of a monster, possessing top-tier static and dynamic talents. His comprehensive skills are unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. His speed and agility rival that of elite guards, while his explosiveness is akin to that of top forwards, all combined with his massive stature, rendering him a monstrous force, comparable only to the likes of Wilt Chamberlain in his prime. This year's draft showcases a triumvirate of centers, each regarded as the most valuable players. The second pick is Alonzo Mourning, followed by the third pick, Christian Laettner, while Shaquille O'Neal outshines the rest. Mourning falls slightly short, and Laettner appears to be a tier below. On the evening of the 28th, it is game day. The starting positions are filled by Kevin Johnson at point guard, Dan Majerle at shooting guard, Richard Dumas at small forward, Charles Barkley at power forward, and Oliver Miller at center. In the visiting team's locker room, head coach Paul Westphal announces tonight's starting lineup. Yes, upon hearing his name, Oliver Miller leaps with excitement. He casts a provocative glance at Wang Taijun, pride radiating from his expression. "Congratulations, Oliver. Give it your all." Mark West, who has recently returned, stands up enthusiastically to encourage Oliver Miller. Wang Taijun does not spare them a glance. He harbors no illusions of starting as center, having signed only a 10-day contract, and considers himself fortunate just to have a chance to play. Westphal and Corliss Williamson exchange a knowing look and nod. They have deliberated on granting Miller additional opportunities, recognizing him as a first-round pick, the team's future starting center. Despite his height being inadequate and his weight excessive, his potential remains promising, warranting the team's patience. At that moment, a screen flickers to life before Wang Taijun. Host, based solely on basketball ability, please allow Shaquille O'Neal to experience a thorough workout. And you shall be rewarded with 100 points. Staring at the task, he is rendered speechless. Chapter 13. Confronting the Sharks. Old K. You will have your chance to start in the future, believe me. You possess the strength and potential, Buckley comforted Wang Taijun, who wore a dazed expression. So don't be disheartened. This is only your second game. Old Wang came back to his senses and grinned. Brother, how can you make a big guy feel completely sore all over? Buckley paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Well, you would need to find him 10 irresistible beauties. He would be utterly overwhelmed. Laughter erupted in the locker room. This game was being broadcast live across the nation by ESPN. In the commentary booth, the announcer Winston Rawlings chuckled. O'Neal has already proven himself to be the fourth great center in just 2 months, and tonight will be yet another showcase where he will utterly dominate the Suns' interior. Another commentator, Carter Alderman, remarked with a grin, Mark West has announced his return, but even combined with the rookie center Oliver Miller, he doesn't measure up to O'Neal's single arm. The Suns' center position is truly dismal. Winston Rawlings added, indeed, the Suns' abysmal center situation has left many in despair, especially Sir Buckley. At this point, both men burst into laughter. By the way, the Suns' monstrous laborer also made a remarkable dunk over Ewing. What do you think of his capabilities? Carter Alderman suddenly inquired. Him? Winston Rawlings scoffed. That was merely a backdoor sneak attack during a second offensive attempt. It hardly counts. Ewing was facing a 2-on-1 at that moment, wasn't he? Carter Alderman nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so as well. So, Winston, do you believe he will have a chance to play tonight? Perhaps, considering the Suns' center position is entirely subpar, Winston Rawlings laughed. At 8:30, the game commenced. Bang. The first shot reverberated as Shaquille O'Neal executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Beneath him, the Suns' starting center, rookie Oliver Miller, crumpled to the floor, standing beside Buckley, who both made futile attempts to defend against the impending dunk. With that slam, the Magic's home crowd erupted into fervor, propelling the team's morale to soaring heights. This offensive play set the tone for the next half of the quarter. Under the relentless assault of the rookie O'Neal, the Suns' interior defense was utterly dismantled. Particularly at the center position, there was no resistance. Oliver Miller, who had been so highly anticipated by the Suns' management, was reduced to shambles, left pallid and humiliated by O'Neal, suffering 3 consecutive dunks, 2 of which sent him sprawling beneath the basket. Having just entered the league, O'Neal weighed in at 125 kilograms. And with his static and dynamic talents, he wreaked havoc in the paint, leaving no one able to stop him. As the first quarter reached its halfway mark, O'Neal had executed all dunks under the basket, making 4 attempts with 4 successes and 2 free throws out of 4, accumulating 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block. The Suns found themselves trailing by 6 points, with a score of 8-14. Due to the formidable defensive barrier that O'Neal established in the paint, Oliver Miller, aside from 2 fouls and a single turnover, registered a dismal performance, while Barkley managed a mere 2 points in the first quarter, making only 1 out of 5 attempts. Conversely, Dan Majerle found a way to score 4 points from the perimeter. This was madness. Wang Taijun watched in awe as O'Neal showcased his extraordinary abilities during the half-quarter, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This was truly a monstrous talent. Despite sharing a similar height, wingspan, and weight, O'Neal's speed and agility far exceeded expectations, delivering elite performances on both offense and defense. Particularly remarkable was O'Neal's pivot speed in the low post, even surpassing that of typical guards, leaving him astounded. How could a center of comparable stature exhibit such remarkable quickness and flexibility? To be candid, within merely half a quarter, O'Neal elucidated the essence of supreme talent and excellence. Previously, he had felt a tinge of pride in his own static prowess, yet now, the absence of self-doubt signified a robust mental fortitude. I fear that I may not accomplish this task, he muttered to himself. Old K gazed at the behemoth on the court and Paul Westphal, the head coach of the Suns, took a deep breath before gesturing towards the bench. Here they come, responding to the coach's summons. The previously daunted Old Wang sprang back to life, exclaiming with renewed vigor, "Ah, I thrive on sunshine." Though he quickly corrected himself. Old K, I require a sturdy shield to push him away. Do not allow him to approach the basket. Meanwhile, ensure the protection of the backcourt rebounds. Paul Westphal indicated O'Neal on the court, adopting a defensive posture with both hands outward. Understood. I will hold my ground. That giant cannot surpass me. My strength is assuredly on par with his, Old Wang confidently asserted. As play resumed after a stoppage, Wang Taijun stepped onto the court to face the rookie center, O'Neal. Oh my God, the Suns have brought in the formidable Chinese laborer. He surely does not harbor any interest in the backside of the great shark, exclaimed Winston Rowland from the ESPN commentary booth, astonished. Ha ha, Carter Oldman chuckled. He will be flattened by the shark. O'Neal is far more agile, and before him, our laborer is but a mere stake. Meanwhile, the home commentator for the Magic was exuberantly shouting, "Shark, now is your chance to dominate. Devour this Chinese laborer as if he were a bloodied steak on your table." As the Suns initiated their offense, Wang Taijun attempted to penetrate the paint, only to be met with O'Neal's imposing presence. The two colossal figures, similar in stature, immediately engaged in a fierce low-post contest. O'Neal was determined not to be overpowered by a laborer from China, for such a scenario would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the entire American media, prompting him to defend vigorously. Yet, Old Wang's finishing ability falters when he is outside the paint. Only when he penetrates the key does he stand a chance to score. Thus, he exerts himself more vigorously than O'Neal. His approach lacks any finesse and footwork. It is a raw confrontation, a sheer contest of muscle and strength. It is not that he does not wish to maneuver around his opponent to reach the basket. Rather, he is simply incapable of doing so. From his earlier observations, he has noted that this towering figure possesses far superior mobility, leaving him with no option but to engage in a brute force struggle, bulldozing his way to the rim. Such formidable strength. O'Neal is astounded, questioning how, with his own bulk and might, he finds himself slightly outmatched. This fellow's strength is indeed impressive. Through this encounter, Wang Taijun has validated his earlier thoughts. The sheer power of this giant is comparable to his own, and in a direct clash, he finds himself unable to push him back, suggesting that in terms of strength, O'Neal may indeed possess a slight edge. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope, for he has yet to employ the exertion techniques of Iron Mountain. Chapter 14, Clash of the Giants. Bang. In the next instant, Wang Taijun unleashed his full strength, his left shoulder fiercely pressing against O'Neal. How could this be? The sudden surge of power sent O'Neal staggering back a step, leaving him in profound shock. Bang, bang. With the opponent's balance disrupted, O'Neal retreated step by step, as Wang, akin to an unstoppable steamroller, relentlessly advanced toward the basket. His close contact tactics resembled a form of intimate pressure, devoid of any overt collision or aggressive maneuvers, which went unnoticed by the referee, who failed to detect any foul play. Was he truly merely a laborer? His strength was astonishing. He was overpowering O'Neal with sheer force. The two commentators from ESPN, who had just mocked Wang Taijun, now exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? The live commentator was equally flabbergasted, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Buzzing. As O'Neal was pushed beneath the basket, the home crowd erupted in a tremendous cheer. An opportunity. Barkley seized the moment. As the colossal inner wall was subdued by his teammate, Wang, allowing him to drive straight toward the basket, crashing into O'Neal and Wang with a thunderous dunk. Oh. Upon witnessing O'Neal being dunked on, the crowd's excitement reached new heights. Oh, poor giant, once again being dunked on, lamented the live commentator. Haha. After dunking on the rookie, Barkley appeared elated, exuberantly celebrating with animated gestures. Damn it. O'Neal was seething with rage. Just 2 months into his NBA career, this was the second time he had been dunked on. His first occurrence was in his 4th game, facing the Nets, where he was dunked on by Derek Coleman. And now it happened again at home. This is unacceptable. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to dunk. I'll bring you down myself, he shouted at Barkley in frustration. Rookie, I dunked on you, and you can deny it all you want, Barkley replied, shaking his head and retreating with a chuckle. Unable to take it out on the superstar Barkley, O'Neal turned his ire toward Wang Taijun, glaring fiercely at him and declaring, "This isn't over, you freakish laborer. I swear to return the favor. You perverse brute. Tonight I will make you feel every ache," Wang retorted. O'Neal opened his mouth in disbelief, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how disgusting. You say you'll make me feel sore. Who is the real pervert here? At that moment, the two arrived at the Magic's front court, initiating a new round of muscular confrontation as O'Neal sought to push his way into the paint. Wang Taijun had devised a plan to render this formidable giant thoroughly exhausted. There was but one method: to manipulate his muscles and joints, confronting him with the utmost ferocity. Bang. However, O'Neal's sheer physical power was already on par with Wang Taijun's, perhaps even slightly surpassing it. Furthermore, his explosive strength was at least 2 tiers superior, causing Wang Taijun to falter and retreat a half step. Yet, almost immediately, old Wang pressed forward again. This time, he employed the Iron Mountain lean, closing the gap and delivering a fierce shoulder check. With an increase in force that finally held O'Neill's back at bay, the Iron Mountain lean primarily consists of a forward thrust applicable in defensive maneuvers during a basketball match, which explained the enhancement in his individual defensive technique since their last encounter. How could this fellow possess such immense strength? O'Neill was utterly astonished that he could not overpower him. On the defensive end, he attributed his inability to withstand Wang Tiejuan's strength to his positioning, accepting that as a reason for his lack of explosive output. Yet, on offense, where he could unleash his explosive power, why was he still unable to dominate? This left him perplexed. At that moment, the Magic's primary point guard, Scott Skiles, passed the ball down. Prepare to witness. O'Neill caught the ball with his right hand, raised it high, and suddenly executed a swift pivot, slicing through the paint. After a single step, he soared, clutching the ball with both hands, and with a resounding boom, he forcefully slammed it into the basket. Crash! The rim jolted downward, the transparent backboard shimmered, and then shattered into innumerable fragments, scattering everywhere. Oh! The crowd gasped in astonishment, which quickly transformed into a thunderous cheer, countless Magic fans jubilantly raising their arms in excitement. Roar! O'Neill shattered the Suns' backboard, resembling a colossal beast as he stood beneath the hoop, pounding his chest and roaring skyward. God! Following Daryl Dawkins, the league has once again birthed a monster capable of shattering backboards, Shaquille O'Neal, a true behemoth in the low post. The commentator, brimming with exhilaration, exclaimed continuously, "Our #1 draft pick is showcasing his dominance in the low post." Meanwhile, the Suns' Chinese laborer appeared like a mere wooden post, moving with the slowness of an octogenarian. He was utterly overwhelmed by O'Neal on both ends of the court, much to the amusement of onlookers, witnessing O'Neal demolish the backboard. Old Wang's face was a portrait of shock. In terms of explosiveness, he felt the vast chasm between their abilities. It was not merely about absolute strength but rather explosiveness. This was the essence of their qualitative disparity, with absolute strength being but a single factor. Without terrifying instantaneous explosiveness, it is exceedingly difficult to shatter a backboard relying solely on brute strength, a truth he understood. Laborer, before me, you are nothing but a mere laborer, utterly useless. Do you comprehend? Mr. Blue Collar. O'Neal roared at him in that moment. Get lost. Wang Taijun glared at the imposing O'Neal before him, uttered a curse, and then suddenly thrust his head forward in a fierce collision. Bang! Their foreheads collided instantly. Oh, damn. Oh, that hurt. Oh, cursed laborer, what do you intend to do? O'Neal let out a cry, clutching his head as he crouched down, tears and mucus streaming from his eyes. Comrade Wang, too, felt a sharp pain in his forehead, tears welling up as a wave of mixed emotions surged through him. Hush! A cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd, countless fans directing their ire towards Wang Taijun, raising their middle fingers in disdain, while a torrent of insults rained down incessantly. Noticing the commotion, Barkley swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Taijun, pointing at several Magic players while shouting, "Don't move, or you'll regret it." Beep. The referee blew his whistle, stepping between the two parties. Under the referee's authority and the looming threat of consequences, the Magic players refrained from engaging, averting a brawl. Hey, rookie, feeling the sting? Wang crouched before O'Neal, his curiosity piqued. You freak, this isn't over between us. O'Neal shouted, lunging forward and tackling Wang to the ground, where they immediately began to grapple. Separate them. The referee shouted urgently. Half a minute later, their teammates managed to pull them apart. Both looked equally disheveled, sporting bumps on their heads, torn jerseys, and scratches marring their faces, presenting a rather pitiful sight. This Chinese guy just stirs up trouble. With him on the team, we'll only become the league's pariahs. Mark West remarked loudly from the bench. Corlanglo, standing in front, turned to glance at West, questioning whether this veteran had lost his grasp on reality. Chapter 15. Dunking on the Shark. The match was paused for 20 minutes, only resuming after the backboard was replaced. Brute force, can you secure the ball? Even without it. I will crush you, you wretched pervert. The Suns initiated their offense, with Old Wang and O'Neal clashing like two titans in a fierce battle for position. Utilizing his superior strength, he maneuvered past O'Neal, encroaching upon the paint, merely 2 meters from the hoop. At that moment, Barkley unexpectedly delivered the ball to him. Wang Taijun seized it with his right hand, fingers curling around the sphere as he executed a powerful dunk. Had it been O'Neal, he would have had numerous methods to score at this juncture, be it a swift turnaround dunk, a hook shot, or a bank shot. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage. unable to finalize the play, forcing him to push further beneath the basket for another attempt. The Magic players did not converge upon this rookie. This era celebrated individual confrontations, particularly in the low post where double-teaming was less effective, leading to a fierce duel between him and O'Neal. Bang! Thud! As he dribbled, he pressed with all his might, striking O'Neal's chest with a ferocity that resonated through the arena, a dull thud that made one's teeth ache. Oof! Even with O'Neal's formidable physique, he felt as though his sturdy chest was collapsing, the air in his lungs being expelled with a wheeze, his ribs protesting with pain. He braced himself, retreating a half step, only to immediately re-engage. Bang! The second impact followed suit. Oof! O'Neal's throat emitted a labored gasp. The sensation of his lungs being crushed was overwhelming, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. His footing faltered again as he retreated half a step, the speed of his recovery diminishing. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Nearly 20,000 spectators were transfixed, watching the two low-post behemoths engage in the most ferocious and intense collision, even holding their breaths involuntarily. Bang! The third clash arrived as anticipated. Oof! When the mightiest force struck, O'Neal felt as if his scalp might explode, the energy surging from his chest to the top of his head, threatening to burst forth. Simultaneously, a piercing cry escaped his throat as the air in his lungs was expelled at a whirlwind speed by the immense pressure. The ache in his chest, coupled with the accumulating force, rendered his defense as vulnerable as a breached dam, collapsing spectacularly. Oh! When the home crowd witnessed O'Neal staggering back after the third confrontation, completely losing his defensive stance, a tremendous gasp echoed throughout the arena. Well done! On the sidelines, Colangelo was so exhilarated that his blood raced, raising his fist and shouting, "Dunk on him!" On the court, Barkley barked, "I may lack the power to shatter your backboard, but I will dunk over you first," collecting some interest in the process. Amidst the fervent cries of the airborne swine, Wang Taijun pivoted and leaped, right hand elevated, as he descended upon O'Neal, who was pushed beneath the basket. Damn it! O'Neal's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he found himself unable to respond, his balance lost, and he could not react in time. Bang! The thunderous sound of the rim reverberated as O'Neal staggered backward once more, nearly toppled had it not been for the support of his teammates behind him. In the arena, the Magic's home crowd fell into a profound silence, mirroring the stillness in the commentary booth, including that of ESPN. Oh! The players of the Suns erupted in cheers, rushing towards the veteran Wang. Hooray! The Suns bench ignited with excitement, players and coaching staff leaping from their seats, fists raised in exhilaration, shouting encouragement towards the court. Damn! I underestimated him. I underestimated his ability to dominate in the post. Colangelo exclaimed, his fists clenched in fervor. Having witnessed Wang Taijun topple Mark West twice in New York, he acknowledged the young man's potential. It had not afforded it much gravity, given West's limited prowess. However, this offensive play, facing O'Neal, an apex predator in the low post, held an entirely different significance. Head coach Paul Westfall's eyes sparkled with hope as he murmured, if only his other skills were more polished, if only his finishing technique were sharper, if only he were a touch quicker. Alas, his reliance on the low post was a squandered opportunity for such raw talent. Huffing and puffing, O'Neal struggled to catch his breath. The exertion from the encounters had drained him significantly, rendering his chest numb and his lungs ablaze with discomfort. He cast a glance at Wang Taijun, perceiving him as a beast of burden, a creature of immense power, greater even than a Mexican donkey. Wang Taijun fixed his fierce gaze upon O'Neal, his eyes reflecting the ferocity of a wild animal as he growled, "You sadist, I warned you that tonight you would feel the burn. Bring it on." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" O'Neal retorted defiantly. "Paul, is he still capable?" Colangelo shouted excitedly to Coach Westfall, marveling at the monumental dunk that had just transpired. The underdog outmuscling the first overall pick of the draft. Westfall shook his head in awe. Yes, I see it. I see his talent. His post moves may lack finesse, devoid of feints or spins, merely relying on sheer strength, yet his power in the paint could obliterate any defensive effort. In a frenzy of enthusiasm, Wang Taijun passed by the bench, calling out to Colangelo, "Sir, do I merit a guaranteed contract?" A moment of surprise washed over Colangelo. By the time he registered Wang's words, the young man had already dashed ahead. He hurriedly pursued, shouting after him, "Old K," after the game. "We'll sign a contract, new terms, guaranteed, fully guaranteed." A flicker of concern crossed his mind, for it was evident that such a play would undoubtedly draw the attention of other teams. Really? Old Wong was nearly bursting with excitement, envisioning a cascade of golden opportunities ahead, each a promise of wealth. It is truly unfortunate. Our star player has once again been dunked on, and astonishingly. This marks the second time within a single game, and the first quarter has yet to conclude. At this moment, the commentator lamented. The previous dunk by Barkley was not entirely fair, as he did not achieve it single-handedly. That monstrous brute was merely an accomplice. However, this latest dunk is utterly devastating. The ferocity with which that brute attacked from the low post is simply appalling. At this point, he could not continue. The impact of that play had severely undermined the morale of the Magic. Meanwhile, at the ESPN commentary booth, Winston Rowland chuckled grimly. Strength? Why is his strength so immense? With the same physique, he was able to overpower O'Neal. How is that even possible? From his words, it was evident that he had yet to come to terms with the scene that had just unfolded. Perhaps he is Chinese and possesses martial arts skills? Speculated Vino Demon. Winston Rowland's eyes lit up. This was indeed a plausible explanation. Immediately invigorated, he exclaimed. Yes. He must have employed martial arts. That cunning Chinese individual, how outrageous. It is unacceptable for him to resort to such tactics. Chapter 16. The Bulls attempt to poach. At this moment, the Magic initiated the game, prompting head coach Matt Gukas to call for a timeout. Shaq, take a breather, he instructed. Once the players returned to the bench, he addressed O'Neal. Exhausted, O'Neal slumped onto the bench, his hand resting on his heaving chest, feeling as though a tractor had just rolled over him. The exhilaration from shattering the backboard had entirely dissipated, leaving only anger and a sense of bewilderment. He had not anticipated being dunked on by that Chinese brute today. It was an undeniable humiliation. While he dismissed the earlier dunk by Barkley, he could not find any justification to deny this one. In fact, this humiliation felt even more profound than the first time he was dunked by Derek Coleman, as it occurred amidst a struggle, whereas Coleman had done so without any contest. Damn it! He clenched his large hands tightly, tearing the white towel in two with a sharp rip. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun strode back to the bench with the pride of a general, his chest puffed out in triumph. Boss, are you serious? A fully guaranteed contract? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, a fully guaranteed contract. You must remain with the Suns, stay here in Phoenix, replied Karanglo, chuckling as he patted Wang's arm. Rest assured, Lau Ke. I will provide you with a contract that will satisfy you. Will it exceed the minimum salary? The overly enthusiastic Wang asked naively. The noise in the arena was so overwhelming that Karanglo misheard him, thinking Wang wanted the minimum salary, and quickly shook his head. Of course not. Disappointed. Wang nodded but soon regained his excitement, realizing that a minimum salary was still quite decent, 140,000 a year, which amounted to over 1 million renminbi. What a fortune, he thought. If only he could evade taxes. There were benefits to working under the table, after all. The thought of the substantial taxes he would owe made his liver ache, and his heart felt heavy with dread. Scratching his head, Karanglo began to ponder what kind of contract he should offer Wang Taijun. The rookie contract for O'Neal with the Magic was 17 million over 4 years, while Morning's was 14 million, and Lettner's was 12 million for the same duration. Given Wang's displayed skill and potential, it was clear he would not secure a contract of that caliber. However, Karanglo recognized he could not offer a subpar contract either, if it were too meager. Wang Taijun would be lost once he proved himself, as no competent player would wish to play for a miserly owner. He needed to devise a contract commensurate with Wang's identity, necessitating a reassessment of Wang Taijun's potential. At this juncture, head coach Paul Westphal approached quietly and murmured, "Boss, you cannot possibly be considering offering him only the minimum salary, can you? What if other teams extend lucrative offers?" This was indeed a possibility, especially since teams like the Bulls, similarly lacking a solid center, could snatch him away in the blink of an eye. Kalangluo was taken aback and exclaimed, "Paul, do you truly think I am so miserly? I admit I underestimated him before, but that is no longer the case." "That's splendid. We need him," Paul Westphal replied with palpable excitement. "If we can strengthen the center position, our lineup will be formidable, even capable of contending for the championship." Indeed. Kalanglo nodded vigorously, stating, "Rest assured, I will not allow him to be poached. He is someone I discovered from the streets, and he has complete trust in me." This match was being broadcast live across the nation by ABC, and the ratings were quite impressive, especially after O'Neal shattered the backboard, causing a significant surge in viewership. Numerous professionals were tuning in, including Jerry Krause, the general manager of the Bulls. Under Jordan's leadership, The Bulls had already secured 2 consecutive championships and were at a critical juncture in pursuit of a third. However, the Bulls roster had its flaws. Their starting center, Bill Cartwright, had reached the age of 35 and was nearing the twilight of his career, his performance this season declining to a mere 6 points and 7 rebounds. Coupled with a lack of defensive prowess, the center position had become a glaring weakness for the Bulls. He watched the astonishing performances of the rookie O'Neal on both ends of the court, salivating, particularly at the moment O'Neal shattered the backboard, wishing he could leap through the screen and drag O'Neal out. Yet, he understood that the Bulls could never acquire O'Neal. The Magic were not foolish enough to trade away a future superstar center, and he lacked the necessary assets to execute such a deal, unless it involved trading Jordan, leaving him to merely covet from afar. At that moment, he witnessed the rookie from China, dubbed a freakish laborer by the media, triumphing over O'Neal in the low post and then executing a face-to-face dunk over him. Although Wang Taijun had previously dunked over the superstar center Ewing, that dunk seemed somewhat fortunate to him, a result of a second-chance opportunity when Ewing was unprepared, thus failing to capture his full attention. However, this dunk over O'Neal was a genuine display of power, a straightforward advance to the basket without any embellishment. How could this be possible? Jerry, what on earth is happening? He sprang from the couch, startling his wife beside him. Apologies, my dear. I am perfectly fine. He hastily moved aside, seizing the phone to call his assistant, Ross Roberts. Hello, Ross. Check the Suns' next away game. Book me a ticket. I need to be there tomorrow. As soon as the call connected, he spoke rapidly. The next away game? Mr. Krause, I understand your intent. I am also watching this game. You are interested in that Chinese player? Ross responded promptly. Exactly. Kalangluo has only offered him a short contract, which indicates that the Suns do not value him and merely intend to fill a gap. We have an opportunity to bring him over, Krause declared with enthusiasm. Ross fell silent for a moment before reminding, Sir, during the recent offensive, he has already demonstrated his potential in low-post attacks. Do you truly believe the Suns would not alter their stance? They might secure him for merely a minimum salary. Even if you were to board a plane now, you would not make it in time. A sudden realization struck Klaus. At that moment, Ross added, But we still have a chance. Speak quickly, Klaus urged, his spirits lifted. Sir, to my knowledge, we have scouts in Orlando. We can have them reach out to that Chinese prodigy, that Chinese player. However, sir, you must present our terms, Ross stated. Excellent, Jerry Klaus exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Inform our scout that we can offer a contract for this year's lottery pick, starting with a salary of $800,000 for the first year. My bottom line is $1 million, with a maximum not exceeding $2 million, and it must not be less than a 4-year contract. Furthermore, the annual salary increase cannot be less than 20. Understood, I will contact them immediately. Additionally, I will promptly book the fastest flight to Philadelphia. As their next away game is there, Ross replied with a smile. At the game, the timeout concluded, yet O'Neal did not return to the court, and the Suns kept Wang Taijun on the bench. Both remained seated until the first quarter ended. At that moment, a middle-aged African-American man in the eastern stands suddenly heard his pager go off, accompanied by vibrations. Urgent response needed, Assistant General Manager Ross. After glancing at the message, he hastily rose from his seat, found a public telephone in the arena, and called Ross. Chapter 17. Damn it, my chest is about to shatter, Hans. Are you still in Orlando? Yes, I am. All right, head to the Magic's home ground immediately and find that perverse laborer. Do not delay, set off at once. Ross, I'm already on site. Wonderful. Listen, Hans, Mr. Klaus wants that rookie. He is offering a starting salary of $800,000. Is it really that high? After a brief conversation, Hans hastily ended the call, returning to the arena not to his seat, but to the players' tunnel, where he awaited an opportunity to connect with Wang Taijun. At this moment, the second quarter commenced. The match continued. And as the second quarter progressed into the 7th minute with the score at 39-33, the Suns led by 6 points. Both teams began to rotate their lineups, with some key players entering the game. The Magic reinstated the rookie O'Neal, while the Suns brought on Wang Taijun, leading to a renewed clash of strength in the low post. In the Magic's offensive play, O'Neal positioned himself in the left low post, backing down Wang Taijun. As he dribbled, he made a couple of moderate shoves, but Wang held his ground. Suddenly, O'Neal spun rapidly, executing a powerful shark turnaround, easily bypassing Wang Taijun and penetrating into the paint. Boom. Barkley, arriving from the weak side, attempted to provide help defense, but was decisively dunked on by O'Neal. who completely overwhelmed him in height. O'Neal had similarly overpowered Wang Taijun in the first quarter, and Ewing had also done the same during his time on the court. This reflected Wang's most significant defensive vulnerability, his insufficient mobility and agility. When faced with quick and nimble opponents, he found himself thoroughly exploited. Left with no chance to even pursue a defensive play, Corliss Williamson was acutely aware of Wang Taijun's weaknesses, yet he also understood the caliber of Wang's current adversaries. Ewing was a superstar center, and O'Neal, a #1 draft pick at the peak of his prowess, possessed agility comparable to that of a guard. It was entirely natural for Wang Taijun to struggle against such formidable opponents. Thus, even as he witnessed O'Neal dominate Wang on the offensive end, he remained resolute in offering a generous contract. Now it was the Suns' turn to attack. Wang Taijun assertively demanded position in the low post, significantly restraining O'Neal's defensive influence and creating an opportunity for Barkley on the weak side. Seizing the moment, Barkley surged into the paint, and as O'Neal rushed back to defend, Wang executed a quick stop-and-pop jump shot, successfully scoring a basket. Back on the offensive end, O'Neal once again utilized his sharp turnaround move against Wang Taijun, but was met with Barkley's defensive assistance. His hook shot failed to find the mark, and Wang Taijun secured the rebound. As the transition unfolded, the Suns orchestrated a swift defensive play. Versatile swingman Dan Majerle darted down the court, and the observant Wang Taijun spotted an opportunity, launching a long pass that assisted Majerle in executing a thunderous dunk. As the game progressed, Suns head coach Paul Westphal recognized a chance to contain O'Neal. Under Wang Taijun's defense, O'Neal found it challenging to approach the basket through backing down, resorting instead to rapid spins to evade the defense and penetrate to the rim, or attempting close-range shots, which proved to be inefficient. Thus, Westphal intensified the collaborative defense against O'Neal. Barkley intensified his support defense against O'Neal, particularly focusing on thwarting his pivot moves towards the baseline. The perimeter defense was equally robust, aimed at restricting O'Neal's close-range shots, coupled with Wang Taijun's fierce on-ball defense. The trio effectively diminished O'Neal's offensive efficiency, leading to a turnover and a missed shot from him in a short span. After several exchanges, Wang Taijun once again received a pass from Barkley in the low post, engaging O'Neal in a vigorous physical confrontation. In this era, isolation plays were highly valued, and as a rookie, Wang Taijun faced no double teams, with all eyes on the two Titans battling one-on-one in the post. Bang! Bang! With two ferocious shoulder charges, he managed to disrupt O'Neal's balance, causing him to lean forward, unable to withstand the elbow from behind, drawing closer to the basket amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Just as he turned and stepped into the paint for a thunderous dunk, O'Neal, having lost his defensive position, was compelled to resort to a foul tactic, swiping him down with a sweeping motion. The referee's whistle pierced the air. "Well done, old K," Barkley exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing O'Neal's foul. "This kid lacks strength." "It's too easy," Wang Taijun boasted, though in reality, he had exerted every ounce of his energy. During that single post-up, he had absorbed 2 elbows from O'Neal, leaving his back aching, cursing the relentless brute. "Damn this brute laborer, what good is his strength if he can't score over me? You offensive fool. Just wait until I've bulked up to take you down," O'Neal retorted defiantly. Wang Taijun stepped forward, leaning his chest against O'Neal, and challenged, "Who couldn't score over whom? Who just dunked on you?" O'Neal found himself momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted from Barkley and the others. Subsequently, Wang Taijun converted one of his 2 free throws. At the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 52-45, with the Suns leading by 7 points. Across a total of 6 minutes in the first and second quarters, Wang Taijun recorded 3 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 fouls, and 1 turnover, shooting 1 for 1 from the field and 1 for 2 from the free throw line. Meanwhile, O'Neal played 13 minutes, making 7 of 10 field goals and 2 of 4 free throws, accumulating 16 points, 5 rebounds, 1 block, 2 fouls, and 2 turnovers. As the players exited the court and entered the tunnel, a voice called out, "Hey, hello, I'm your fan." Hans, who had waited a long time, approached Wang Taijun, feigning enthusiasm. "Huh, I actually have a fan." Wang Taijun felt a surge of pride, thinking that if he continued like this for a few years, he might amass millions of fans. "Could I get your autograph?" Hans presented a prepared paper and pen. "Of course." Wang Taijun replied with a grin as he began to sign. The other members of the Suns walked past, leaving him behind. "Wang, I'm Hans, a scout from the Bulls." "Nice to meet you," Hans suddenly whispered. "Huh." Wang Taijun's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at Hans. "Are you working undercover?" Our esteemed general manager, Mr. Hans, articulated matters with remarkable clarity, succinctly conveying the essentials before advising. I implore you to contemplate this carefully. Tomorrow, Mr. Klaus will await you in Philadelphia with the contract. An initial salary of 800,000. As Hans departed, old Wang found himself momentarily stunned, with that figure swirling incessantly in his mind. Yet, Mr. Colangelo had treated him well, having been the one to extricate him from Chinatown. As martial artists, we must uphold our principles and not forsake our integrity for profit, despite his overwhelming desire to earn. He hesitated. Damn, my chest feels as though it might shatter. I need a rest during the second half. I can no longer continue. That brute was no mere man. He was a foolish ass, mindlessly charging forward like a madman. Upon returning to the locker room, O'Neill collapsed onto the massage table. Agony etched on his face as he rubbed his chest incessantly. He propped himself up again, rolled up his jersey to inspect the damage, and found his chest marred with numerous contusions from repeated violent impacts. He exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake! Doctor, hurry and examine me. I fear my lung capacity is waning. I might be experiencing internal bleeding." The other members of the Magic team exchanged glances as they gazed at O'Neill's injured torso. It was only the first half. What would they do in the second? Chapter 18. I am the great sewer in both instances when he received the ball. He drove towards the basket, suggesting that he only dared to take shots in close proximity to the rim. This indicates that his offensive skills are rather simplistic, and his finishing ability is severely lacking. Apart from his evident prowess in low-post play, his overall offensive strength is insufficient. Once the opponent employs double teaming, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to approach the basket. His dynamic athleticism is mediocre, with average mobility and turning speed, which limits him defensively to contend only with centers of similar caliber. He struggles against more agile centers like Ewing. The moment he overwhelmed O'Neill was a tremendous surprise for Jerry Krause, prompting him to offer a substantial contract immediately. However, during that half a quarter, Krause felt that the thrill Wang Taijun initially provided had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he still intended to recruit Wang Taijun, with the contract remaining unchanged, offering a starting salary of $1.2 million. The rationale is straightforward. Quality centers are exceedingly scarce, and the Bulls had failed to secure one over the years. A $1.2 million annual salary is reasonable for a center, especially when a declining third-tier center commands a salary of at least $1 million. Moreover, during that half-quarter, he observed Wang Taijun's ability to exert pressure on the low post offensively. Although Wang's close-range scoring ability was not on display, his strength and height ensured that, even without a strong close-range scoring capability, he could establish position in the paint. O'Neill could not physically displace him, presenting a significant threat. Hence, O'Neill was compelled to confront him outside, unable to relent. This dynamic rendered O'Neill anchored to one side, allowing the Suns' offense to initiate from the opposite end, which exemplifies Wang Taijun's controlling influence. Furthermore, while he lacked Wang Taijun's physical testing data, it was evident to the naked eye that he possessed commendable static athleticism. Solid static attributes, combined with average dynamic ability, top-tier low-post techniques and strength, along with the capacity to compel O'Neill to confront him directly, warranted a respectable contract. Additionally, the Bulls had long suffered from the absence of a strong enforcer, often falling victim to the bad boy Pistons. Wang Taijun, however, could intimidate the likes of Oakley and his New York gangsters into mere bravado, making him deserving of a contract based on that alone. As the game progressed into the second half, Wang Taijun remained on the court, yet he continued to struggle defensively against O'Neill, who rendered him ineffective. Offensively, he still served as a point of distraction, with limited opportunities to shoot. He attempted a shot near the basket but was met with help defense, resulting in his hook shot being blocked by O'Neill. His overall performance resembled that of a typical blue-collar player serving as a meat shield. Nonetheless, regardless of his ability to receive the ball, he persistently engaged in low-post confrontations with O'Neill, fiercely challenging him time and again, which proved to be a considerable burden for O'Neill. On the defensive end, he did not relent against O'Neill, utilizing his physicality to significantly exhaust O'Neill's stamina. As the game reached the halfway point of the third quarter, O'Neill felt as though his chest might collapse. Every muscle and rib ached intensely. He began to resist the physical confrontations, consciously reducing his engagement in low-post battles. Simultaneously, his stamina was being squandered in futile skirmishes with Wang Taijun, resulting in a noticeable decline in his mobility. His shooting became concentrated in close proximity, rarely venturing into the paint, and his efficiency plummeted significantly. Perverted fiend. Why are you avoiding me? Come here. Allow me to grant you a moment of unrestrained pleasure. Get lost, you degenerate. Despite his efforts to minimize confrontations, Wang Taijun actively sought them out, causing O'Neal considerable frustration. By the end of the third quarter, the Suns had established a 15-point lead. In the final quarter, O'Neal's energy continued to wane, and he ceased engaging in low-post confrontations altogether, allowing Wang Taijun to frequently penetrate the paint. Unfortunately, due to his low standing within the team, even when he positioned himself effectively under the basket, O'Neal's agile defensive maneuvers resulted in his teammates neglecting to pass him the ball. Seizing the opportunity amidst O'Neal's declining performance, the Suns further extended their advantage, culminating in a decisive 112-92 victory. Wang Taijun played for 30 minutes, recording a lackluster performance of 3 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 fouls, and 1 turnover with 2 attempts made and 1 successful shot. Although the statistics appeared unimpressive, they concealed the value of Wang Taijun. In the second half, O'Neal's performance had diminished compared to the first half, marked by a troubling number of turnovers. Over 33 minutes, he shot 10 out of 21 for a field goal percentage of 47.6, making 4 out of 8 free throws, and ending with 24 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 blocks, 2 fouls, and 5 turnovers. While these numbers still rendered O'Neal a formidable presence, professionals could discern Wang Taijun's impact. O'Neal's second-half shooting was a dismal 3 out of 11, far below his monthly average of 54, with 5 turnovers. This indicated that when O'Neal was at peak fitness, he could dominate Wang Taijun on both ends of the court. However, Wang Taijun's relentless physicality effectively drained O'Neal's stamina, ultimately diminishing his efficiency and even reducing his playing time. After the game, as Wang Taijun returned to the locker room, he coincided with O'Neal entering the players' tunnel, while O'Neal had maintained a semblance of composure on the court. Upon entering the tunnel, he appeared utterly defeated, his face contorted in anguish as he rubbed his chest. Casting furtive glances at Wang Taijun, the very source of his torment, muttering under his breath, "Damn you, you sadistic laborer. Remember this, next time in Phoenix, I shall shatter your backboard. I swear." Upon hearing O'Neal's words, Wang Taijun disengaged from the system, having completed his task and earned a reward of 100 points. "Hey, you perverted fiend. Did you enjoy yourself today?" He chuckled. His teammates, including Kevin Johnson, erupted in laughter. O'Neal's eyes widened in rage, glaring at Wang Taijun as he retorted, "You, the backside-slapping degenerate, are the true pervert. Your approach is devoid of any technical finesse. There is no pivoting, no feints, merely a relentless charge. Do you fancy yourself a brute? Furthermore, your hook shot resembles a grotesque spectacle, your shooting form akin to a zombie-esque clumsy dance. Your turns are as sluggish as my octogenarian grandmother, and your defense resembles a sieve. Your free throw technique is even worse than mine. Beyond your obstinate collisions, you possess no other skills. A lifetime dedicated to this will render you merely a laborer, nothing but a drudge. It turns out you are simply a blabbermouth. If I cannot confront you, I can certainly evade you. Who among the sane would wish to endure the company of a chatterbox, lest they be driven to distraction?" Wang Taijun made a light-hearted jibe and promptly veered onto a side path. "Next time, I shall ensure you witness the might of a powerful engine. I will demonstrate the formidable prowess of the great shark. I am the great sewer, poised to wash you away into the depths." Upon observing Wang Taijun's retreat, O'Neal felt victorious, reveling in his triumph from behind. Chapter 19. Signing the $8 million contract. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Taijun felt a tumult of emotions. During his time at the Sangzhou Sports School, he had been the team's leading scorer, frequently achieving points in the range of 30 to 40. Yet tonight, after a lengthy game, he had managed a mere 3 points, an abysmal performance that left him questioning whether he could even return to the sports school with any semblance of pride. Would he still secure the contract? "Old K, you performed admirably tonight," remarked head coach Paul Westphal, who approached him from behind with a warm smile. "Admirably?" Wang, lacking in worldly experience, felt his intelligence insulted. Shaquille O'Neal had amassed an impressive 20 points, and they were both rookies. Was his own performance truly commendable? "You did indeed well, Old K," chimed in Colangelo, who had also caught up, wearing a similar smile. Is it really so? His trust in Colangelo was substantial, and he began to reconsider his doubts. "Kevin, how did I truly perform?" He turned to Kevin Johnson, who was far more seasoned in the game and recognized Wang's contributions. Johnson nodded with a grin. "Old K, you truly did well tonight." "Hey, rookie, you played quite well," added Barkley. who had just concluded a post-game interview and approached with a broad smile. With 3 affirmations, Wang's skepticism began to dissipate, and he felt a surge of excitement. Responding with a beaming smile, "Yes, I believe so too." Once back in the locker room, Wang Taijun settled down and leaned against his locker. As he relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He felt utterly drained. Every muscle ached, and he had no desire to move even a finger. Had O'Neill not refrained from engaging him in direct confrontation, he doubted his stamina could withstand the intense demands of 30 minutes of such vigorous play. He would struggle to endure even 2 quarters. He lifted his jersey to inspect his chest, revealing extensive bruising and numerous red marks, which were mirrored on his back. The bruises were the result of his battles against O'Neill. Although he had managed to inflict considerable damage, he too had suffered on the defensive end. O'Neill's explosive power was formidable, allowing him to exert greater force during offensive plays. Were it not for Wang's reliance on the Iron Mountain lean, he would have been unable to withstand O'Neill's might. However, having practiced the Iron Mountain lean from a young age and supplemented by medicinal oils, his injuries were not as severe as O'Neill's. The red marks were due to O'Neill's crafty elbows. The hefty player had a penchant for underhanded tactics. Wang had attempted to return the favor with a few elbows of his own, but his technique was lacking, drawing the referee's attention. After receiving 2 fouls, he refrained from further actions, fearing expulsion and suffering considerable losses at the hands of O'Neill. Before showering, Wang participated in a post-game summary in the locker room. Coach Paul Westphal praised Wang Taijun for his diligent efforts during the game, much to the displeasure of Mark West, who had only returned to the court after a 6-minute absence, with statistics barely registering. Thus, he felt he had little authority to voice his opinions. As for Oliver Miller, he had been utterly dismantled by O'Neill and had lost all confidence. Witnessing Wang receiving accolades from the coach, both West and Miller wore sour expressions. After their showers, Barkley, Kevin Johnson, and Dan Madgerly, who scored 28 points that night, attended the post-game press conference, while the remaining players faced interviews in the locker room. Wang, a standout in the game, garnered considerable attention from the media, with several reporters clustering around him. "Wang, could you elaborate on that dunk over O'Neill? How did you manage it?" one reporter inquired. Wang Taijun replied with a smile, "It was quite simple for me. Tonight, I approached the basket at least 15 times against O'Neill's formidable defense. He couldn't stop me. But you were utterly dominated by him," the reporter retorted. "Yet we emerged victorious." Which indicates that he did not assist his team. No matter how impressive his stats are, they hold no value. Wang's rebuttal silenced the journalist. "A rookie. That is merely empty scoring," chuckled Danny Ainge from across the room. "Indeed, empty scoring," Wang Taijun agreed, still smiling. As midnight approached, the team returned to the hotel. Karanglo summoned Wang Taijun to his room, presenting a prepared contract before him with a smile. "Old K, take a look at this. If you find anything unsatisfactory, we can discuss it further." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, the player contract exists in 4 copies, one for you, one for the team, one for the league, and one for the players' union. It is supervised by the league and the union, ensuring there are no hidden clauses or violations of league rules. Otherwise, it is deemed null and void." "Understood, sir," Wang Taijun responded, pleased, as he began to peruse the contract, starting with the financial terms. He had not disclosed to anyone about the Bulls' interest. He had resolved that even if the Suns offered only the minimum salary, he would remain with the Suns. Not for any other reason, but out of gratitude for their recognition. In truth, he felt that his current abilities were still lacking and could not comprehend why the Bulls would offer him such a generous contract. Nonetheless, the minimum salary would suffice to alleviate his family's financial burdens. Once his skills improved, he could negotiate for a commensurate contract upon signing the second agreement. However, upon reaching that particular section, he was astounded. The contract's duration was 3 years, with the final year being a team option, something he did not entirely grasp, but the figures that followed nearly dislocated his jaw. The starting salary for the first year was an astonishing $1.4 million, with an annual increase of 30, culminating in the subsequent years at $1.82 million, $2.36 million, and $3.06 million, bringing the total contract value to a staggering $8.64 million. Is this amount correct, sir? Weren't we discussing a minimum salary?" he stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Who mentioned a minimum salary?" Karanglo responded, astonished. Wang Taijun stammered, "Sir. The Bulls only offered me a starting salary of $800,000, at most $1.2 million. Why such a high offer from you?" "What? The Bulls contacted you?" Karanglo exclaimed. Rising to his feet in surprise, Wang awkwardly replied, "Yes." During halftime, one of their scouts approached me, stating that the Bulls' general manager would be waiting for me in Philadelphia tomorrow. Kalanglu stared blankly at Wang Taijun for a long moment before finally asking, "If you believe the salary I offered is merely a base wage, why are you still willing to sign?" Wang Taijun chuckled softly, replying, "Mr. Kalanglu, it was you who rescued me from Chinatown, granting me a legitimate job in America, freeing me from the fear of the police, and alleviating my financial burdens. Your kindness is a tremendous favor, and I cannot abandon the Suns for mere monetary gain." Kalanglu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, heartily patting Wang Taijun on the shoulder. "Old K, focus on playing well with the Suns. I assure you, your contract will be exceptional, and you will receive the finest training here. This is your home team." Subsequently, he willingly altered the final year of the team option to a player option, and both parties signed the contract. This agreement significantly surpassed that of Oliver Miller, and coupled with Kalanglu's declaration, it indicated that Wang Taijun would be the primary candidate for developing the center position within the Suns. This meant that he would receive preferential treatment regarding playing time, shot opportunities, and ball possession. Especially given the lack of viable options at the center position within the Suns, he was virtually guaranteed a starting role. After bidding farewell to Wang Taijun, Kalanglu sought out head coach Paul Westphal to discuss the issue of the team's primary center. He clearly indicated that this position was designated for the newly signed Wang Taijun, emphasizing that it was not just a future prospect, but a present reality. With Oliver Miller's performance falling short of expectations and Mark West, the current starting center, being merely a reluctant choice, the attitudes of Paul Westphal and Kalanglu aligned seamlessly. Chapter 20. Training card. Wang Taijun returned to his room with the contract, his excitement palpable and uncontainable, a fact he did not even attempt to disguise. He shared the room with the substitute small forward, Richard Dumas. Upon witnessing Wang's exuberance, Richard inquired, "Wang, have you stumbled upon a fortune?" "Wang, you are quite astute." Old Wang waved the contract in his hand with excitement and declared, "I have just secured the contract, an official guarantee." "Congratulations," came the reply. "How substantial is it?" Richard Dumas, without any surprise, found it unexpected that Wang Taijun would fail to secure a contract based on his performance tonight. His curiosity piqued. He wondered just how substantial this contract could be. With a starting salary exceeding $1 million for 4 years, Wang, in a fit of excitement, beamed with joy. Dumas' jaw dropped in astonishment. He was the 19th pick in the second round of last year's draft by the Suns, yet he only received a contract this year, marking this season as his rookie year with a mere $140,000 salary for just 1 year. To his astonishment, this Chinese player, who hadn't even participated in the draft, managed to land such a lucrative contract, filling him with envy and resentment, rendering his eyes glistening red. Seated on his bed, Wang Taijun gleefully scrutinized the contract, his smile surpassing that of starlets on the silver screen. Coupled with his salary this month, he had saved up $6,000. Originally planning to accumulate $10,000 before remitting it back home. He had anticipated it would take over a month, but now that timeline had significantly shortened. Just moments ago, Mr. Kalanglu had informed him that player salaries were dispersed bi-weekly, with each payout exceeding $110,000, meaning he would soon be flush with cash. As Richard prepared to engage Dumas in conversation, he realized the latter was yawning incessantly, prompting him to forego the chat and access the system instead. "Congratulations, host. You have received a fully guaranteed NBA contract. The system has also restored the 150 points deducted from your last task. Please check." Glancing over this new notification, his spirits soared even higher. He now possessed 400 points, enough to exchange for 2 training cards. Born on June 1st, 1973. He was now 19 and a half years old, a critical juncture for enhancing certain physical attributes, and indeed the last opportunity to do so. Beyond this period, his physique would be largely set, making any subsequent changes significantly more challenging. Moreover, having already lost nearly 2 years, he was determined to focus solely on improving his physicality, as it was both fundamental and paramount. System, exchange for 2 training cards focused on physical attributes. Exchange completed. System, I seek to enhance my physical attributes. Do provide some suggestions. Aside from strength, flexibility, and coordination are currently the most crucial areas for improvement. Enhancing these attributes will increase your agility and pave the way for subsequent speed enhancements. It is advised that you pursue this. Very well. Please provide me with training plans for these 2 attributes. Before long, The two plans appeared before his eyes. The first task, flexibility training, requires a commitment of 100 hours to be completed within 2 months, with a minimum of 1 hour dedicated to training each day. Upon completion, one can elevate their level by 2. The second task, coordination training, follows the same guidelines. The third training regimen necessitates a minimum of 3 hours each day. Once points are earned, one cannot engage in quality training any longer. After some calculations, he realized that, alongside the team-ish training schedule, his physical capacity was already at full capacity. Should he accumulate more points in the near future, he intended to save them to exchange for a skill synthesis card or something similar to enhance his abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you good news. The following morning, during breakfast, Karanglo personally informed the entire team about Wang Tejuan's signing, eliciting mixed reactions of joy and anger. Oliver Miller, holding a cup of coffee, trembled at the news, spilling some and turning pale. Has he lost his mind? Mark West's eyes turned red with envy and resentment. He had recently signed a new 2-year contract worth $1 million per year, the highest of his career. Yet this detestable Chinese player managed to secure a contract exceeding $8 million. What gives? Old K, congratulations. Barkley was the most jubilant, immediately offering his well wishes. Wang Tejuan's performance the previous night had greatly pleased him. Although he only scored 3 points, that figure hardly reflected his contributions in the low post. Old K, as long as you hold your ground under the basket, I will pass you the ball. Kevin Johnson also extended his congratulations, which Wang Taijun cherished most. As during their time at the sports school, he was always prioritized for the ball whenever he was stationed beneath the hoop. The third to offer congratulations was Dan Marley. Nicknamed Thunder, a top-tier 3D player and one of the Suns' offensive trident, destined to be among the future stars of the franchise. Players of his caliber possess a fervent desire for championship victory and, like Barkley and Johnson, are eager to see a stronger teammate in the center position. The only ones who truly despised Old Wang were Mark West and a few other interior players who viewed him as competition. The rest were either indifferent or, like Barkley and his cohort, delighted at the prospect of a more formidable ally at center. After all, advancing further in the playoffs would yield greater financial rewards, a tangible benefit. As for whether Old Wang is indeed stronger, last night's match had already affirmed that. His dismal statistics could not obscure his contributions, as evidenced by O'Neal's poor shooting percentage in the second half. In the morning, Wang Taijun engaged in 2 hours of flexibility and coordination training at the hotel gym. The flexibility training proved excruciating, leaving him feeling as though his ligaments and fascia had been torn, rendering him sore to the utmost degree and making walking a challenge. At noon, the Suns held an official press conference to announce the signing to the media. Although Wang Taijun performed admirably in his confrontation with Shaquille O'Neal last night, even executing an impressive dunk over the formidable Big Shark, his overall statistics were disheartening, particularly as a Chinese player. Consequently, the prospect of securing a contract comparable to those typically reserved for top picks in the first round, perhaps even the top 5, left the attending media in a state of disbelief. Mr. Colangelo, do you truly consider this signing to be prudent? Inquired a reporter from the New York Times. Colangelo smiled and retorted, do you think a center capable of making the number 1 pick, Shaquille O'Neal, shy away from confrontation is not worthy of such a contract? By virtue of that ability alone, he is entitled to this agreement. That, the reporter stammered. Colangelo continued, as far as I know, Bulls general manager Jerry Krause has already made his way to Philadelphia, where he will be awaiting Wang to present him with a lucrative contract worth millions. Those interested may wish to interview him regarding his assessment of Wang. Oh, the journalist gasped. Jerry Krause is no insignificant figure. He is the architect behind the current Bulls dynasty, having led them to consecutive championships and now pursuing a third. Could it be that he has set his sights on Wang Taijun? Wang, do you believe you are deserving of this contract valued at over $8 million? A reporter from Orlando queried. Wang Taijun pondered momentarily before responding, I have just begun my journey in the NBA and am still unfamiliar with much. Over $8 million is an unimaginable figure for me, and I am grateful for Mr. Colangelo's trust in me, since he believes I am worth this contract. I shall not underestimate myself. I will strive to meet his expectations and ensure the contract is justified, with an average of just 2 points per game. What grounds do you have for such confidence? The reporter sarcastically pressed. Wang Tejuan's expression hardened as he retorted, simply because I have dunked over O'Neal. And he fears confronting me. Would that suffice? The local reporter, visibly incensed, found himself at a loss for words, as it was undeniable that O'Neal had indeed been avoiding contact in the second half. Wang, Just now the Magic announced that O'Neal has been placed on the injury list and will sit out a game. What do you believe is the reason for this? A reporter from the Phoenix Sports Journal asked. Sitting out a game? Wang Taijun chuckled before adding, I am not surprised. If he were to confront me in every offensive and defensive possession, I would even suggest he might need to rest for several games. The notion that O'Neal would endure such a challenge was ludicrous. If he attempted it, he would likely falter within 2 quarters, unable to withstand the physical toll. Oh, Wang's audacity prompted a chorus of astonished gasps from the assembled media. Wang, are you all right? The reporter inquired with a smile. Of course, I am well. I have been training in this manner since childhood, and over the years, I have broken at least 100 wooden stakes. My resilience stems from that. Wang Taijun replied with a grin. Oh, the journalist reacted once more in disbelief. Following the press conference, the Suns departed for their 3rd away game, heading to Philadelphia. Chapter 21. Philadelphia at noon. Jerry Krause arrived in Philadelphia. As soon as he disembarked from the plane, he learned from the media about Wang Taijun's signing, which left him in a state of profound disappointment. With hope extinguished, he opted to return to Chicago without even exiting the airport. The media began to sensationalize the signing, broadly deeming it a misstep for the Suns, as they believed the Chinese player was not worth a contract exceeding $8 million. With an average annual salary surpassing $2 million, reports surfaced regarding Krause's interest in acquiring information about Wang Taijun, which cast a shadow over the Bulls, leading to speculation that the management was contemplating the dismissal of starting center Bill Cartwright. Several reporters sought out Michael Jordan for commentary. Michael, are you aware of that peculiar Chinese player? One journalist inquired. Jordan paused, recalling the media frenzy surrounding the Madison Square Garden incident. He was indeed aware, but puzzled as to why the reporter was asking about the Chinese player. His knowledge was limited to the fact that he was deemed a peculiar laborer, a sentiment echoed in the media's portrayal. Yes, I cannot be oblivious. Given the incessant media coverage, I know he made a rather bizarre play against John Starks, which was indeed excessive and quite unpleasant, Jordan replied. Michael, did you watch his game last night? The reporter pressed further. No, why would I watch his game? Jordan responded with confusion. He did not believe that a Chinese player possessed any significant talent, and the media had not reported anything to suggest otherwise. Hence, he had no interest in learning more. Michael, do you think the management's intention to bring in this peculiar laborer is a sound decision? Is Cartwright's position in jeopardy? That's absurd, Jordan quickly refuted. Aware of his long-standing conflicts with Krause. No, I believe Bill still has much to contribute. He has been my teammate for many years, and I have no desire for some peculiar laborer to join the Bulls and share in our 3rd championship. Michael, your contract this season is $4 million, and it remains the same for the next season. Do you believe it was a wise choice for the Suns to offer him over $8 million for 4 years? I suspect Barkley will be disappointed again, Jordan remarked with a knowing smile. Why? The reporter inquired. Because the Suns' salary cap has been unnecessarily compromised. They could have pursued another star center, Jordan explained with a grin. Similarly, some reporters approached Scottie Pippen for his insights. Scottie, do you think that peculiar laborer deserves to earn the same salary as you? One journalist asked. Pippen, currently on his 2nd contract worth $20 million over 7 years, starting with $2.77 million and increasing to $3.43 million this year, which was not far off from Jordan's earnings, was content, though he knew that this year marked the peak of his contract, with subsequent years seeing a decline. Despite potential regrets in the future, he was presently quite pleased. However, the joy waned when he realized that even a laborer could command an average salary exceeding $2 million. I find it perplexing how the management of the Suns operates. With ample resources, they could surely uncover superior talents in the free market with their eyes closed. It is hard to fathom that a Chinese player possesses the qualifications to compete in the NBA. Such a decision is astonishing and utterly irrational. He remarked with a tone of derision. So, have you watched his games? No, I have no interest in the struggles of laborers. I would rather attend a strongman competition. On the afternoon of December 29th, the Suns arrived in Philadelphia. Speaking of Philadelphia inevitably brings to mind Barkley. The 76ers are Barkley's original team, where he played for 8 seasons and reached the playoffs 6 times. After failing to make the playoffs last season, he was traded to the Suns. Returning to Philadelphia stirred complex emotions within him. During the offseason, the 76ers first reached out to the Lakers, not the Suns. He had anticipated joining the Lakers and was elated, even hosting a party in celebration. However, before the festivities concluded, his agent informed him of the trade to the Suns. Upon arriving at the hotel and settling in, it was already dinner time. At the dining table, Barkley casually inquired of Wang Taijun, "Old K, I hear you have no agent?" Old Wang shook his head, saying, "I have no intention of letting anyone take a cut of my earnings. Nobody will take $1 from me at gunpoint." Laughter erupted around the table. Barkley nodded, kindly advising, "If you decide to seek an agent, ensure you find a trustworthy one." At this point, Kevin Johnson chuckled, "Indeed, don't follow Charles S. example. He has learned his lesson the hard way." "Brother, have you been deceived?" Old Wang asked, astonished. Barkley replied with a rueful smile, "Since entering the league, my first agent took all my money, leaving me with a mere $15,000 a month for living expenses, while the rest vanished into dubious investments, never to be seen again. After 4 seasons, I found myself bankrupt." Another round of laughter filled the table. "Brother, you worked for 4 years for nothing. Your intelligence is concerning." Old Wang teased. Yet inwardly, he mused that the intelligence of the brother from the other race was indeed questionable. Nonetheless, it was his first encounter with the term investment, which left him puzzled. He resolved to learn more about it to avoid being swindled in the future. After dinner, following a half-hour break, Wang Taijun commenced his strength training for the day, which lasted a total of 2 hours. He had a systematic regimen comprising 3 types of training, aiming to complete 300 hours within 2 months, averaging 5 hours daily, a significant demand on his physical stamina. Fortunately, having engaged in several months of strenuous labor, his fitness was commendable, reaching level 90. On days with games, he would train less, while on off days, he would train more, carefully scheduling his training time to maintain consistency. On the afternoon of the 30th, the Suns arrived early at the home arena in Philadelphia. This season, the 76ers, having traded away Barkley, were essentially embarking on a rebuilding phase. 5 starters include 3 from the Suns' previous season: center Andrew Lang, power forward Tim Perry, and all-star shooting guard Jeff Hornacek. Notably, Hornacek served as the primary asset in a trade, having averaged an impressive 20.55 points per game last season with an exceptional 3-point shooting accuracy of 43.9. His partnership with Kevin Johnson in the backcourt is regarded as one of the elite configurations in the league. Head coach Paul Westphal has made his decisions, recognizing that the starting center Andrew is merely a blue-collar player, comparable in skill to Mark West. Consequently, he plans to afford Wang Taijun some shooting opportunities in this match. Given Wang's technical attributes, a spacing strategy has been devised to allow him to engage in one-on-one situations against Andrew Lang in the paint. If the intention is to nurture Wang Taijun, it is essential to secure his playing time, shooting opportunities, ball possession, and tactical role. Otherwise, the notion of development becomes futile. Naturally, the intensity of his cultivation will depend on Wang's performance. Should he exhibit formidable potential, the investment will undoubtedly be substantial. During the afternoon practice, the Suns engaged in tactical training, which included the spacing strategy tailored for Wang Taijun. However, the effectiveness of the training was mediocre, as none of the Suns' interior players could provide Wang with the necessary competitive resistance. Even Mark West and Oliver Miller have been avoiding strong confrontations with him, having previously endured significant challenges during such encounters in past training sessions. Consequently, Wang easily penetrated the paint, rendering the simulation of a genuine competitive environment impossible. This scenario has further solidified the resolve of Colangelo and Paul Westphal to develop Wang Taijun into the team's primary center. It was evident in this training session that Wang's standing within the team has markedly shifted compared to the previous 2 games, a fact that everyone is acutely aware of. Chapter 22. At 7 o'clock in the guest locker room, the head coach announced the starting lineup for the evening. Paul Westphal called out the names of Kevin Johnson and Dan Marley. When it came to the small forward position, he hesitated for a moment. Cedric Ceballos immediately grew tense, fixating on the coach, his hands clutching his shorts, fearful of losing his starting position. He was the 20th pick in the second round of the 1990 draft, chosen quite low, and had only averaged 11 minutes as a substitute over the past 2 seasons, rendering him somewhat overlooked. However, with a new head coach and 3 starters having departed this season, the team was in dire need of players, granting him the opportunity to become the starting small forward. Nevertheless, his playing time had only increased to 21 minutes, still under 30, leaving his starting position precarious. In stark contrast, Richard Dumas, sharing a room with Wang Taijun, was filled with anticipation, dreaming of claiming that starting spot. Cedric Ceballos. Subsequently, Westphal announced the starting small forward position. Yes, Cedric Ceballos excitedly clenched his fist. Damn, Dumas muttered in disappointment. Barkley. Westphal paused again at this point. Only the center position remained. And in that moment, Wang Taijun, Mark Weston, and Oliver Miller all turned their gaze toward the head coach. Old K. Westphal looked at Wang Taijun before continuing. Hey. Old Wang immediately broke into a smile. Damn. Mark Weston cursed under his breath. Why? Oliver Miller, a first-round pick with immense potential, was profoundly disappointed. Why would the team forsake him? Although Wang Taijun's hefty contract and the intra-team scrimmage earlier that afternoon had led them to anticipate such an outcome, its actualization still proved difficult to accept. At 7:30, both teams announced their starting lineups. The Suns, Wang Taijun, Barkley, Cedric Ceballos, Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson. The 76ers, Andrew Lang, Tim Perry, Clarence Weatherspoon, Jeff Hornacek, Jose Hawkins. This game was not broadcast nationwide, only regionally in Philadelphia, garnering moderate attention. However, due to the exchange involving Barkley and 3 starters from the Suns, the interest in Philadelphia and Phoenix was quite high. From the perspective of this season's performance, the trade in Philadelphia had not been particularly successful, as they had suffered more losses than wins in earlier games. Yet it could not be deemed a complete failure. For Philadelphia did not make the playoffs last season, and even if their record was poor this season, it would merely mean they would again miss the postseason. From the Suns' standpoint, the trade was successful. Before Tom Chambers' injury, they had even held the position of first in the Western Conference and the league overall. Tonight, Andrew Lang faced off against the formidable Wang Taijun from China. In the commentary booth, announcer Ram wished to praise his center while teasing Wang Taijun. However, thinking of Andrew Lang's formidable prowess at 56, he found his confidence waning, struggling to continue. Partner Venus promptly took the conversation forward, stating, in terms of scoring, during the last match against the Magic, the absurdly strong player managed to play 30 minutes yet only secured 2 points. This illustrates his ineptitude in offense. In this regard, Andrew Lang could easily shut him down with his defense. As he spoke, he sensed a flaw in his argument, for even O'Neal had failed to completely neutralize Wang Taijun, having been dunked over in the process. Although Andrew Lang boasted an average of 1.9 blocks per game, could he truly stifle such an extraordinary talent? Doubts began to creep in, and he found himself at a loss for words. Their center was simply too feeble, prompting the duo to shift topics and reminisce about Barkley and Philadelphia's past. At 7:45, the starters took the floor. Kevin, long time no see. Jeff, it's a pleasure to see you. In the players' tunnel, Kevin Johnson warmly embraced Jeff Hornacek. Apart from Wang Taijun, the other players on both sides had previously been teammates and greeted one another. Allow me to introduce my brother, Old Wang, Barkley interjected at that moment. Hello. Wang Taijun replied with a beaming smile. Is he capable? Hornacek inquired quietly, glancing at Old Wang before addressing Kevin Johnson. As a former starting shooting guard for the Suns, he closely followed the team's games and had watched their recent match against the Magic. Although the Chinese player's statistics were unimpressive, his performance against O'Neal had left him somewhat astonished. Well, he's certainly better than Mark West, Kevin Johnson remarked, then turned to Andrew Lang with a grin, saying, Andrew, you're in for a challenge tonight. Andrew Lang was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Taijun as he asked, Kevin, what do you mean? Kevin Johnson chuckled. It seems you haven't been paying attention to our last game. Andrew Lang shrugged, nodding. I had a gathering the night before, and didn't he catch that match? Andrew, he excels in physical confrontations, Hornacek cautioned. Standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, Andrew Lang appeared robust, yet his style was reminiscent of a later player, Malisic, as he preferred to avoid physical clashes. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed in concern. System, no task for this match? Before taking the court, Wang Taijun checked the system, finding no assigned tasks. The system responded, if the host accomplishes various achievement tasks, such as scoring milestones of 10, 20, 30, and total scores of 500, 1000, etc., appropriate rewards will be granted, but specific tasks will not be issued. 15 minutes later, the game commenced. At center court, Wang Taijun squared off against Andrew Lang for the jump ball. Old Wang's vertical leap was mediocre, yet commendable for a center, after all. Even the later renowned Durant had a vertical leap of just over 60 centimeters. Andrew Lang's athleticism was also average, and his leap fell short of Wang Taijun's, allowing Wang to easily snatch the ball away. The Suns launched their offense. Wang Taijun charged directly towards the basket. Andrew Lang managed a brief block but was swiftly overpowered. As their strength and physical prowess were not in the same league, Wang successfully penetrated the paint, maneuvering around Andrew Lang, who was forced away from the basket. With his left arm holding off the defender, Wong raised his right hand to signal for the ball at the arc Kevin Johnson initially intended to pass to Barkley. But upon witnessing Wang Taejuan's opportunity for his first start, he lofted the ball towards him. Wang Taejun leaped, grasping the ball with one hand. And as he prepared for a thunderous dunk, his left arm was ensnared by Andrew Lang. Bang! The attempt was thwarted, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Damn it! Wang Taejun felt a twinge of frustration. His athletic prowess was indeed lacking, his explosiveness insufficient, and his ascent sluggish. Had it been that monstrous Shaquille O'Neal, he would have undoubtedly converted that into a three-point play. This exemplified one of the many disparities between him and O'Neal. Well done, Old K, Barkley encouraged. Brother, get ready to box out. As they exchanged a high five, Wang Taejun leaned in to whisper to Barkley. He was acutely aware of his limitations. His shooting skill was merely at level 50, and his free throw ability was dismal. Barkley's face twitched momentarily as he nodded in acknowledgement. Standing at the free throw line, Wang Taejun took the ball and dribbled it 7 or 8 times before cautiously releasing it towards the hoop. Thud! The shot fell short, rebounding off the rim. Rookie, I could make that shot with my eyes closed, Jeff Hornacek jested. Wang Taejun rolled his eyes, after all. He was a center who had played for merely 3 years and had hardly touched a basketball for almost 2. In recent months, he had been engaged in laborious tasks, leaving him with little shooting touch. Just managing to hit the rim from such a distance was a source of pride. Thud. The second attempt met the same fate. Striking the rim once more, Barkley soared high, emerging from behind Andrew Lang, snatching the ball from above his head, then leaping again to execute a graceful layup, successfully scoring. Chapter 23. A dunk lacking technical merit. The Philadelphia offense unfolded as Hornacek maneuvered without the ball, receiving a pass and attempting a mid-range shot from the right wing, only to be met with an emphatic block from Dan Marley. The ball ricocheted off the rim and backboard, bouncing out. Wang Taejun stood resolutely beneath the basket, securing the defensive rebound. Dan Marley swiftly transitioned to offense, completing a thunderous dunk after receiving a long pass. The Suns led 4-0. Head coach Paul Westphal nodded in approval. Pleased with Wang Taejuan's rebounding prowess and ability to initiate fast breaks, his passing skills were commendable as well. In the previous game against the Magic, Wang had amassed 8 rebounds, 7 of which were on the defensive end. However, he was aware that his mobility was limited, confining his rebounding effectiveness primarily to the area near the basket. Once he established his position, he was nearly immovable, particularly within the paint, but outside of it, he struggled. Philadelphia's offense continued as Andrew Lang stepped out of the paint to the left wing. His approach appeared rather soft, opting for an external position with a mid-range shot. As a center, his career free throw attempts averaged a mere 1.6, highlighting his aversion to physical confrontation. Wang Taejun adhered closely, allowing a slight gap, but positioned himself along the left line of the paint. The ball was not directed to Lang. Instead, point guard Jose Hawkins executed a drive, halting for a jump shot. Despite Kevin Johnson's defensive efforts, Hawkins failed to convert. Wang Taejun promptly returned to the basket, yet the rebound was claimed by the swifter Barkley. The Suns initiated their offensive set. This time, Andrew Lang opted for a circumvention rather than confrontation, and Wang Taejun, undeterred, asserted himself beneath the basket. Forcefully displacing Lang before requesting the ball at the top of the arc, Kevin Johnson, showing respect, lofted the ball to him once more. With a slight leap, Wang grasped the ball with one hand, while Lang had already pivoted to obstruct his path to the basket. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, rising high. He executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Since joining the Suns, the team's trainer had imposed strict discipline, instructing him to secure the ball upon reception without bringing it down or dribbling, a habit he had begun to cultivate. The resounding impact echoed as Lang was forcefully dunked over, collapsing in response, while the Philadelphia hoop sagged precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Lang for illegal contact. Well done, Old K, Barkley exclaimed in excitement, rushing over to celebrate with Wang Taejun in a chest bump. Gasping for breath, Lang, with the assistance of his teammates, staggered to his feet, quickly distancing himself from Wang Taejun. He perceived the encounter as a clash with a colossal beast, and as someone averse to confrontation, he found the situation perilously daunting. In the commentary booth, the ferocity of the dunk left Rom and Venus exchanging incredulous glances. After considerable effort, Rom finally articulated, "The Chinese laborer has executed a dunk devoid of any technical finesse. Indeed, Even a fool beneath the hoop could accomplish such a feat at this juncture. He cast a glance at Venus, hoping his partner would continue the thread of conversation. After a moment of hesitation, she responded, "I wager you won't make the free throw." Swish. The ball rippled through the net. Wang Taijun chuckled with delight, having made a flawless shot. A feat that brought him more joy than completing a dunk over an opponent. "Ah, mere luck," he muttered, only to be met with a swift rebuttal from the commentator. Venus, who felt somewhat embarrassed. "Kevin, bolster the offensive effort beneath the basket," urged head coach Paul Westphal, animatedly directing Kevin Johnson from the sidelines. "Okay." Kevin Johnson nodded in acknowledgement. Turning back, Jeff Hornacek launched a three-pointer and scored, bringing the score to 7-3, with Philadelphia trailing by 4 points. As the Suns initiated their offense, Barkley displayed remarkable speed, making his way into the paint with agility. Wang Taijun lingered at the low post on the left wing, deliberately avoiding an immediate entry into the key to prevent wasting offensive time and to ensure Barkley had ample space to maneuver. At that moment, Kevin Johnson advanced to the top of the arc, signaling for spacing. In addition to spreading the floor, Barkley swiftly moved to the right wing, drawing away Philadelphia's power forward, Tim Perry. Concurrently, Wang Taijun adhered to the tactical directive and moved into the paint. "Andrew, hold your ground against that rookie. Do not allow him entry," shouted Fred Carter, the rookie head coach of the Philadelphia Digital team, from the sidelines, shaking his fist. Reluctant to engage in physical confrontation, Andrew Lang resorted to a defensive stance, abandoning his attempt to circumvent the challenge. Entering the paint by a meter, just a step away from the basket, Wang Taijun promptly pivoted, backing into his defender while extending his arms to request the ball. Kevin Johnson delivered the pass, after receiving it in his right hand. Wang noted that less than 1.5 seconds remained on the shot clock. If it had been Shaquille O'Neal, he would have executed a swift shark turn for a dunk or a hook shot, concluding the possession with ease. If it had been Hakeem Olajuwon, employing his dream shake to deceive the defender, he would have had a plethora of methods to secure the ball in the hoop. Other elite centers also possess their unique approaches. However, Wang's proficiency in finishing near the rim was lacking, leaving him with but one option: to continue backing down, relentlessly pushing his way to the basket, culminating in a dunk to conclude the offensive play. With the 3-second violation looming, he had but one opportunity to assert his position. In that instant, he unleashed his full potential. Bang! As he dribbled, he abruptly halted, generating force from the ground up, his core muscles twisting in unison, amalgamating into a formidable thrust that he directed through his left shoulder, colliding squarely with Andrew Lang's chest. The momentary violent impact caused Andrew's chest to cave in, the air in his lungs rapidly compressing, eliciting an involuntary shriek from his throat. Simultaneously, his body succumbed to the force, crashing heavily onto the hardwood floor. At this moment, the basketball rebounded from the floor, and Wang Taijun seized it with a powerful grip. In a swift turn, he leaped over Andrew Lang with great strides, and then soared into the air. Bang! With a resounding one-handed dunk, the entire hoop trembled, as if it had been struck with tremendous force. "Oh!" A collective gasp echoed through the arena, followed by an eerie silence. All the Philadelphia fans fixated on the colossal figure hanging from the rim. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this behemoth, weighing heavily upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. "Old K, one day you will become our superstar center," Barkley exclaimed excitedly as he rushed onto the court. "Rookie, you will catch my passes, so be ready," Kevin Johnson shouted with enthusiasm. Wang Taijun stood tall, surveying the Philadelphia court, a surge of uncontainable confidence swelling within him. Facing a center like Andrew Lang felt entirely different from contending with Shaquille O'Neal. When up against O'Neal, he had no real advantage apart from restraining him and depleting his stamina, suffering from an overwhelming sense of defeat despite marginally reducing O'Neal's efficiency. This frustration stemmed from O'Neal's sheer dominance and the vast disparity in their statistics. However, in his confrontation with a blue-collar center like Andrew, he recognized his advantage in the low post. Even if his other skills were lacking, his ability to back down effectively was sufficient to overcome such a blue-collar opponent. This realization instilled in him a newfound confidence to establish his presence in the NBA. Beneath Wang Taijun's feet, Andrew Lang struggled for breath, feeling as though his right chest had collapsed, a metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. With the assistance of his teammate Tim Perry, he rose to his feet and immediately gestured for a substitution. He could no longer continue. "Damn it," head coach Fred Carter cursed as he called for a timeout, turning to glare at the bench, uncertain of who to send in. The entire roster of the Digitals, from starters to reserves, found Andrew Lang's weight to be the heaviest. And if he could not withstand the might of that behemoth, who could? What he required now was a formidable shield to endure against such a giant. In the commentary booth, the two announcers swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. I must admit, Rom stammered after a pause, his low-post game is ruthlessly fierce. Simply brutal. No wonder the #1 draft pick Shaquille O'Neal couldn't withstand his backing play. It seems O'Neal needed to rest immediately after facing him. Likely due to the immense physical toll. Venus nodded, adding, as far as I know, throughout the history of the league, no super center has possessed such a dominating back-to-basket game over the past several decades. Rom concurred, stating, even the newly debuted rookie sensation Shaquille O'Neal lacks such a violent and ferocious backing style. Yet, in reality, his backing technique relied primarily on raw strength, displaying a remarkably low level of technical sophistication. Indeed, there is no technicality involved. Venus promptly concurred, reflecting momentarily before adding, we need to acquire a formidable shield. All our interior players appear rather feeble in comparison. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Rom nodded in agreement. The digital team ultimately deployed the backup center, Guilin, who is capable of playing both the 4 and 5 positions. Standing at 206 centimeters and weighing only 105 kilograms, Guilin is not a mere footnote in the game. Nicknamed Hammer, he was the second overall pick by the Suns in 1987, alongside contemporaries David Robinson and Scottie Pippen. He possesses explosive athleticism and showcased impressive statistics during his rookie season, averaging 158 in performance metrics, demonstrating commendable scoring and rebounding abilities, marking him as a star player. However, his career took a downturn during his third season due to a significant injury, limiting him to just 16 games, which severely impacted his performance, potential, and overall value as a player, leading to his trade to the Hornets. In the 1991 season, he found himself traded to Philadelphia, where he partnered with Barkley in the frontcourt, achieving impressive near-all-star statistics of 178 as a starting center. Regrettably, this season, due to injuries, he has been relegated to a backup role, resulting in diminished playing time and performance. In truth, had it not been for his injuries, he undoubtedly would have emerged as an all-star. Alas, recurring ailments have marred his career. Even more tragically, in the year 2011, he succumbed to sudden death during an amateur game. Hey, Allman. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Guilin took to the court, greeted by Barkley, who approached with a cheerful smile and extended hand. Hey, Charles, Guilin replied, returning the gesture with a smile. The game commenced, and Philadelphia initiated their offense. Chapter 24 The colossal beast that overturned the basketball hoop. Gillum maneuvered along the left wing, refraining from venturing into the paint, while Wang Taijun could only follow suit, being drawn away from the key. Despite his diminished athleticism due to injury, Gillum swiftly outpaced Wang Taijun, seizing the opportunity to receive the pass. Point guard Jose Hawkins immediately delivered the ball, and upon receiving it, Gillum executed a feigned shot that left Wang Taijun momentarily bewildered. With determination, he penetrated the paint and launched a one-handed slam dunk towards the hoop. Bang! As the hoop of the Suns was shattered, the Philadelphia home crowd erupted in cheers. The magnificent reverse dunk showcased Allman Guilin's explosive athleticism. Before Allman, the Chinese laborer stood as motionless as a wooden post. Not only was he inept in offense, but he was also utterly deficient in defense, unable to thwart any adversary. From the commentary booth, Rom and Venus erupted with excitement. Old K, do not leap prematurely. Make the most of your height and wingspan. Maintain a close proximity, allowing him a step or two. Your paramount duty is to guard the paint and the rim. Refrain from straying too far until your mobility improves. On the court, Barkley immediately began imparting wisdom. He was eager to bestow upon Wang Taijun all his knowledge and skills, propelling him towards rapid development to assist in securing a championship. I understand. Old Wang nodded repeatedly. Returning to the offensive end, he began to push against Gillette towards the basket, who could not withstand the pressure and had to circumvent him, allowing Wang to easily penetrate to the rim. With Kevin Johnson still outside the arc, upon witnessing Wang's advance to the basket, he instinctively made a pass, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. As the basketball swished through the net with precision, his eyes sparkled. Shielding himself from Gillette with his left hand, he leaped into the air, reaching out with his right hand to grasp the ball. Bang! In the very next moment of seizing the ball, an exhilarating sensation enveloped him. There was no need to adjust his body posture midair. With a seamless flow, he forcefully slammed it into the hoop, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Kevin, splendid pass. He gave Kevin Johnson a thumbs up. Kevin Johnson, who effortlessly delivered an assist, excitedly raised his fist towards Wang Taijun. Such plays could be executed more frequently. As long as the opponent is not a dominant center or a robust shield, I believe Wang holds an advantage against other interior players beneath the basket. His strength and ability to back down allow him to reach the hoop. On the sidelines, Suns head coach Paul Westphal conversed with his assistant coaches. Meanwhile, the game continued. Upon returning to the defensive end, Wang Taijun, adhering to the wisdom imparted by Barkley, faced Gillam's movement without fully trailing him, instead opting to stand 2 meters back. Slightly within the paint, Gillam received the ball 2 steps away from the paint on the left wing, prompting Wang Taijun to take a step forward, stepping out of the paint as his long arms waved to obstruct the shooting space. Gillam immediately feigned a shot, but Wang Taijun remained composed and unfazed, forcing Gillam to crouch and drive past him. Wang Taijun swiftly pivoted, matching the rhythm of Gillam's drive with the ball, realizing he couldn't shake off Wang. And with Barkley already retreating to protect the basket on the weak side, Gillam opted for a hasty jump shot. With a resounding slap, Wang leaped in response, utilizing his superior height to swat the ball into the air. As the ball descended, both players leapt simultaneously to contest it. Once again, Wang seized the ball, leveraging his height advantage. "Old K, here," shouted shooting guard Dan Marley as he turned and sprinted down the court. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Wang sent the ball soaring towards Marley. Marley caught it and, outpacing Jeff Hornacek, surged across the mid-court line straight to the basket, completing a fast break. "Old K, during that rebound contest, your first priority should have been to observe the ball's landing point while positioning yourself. With your strength, mass, and height, if you secure your position, no one can outmaneuver you, not Ewing, not Olajuwon, not Robinson. The same principle applies to rebounding." Barkley disregarded the recent score, seizing the moment to impart wisdom. "Understood." Wang nodded earnestly. However, he was aware that Barkley's assertion was somewhat flawed. Barkley was unaware that Wang's impressive backing strength was partly due to the enhancements from Iron Mountain, which had increased his backing power by 10%. In reality, his strength had not yet reached a level sufficient to dominate the elite centers. With agility and speed trailing far behind theirs, he recognized the necessity to gain weight. As for the specifics of how much weight, 125 kilograms, 130 kilograms, 135 kilograms, or even more, he was uncertain. Maintaining an optimal weight is crucial for professional basketball players. Being overly heavy compromises athletic ability, while being too light diminishes physicality. Only by achieving the most suitable mass can one find balance. The precise weight gain target would depend on the training regimen established by the system, which required him to increase weight without sacrificing agility and speed. In Philadelphia's offense, Jeff Hornacek received an open pass and nailed a mid-range shot. The Suns responded with Barkley backing down Tim P on the right wing, employing his formidable girth to overpower him. Tim P, weighing in at just 100 kilograms, a lightweight in the paint, could not withstand Barkley's forceful advance, retreating repeatedly. Barkley soon maneuvered into the paint, executing a sudden turnaround jump shot that found its mark. Wang Taijun watched with envy, not for Barkley's ample posterior, as his own was considerable, but for Barkley's finishing prowess. If he possessed such finishing ability, his current low-post backing skills could extend his scoring range to mid-range, rather than being confined to the basket area, where he currently struggled. Unfortunately, given his coordination and athletic qualities, mastering Barkley's turnaround jump shot technique seemed an elusive goal. Bang! After 2 possessions, Marley missed a 3-pointer. Wang Taijun forcefully pushed past Gillam, positioning himself advantageously on the left front side of the basket to secure the offensive rebound. 2 meters away from the hoop, he was swiftly encircled by Gillian and Tim Pesci. Gripping the ball tightly with both hands to prevent it from being dislodged, he pivoted on his right foot, generating an explosive force. In an instant, all his strength converged, and with a close-quarter maneuver, he pressed against Gillian, who let out a grunt and staggered back. The moment the double team faltered, he stepped forward with his left foot, inserting himself through the gap and entering the offensive zone beneath the basket. Tim Pesci instinctively lunged at him, both hands clasped tightly, but was still unable to impede his ascent. With a powerful leap, he soared upward, carrying the weight of the 100-kilogram Pesci, both hands clutching the ball, and forcefully slammed it towards the hoop. The resounding impact echoed through the arena, causing many spectators to flinch. With the combined weight of the two and Wang Taijun's immense strength, the backboard shattered instantly, showering debris everywhere, while the rim sagged dramatically. A collective gasp arose from the crowd as the rim, resembling an overburdened giant, slowly collapsed to the floor. Cheers erupted from the Suns bench. With the exception of Mark West and Oliver Miller, nearly everyone leaped to their feet, pumping their fists and roaring in exhilaration. Wang Taijun stood before the fallen rim, clutching the shattered hoop, his imposing figure strikingly prominent. In that moment, the attention of countless spectators in the Philadelphia metropolitan area converged upon him. Chapter 25. The spoils of victory stolen. Oh my God. He actually brought down the hoop. How astonishing. How could this be possible? No one has ever managed to dismantle a hoop. After a brief silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Click, click. No one had ever toppled a hoop before. The Chinese laborer is destined for fame with this singular act. Even the ancient beast, Daryl Dawkins, had merely shattered backboards. Yet this individual has managed to bring down the entire hoop. What renders his dunk so brutally ferocious? Behind the baseline, in the press area, reporters fervently waved their cameras, capturing this moment while enthusiastically debating amongst themselves. Damn it! If it weren't for Tim Pesh's assistance, he could never have toppled our hoop, exclaimed Rom, regaining his composure. Indeed, it must be so. His explosive power is insufficient. It would be impossible to bring down the hoop solely by individual strength. Tim Pesh's weight was a contributing factor. This is merely a coincidence, Venus quickly concurred. Coming back to reality, Wang Taijun turned to the astonished Barkley and asked, "Brother, do you think I will have to compensate for this?" Barkley chuckled heartily, replying, "Brother, fret not. You may continue with your antics without concern for losing a single cent. Old K, do you realize what you have done? Old K, your power is unparalleled," shouted several teammates of Dan Marley, rushing over in excitement. Wang Taijun chuckled, well aware that without Tim Pesh's assistance, he would not have been able to topple the hoop. "Thank you, brother," he said, patting the somewhat dazed Tim Pesh on the shoulder. Good grief. Tim Pesh sighed with a bitter smile and turned towards the bench. "Rookie, are you planning to take that with you?" Jeff Hornacek approached, blocking Wang Taijun's exit, his expression grim as he pointed at the hoop in Wang's possession. "This is my trophy." Wang quickly hid the hoop behind him. "Damn rookie." Jeff Hornacek cursed inwardly, thinking that if he allowed him to take it, their reputation would be utterly trampled. He glanced at Kevin Johnson, hoping this former backcourt partner could assist him in reclaiming that accursed hoop. Kevin Johnson scratched his head. Although he had a good relationship with Hornacek, he didn't wish to jeopardize his rapport with Old K. "Kid, this is the property of the arena. You cannot take it," he stated. "I can pay for it, a flat rate of $10. Rookie, do not push your luck. Is this about money? I can offer double. How about $20? Damn it, I will give you $200. Just put it down." The irate rookie was met with further resistance as other Philadelphia players approached, unwilling to let Wang Taijun take the hoop. Amidst the anger, they bickered and haggled. Although there was no shoving yet, fingers were pointed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Shoo! Curse be the Chinese. This is our hoop. Return it to us. You twisted laborer. Either leave the hoop or remain in Philadelphia to play. Choose one." Countless home fans reacted. Witnessing Wang Taijun's intent to take the hoop, they began to boo and curse him vehemently. "Old K, just give it back to them," the head coach Paul Westphal exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears on the sidelines. "Old K, let it go," urged Barkley and Kevin Johnson in unison. With no other choice, Wang Taijun reluctantly handed over the hoop behind him. Somewhat disgruntled, he remarked, "This time it's an away game. Next time, if it's at home, I should be able to keep the spoils, right?" A burst of laughter erupted among the Suns players. Barkley, in fits of amusement, retorted, "If it's truly at home, then no one could prevent you from taking it, not even God. Shet, once was tea enough for you. You want to do it again?" Meanwhile, Jeff Hornacek and other Philadelphia players glared at Wang Taijun with dark expressions, seething with indignation, wishing to pin him to the floor in a fit of rage. Following this instance of dismantling the hoop, the already struggling Philadelphia team found their morale shattered. The game swiftly fell into the Suns' rhythm, showcasing a one-sided affair. The Sixers found no one capable of countering Wang Taijun's formidable post play, and alongside superstar Barkley, they obliterated the interior defense of the Sixers. Wang Taijun played for 30 minutes, with the remainder allotted to Oliver Miller, as the Suns management aimed to develop this first-round draft pick as a backup for Wang Taijun. Colangelo and coach Paul Westphal were acutely aware that with Wang Taijun's style of play, which involved intense physicality, the physical toll was significant, necessitating careful management of his playing time, hence the need for a substitute. The two shared all the time at the center position. While Mark West saw not a second of play, An injury had relegated him from a starting center to this dismal state. By the game's conclusion, his face was clouded with disappointment, and he stormed off to the locker room without greeting anyone. Barkley played for 38 minutes, scoring 36 points and securing 16 rebounds, earning the title of the game's best performer. Wang Taijun shot 8 for 9. The Philadelphia interior defense was soft and lacked resistance, with his points coming primarily from thunderous dunks under the basket, though he did miss one. Coupled with 2 of 5 from the free throw line, he tallied 18 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls, including 1 offensive foul. With turnovers and fouls accounted, his possession count reached 14, ranking second on the team, just behind Barkley. It was only the third game, a commendable achievement, indicating the team's intent to nurture him. Upon returning to the locker room after summarizing the game, Paul Westphal called Wang Taijun aside to discuss his individual performance. "Old K, you performed admirably tonight," Paul Westphal began with praise, as Wang Taijun's face lit up with joy, but then he doused it with cold water. "However, your turnovers and fouls were excessive, wasting a significant amount of our possessions. Simultaneously, if you continue to maintain such a high rate of fouls, it will ultimately affect your playing time, which is of paramount importance." Wang Taijun awkwardly nodded and promptly assured, "Coach, rest assured, I will be mindful." Paul Westphal replied earnestly, "Furthermore, the reason you found so many opportunities under the basket tonight is due to the softness of Philadelphia's interior defense. Your finishing methods are rather monotonous. As soon as you encounter a robust, physically imposing defender, your attempts near the basket will significantly diminish. Therefore, you must enhance your finishing technique training." "I understand, Coach," he continued. "Additionally, there is substantial room for improvement in your rebounding ability. Look at Barkley. He stands 20 centimeters shorter than you, yet with his wingspan, it may be 30 centimeters, and still, he secures far more rebounds than you. You should seek his guidance on rebounding techniques. He would certainly be willing to teach you." "I will, Coach. In terms of defense, you are sufficiently tenacious and not afraid of physical confrontation. Yet your lack of experience makes you susceptible to being outmaneuvered. If you were to face Hakeem Olajuwon, you would be easily deceived." Paul Westphal analyzed Wang Taijun for several minutes, only ceasing when the time for the post-game press conference drew near. Tonight's statistics were commendable, and while the old Wang felt a sense of pride, this thorough analysis brought him back to reality. "Overall, your performance was quite satisfactory. Now, go take a shower. The time for the locker room interview is approaching." Paul Westphal smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 26, Exploded by Sakali while bathing. Wang Taijun accessed the system and discovered that he had amassed 18 points tonight, which should yield some reward points. "Congratulations, host. For achieving double digits in scoring for the first time, a reward of 50 points has been granted." Indeed, there was a reward, albeit modest. Having exhausted his previous points, he found himself somewhat disheartened, as he still lacked a considerable amount to exchange for the next functional card. Had he secured an additional rebound, achieving a double-double, the rewards would likely have been more substantial. Pondering this briefly, after finishing his shower, he emerged just in time to see Barkley and the others preparing to attend a press conference. He hastily donned his clothes, and soon after, several journalists entered the room. One notably stood before him, a white reporter from the New York Times. Observing the reporter's demeanor, Wang could discern a palpable disdain in his gaze and expression. Despite being in front of him, the reporter exuded an air of superiority. This was hardly surprising, as Americans often display an innate arrogance, a sentiment he had encountered even among the homeless on the streets of New York, who, despite their dire poverty, gazed at him with prejudice and contempt. "Old K, in 3 games, all your scoring has been through dunks. Do you possess any other scoring techniques?" the reporter inquired. "Of course, I do," he replied instantly. "Then why haven't we seen you use them? I suspect you lack those skills. Can you Chinese not master advanced techniques?" the reporter pressed. "Because dunks have the highest success rate. If your intellect reaches an adult level, you should comprehend my words," he retorted coldly. The white reporter, Rob Longell, opened his mouth in disbelief. "I've been to college. How dare you, you wretched Chinese laborer, question my intelligence?" He felt the sting of Wang Taijun's discrimination and provocation, simmering with anger. Historically, the role of Chinese individuals in America has been relegated to the lowest tier, akin to that of servants to African Americans. Now that African Americans have been liberated, Chinese individuals have become the new subservients. This was precisely why the media dubbed Wang Taijun as the Chinese laborer. As a white man, how could he endure the insult and provocation from a supposed slave? He swiftly analyzed Wang Tiejuan's profile, but found that American media could not uncover any of Wang's previous history in China. He contemplated the possibility of investigating in China. If he could unearth some scandalous information, it would be ideal. He could elevate his status in the industry by attempting to dismantle this despised Chinese laborer. If nothing materialized, he could always rely on his imagination, which would suffice. Is he leaving already? Noticing the reporter's grim expression as he abruptly departed, Wang Taijun was left in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, a single remark had inexplicably offended this white reporter. The following day, the Suns flew to Miami to commence their second away game. That morning, news of him bringing down the hoop had spread like wildfire. Unfortunately, the media contended that the collapse of the hoop was not solely his accomplishment. Thus, the accolades regarding his strength were not as grand as they could have been. Nevertheless, he holds the distinction of being the first player in the league's history to shatter a basketball hoop, which garnered him some attention. However, this recognition is fleeting. Among this year's rookies, particularly in the center position, two newcomers overshadow Wang Taijun significantly. The first is Shaquille O'Neal, who has impressively recorded statistics of 22.12 over the past 2 months with an average of 3.5 blocks per game, establishing himself as the fourth most formidable center, with numerous media outlets already bestowing this prestigious title upon him. The second is Alonzo Mourning, who has also showcased extraordinary performance with averages of 20.10, similarly achieving 3.5 blocks per game. Were it not for O'Neal's brilliance, Mourning would undoubtedly be recognized by the media as a top-tier center. Amidst the dazzling performances of these two rookie centers, Wang Tiejuan's contributions appear rather inconspicuous. Furthermore, as a Chinese player, he faces discrimination and prejudice from media outside of Phoenix, which often diminishes his achievements, reducing him to derogatory monikers rather than acknowledging his name. In the forthcoming match against the Miami Heat, Wang Taijun found himself matched up against Rani Sakali, a Lebanese center. Due to excessive fouling, he managed only 22 minutes on the court before fouling out. Sakali, standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 106 kilograms, is not particularly strong in terms of physicality. He is regarded as a technical center. He possesses a remarkable low-post spin move, earning him the nickname the Dancer. His scoring and rebounding capabilities are commendable, having posted all-star statistics of 17.11 for 4 consecutive seasons. And he is recognized as the double-double king of the Heat, boasting near all-star caliber. On the defensive end, Wang Taijun struggled against Sakali, who scored 28 points over him, exploiting his low-post moves and rendering Wang unable to defend against Sakali's three-point shots. Whenever Sakali ventured outside, Wang found it challenging to keep pace and was often unable to recover after attempting to follow. Due to his inability to contain Sakali, he committed 2 fouls within the first 6 minutes of the game, which led to his premature substitution and curtailed his opportunity to showcase his full potential. Offensively, while Sakali lacked the weight and strength to contend with Wang, he demonstrated commendable shot-blocking skills, having previously recorded 8 blocks in a single game, and managed to block Wang twice in this match. Throughout the game, Wang attempted 8 shots, making 5 and converting 2 of 4 free throws, totaling 12 points and 5 rebounds, along with 3 turnovers and 6 fouls. All 3 of his low-post attempts resulted in dunks, while the remaining 5 shots were taken from near the basket, with only 2 successful conversions. As a center, his low shooting percentage from close range is somewhat concerning. The 5 near-basket attempts arose from encountering weak-side help defense and double teams, preventing him from executing successful plays. The 3 turnovers were also a result of being double-teamed while backing down in the post. In retrospect, Wang had better options available during these 8 possessions, such as distributing the ball to open teammates for clearer shot opportunities. He possesses the ability to distribute the ball effectively, showcasing an impressive level 80 skill and playmaking. Coupled with his expansive vision, these attributes enable him to pass to open teammates even when confronted with defensive double teams. However, in his pursuit of superior personal statistics, he opted for a more selfish approach, frequently attempting to force plays, resulting in either turnovers or missed shots. Specifically, he handled the ball 11 times, achieving success on only 5 occasions, indicating a lack of efficiency and a significant waste of possession, in addition to his excessive fouling. This match highlighted his deficiencies in scoring near the basket, whenever he received the ball in areas far from the hoop. His high turnover rate under defensive pressure contrasted sharply with his low success rate. Moreover, his rebounding performance was subpar compared to the previous game, as the adept rebounder Sakali snatched away 14 boards from him. Overall, his performance fell short of expectations, exposing numerous weaknesses and inadequacies. As a result of being thoroughly outplayed by Sakali on both ends of the court, his team, the Suns, faced defeat in this contest. Chapter 27. The visit of old Zhang on the following day, which also marked the final day of 1992. A plethora of media outlets began to unleash a torrent of scornful commentary regarding his performance. Simultaneously, numerous reports derided Colangelo, accusing him of signing a liability under the guise of an all-star contract. The esteemed basketball analyst and ABC television's contracted commentator, Will Houston, publicly lambasted Colangelo's signing decisions during an interview with a New York television station. He stated, "I acknowledge that the Suns are in dire need of a formidable center. Yet Mr. Colangelo's decision to sign is nothing short of sheer folly. That Chinese laborer is merely a somewhat strong fool. He is fit only for carrying bags and has no rightful place on an NBA court. Any moderately skilled center could easily dominate him on both ends of the floor. Indeed, I even contend that individuals from China are incapable of excelling in basketball. They are suited solely for table tennis." That afternoon, the Suns returned to Phoenix, concluding their road trip. "Sir, here are several trade requests concerning Old K." A member of the staff handed Colangelo a stack of documents as he arrived back at the team headquarters. Glancing briefly through them, he noted proposals from the Bulls, the Lakers, and even the Spurs, 7 in total. Was Jerry Krause still fixated on Old K? He deliberately glanced at the Bulls' chips. They intended to exchange next year's first-round pick along with their starting center, Carter White, for Old K. How could this be feasible? The Bulls are a championship-caliber team, having secured back-to-back titles, and with Jordan at the pinnacle of his prowess, their first-round pick holds little value. Moreover, the Suns are also striving for the championship this season. If they advance to the finals, there is a substantial likelihood of facing the Bulls. How could he possibly consider trading Old K to them? Upon reviewing the trade requests from other teams, it became evident that none possessed any enticing assets. Clearly, these proposals were merely attempts to capitalize on his resources. He returned them, instructing, "Reject all of them. Old K is not for sale." Subsequently, he began perusing a stack of newspapers prepared by his staff, predominantly sports media, alongside influential publications like the New York Times. Before long, he encountered a plethora of articles that criticized both him and Wang Taijun. These pieces were rife with unabashed racial discrimination and prejudice. Shaking his head, he carelessly discarded the newspapers into the wastebasket in the corner of his desk. The offers were insufficient. After receiving a rejection call from the Suns, Jerry Krause could only shake his head in resignation. He could not afford to offer more. As the integrity of the dynasty was at stake, the Bulls lineup could not be substantially altered. It seemed that acquiring that Chinese player was out of reach. Other teams that had been turned down also refrained from submitting further requests to the Suns, indicating that they, like Colangelo, merely sought a bargain and did not hold Wang Taijun in high regard. Upon returning to Phoenix, Wang Taijun began making arrangements to vacate the training facility. Typically, the training facilities of basketball teams do not provide accommodation for players and staff. Many NBA players, often transitioning between multiple teams, tend to rent rather than purchase homes, with those facing financial difficulties frequently residing with teammates. Previously, he had been supported by Colangelo in managing his finances, but now that he has signed a substantial contract, it is no longer feasible for him to continue living there. Furthermore, the team has already identified several potential residences for him, and he needs to find time to visit them. If suitable, he will rent one, with the team covering the expenses. When an NBA team holds a favorable view of a particular player, they often extend certain privileges, such as assistance with housing. This arrangement is both economical and fosters a sense of belonging among the players. He wishes to rent a house with a yard, ideally equipped with a training room to facilitate martial arts practice and other training regimens. Additionally, he needs to procure various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and concoct some therapeutic oils. However, as there is no Chinatown in Phoenix, he must travel to New York or Los Angeles for his purchases, while the team assists with housing. Acquiring medicinal supplies presents a more complicated challenge. Had finances not been a concern, he would have considered hiring an agent. As time progressed into 1993, on New Year's Day, the Suns had no scheduled games, yet training was still arranged. At 6 a.m., at the Suns training facility, Wang Taijun rose to commence his systematic functional training. After practicing until 8 a.m., he took a half-hour break before heading to the facility's dining area for breakfast. By this time, several peripheral players had already arrived, and they shared breakfast together. On days when teams practice at home, They provide training meals. However, players with better financial standings often skip the facility's breakfast, leaving it primarily for those with less favorable economic conditions who arrive early for the complimentary meal. The breakfast, touted as a nutritional offering, was rather unpalatable, even more so than a hamburger, yet he had grown accustomed to it over the past month. After finishing breakfast, close to 9 a.m., a few players sauntered into the locker room, engaging in conversation while changing into their gear. At 3 p.m., Wang Taijun planned to request leave to view potential residences when the security guard informed him that a man named Zhang Heli, a fellow Chinese, wished to meet him. Zhang Heli? Upon reflection, it appears I possess no recollection of this individual, which leaves me somewhat perplexed. Greetings, I am Wang Taijun. May I inquire about your name? A few minutes later, at the entrance of the base, he encountered Zhang Heli. Zhang Heli curiously scrutinized Wang Taijun and replied with a smile. Hello, Xiao Wang. I suppose you don't recognize me? It is hardly surprising. When I retired from the national team in 1980, you were not yet very old. Were you once a member of the national team? Wang Taijun was taken aback. Indeed, I am positioned as the second center, Zhang Heli replied with a cheerful smile. Wang Taijun nodded, noticing the constant smile on Zhang Heli's face, which made him feel a sense of warmth. With a smile, he inquired, So you are my senior. What brings you to seek me today? There is nothing else. You are considered the first player from our nation to enter the NBA. Out of curiosity, I wish to make your acquaintance, Zhang Li explained. Wang Taijun nodded, and, noticing a small vehicle beside Zhang Li, inquired, Is this your car? This is the car I borrowed, Zhang Hao said with a smile. That's perfect. I have a matter to attend to. Let me hitch a ride with you. And we can converse along the way, Wang Taijun remarked with a broad smile. Zhang Heli was taken aback, thinking to himself, Has he mistaken me for a personal chauffeur? Very well, let's be on our way, he replied, embodying the spirit of a generous soul. By 6 p.m, Wang Taijun had identified a suitable residence, complete with a front and backyard, furnished with essential amenities, including a landline and television. He promptly informed the team to finalize the contract and, with Zhang Heli's assistance, procured some necessary household items. Though they were modestly acquainted as fellow compatriots, Zhang Heli hailed from Beijing, while Qingxian was merely 80 kilometers from Tianjin and about 170 kilometers from Beijing. They quickly bonded over their shared origins. After a few hours of heartfelt conversation, they had become quite familiar with one another. However, Zhang Heli refrained from delving into his experiences back home and instead spoke solely of his life in America, particularly his past incarceration, wishing to keep that chapter concealed from others. Once their errands were complete, Wang Taijun extended an invitation for dinner. You're heading to Los Angeles for an interview? How fortuitous. Brother Zhang, could you assist me by purchasing some Chinese medicinal herbs in Chinatown? They would be beneficial for my martial arts practice, he exclaimed upon hearing Zhang Heli mention his upcoming trip. Sitting on the curb, munching on a hamburger, Zhang Heli rolled his eyes. After spending several hours helping you, you treat me to a mere hamburger? You couldn't even spare a bottle of cola. Is this how you treat someone who has been assisting you? Do you consider me your personal pack mule? All right then, hand over the prescription. It shouldn't be too laborious. He conceded with a sigh. Make sure to haggle when you're buying the herbs. I don't want you to be overcharged. Also, be cautious not to purchase counterfeit products. My prescription has specific brewing requirements, so ensure to inquire thoroughly. Don't buy anything that doesn't meet those standards, Wang Taijun earnestly advised. Zhang Heli, feeling overwhelmed, replied, Taijun, I'm not well versed in medicinal herbs. What if I end up paying too much or buying unsatisfactory ingredients? I want to take responsibility for that. Well, that's your concern, Wang Taijun retorted without a second thought. You rascal. Zhang Heli managed to contain his annoyance. Otherwise, the hamburger in his hand would have been hurled at Wang Taijun's face. After finishing their meal, Wang Taijun utilized Zhang Heli's car to move out of the training base that very night, saving himself the cost of a taxi. He had little to transport, just a single bag, making his departure quite convenient. The residence he selected was a quaint 2-story house, located 5 kilometers from the training base. A mere few minutes by car or a quick bike ride. That evening, Zhang Heli settled in at Wang Taijun's new abode, and their conversation continued. Chapter 28. Hiring old Zhang as a personal trainer. Are you really going to Los Angeles to sell Qingdao beer? What about basketball? Such a pity. Wang Taijun exclaimed in surprise. It is exceedingly difficult to find a job related to basketball in America. The locals simply do not accept me. During my years at the University of Chicago, I was nominally a trainer, but in reality, I was merely performing menial tasks and had no opportunity to engage meaningfully. Zhang Heli replied with a hint of resignation. Having exhausted his options in seeking a basketball-related role, he considered the chance to secure a position linked to his homeland a fortunate opportunity. Never mind, I suspect they are aware of your limited skills. Otherwise, they would have afforded you at least some opportunity, Wang Taijun offered in consolation. With an inability to restrain himself, Zhang Heli playfully swatted the back of Wang's head. Huh, you're asking for it, aren't you? Just kidding, just kidding. Wang Taijun quickly interjected with a laugh, then earnestly promised, Brother Zhang, rest assured. Once I have wealth, I will hire you as my personal trainer. You're already quite wealthy with that contract of over $80 million for 4 years. Don't pretend to be poor. You could hire me right now, Zhang Heli chuckled. Not yet in hand. I haven't received a single paycheck. Wang Taijun protested. After conversing for a while, Zhang Heli inadvertently revealed some details about his family background, piquing Wang Taijun's interest, leading him to concoct a plan. Brother Zhang, your family boasts over a dozen professors. How impressive. My family has been rooted in agriculture for 18 generations, with only my 2 sisters possessing any higher education. He lavished praise before swiftly shifting the focus to his sisters. Oh, are they attending university? Which one? Perhaps I have relatives there, Zhang Heli inquired with a smile. Unfortunately, no. 2 years ago, our family faced some difficulties, and we lacked the funds to support their education. They dropped out before completing their final year of high school. Although they had already covered the curriculum, he fabricated lightly. That is such a shame. Zhang Heli was not naive. He suspected that the troubles 2 years ago were likely due to Wang Taijun's own misfortunes. Brother Zhang, since we are friends now, I wish to support my sisters in attending college. Could you assist me? Wang Taijun tentatively asked. Well, that's a bit complicated. Zhang Heli was aware of Wang Taijun's notorious stinginess, so he refrained from giving a direct answer, intending to tease him a bit. Wang Taijun genuinely wanted to help his sisters pursue higher education. He shared a deep bond with them, recognizing their exceptional talents and intellect, which deserved better than a lifetime of toil in the fields. Taking a deep breath and locking eyes with Zhang Heli, he declared, Brother Zhang, if you possess the means to enable my sisters to attend college, I will hire you as my personal trainer right away. He is indeed experiencing a significant financial hemorrhage. According to the contract previously offered to him by the sons, he ought to receive a reasonable agreement akin to that, which would amount to a salary of $20,000 over 6 months, equivalent to 170,000 renminbi, a sum that far exceeds his current debts. As for Zhang's capabilities, he is not particularly concerned, as his current training regimen consists solely of content from training cards, and this will continue in the future. All Zhang needs to do is oversee his training. Really? Surprised, Zhang abruptly rose from the sofa. Indeed, but you must ensure that my 2 sisters can attend university. In 6 months, I will pay you a salary of $20,000. That was the contract the sons provided me, Wang Taijun affirmed. Zhang was taken aback by how Wang Taijun managed to extract such a concession from him. Being a personal trainer would allow him to remain involved in basketball. And more importantly, it would provide him access to the NBA, an environment he could not encounter at the University of Chicago. Taijun, let me clarify that I can only assist you in finding tutors for your sisters to help improve their grades. If they wish to go to university, they must take the college entrance examination based on their own abilities, as there are no shortcuts, he hastily added. Wang Taijun frowned, although his sisters performed well academically. It was merely at their local school. The college entrance examination was a formidable challenge, akin to a narrow bridge crowded with countless competitors. Last year, he learned that over 3 million candidates participated in the examination, with only a 25% acceptance rate. He had no confidence that his sisters would succeed. Seeing Wang's hesitation, Zhang quickly reassured him, rest assured, Taijun, I will definitely hire the finest tutors in BJ City, specifically university lecturers who excel at preparing students for the entrance examination. As long as your sisters have a solid foundation, their chances are quite promising. Moreover, the process involves estimating scores and filling out applications. And I can find the most qualified teachers to assist you, which will undoubtedly provide a significant advantage over other candidates, minimizing the likelihood of failure. After Zhang's fervent persuasion, Wang Taijun ultimately acquiesced. Although $20,000 is a considerable amount, it pales in comparison to the future of his sisters. Brother Zhang, you should return to your home country now, find suitable tutors, and then come back, he suggested. That sounds reasonable, but we must sign a contract first, Zhang insisted. Do you not trust me? Wang Taijun retorted, somewhat exasperated. Zhang chuckled. As the old saying goes, one should not release the hawk until the rabbit is seen. You are not exactly known for your generosity. I must protect myself. Wang Taijun, still irked, replied, Fine. I'll do as you say. We'll sign the contract tomorrow. In his delight, Zhang added, You must cover the cost of round-trip airfare and accommodation, as this is considered a business trip. Of course, Wang Taijun replied, glaring at Zhang. Just don't stay in expensive hotels. Motels and goose houses will suffice. And for the plane tickets, do not purchase first class. I will not cover that expense. Zhang interrupted Wang's admonishments with a laugh. You, my friend, are exceedingly miserly. Even an emperor does not begrudge his soldiers. Are you ever going to stop? Wang Taijun finally reminded, Find me the best tutoring teachers. Gather several options, regardless of the cost. Do not hesitate to spend. Oh, how generous of you. Zhang Heli retorted with irritation. Rest assured, you earn in dollars here, and a few renminbi back home won't make a dent in your finances. It's quite affordable for you. Money should be spent wisely, Wang Taijun replied with a chuckle. Shall I proceed to send a reply over there? Zhang Heli inquired. Indeed. Go ahead and make the call, Wang Taijun said, extending his hand to pass over the nearby receiver. Zhang Heli promptly dialed his sister-in-law, informing her that his ex-wife was currently there as well. Upon hearing this news, both his ex-wife and former sister-in-law expressed their joy for him. Chapter 29. The explosive confrontation with Luke Cranley. Wang Tianjin pondered for a moment and said, Brother Zhang, could you kindly take some money back for me? I wish to install a landline at home, build a spacious house, purchase a small car, and perhaps a large television. With sufficient funds, these aspirations are easily attainable. On this return trip, I can directly bring back a grand television. Zhang Heli patted his chest, assuring him, All right. I will provide you with the funds before you depart. Wang Tianjun nodded, adding a cautionary note. But you mustn't embezzle. My earnings are hard-earned. Get lost. Zhang Heli retorted with a laugh. That night, Zhang Heli was so exhilarated that he hardly slept. After spending over 4 years in America, he finally had the opportunity to engage in formal basketball work. He never anticipated such a rewarding visit to Phoenix. On January 2nd, 1993, in the morning, the two sought out a lawyer and signed a formal contract for a coaching position. Haha. Zhang Heli beamed as he gazed at the contract, his joy radiating. I will be leaving for home the day after tomorrow. Do you have a game tonight? He inquired, securing the contract. Indeed, we are playing against the Timberwolves at home. Wang Tianjin replied. The Timberwolves? Their strength pales in comparison to that of the Suns. Zhang Heli remarked, then shifted the conversation. Tianjin, could you procure a ticket for me? What? Wang Tianjin exclaimed, nearly jumping in disbelief. Tickets are quite expensive, you know. I'm doing you a favor. Can't you be a bit more generous? Even a nosebleed seat would suffice. It's only $30 at most. Zhang Heli retorted, somewhat irked. Wang Tianjin contemplated briefly. I'll see if I can sneak you in. You can squeeze through the player's tunnel. Buying a ticket is just too costly. You little rascal. You might as well change your name to Wang Scrooge Tianjun. Zhang Heli rolled his eyes in silent disdain. By midday, Wang Tianjun drove Zhang Heli to the training facility, using Zhang Heli's own car and fuel. I say, Tianjun, you really ought to buy a vehicle. Navigating America without a car is nearly impossible. Zhang Heli complained once they exited the car. You buy one. I don't know how to drive, Wang Tianjin chuckled. Well, you could always pay for it. Zhang Heli suggested. Then I might as well ride a bicycle. It's only a 10-minute journey and would serve as good exercise, Wang Tianjin quickly replied. Zhang Heli was left speechless. His employer was exceedingly parsimonious. Sir, I heard from Charles that one can advance part of their salary. May I request an advance? That afternoon, Wang Tianjun approached Colangelo. Old K, do you have any significant expenses? Colangelo inquired, somewhat concerned. He was aware of Wang Tianjun's financial situation, knowing he had some cash on hand, and, coupled with the $4,000 the team had paid for the trainer's salary in November, Wang Tianjun, being so frugal, should have been financially comfortable. Well, I wish to settle some debts at home and subsequently improve my family's economic conditions, Wang Tianjun explained. Colangelo nodded in understanding, smiling as he asked, How much do you intend to advance? I would like to request an advance for 1 month's salary, Wang Tianjun replied promptly. All right. Colangelo calculated that Wang Tianjun's salary in the first year was $1 million for 170 days, which amounts to $250,000 a month. 10 minutes later, with Colangelo's approval, Wang Taijun collected a cash check of $250,000 from the accounting department. with the current exchange rate at 8.5. This translates to over 2 million yuan, a delightful fortune. Grasping the check, his hands trembled violently, as if he had suffered a stroke. Damn it. The avaricious American empire, I must pay a 45 tax on this money. What a loss. Yet, the thought of having to pay over $60,000 in personal income tax in the first year made his hands tremble even more. His entire body shook as if electrified. At 8 in the evening, the game between the Suns and the Timberwolves was about to commence. Zhang Heli sat atop a hill, having purchased a ticket for $25. He felt too embarrassed to squeeze through the players' tunnel. Being caught sneaking in would be utterly humiliating, something only Wang Taijun would dare to do. Before the Suns bench, Paul Westphal admonished Wang Taijun in a warning tone. Old K, if you try to shoot when you encounter a double team tonight, I will bench you. Do you understand? Don't worry, coach. I will definitely get 10 assists tonight, Wang Taijun quickly assured him, thumping his chest in promise. Old K, you damn rookie. Do you think you can take my position? Tonight, you play as a facilitator. Don't expect to receive my passes. You wasted too many possessions in the previous game. Kevin Johnson chided with a playful laugh. Wang Tiejuan's expression fell as he pitifully pleaded. Kevin, at least let me have a few shots. I can work harder on defense. He had good rapport with several of his key teammates, joking and fooling around together. These guys were counting on his growth to help them win championships. All right then. 2 rebounds for 1 shot. Steals and blocks are also acceptable. Just put in the effort, Kevin Johnson chuckled. Okay, it's a deal, Wang Taijun replied with a smile. Barkley laughed. The Timberwolves centers are of mediocre strength, not as formidable as Ronnie Sakely of the Heat. Old K should have no problem. Absolutely, Wang Taijun quickly responded. That guy Sakely can even step out to the 3-point line. I can't keep up with that. The Heat are no good either, lacking the spirit of the Cavaliers. They don't dare to go one-on-one and still double-team me. I'm just a rookie. They think too highly of me. The group erupted in laughter at Wang Tiejuan's aggrieved expression. In this game, Wang Tiejuan's opponent was the blue-collar center Luke Longley. Longley was the first Australian to enter the NBA, a second-year rookie, drafted 7th overall in 1991. He was robustly built, with the Timberwolves offering him a 3-year contract worth $59 million annually. He was also a hero in the hearts of over 17 million Australians. His statistics for the season were 5.8 points and 4. For rebounds, his capabilities comparable to those of Mark West, standing at 218 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms. However, Luke Randle is merely one of the rotational centers for the Timberwolves, as the team lacks a definitive starting player in this position. Several rotation players possess mediocre skills, and the one in better form takes the court. As the match commenced, Wang Taijun and Luke Randle engaged in the jump ball. Despite Randle's greater height, his reach and vertical leap fell short, allowing Wang to effortlessly seize the ball. He advanced to the low post on the left wing, where the 120-kilogram Randle, embodying the archetype of a robust center, promptly adopted a defensive stance. Observing the ball handler Kevin Johnson approaching the arc, who was executing a spacing tactic, Wang swiftly exerted himself and surged towards the paint. The low post confrontation began. Who would emerge victorious? The voice of the live commentator erupted. Luke Ronley attempted to withstand the pressure, but at that moment, Wang Taijun suddenly surged forward, employing a forceful lean. In an instant, the combined strength of 6 converged, unleashing a powerful thrust that destabilized Ronley's balance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang stepped decisively into the paint area. Such immense power. Luke Langley felt a jolt in his heart. Splendid. Old K has entered. The live commentator exclaimed with excitement. The disparity in strength is indeed substantial. Through this confrontation, Wang Taijun comprehended the hierarchical strength of Luke Langley. Although their weights were comparable, there was a discernible disparity in power, particularly when he employed the Iron Mountain technique. At that moment, a ball arched downwards, and Luke Langley positioned himself at the rear. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately commenced a back-to-the-basket maneuver, fusing his strength into one, and with a sudden and forceful impact. The sound echoed, bang. Amidst the unusually oppressive cacophony of muscular impacts, Luke Langley let out a subdued grunt, staggering backward in a faltering retreat. At last, the most intense confrontation commenced. The live commentator continued to shout passionately. Bang! The second wave of fierce and extraordinary back-to-back assaults followed in rapid succession. The confrontation between muscles was the most direct and primal form of combat, embodying the purest contest of strength devoid of any embellishments. In this arena, dominance belonged solely to the strongest. Truly formidable. Luke Langley lost his balance entirely, being knocked back a considerable distance, retreating beneath the basket and nearly losing his footing. At that moment, Wang Taijun had seized the ball with one hand, pivoting and leaping in a single bound. Bang! As the basket trembled violently, Luke Ronnie let out a muffled groan and collapsed beneath the hoop. His pallid face gazed vacantly at the monstrous creature hanging from the rim. His mind adrift and breath labored. His entire chest burned with a searing heat, as if crushed beneath the weight of a heavy truck. The excited shouts of the commentator echoed thunderously through the arena, and then he roared. Under Old K's relentless dominance and overpowering force, Luke Ronnie was driven to the ground in our paint area like a helpless maiden. Old K's low-post back-down game was undeniably formidable. He could effortlessly overpower anything in his path. Chapter 30. Ruthless backing. Wang Taijun released his grip and landed on the ground, casting a glance at the fallen Luke Longley, a smile splitting his face. Despite Longley's height and bulk, his athletic prowess paled in comparison. In a one-on-one low-post matchup, even Shaquille O'Neal would struggle against him. So how could Longley withstand his aggressive backing play? Damn it! Upon hearing the commentator refer to him as a coward and witnessing Wang Taijun's disdainful gaze, Longley's eyes reddened, an overwhelming fury surging from the depths of his heart. Entering the NBA as the 7th pick in the first round, he bore the weight of nearly 20 million Australians behind him, and the pressure was immense. Now, having faced humiliation, he felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, the ensuing pressure would undoubtedly crush him. He had to strike back. He rose to his feet, his teeth nearly biting into his own flesh, and his fists clenched so tightly that they were on the verge of bleeding. My goodness, is Taijun really this formidable? Atop the mountain, Zhang Heli felt a profound shock. Longley was merely a physical presence, averaging fewer than 6 attempts per game, primarily capitalizing on second-chance opportunities or favorable positions under the basket. Otherwise, he was seldom the recipient of passes. Wang Taijun's defensive task was relatively uncomplicated, given that there were no 3-second defensive rules in place. His primary responsibility was to command the paint, safeguard the defensive rebounds, and provide assistance. However, once in the backcourt, Longley became remarkably assertive, immediately positioning himself and pushing Wang outward. Mitchell, give me the ball. Longley, though slightly overpowered, still sought the ball at the arc's edge. Mitchell Williams, the Timberwolves point guard, did not hesitate. Such was the unwritten rule of the NBA: if one was struck, one must retaliate, lest their morale falter. He promptly passed the ball down. As Wang Taijun saw the ball coming, he surged forward, planting his feet firmly, and channeled his strength, leaning fiercely into Longley with a powerful iron shoulder check that erupted in an instant. They were already tightly pressed against each other, leaving no room for forceful maneuvers between them. Yet the technique of the iron shoulder check thrived on close contact, aptly named, thus generating substantial backing force. Moreover, remarkably, this maneuver did not incur a foul, as it lacked any excessive or obvious shoulder dips or elbow thrusts. Damn! Just as Longley was about to receive the ball, a tremendous force collided from behind, causing him to lose his balance. Smack! The ball grazed his fingertips and then sailed out of bounds. Oh! What a splendid display of proactive defense! Old K forced Longley into a turnover, the commentator exclaimed with excitement. With possession exchanged, the Suns commenced their attack. Dan Marley received the ball on the right wing and tentatively launched a mid-range jumper underneath the basket. Wang Taijun leveraged his strength and bulk to assert dominance right in front of the rim. Longley attempted to displace him, but Wang's forceful lean shifted Longley's center of gravity, causing him to lose his position. Just then, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Wang seized it. As he prepared for a second attempt, both Longley and Timberwolves power forward Christian Leitner lunged at him simultaneously, for large hands grasping onto him. Two opponents, weighing 120 kilograms and 110 kilograms, pressed down upon him. Could they hinder his ascent? With a grunt, he anchored his feet and, like a monstrous python, surged forth, effortlessly breaking through the 4 restraining arms. The referee's whistle pierced the air. A thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of a detonated charge. This powerful slam not only toppled the 2 towering centers of the Timberwolves, but also sent the adrenaline of nearly 20,000 fans skyrocketing. Cheers erupted within the Suns' home arena, as countless supporters leapt from their seats, brandishing their fists in jubilant celebration of his overwhelming dunk against the opposition's interior defense. Amidst the arena's atmosphere, the commentator's exuberant shouts rang out like rapid-fire gunfire, his voice rolling like thunder. This is the spectacle of the behemoth. In Orlando, there is a great shark, and here in Phoenix, we too possess a titan. He is Old K, hailing from China, from New York's Chinatown. A heartfelt thanks to our owner, Mr. Colangelo, for this magnificent signing. The commentator's fervor propelled the ambience to its zenith. Old K, you've done splendidly. Rookie, dunk again next time. Barkley and a host of teammates rushed over, exclaiming in excitement. Remember, gentlemen, from now on, pass the ball to me, and you may enjoy the show. King Taijun proclaimed without hesitation. A few middle fingers were raised in jest. Give you the ball? Are we mere spectators? Soon, all teammates dispersed, disheveled. Luke Rancourt and Leitner clambered to their feet, exchanging glances before turning away in unison. Free throws presented a dilemma for the current iteration of Old Wong. 2 years prior, his free throw accuracy stood at 75, but prolonged neglect of practice, compounded by strenuous labor over the preceding months, had thickened his wrist. Although his strength and stamina had augmented, he sacrificed some finesse and agility. Thus, his shooting and free throw proficiency had markedly diminished. Alas, the additional free throw missed its mark. Luke Rancourt secured the defensive rebound, initiating a Timberwolves offense. A perimeter jump shot failed to find its target, and Barkley seized the rebound, returning the ball to the Suns. Brother, give it to me. I'll assist you. King Taijun firmly positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, holding off Luke Rancourt with his left arm while extending his right hand, unabashedly demanding the ball from the top of the arc. Is that all you can do? Bully your way in for a dunk? I can't possibly assist you. Who are you fooling? Kevin Johnson thought, speechless. Give it to him. Kevin, our rookie must develop faster. Barkley called out from the right wing, grinning. Pass the ball to Old K. We want to see his thunderous dunk. The commentator's fervent cries echoed, met with the resounding agreement of countless fans. Smack. With a single hand reaching skyward, Wang Taijun confidently received the pass. Bam. As he dribbled, an overwhelming force coalesced, initiating a ferocious low-post assault. An immense power erupted instantaneously. The violent impact compressed his chest, and a high-pressure gasp escaped his throat as Luke Cornett let out a pained groan, retreating slightly. Seizing this moment, Wang Taijun chose not to squander his energy continuing the back-down. Instead, he swiftly pivoted and charged directly towards the basket. Cornett's agility paled in comparison. As his center of gravity was disrupted, he was unable to turn and pursue defensively, instinctively attempting to grasp Wang but failing to halt him. Boom. Just then, Timberwolves power forward Leitner had just returned to the paint. He leaped towards his adversary, delivering a brutal two-handed slam that crashed onto his opponent's head. The entire hoop buckled under the force, causing Leitner to stagger back, nearly toppling over once more. Hooray! The Suns bench and the audience erupted into fervor once again. On the sidelines, head coach Paul Westphal remarked to his assistant that they needed to further enhance Old K's flexibility and coordination through strength training. He was entirely capable of becoming more agile and swift. Currently, he could only contend with relatively slow-moving opponents like Cornett, lacking offensive prowess, which posed significant limitations. Having witnessed Wang Taijun's several offensive maneuvers, Zhang Heli was utterly astounded. Observing from the television and experiencing the game live presented two entirely different realms. The latter offered an unparalleled and powerful visual experience. Alas, he sighed deeply within. Chapter 31 in the first quarter, with 15 minutes elapsed, the game continued. And Wang Taijun relentlessly dominated Luke Langley. On offense, Langley struggled to penetrate the paint, while on defense, he was unable to withstand Wang Taijun's powerful low-post moves, resulting in a comprehensive defeat on both ends. At the 7-minute mark of the first quarter, after being sent sprawling by Wang Taijun once more, he was substituted out. Sitting on the bench, he cautiously gasped for breath, each inhalation causing a sharp pain in his chest, as if his thoracic cavity had been compressed and glued together. Lifting his jersey revealed his pale chest, now marred by a flush of crimson, indicative of ruptured capillaries. What a monster! He gazed at the still vibrant Wang Taijun on the court, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. In those 7 minutes, he had engaged in over 10 fierce confrontations with Wang Taijun, who had scored 5 out of 5 attempts over him, sent him sprawling 3 times, and secured 3 rebounds. While he had failed to score a single point and managed only 1 rebound, truly obliterated. Replacing Langley on the court was Felton Spencer, a blue-collar player standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 122 kilograms. Although he was a first-round pick, 6th overall by the Timberwolves in 1990, and earned a salary exceeding $1 million, his entry did not resolve the issues at the center position. Spencer shared a similar playstyle with Langley, being a defensive bulwark with insufficient defensive prowess, and Wang Taijun was inherently equipped to counter such types of centers. Timberwolves head coach Sidney Lowe, realizing the futility of this strategy, opted for yet another substitution, replacing Spencer just a minute later. Watching his opponent scramble to find a solution against Wang Taijun, Kalangla felt a sense of satisfaction. With a salary comparable to Spencer's, he had acquired the seasoned Old K from the streets. What a bargain. While $1 million could only secure a blue-collar player for the Timberwolves, his investment in Old K yielded explosive performances against the rival team. The Timberwolves then introduced veteran Sarah Bailey, capable of playing both the 4 and 5 positions. At 211 centimeters and 101 kilograms, he was quicker than both Langley and Spencer, offering greater mobility and the ability to step outside the paint. Now 32 years old and a former first-round pick, 7th overall in 1983. He had once been explosive in his youth, boasting impressive statistics throughout his career, including consecutive seasons averaging 19.55 points. However, age had diminished his athleticism, and his offensive capabilities were now limited. Your days of toil are over, my friend, Bailey taunted as he approached Wang Taijun, engaging in trash talk. Once a formidable player in his prime, he now looked down upon Wang Taijun's raw strength, convinced he could still outmaneuver the younger player. My good days are just beginning, while yours have long since passed, as you're on the verge of losing your teeth, Wang retorted. Bailey, incensed by the insolence of a rookie, wore an expression of indignation. At that moment, the Timberwolves initiated their offense, with Bailey moving away from the paint while Wang Taijun shadowed him, maintaining a position that allowed him to quickly return to defense. This approach, while enabling timely defensive coverage under the basket, risked granting opponents ample space. Against an adversary skilled in mid-range shooting, it could lead to significant vulnerabilities. In his youth, Bailey relied heavily on his physical prowess to excel in basketball. Now, as time has passed and his speed has diminished, he has adapted by incorporating more jump shots into his repertoire, showcasing a commendable mid-range shooting ability. With a resounding thud, he received the ball and released it, sending it soaring before it gracefully descended into the hoop. Bailey had successfully landed a mid-range shot. Wang Taijun, attempting to defend, was a fraction too late, and the ball glided past his fingertips. Labor, 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 endless toil. You resemble a mere post, he muttered in frustration. Following his successful shot, Bailey burst with excitement, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun as he began to rap in front of Wang Taijun, maintaining a commendable rhythm. Labor is your father. Think of him, and beware lest he strike you down. Wang Taijun retorted angrily. Damn it, do you seek trouble? Bailey snapped, his expression darkening. Old bean sprout, do you think you can take me on? Wang Taijun raised his fist dismissively, observing Wang Taijun's physique. Bailey let out a cold snort and turned to sprint away. Brother, I'm going to take on that old fellow. Pass me the ball, and I'll teach you how to throw a proper punch later, he whispered as he passed Kevin Johnson. Having taken 5 shots in the first quarter alone, all successful dunks, he was concerned that Kevin Johnson might refuse to pass him the ball. Damn that punch. Do I really need your instruction? Get in position. Johnson chuckled as he teased. Having known Wang Taijun for quite some time, he and Barkley had long understood that the so-called punch was nothing more than a chaotic display of flailing arms. This rookie was merely trying to deceive them. However, with a shared ambition of securing the championship, both he and Barkley were willing to support Wang Taijun's development. All right, Wang Taijun exclaimed, racing toward the basket. With an icy demeanor, Bailey quickly positioned himself to intercept, attempting to thwart his reception of the ball. Yet, was it effective? Not at all. Once under the basket, Wang Taijun extended his arm, pushing Bailey aside and claiming the vast space beneath the rim, just as the ball was lobbed in. With a powerful leap, he snagged the ball with one hand and forcefully slammed it down, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Old bean sprout, you are but a softie. He rapped with exuberance, inciting Bailey's fury. Returning to defense, he pressed against Bailey, using his chest to shove him outward, while hurling insults. Old bean sprout, get out of here. The paint is no place for a softie like you. In a fit of anger, Bailey retaliated with an elbow to Wang Taijun's chest. Are you tickling me? Wang Taijun leaned forward, and with the force of his body, Bailey, lacking the weight to withstand such a blow, stumbled and fell to the ground. The head referee glanced at the assistant referee, who merely shook his head, indicating that Wang Taijun had not committed any excessive actions, thus no call was made. Damn Chinese. Bailey grumbled as he rose, fuming with indignation, before suddenly making a decisive cut inward, signaling for the ball at the top of the arc. In his youth, He was accustomed to a particular style of play, an outward pull followed by a swift inward cut, specifically designed to counter slower opponents. However, he had forgotten that he was no longer young. When the ball came from the arc, he received it, but as he prepared for a layup, Barkley, returning to defend the basket from the right, made no move and merely watched him shoot. Suddenly, a powerful gust from behind surged, chilling him to the bone, as a large hand swooped in from behind and swatted his unlaunched ball into the air. The crowd erupted in applause. "Yes, Old K delivers a magnificent block," the commentator exclaimed. The ball remained in play as Wang Taijun positioned himself to intercept Bailey, allowing Barkley to seize the falling ball. "Old Bean Sprout, have you gone mute? Why aren't you talking now?" Wang Taijun taunted as he sprinted forward, hurling trash talk at Bailey. Bailey, perplexed by the remark, was oblivious. However, the Timberwolves forward, Leitner, who was ahead, understood and pointedly warned Searle, "He is insulting you." "What does that mean?" Bailey asked, confused. "He said you're all talk but no action," Leitner replied. "Damn it." Bailey fumed, nearly boiling over with rage as he glared at Wang Taijun, his teeth almost grinding to dust. "Brother, this old guy is bullying me. I need to retaliate. Pass me the ball." Positioned in the low post on the left wing, Wang Taijun refrained from driving to the basket and instead called out to Kevin Johnson. Johnson rolled his eyes. "Old K, do you think I'm deaf and blind? Who's bullying whom?" Realizing he had no choice, Bailey opted for a side defense, positioning himself above Wang Taijun to thwart any passing lanes. Yet, Johnson effortlessly pushed the ball towards Wang Taijun's backhand. With a swift motion, Wang Taijun held Bailey at bay with his left hand and with his right, adeptly caught the pass from his teammate. Seizing the advantages of his size, he turned and charged into the paint. Bailey was in a side defense, not a head-on confrontation. And being older, he could not match Wang Taijun's speed, unable to catch up. With a decisive step into the paint, Wang Taijun soared, executing a powerful one-arm dunk that reverberated through the Timberwolves hoop, igniting a chorus of cheers from the fans. "Oh," the commentator exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he shouted, "Old K, our beast. He has 7 for 7 from the field, 1 for 3 from the line, already racking up 15 points and 4 rebounds in the first quarter. He is on fire today." Chapter 32, The Beautiful Ones await selection on the sidelines. The bench of the Suns was filled with jealousy as Mark West and Oliver Miller glared with envious eyes. A rookie, taking as many as 8 shots in a single quarter, was a privilege they had never experienced, fostering their disdain towards the mainstays like Barkley and Kevin Johnson, who were supporting that damned Chinese player. Unable to bear the sight, the Timberwolves coach, Sidney Lowe, called for a timeout after the ball was in play. "So, Charles, how do you think I performed?" Wang Taijun asked, excitedly draping his arm around Barkley's neck and affectionately patting his bald head. Barkley, irritated, swatted Wang's hand away, retorting, "You don't even have a girlfriend, so I can only imagine what your hands have been up to. Don't ever touch my head again. I might just be cursed." Wang was momentarily taken aback, looking at his left hand, before bursting into laughter. "Damn it, you must have been up to something. I'm doomed." Barkley, witnessing the hilarity, retaliated with a playful kick to Wang's backside. "Old K, go find yourself a girlfriend, even if just for the night. I assure you, there will be girls climbing into your bed, as long as you open your door," teased the others, their laughter echoing as they returned to the bench. "Look, our players are united, the locker room is stable. We have great hopes for this season." The commentator seized upon the jovial atmosphere, shifting to a new topic. "Old K, good performance," remarked head coach Paul Westphal, offering Wang a congratulatory high five. However, he was acutely aware of Wang's considerable limitations. His offensive strategy lacked diversity, and his defensive experience was minimal. Against opponents who could counter him, his low-post game could easily lead to disaster, leaving his performance in a state of instability. "Focus on weak-side help defense. Double-team him upon receiving the ball," instructed Coach Lowe from the Timberwolves side. With no viable substitutes available, he recognized the necessity of employing double teams against this Chinese powerhouse, as they could not afford to let him dominate their interior defense. Subsequently, he substituted Bailey for Luke Randle, believing Randle's sturdier physique would be better suited for this strategy. However, following the timeout, Wang did not return to the court. He remained on the bench. At this point, with 10 minutes into the first quarter, the score stood at 15-25, with the Suns leading by 10 points, and Wang had single-handedly scored 15 points. He continued to sit until the 9th minute of the second quarter, having rested for nearly an entire period before re-entering the game. In the remaining 3 minutes, He did not have any shooting opportunities, but secured a rebound before the first half concluded. As the third quarter commenced, he returned to the game, where the Timberwolves employed a double team against him. No longer forcing shots, he adhered to the coach's strategy, focusing on facilitating and distributing the ball. In just 19 minutes of play, he made 1 out of 2 field goals and 2 out of 4 free throws. Although his attempts were few, he excelled in distributing the ball with 9 passes, successfully converting 5 of them, which earned him 3 assists and 2 secondary assists. His performance was commendable, as he became the focal point of the Suns' offense in the second half, with the ball often directed to him first before he would pass it out to open teammates upon facing double teams. The game concluded with the Suns triumphing over the visiting Timberwolves with a score of 111-81, a resounding victory by 30 points. Wang Taijun played for 32 minutes, achieving 8 out of 9 from the field and 3 out of 7 from the free throw line, amassing 19 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, 2 turnovers, and 4 fouls. Despite a higher number of turnovers and fouls, his overall performance was impressive, marking his first career double-double. Most importantly, he demonstrated his ability to respond and distribute the ball under defensive pressure, a crucial skill for a center. "Hey, Old K, I'm free tonight. Shall we go out? Old K, I can come to your place." As he left the court, several female fans rushed towards him, blocking his path in the player tunnel, clamoring excitedly. Ladies, how about next time? I'm not quite ready yet." The girls' bold invitations left him flustered. This was an experience he had never encountered before, as girls in his home country tended to be relatively conservative, revealing his somewhat naive side. "You don't need to prepare anything. We'll wait for you outside the locker room." "Hey, handsome, we promise you an unforgettable night." Several girls chimed in, with 2 of them even reaching out to touch him. Wang Taijun's face turned crimson. He was tempted to agree, but the unexpected nature of the encounter left him unable to adapt swiftly. "Haha, Old K, you better take them to a hotel, or the reporters will catch you." "Rookie, your good days are here. Elvin Johnson has girls lining up outside the locker room every night for him to choose from. You can do the same." "Old K, can you leave the leftovers for me?" His teammates erupted in laughter. "Sorry, I'm a bit tired tonight." Wang Taijun quickly pushed past the girls and fled. "Damn Chinese. Does he look down on us? I like him. He must still be a virgin. Haha. Hey, Old K, I will find you again." Disappointed, the girls had no choice but to leave. "Hey, Old K, why didn't you accept?" Kevin Johnson caught up, grinning as he asked. "I'm not some public property. Just because they want to play doesn't mean they can." Although he felt a twinge of regret, Wang pretended to be somewhat indignant. Laughter erupted from his teammates and several security personnel in the corridor. Upon returning to the locker room, the game's MVP, Barkley, came back after an on-site interview, chuckling after hearing the situation before turning serious and asking Wang Taijun, "Brother, do you know who Magic Johnson is?" Wang Taijun, having only a vague understanding of the NBA, shook his head and replied, "Who is he?" "Barkley, he is the superstar of the Lakers, adored by a multitude of female fans. Every night, a throng of beautiful women lines up outside the locker room, eagerly awaiting his selection. Those he does not choose are often gifted to his teammates." "Is it truly possible?" Wang Taijun's eyes widened. However, he has since retired, having contracted AIDS. Barkley recounted the magician's situation, causing Wang Taijun to tense up in alarm, instantly quelling any thoughts of entanglement with female fans. "Therefore, Old K," Barkley stated with utmost seriousness, "to ensure your safety when selecting TT, you must choose the most reliable brand. Now, I have a trustworthy brand to recommend to you." "Charles, is it that newly launched brand you are endorsing?" inquired Danny Ainge. "Its quality is exceptional. It can even hold a basketball without any risk of rupture," Barkley exclaimed with enthusiasm. Laughter erupted in the locker room. "Damn flying pig," Wang Taijun muttered, joining in the laughter. Chapter 33. A duel with Barkley. Head coach Paul Westphal perceived the potential for Wang Taijun to become the focal point of interior offense during the match. Upon returning to the locker room, he engaged in conversation with Karanglu outside. "If Old K had a stronger finishing ability, it would greatly enhance our offensive threat. When a low-post offensive weapon also possesses adept passing skills, our offensive prowess could see a significant increase," he remarked. "I believe he will develop," Karanglu replied enthusiastically. Westphal nodded, stating, "As long as he matures and partners with Barkley, we shall possess one of the most formidable frontcourt combinations in the league. Coupled with the star-studded backcourt of Kevin Johnson and Dan Majerle, we will undoubtedly break through the Western Conference and contend for the championship." Karanglu responded with excitement. At that moment, Wang Taijun sat on a chair in front of his locker, stripping off his gear until he was completely bare. And alongside several key players and seasoned veterans, he confidently made his way to the shower. The other marginal players and rookies like Oliver Miller had no choice but to wait until the stars finished their showers. As he stood under the warm water, he activated the system. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first career double-double. Reward, 100 points. Current total, 150 points. He sighed, lamenting. If only I had made a couple more shots, I would have reached 2010, and the reward would have been even greater. The following morning, accompanied by Zhang Heli, Wang Taijun visited the bank to cash a check, subsequently opening an account at Citibank to deposit the funds and applying for a cash checkbook. Transferring money back home from the United States could be done via Western Union for small amounts, but with a limit of only $2,000 per transaction. His $250,000 posed a challenge. Now, with the money deposited in Citibank, he could mail the check back home or entrust it to Zhang Heli, allowing his family to withdraw the cash at any Citibank branch in Shanghai or Shenzhen, which was the most convenient option. Alternatively, he could apply for a site draft at Citibank and delegate payment to a domestic bank, which would be even more convenient. As he wouldn't have to travel to Shanghai or Shenzhen to cash it, he could do so in Tianjin or Beijing. Of course, he was unfamiliar with these processes. They were suggestions from Zhang Heli. Ultimately, he followed Zhang's advice and applied for a bank draft of 230,000 at Citibank, designating the Bank of China branch in Tianjin as the paying bank, with his father, Wang Igua, as the payee. I am now also a millionaire, he said, holding the bank draft, prompting Zhang Heli to express his admiration before securely stowing it away. Brother Zhang, please don't lose it, Wang Taijun said, extending his hand to pat Zhang Heli's shoulder with a cautious demeanor. Rest assured, even if this were to be lost, there would be no loss incurred. Only your father could claim the money. You could simply request another one, Zhang Heli replied with a chuckle. Can't you withdraw it either? Old Wang let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, are you on guard against thieves? Zhang Heli nearly choked with anger. So, you were worried about me? Subsequently, Wang Taijun escorted Zhang Heli from Phoenix. The latter drove back to Tucson before heading to Los Angeles to return home. After bidding farewell to Zhang, he proceeded to a car dealership, selecting a brand new two-wheeled vehicle, and then meandered to the training facility. Upon entering the locker room of the training hall, he found Barkley changing clothes and immediately exclaimed, Charles, is there any news about me today? He was eager for attention, having performed decently the previous night, hoping to attract media interest. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment as Barkley retorted grumpily, last night, Michael Jordan scored 45 points against the Mavericks, and my 31 points went unnoticed by the media. Do you really think they would focus on you? The name Michael Jordan struck Wang Taijun, who had only recently become acquainted with the NBA during his month with the Suns, leaving him with little reverence for the superstar. In truth, he held no awe for any NBA superstar due to his limited understanding of the league. Come on, rookie, today I will teach you how to grab rebounds. You're a big lad, but my grandfather could snatch 20 rebounds over you, Barkley said, beckoning Wang Taijun to follow. Okay, Wang Taijun quickly complied. Arriving at the training facility, Barkley began instructing him on rebounding from observing the ball's arc to predicting its landing spot, positioning, and protecting the ball. Barkley devoted himself to teaching every detail. After covering rebounding, he shifted to defense. Bang! With a fierce shoulder check from Wang Taijun, Barkley lost his balance and fell to the floor. Charles, it seems you can't defend against a rookie, Wang teased. Perhaps you should let old K teach you how to back down. His back-to-the-basket skills seem more effective than your hefty frame, chuckled Kevin Johnson and Danny Ainge, joining in the laughter. Shut up, Barkley exclaimed as he got up, flustered and annoyed. Kid, I wasn't ready. Wang Taijun replied with a grin, let us go again. The two positioned themselves again in the low post on the left side, and Wang began to back down Barkley. Just as he combined all his strength for the move, he realized something was amiss. He stumbled backward, losing control of the ball, which was swiftly intercepted by Barkley. See, kid? Don't think that one good game makes you something special. You just face some scrubs. I can easily defend you, Barkley said, tossing the ball in the air with a smug smile. Wang Taijun, undeterred, replied, let us try again. I was paying attention that time. This time, he proactively pressed his left shoulder against Barkley's chest, leaving no space between them. In past attempts, he had allowed a slight gap, thinking it would give him more power, but now he sought to eliminate any room for error. This intimate contact, devoid of any space, allows him to observe Barkley's position and movements at any moment through the points of contact. Should Barkley withdraw his strength, he would immediately be aware of it. This technique mirrors Barkley's ability to sense the position of the defender behind him through his posterior. One utilizes the back and shoulders, while the other relies on the hips. In the next instant, as the six forces coalesce, the power of Iron Mountain explodes forth, transmitted directly through their points of contact to Barkley. This time, he expended no energy, as a lack of space in their engagement diminishes strength. Retaining energy here would serve no purpose. Moreover, having already sensed Barkley's position, there was no need for reservation. Barkley, too, possesses considerable strength. His weight is substantial. Prior to the draft, he indulged excessively to avoid being selected by the Philadelphia 76ers, causing his weight to surge from 120 kilograms to 132 kilograms. Currently, he maintains a weight of 114 kilograms, just 5 or 6 kilos lighter than Wang Taijun, a weight that suits him well, standing at a claimed height of 198 centimeters. Though he may actually be only 190 centimeters, this weight class is indeed significant, and he wields considerable strength. Given his height, his center of gravity is low, resulting in a stable defensive stance. Most centers struggle to move him. However, under Wang Taijun's forceful engagement, his center of gravity was momentarily disrupted, though he managed not to retreat, barely maintaining his footing. This is attributed to Wang Taijun's complete lack of space, which mitigated the impact of the force. As his footing relaxed, Wang Taijun's second thrust followed closely. This time, a slight gap existed between their chests and backs, unleashing the full force of Wang Taijun's drive. Bang! Amidst the dull thud of impact, Barkley fell to the ground, unable to retreat in time, as if he were a wooden post being felled. Damn it! Amidst the uproarious laughter of his teammates, Barkley blushed and rose, jokingly retorting, "Whoever laughs should come up and try. You'd meet the same fate." "My back to the basket play isn't so easily withstood," Wang Taijun replied with a triumphant grin. Coach Paul Westphal arrived, witnessing the scene, and chuckled. Old K's back to the basket play is indeed exceptional. Typically, low-post players maintain a distance when engaging with defenders, using their hips to make contact and keeping a gap between their shoulders and the defender to generate power. However, this can lead to offensive fouls due to the shoulder dip and is often too evident, allowing defenders to counter. Yet, Old K's close contact style leaves no room for response, transferring power directly to the upper body. "Old K, do you have any secrets to your close contact strength?" Danny Ainge inquired with a smile. "That's the prowess of my turtle fist," Wang Taijun replied with a mischievous grin. "Old K, do you believe that today we could join forces and show you the might of our turtle fist?" Kevin Johnson jested. Old Wang promptly raised his hand in surrender, smiling as he explained, "My strength derives from a traditional Chinese martial art known as Iron Mountain Support." "Iron Mountain Support?" The crowd responded with curiosity. "Is your nickname in China Mountain King related to this?" Barkley suddenly inquired. With a chuckle, Old Wang replied, "Indeed. It is because I excel in Iron Mountain Support, and my surname is Wang that I acquired the moniker Mountain King." "Can we learn Iron Mountain Support?" Barkley asked eagerly. "Of course. I plan to set up some stances in the next couple of days, which are essential for practicing Iron Mountain Support, and then I'll prepare some medicinal oils. At that time, you may give it a try," Old Wang said with a mischievous grin. He was certain that these fellows would come to regret it, should they dare to genuinely attempt Iron Mountain Support. Chapter 34. The Struggling Mavericks. Subsequently, Coach Paul Westphal commenced the tactical drills, meticulously sketching strategies on the tactical board. "Old K, position yourself in the low post. Ideally, penetrate to the basket, utilizing your imposing presence to compress the opponent's defense and create opportunities and space for the perimeter." "Kevin, once Old K establishes position, you should immediately move in," he continued. "Charles, you will be stationed on the weak side. Should the defender implement weak side help, you will find yourself open, and Old K will pass the ball to you. Kevin, you may also dish it to Charles. Old K, should the ball find its way into your hands, seize any opportunity to go one-on-one. If none is available, swiftly distribute the ball to an open teammate, remaining vigilant for their position. Dan Marley, you will align with Old K on the same side, using your long-range shooting ability to create space for him and await his pass. The others were instructed to actively move according to the strategy, stretching the defense. The strategy was not complex. It was a traditional center-oriented approach, first seeking the center, and if the center was unable to score, the ball would be redistributed. Previously, the Suns lacked a formidable center like Wang Taijun, The blue-collar centers were incapable of executing such tactics. The interior game revolved around Barkley, who could indeed soar within the paint, yet his height limited his role as a low-post anchor for the Suns. Now, with Wang Taijun on the roster, although his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, he possessed a formidable ability to back down opponents with sheer force, frequently finding opportunities to penetrate the paint. His height and vision allowed him to stand firm in the low post and effectively receive and distribute the ball, prompting the coach to experiment with the traditional center strategy. Once the tactical explanation concluded, practical execution commenced. Oliver Miller, as a substitute, matched up against Wang Taijun at the center position. Miller had signed a 2-year, $1 million contract with the Suns, indulging in lavish meals that led to an uncontrollable weight gain. Upon entering the league, he weighed 127 kilograms. And now he had escalated to 130 kilograms, gaining 3 kilograms in just 2 months. Given this trajectory, further weight gain seemed inevitable. His increase in weight had adversely affected his mobility, and the additional weight was not muscle, unlike Wang Taijun, who had reduced fat while gaining muscle. Miller's bulk was purely fat. Thus, his weight gain merely added mass without enhancing strength, rendering him increasingly sluggish. Old Wang positioned himself in the left low post, demanding the ball. Upon receiving it, he immediately initiated a backing down maneuver. His first attempt mirrored his previous encounter with Barkley as he pressed closely, exerting all his might to destabilize his opponent's center of gravity before maintaining relentless pressure until he completely compromised Miller's balance. Bang! Bang! With the first physical confrontation, Miller's balance wavered, much like Barkley's had before. Yet, he managed to withstand the second attempt due to his considerable mass. However, he could not endure the subsequent third attempt. He stumbled backward, completely losing his equilibrium. As Wang Taijun prepared to capitalize on this momentum to execute a thunderous dunk, the substitute team initiated weak-side help defense. Substitute power forward Jared Mustaf rushed over, leaving Barkley unguarded. Wang Taijun took note of this and promptly elevated the ball, holding it high above his head. The substitute team was executing a defensive switch, yet the vacancy near Barkley was not promptly covered. Upon receiving the ball, he instantly took a jump shot from his open position and scored. Play it like this, Coach K cautioned. Be mindful of the weak side help defense from behind. Do not make errors while posting up. Dan Marley, when Coach K is backing down, attempt to cut in from the strong side to draw defensive attention, he continued. And Coach K, if time is running out on the offense, consider passing the ball to Dan Marley. Head coach Paul Westphal consistently reiterated these instructions. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after completing the training session, Wang Taijun indulged in a complimentary dinner at the training facility. He then rode his vehicle to procure some timber. Having gathered adequate information, he discovered several lumber mills in the eastern suburbs where he could find logs. After pedaling for over half an hour, he successfully located a mill, and fortune smiled upon him as he procured an exquisite piece of wood. The timber he acquired was desert ironwood, measuring 3.5 meters in length with a diameter of 60 centimeters, weighing several hundred kilograms. The mill owner, a fan of the Suns, was familiar with him and, after payment, promised to deliver the wood the following day. At 10 o'clock the next morning, a truck delivered the log to his doorstep. With the driver's assistance, he positioned the timber into the deep pit he had excavated the previous day. Once secured, he began to use gauze to remove the splinters from the wood, which was significantly thicker, harder, and heavier than the stakes he had used back home. Those were typically made from common elm or jujube wood, reaching a maximum thickness of 30 centimeters, which he had broken numerous times. The stakes were prepared, yet training for the Iron Mountain Lean could not commence due to the absence of medicinal oil. This martial art form necessitated the application of oil to massage the muscles and tendons post-training to prevent injuries. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of anticipation, as he had not engaged in this training since his incarceration. Pressing his left shoulder against the massive log, leaving a foot of space, he planted his feet firmly, twisted his waist, and unified his strength in a moment of explosive power. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the massive wooden post remained utterly unmoved, while he was jolted off balance by the counterforce, nearly disrupting his stance. Alas, this post bore an immense weight. I am but an ant attempting to shake a tree. He tapped the wooden post, smacked his lips, and murmured to himself, if I can manage to strike this formidable object, I am certain I will advance further in the realm of Iron Mountain. Thud, thud, thud. After attempting over 20 times, he paused, daunted by the fear of injury. That evening, the Suns faced off against the struggling Mavericks at home. The Mavericks, often the subject of ridicule, had languished with a meager win count of merely 20 games over the past 2 seasons and had just suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Jordan, leaving their morale in tatters. Wang Tiejuan's opponent was Sean Lucas, an African-American nicknamed Desert Fathead, hailing from the University of Arizona, the very institution where Zhang Heli's former sister-in-law studied, located just over 100 kilometers from Phoenix and Tucson. He was the 3rd pick in the 2nd round this year, standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 113 kilograms. His footwork in the paint is commendable, and he demonstrates decent physicality. However, his shooting skills are rather mediocre and his wingspan is unremarkable. Similar to Wang Taijun, his athletic abilities are average. Given the exceptional talent pool of interior players in this year's draft, he fell to the 2nd round, resulting in a lower selection. Based on his attributes, had Wang Taijun entered the draft, he might have secured a 1st-round position, as Old Wang possesses elite static athleticism, with a wingspan and physicality superior to that of the heavier player. Nonetheless, Luke showcases considerable potential in his inaugural game against the Jazz, facing the formidable duo. He took to the court as the starting center, shooting 7 of 11 from the field and 6 of 10 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 20 points and 4 rebounds, an achievement yet to be matched by Old Wang. Chapter 35, the rampaging slam under the rim as the match commenced. Wang Taijun triumphed in the jump ball, propelling the Suns' offense into motion. He positioned himself in the low post, immediately engaging in a fierce confrontation with the hefty Lukes. Such strength. The moment Lukes leaned into Wang Taijun, an overwhelming force surged forth, shifting his upper body's center of gravity backward. He struggled to maintain his footing. But just then, he heard a muffled grunt from Wang Taijun, followed by an even more formidable force. Unable to withstand it any longer, he staggered back, yielding ground like a collapsing dam, as Wang's relentless pressure soon caused him to lose his defensive stance. Old K, we're running out of time. The 3-second count is nearing. Kevin Johnson bellowed, advancing toward the arc as he launched the ball toward the hoop. With a resounding thud, the towering beast leapt into the air, seizing the incoming basketball with both hands and forcefully slamming it down. The deafening sound of the rim reverberated throughout the arena, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Oh my! The commentators' passionate exclamations filled the air, a brutally ferocious alley-oop dunk. The synergy between Lightning and King is nothing short of exquisite, and now it is time for Old K to showcase the might of the beast. Double team him. Do not allow him to penetrate the paint. Suffocate him, shouted Mavericks head coach Edu. Turning back, Mavericks point guard, Derek Harper, skillfully sank a mid-range jumper. Wang Taijun re-entered the low post, once again clashing with Sean Lukes. With a weight nearing 122 kilograms, he outweighed Lukes by 9 kilograms, and coupled with his iron shoulder tactics, the disparity in strength was stark. Although Lukes possessed commendable defensive skills, he simply could not withstand the onslaught. As Kevin Johnson's ball found its way back, the Mavericks could only resort to a collective defensive effort in the paint, with small forward Doug Smith diving in to assist. The Mavericks had come prepared. Their starting small forward, standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms, was well suited for the task of double-teaming Wang Taijun. In this era that reveres one-on-one matchups, a double team signifies acknowledgement of the threat posed by the player being guarded, indicating a recognition of one's inability to contend individually, thus resorting to a group assault. Therefore, should one find themselves double-teamed, there is no cause for dismay. Rather, it should incite excitement and joy, for only stars attract such defensive attention. Witnessing the impending double team, Wang Taijun felt exhilarated. He grasped the ball with his right hand, pivoted sharply, and leaned left, sending the approaching Luke stumbling back. Then, leaning right, he sent Doug Smith tumbling to the ground with a grunt. With a series of relentless shoulder charges, he carved through the defenses with brutal ferocity, clearing the Mavericks' presence from the paint. The beast soared once more, and the rim succumbed to his might. Yes, the arena erupted. Countless home fans raised their arms in ecstatic cheers. An emphatic dunk, an unstoppable force. Old K was relentlessly overpowering the young Mavericks, his physical prowess proving insurmountable even against double teams. He was a true behemoth. The excited commentator's voice echoed through the arena. To execute a dunk amid such defensive pressure was a remarkable feat, and Wang Taijun, exhilarated, panted heavily while celebrating with his rushing teammates. He had opted against passing the ball, for the game had just commenced, and his stamina was abundant. Positioned near the basket, endowed with both height and reach, he recognized that the Mavericks' tallest starter was merely 208 centimeters, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. However, such aggressive play exacted a considerable toll on his energy reserves. lacking the terrifying explosiveness of Shaquille O'Neal. He found himself vulnerable to being restrained or fouled due to his relatively slower liftoff. Thus, before making his move, he mustered the strength to clear the defensive presence around him, necessitating an even greater expenditure of energy. Damn it, let us show this irritating Chinese player what, thought the Mavericks' formidable power forward, Terry Davis, his eyes glowing with unmasked disdain as he fixated on Wang Taijun. As the Mavericks launched their offense, Sean Rooks attempted to penetrate the paint, but was met with Wang Taijun's staunch defense. He tried to pivot into the key, but his efforts were hampered. His speed was hardly superior to old Wang's, and he was thwarted just as he entered the restricted area, with the 3-second violation looming. He had no choice but to retreat from the paint and reposition himself. At that moment, the Mavericks' primary scoring threat, point guard Derek Harper, launched a three-pointer, only to miss the mark. Wang Taijun swiftly turned to secure the defensive rebound, initiating an offensive play for the Suns. Advancing to the front court, he once again pressed toward the basket. The closer he got, the greater his threat became. Yet, this time, Sean Rooks fought tenaciously to impede him. Although Wang managed to squeeze inside, the 3-second count had expired, and Kevin Johnson's pass was not delivered in time, forcing him to exit the paint and return to the left block to reposition. Shooting guard Dan Majerle attempted a mid-range shot but failed to convert, allowing the Mavericks to reclaim the rebound. Sean Rooks made another attempt to breach the paint but was unsuccessful once more. He was compelled to alter his approach and step outside, leveraging his moderate shooting ability. Despite a less-than-stellar shooting percentage, his speed allowed him to believe he could make a play. Old K watched the defensive rebound. Barkley called out, noticing Wang Taijun's intention to follow Rooks outside. Understood. Wang Taijun trailed just beyond the key, giving Rooks a 2-meter cushion, a little more than a single step. At that moment, Rooks received a pass. Wang Taijun lunged forward, and as Rooks released his jumper, Wang soared into action. The height and reach disparity became glaringly evident, as Wang's defensive elevation entirely obstructed Rooks' shooting space. With a resounding smack, a powerful volleyball-style block sent Rooks' shot hurtling like a meteor into the stands. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Yes, the arena erupted in jubilation. What a play! Old K had delivered a spectacular rejection, showcasing his defensive prowess, as the commentator's voice rang out in fervent excitement. As the Mavericks mounted another offensive, shooting guard Walter Bond attempted a mid-range jumper, only to be thwarted by Dan Majerle's block. Charles Barkley seized the opportunity to regain possession for the Suns. In a remarkable sequence, the Suns executed 2 consecutive blocks, regaining control of the ball, and coupled with Wang Taijun's 2 emphatic dunks earlier, the momentum shifted dramatically in their favor, while the Mavericks found their morale plummeting. In the front court, Wang Taijun positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, receiving the ball and backing down against Rooks. As he maneuvered into the paint, he was met with a double team from the weak side. Unable to draw closer to the basket, he opted to pass the ball to the unguarded Barkley on the weak side. With a resounding thud, Barkley caught the ball and charged towards the basket, delivering a thunderous dunk right over the Mavericks' power forward, Terry Davis, who had just left him unmarked. Davis, infuriated after being posterized by Barkley, had a crimson hue wash over his face, yet his ire was not directed at Barkley. Instead, he inexplicably shot a fierce glare at Wang Taijun. Chapter 36. The brutish Davis takes action. The Mavericks called a timeout, and the coach spoke solemnly. The Suns' strategy is evident. They are employing a center-oriented approach, aiming to find the Chinese laborer. Lux, you must hold your ground. Do not allow him to reach the basket easily. You cannot circumvent him. Your height is insufficient. It is imperative that you stand your ground, and I expect to see your performance. The rest of you must accelerate your defensive rotations. Do not allow that rookie any opportunity to pass. The moment the ball reaches his hands, the double team must be in place. As the timeout concluded, the Mavericks initiated their offense. Lux positioned himself at the edge of the 2-point area, while Wang Taijun shadowed him just outside the paint. At this moment, Mavericks point guard Harper drove the lane, scoring with a layup before hastily retreating to defend the basket. Albeit a step too late, the Suns commenced their offensive play, and he sought position near the basket. Lux exerted every ounce of strength to defend, achieving a tactical objective to some extent. However, Wang Taijun's attempts to employ his signature move fell short as he could not reach the basket in time. Bound by the 3-second offensive rule, once the outside shot could not be executed promptly, he had no choice but to vacate the paint, thus wasting his energy. The only consequence was that it would equally drain Lux's stamina. By the time he returned to the left wing low post, time was not on their side. The ball had already been passed to Barkley, who, with deft maneuvering, pushed Davis out of the paint and executed a turnaround jumper to conclude the offensive play. Noticing the absence of defenders before him, he triumphantly taunted Davis, infuriating the latter. After 2 more possessions, Wang Taijun received the ball in the left wing low post and immediately began to back down. However, after his first attempt, a double team quickly emerged. The Mavericks' weak side help defense was remarkably swift. Forward Terry Davis abandoned Barkley to apply pressure from behind. Unbeknownst to Wang Taijun, as he prepared for a second move, the ball was intercepted. "Watch your back," Barkley cautioned, but it was too late. "Damn it, old KS ball was stolen by Terry Davis," exclaimed the commentator in shock. The Mavericks executed a fast break, scoring effortlessly. "Chinese laborer." Davis sneered at Wang Taijun, disdainfully mimicking a spitting gesture. "Step back a bit. Do you want to fight?" Barkley moved closer, forcefully shoving Davis aside. "Hide behind others, you Chinese softy." Davis continued to provoke Wang Taijun with a tone of derision, his words dripping with contempt. Wang Taijun, infuriated and amused at the same time, recognized the pervasive racism that permeated American society. One could never anticipate when such incidents would arise. As they were as ubiquitous as the stench of urine on the streets, it was inescapable. He was not one to tolerate such provocations. Fueled by anger, he began to approach Davis, but at that moment, the referee intervened, placing himself between the two. "Do not escalate this. Everyone step back. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be ejected immediately," the referee warned. Wang Taijun glared fiercely at Davis, raising his right hand, and with a protruding middle finger. He jabbed it menacingly at Davis while retreating, shouting, "You scoundrel, don't leave after the game. I will find you in the locker room." "Are you afraid you lack the courage?" Davis sneered in response. Not only was he a player for the Mavericks, but he was also a local from Dallas. Possessing the inherent prejudice characteristic of his hometown, racism that had become ingrained within him. "Step back," the referee warned sternly once more. The visible conflict was quelled by the referee's admonition. "Old K, after receiving the ball, there's no need to rush. Take a moment to observe the positions of the other defenders. If help defense arrives, you can pass it out. If not, then proceed with your play," Barkley advised. "Understood," Wang Taijun replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. After several more exchanges, he once again received the ball in a low position on the left wing. This time, adhering to Barkley's advice, he did not hastily attack upon receiving the ball. Instead, he positioned his left hand against Lux and raised the ball high with his right hand. Surveying the defense of the Mavericks, particularly the weak side, which was often overlooked. Sure enough, he noticed Davis sprinting towards him from the weak side. However, he refrained from passing as Davis, realizing that Wang was not attacking, hesitated to approach for help defense, fearing a pass to Barkley, and retreated back to Barkley's side. With no help defense, Wang immediately began to back down against Lux. Thud, thud. 2 powerful bumps caused Lux's defense to falter, losing his position. Seizing the opportunity, Wang pivoted. Stepping closer to the basket, grasping the ball with one hand, and leaped up to confront the returning defense of Terry Davis. Bang! With a resounding thud against the rim. Davis was knocked off balance mid-air, stumbling and crashing onto the floor. "Yes," Wang exclaimed triumphantly, reveling in the moment as he had just dunked over the frequently taunting Davis. "Damn it!" Davis seethed with fury, rising from the floor, his eyes flashing with malice as he charged towards Wang, delivering an elbow strike from the side. As Wang turned, prepared to celebrate with Barkley and others, he caught a glimpse of the impending attack and instinctively ducked, yet still received the elbow to his neck. "Damn it!" He staggered back 2 steps, clearly feeling the force behind the blow. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Boo! The arena erupted with resounding boos. "Curse those damn Chinese." Without a hint of regret, Davis shot Wang a disdainful glare, muttering a curse before nonchalantly walking away. This was a common occurrence for him during his college days. He often targeted those he despised, particularly Asians, especially the Chinese, without any psychological burden, firmly believing that such inferior races had no place in the world. Damn it! Upon witnessing the scene, Barkley and others erupted in a torrent of invectives, rushing forward to intercept Davis. Players from the Mavericks surged in as well, igniting an immediate quarrel and shoving match. The benches of both teams descended into chaos, but fortunately, the coaching staffs intervened to restrain the substitutes. Otherwise, they too would have joined the fray. Damn it! Wang Taijun felt a twinge of pain in his neck, but he brushed it aside, intent on teaching that scoundrel a lesson first. "Hey, don't get carried away," Sean Lux interposed himself, attempting to push Wang aside as he made his way toward Davis. As a rookie, Lux had little desire to engage in a brawl, yet he feared that stepping back might jeopardize his standing with the Mavericks. With a cold grunt, Wang Taijun raised his right hand, fingers splayed like claws, seizing Lux's left wrist with an iron grip. Having trained in Baji Quan, he was adept at grappling techniques, honing his grip strength through exercises involving the catching of a heavy iron ball. He would grasp the ball with his palms facing down, release it suddenly, and then swiftly catch it with the other hand without allowing it to touch the ground, alternating this process continuously. The moment he clasped Lux's wrist, his fingers acted like steel hooks. Lux strained to break free but remained immobile. In the next instant, Wang twisted Lux's wrist outward, activating his grappling technique. Lux let out a yelp and instinctively turned, his arm forced into an unyielding lock, rendering him unable to move. Wang Taijun, showing no malice toward fellow rookie Lux, pulled back smoothly. Lux let out a muffled grunt as he stumbled forward, collapsing onto the floor. Had he not succumbed to the fall, his elbow would surely have faced dislocation. Chapter 37. The Assault. Davis was engaged in a tussle with Barkley when suddenly, his vision darkened at the corner of his eye. Sensing an oncoming attack from the right, instinctively he veered left and glanced in that direction. Wang Taijun surged forward, swiftly closing the distance. As Davis dodged to the left, a powerful punch reminiscent of Xingyiquan struck him squarely in the eye. Bang! Davis turned to the right just in time to receive a blow. Letting out a yelp as dizziness engulfed him, his footing faltering, Wang Taijun, emboldened by his advantage, pressed his assault. His feet moved as if mired in mud. Yet he closed the gap with a thunderous shout, delivering a fierce Iron Mountain lean. This strike, akin to a kiss but laden with ferocity, sent Davis staggering back, his balance already precarious, until he toppled to the ground. Coughing violently upon hitting the floor, it was evident that he had been winded. The Iron Mountain lean employed by Wang Taijun was not merely a basketball maneuver, but a genuine technique, its force amplified by his robust physique. Weighing in at 102 kilograms, he could easily inflict grave harm. Although the system had integrated the Iron Mountain lean into back-to-the-basket techniques, its potency paled in comparison to the authentic execution. I'll finish you. Wang Taijun's ferocity surged uncontrollably as he mounted Davis, unleashing a barrage of punches. Realizing the impending onslaught, Davis instinctively shielded his head with his arms, adopting a turtle-like stance. Wang Taijun unleashed a relentless flurry of fists and elbows, causing Davis to wail in agony. Though he attempted to protect himself, he still endured several blows to the head. "Get him off," roared the head coach of the Mavericks. Though Wang Taijun was soon pulled away, the damage had been done. Davis emerged from the encounter with a battered visage, resembling a grotesque pig, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his forehead marred with bruises from several strikes. And he coughed incessantly. Davis felt as though he were on the brink of death, stars swirling around him, his head spinning uncontrollably. Amidst his groans and coughs, he twisted his head and spat out a few bloody teeth, which clattered to the floor. Previously, he had tormented many Asian students, including Chinese exchange students in college, feeling entitled to insult, strike, or spit upon them without fear of reprisal. This time, however, the tables had turned dramatically. "Doctor, bring a stretcher, quickly." The referee shouted towards the Mavericks bench. "Old K, well done. Finish that bastard," shouted Shatter, rallying support against the Mavericks. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and jeers. "Let us go," Barkley urged Wang Taijun as they made their way towards the bench, others forming a protective circle around him. Wang Taijun's earlier display of ferocity had deterred the Mavericks players from further confrontation, leaving them to watch as he returned to the Suns bench. The home crowd responded with thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating the spectacle that had just unfolded. Subsequently, the referee began to officiate, sending both Davis and Wang Taijun off the court. "Old K, please return to the locker room," instructed head coach Paul Westphal. Wang Taijun nodded, aware that being expelled meant he had to head back to the locker room. As he made his way toward the players' tunnel, the venue erupted in warm applause once more. Team physician Andrew John accompanied him, ready to examine his neck. After assessing his foot and then his neck, he declared, "All right, Old K, your cervical spine appears fine, though there is some redness and swelling. That elbow strike was indeed quite forceful. You should rest for a few days, approximately a week. I'll fetch you an ice pack for some cold therapy." "A week of rest? I sense no significant issues. The pain has considerably diminished," Wang Taijun remarked. "Trust me, do not underestimate any injury. For athletes, particularly those engaged in high-contact sports, any ailment can pose a latent threat to your body. Furthermore, in your position as a center confronting the most intense challenges, you must await a complete recovery before returning to the court," Andrew John cautioned. If I do not compete, will my salary be deducted? Old Wong inquired. Andrew John, taken aback, replied with a wry smile, injuries during a ceasefire do not incur fines. But if the league imposes a suspension, there will be no wages. Very well, Wang Taijun acquiesced, nodding in agreement since there were no penalties. Andrew John promptly fetched an ice pack for him to place on his neck. Old K, you performed admirably just now. I heard that was your turtle fist. Andrew John sat to one side, his gaze fixed on the television screen displaying the match on the opposite wall, while engaging in casual conversation. Yes, indeed, the tortoise fist. Wang Taijun remarked with a hint of nonchalance, though a sense of unease stirred within him. He was uncertain whether this situation might lead to trouble. Having experienced a turn for the better in his life, he was reluctant to face incarceration again. In truth, his temperament had not always been so fierce. It was the years spent in prison that transformed him. Coupled with the months he had spent in America, confronting racial discrimination, the past year had been overwhelmingly stifling, causing him to react impulsively and with volatility in the face of adversity. Andrew, is there a problem with this? Will he report it to the authorities? He inquired. As long as one remains alive, there are no issues. The management will address it. It was that fellow who initiated the altercation, uttering words of racial discrimination. Was it not? Andrew John said. Well, he insulted me, referring to me as a Chinaman. Old Wong nodded in agreement. That makes it even less problematic. The NBA has a zero-tolerance policy towards racial discrimination. Once proven, whether it be a player or a team, the league will impose penalties, which will alleviate your liability. Andrew John replied, That's good to hear. Old Wong sighed in relief. Andrew John then inquired, Are you familiar with the NFL? Indeed, he remarked. Andrew John stated that the incidents of violence associated with the NFL are 100-fold greater than those in the NBA. Each year, numerous players suffer injuries or even fatalities due to violent occurrences. In comparison, our NBA can be regarded as a relatively civilized sports league. When such events transpire, all major sports leagues strive to manage the situation internally. It is a common practice across all leagues, even in cases of loss of life. Numerous players have perished in the NFL, yet issues remain unaddressed, with violent incidents continuing to proliferate, all seemingly pacified by the authorities. In truth, we Americans do not harbor an aversion to violence. Rather, we hold it in a certain reverence, though, of course, we strive to avoid fatalities. Through casual conversation, Wang Taijun gained a deeper understanding of America's four major sports leagues, and his previously anxious heart settled. Ultimately, the Suns triumphed in the match. However, to evade the prying eyes of the media at halftime, Wang Taijun departed the venue early, pedaling his bicycle for nearly half an hour. Panting as he made his way home, it is rather unsettling that, at such a late hour, America does not seem particularly safe. He mused that he ought to learn to drive, as it would offer greater security. During his journey, he encountered several shadowy figures loitering in the dimly lit streets, some intoxicated, others indulging in drugs, and a significant number of homeless individuals. The safety of cycling at night left much to be desired. Previously, in New York, he had interacted with these individuals on numerous occasions. They often exhibited erratic behavior, sometimes attacking without provocation. He had suffered some losses, having faced a few robberies and extortions, and engaged in several skirmishes, but fortunately he had managed to escape major troubles. Chapter 38. Old Zhang arrives at the Wang family on the following day, the 5th. At 8 a.m., the Mavericks publicly announced that Terry Davis had sustained a mild concussion along with multiple soft tissue injuries, necessitating hospitalization for observation, with a minimum recovery period of 1 month. That day, the violent altercation between the Suns and Mavericks captured the headlines of major sports media. Wang Taijun, one of the key figures in the incident, found himself on the front pages of numerous outlets, not for commendation, but for condemnation of his violent actions. Almost all media outlets disregarded Terry Davis's initial elbow strike, instead emphasizing Taijun's aggression. In a televised interview, renowned basketball commentator Will Houston, who had previously criticized Taijun, vehemently denounced him, stating, "The violent behavior of the Chinese warrants universal condemnation. It reflects their lack of civility. They are nothing but irrational, barbaric beings, completely detached from civilization." The Suns, showing some initiative, reached out to local media to collectively denounce Davis's racially discriminatory remarks. The management provided the league with video evidence and enlisted lip-reading experts to interpret Davis's words, thereby substantiating that he had employed racially charged language against Wang Taijun. Charles Barkley, in an interview with the Phoenix Sports Journal, declared, I personally witnessed Terry Davis deliver a devastating elbow strike to Old K's neck. And I heard him utter racially charged terms. Even as he lies in his hospital bed, he deserves condemnation from all, save for those who sympathize with racists. Prominent players like Kevin Johnson and Danny Ainge stepped forward to voice their support for Wang Taijun while denouncing Davis. At noon, the league issued an official statement. Firstly, an additional 3-game suspension and a 10,000 fine were imposed on Terry Davis. Secondly, the Mavericks faced a 100,000 fine. Thirdly, Wang Taijun received a 3-game suspension and a 10,000 fine. Lastly, the Suns were also fined 100,000. In summary, each party received their due punishment. And the league profited a total of 220,000. Goodness, what a significant loss. The management of the Suns promptly informed Wang Taijun of the league's decision, leaving him filled with regret. A 10,000 fine, plus taxes, amounted to a loss of nearly 20,000. He had toiled for nearly 5 months in New York for just over 3,000. It would take him years of hard work to earn that amount again. Taijun, having finally made it into the NBA, don't act recklessly. Zhang Heli, calling from Tucson, sounded anxious. It's all right, he is not dead, Wang Taijun chuckled. If he were dead, you'd end up in prison, Zhang Heli replied urgently. You know I've been to prison? Wang Taijun exclaimed in surprise. Well, before I came here. Zhang Heli realized his gaffe and hastily clarified. I inquired about you and learned that you were selected for the national youth team. Then got into a fight. It wasn't a fight. I was saving someone. I was bloody saving someone. Wang Taijun's temper flared at the mention, his tone becoming quite harsh as he let loose a string of expletives. Indeed, it is about saving lives. Zhang Heli promptly extinguished the flames. He added, well, Taijun, the environment here in America is quite harsh, especially for us Chinese. You must temper your explosive temper. Wang Taijun interrupted Zhang Heli, stating, Brother Zhang, I am well aware of my limits. Just handle my matters properly and return swiftly. I need your assistance here. Rest assured, I shall return as quickly as possible. Zhang Heli responded hastily. Also, Brother Zhang, when you arrive at my home, please have my father procure more medicinal oil and bring it directly to America. So I won't have to deal with it myself, Wang Taijun requested. Very well, that will save me the trouble of purchasing medicinal materials, Zhang Heli replied. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. On January 7, 1993, Zhang Heli departed from Los Angeles and returned to Beijing, landing on the morning of the 8th. That day was spent adjusting to the time difference, and on the morning of the 9th at 8 a.m., he rented a truck to load a 50-inch color television he had brought from America. He also purchased an automatic washing machine and a large refrigerator in Beijing, and borrowed a Jeep before heading to Zhangzhou. By noon, he arrived in Xinjiang, sold some felt hats, and finally located the 57th Brigade. The road is so terrible that even my father's crooked teeth are more even, Zhang Heli remarked, as he descended from the asphalt road onto the bumpy, potholed path. The truck billowed black smoke in pursuit of the Jeep, groaning as it reached the 4th Brigade, stopping at a fork at the village entrance. Children, which house belongs to Kaoshan Wang? Zhang Heli called out loudly to a group of children playing by the roadside. A brave little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, stepped forward, pointing east and cheerfully exclaimed, just over there, right next to my house. Uncle, follow me. I will take you there. With that, she waved her hand and dashed eastward, followed by the other children, giggling and chattering. The arrival of 2 vehicles, especially to the home of Kaoshan Wang, quickly captured the attention of the entire village. As the cars approached Wang Taijun's residence, more villagers trailed behind, many carrying large bowls, while some children bounced ahead to lead the way. Oh, what large items has the Zhang family purchased? Aunt Lu, busy chopping vegetables, quickly stepped outside upon hearing the commotion. Spotting the large boxes atop the truck, she mistakenly assumed they belonged to the wealthy Zhang family of the 4th Brigade. Mother, we are going to Brother Taijun's home. The little girl leading the way exclaimed as she ran past Aunt Lu, who immediately paused in astonishment, then hurried after her. To Taijun's house? Xiaojio, wait for me. Aunt Lu called out, her surprise evident as she quickened her pace. After passing 3 more households, they finally arrived at Wang Taijun's home. Here we are. This is the place. Xiaojio, Aunt Lu's daughter, called out to Zhang Heli in the Jeep, but Brother Taijun is not here. He has gone to America for work. So you won't be able to find him. Zhang Heli alighted from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a short earthen wall, 3 to 4 feet high. with a crumbling gate, its two decrepit doors slightly ajar. Within lay a courtyard of half an acre, containing 5 cracks and 4 rooms of rudimentary earthen and wooden structures. To the east were storage rooms and a kitchen, while to the west stood a pigsty and a firewood shed. The conditions of the Taijun family had once been quite dire, he mused. Supporting a robust youth like Wang Taijun was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for such an impoverished household. Engaging in sports necessitated substantial nourishment, which could be costly. It seemed that the entire family was likely devoted to sustaining Taijun, while the others merely subsisted. Igua, Damii Dia. Area, come out quickly. Aunt Lu shouted hoarsely, pushing open the slightly ajar gate. Turning to Zhang Heli, she added, please follow me. Their family has just returned. And I came back from the fields with them. Thank you very much, Zhang Heli replied, nodding appreciatively and gently ruffling the hair of little Gio beside him. Chapter 39. The deceptive old Zhang. At this moment, Wang Igua's family had emerged from their dwelling, their faces painted with confusion and anxiety. They stood timidly at the door, hesitant to approach, fearing the arrival of troublesome matters. Aunt Lu, uncertain of Zhang Heli's identity and purpose, immediately became alert upon witnessing the family's demeanor, turning to inquire, comrade, what brings you to seek Taijun? Oh, I am a friend of his, surnamed Zhang from Beijing, called Zhang Heli. It is a matter of him having entrusted me to bring back some items from America, along with a sum of money, Zhang Heli quickly explained. With a clap of her hands, Aunt Lu expressed her delight, exclaiming to Wang Igua's family, this is splendid news. That boy Taijun has truly made something of himself. Really? Exclaimed Lu Damii, Taijun's mother, her voice brimming with surprise. Dio and Arya also shared in the exuberance, their disbelief palpable. It was all rather sudden, as the old man had not even called home to inform them. The items are in the car, a large color television, brought over from America, along with a washing machine and a refrigerator, all purchased today in Beijing, Zhang Heli stated with a smile. 3 major appliances, Damii. Your household is about to embrace a prosperous era. I always said that Taijun would amount to something, did I not? Aunt Lu laughed joyfully. Wang Gu, shall we bring the items inside? Zhang Heli suggested to Wang Igua. Oh. Wang Igua finally came to his senses and, along with his family, hurried over from the doorway. With the assistance of onlookers, the 3 large items were swiftly carried into Wang Taijun's home and placed in the living room. Zhang Heli helped unpack, starting with the enormous television that had traversed the ocean. As it emerged from its packaging, it dazzled the eyes of all present. The TCL company in China had only just begun preparations to launch a 29-inch television at a staggering price of 6,000 yuan, which had not yet hit the market. This colossal television from America, however, dominated nearly half of the wall, leaving everyone awestruck at the sight of such a grand device. Is this truly a television? Arya marveled, touching the screen in disbelief. Yes, I can't even move it, Dia added, equally stunned. Aunt Lu stared at the television and suddenly shouted. The 21-inch color television that Zhang's family bought last month pales in comparison to this magnificent piece. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Wang Igua gazed at Zhang Heli, his mind swirling. Comrade, is this truly the television that my Taijun brought from America? Beside him, Lu Damii nodded vigorously, still unable to grasp the reality. Zhang Heli chuckled. How could there be any doubt? Let me plug it in. Surveying the room, he noted the absence of available outlets. He would need to run an extension cord and add a transformer. He quickly set to work, having anticipated the need for tools and accessories, all of which were ready in the car. Lu Damii urged Dia and Arya to hasten and prepare water for cooking, determined to offer the finest hospitality to her son's friend. Such a grand television, could it possibly be a counterfeit? Had Taijun truly struck it rich in America? Alas, when the Iron Army ventured to America, they invited my dog, Shengdeng. Unfortunately, that little fellow lacked the courage and ended up in Guangzhou, earning only a few $100s a month. Had he accompanied the Iron Army to the United States, perhaps he could have brought back a magnificent television for me. The onlookers from the village began to chatter, their envy and admiration palpable. Half an hour later, Zhang Heli finished his setup. He turned on the television, and after a few flickers, an image appeared. It was CCTV Channel 1, broadcasting the noon news, accompanied by the crisp voice of the host, albeit with a slight static interference. No doubt about it, this was indeed a genuine television. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Hee. Day and Arya rushed in from the kitchen, their faces lighting up at the sight of the television. Zhang Heli adjusted the antenna, and gradually, the static dissipated, revealing a clear picture. He switched through several channels, pleased to find decent signals, allowing for numerous stations. You must be Dei and Arei, he inquired. Yes, Arei eagerly nodded in affirmation. Zhang Heli scrutinized the two girls, puzzled, and asked, You look nearly identical. Could you be twins? No, my sister is a year older than me, Arei replied with a smile, shaking her head. Oh. Zhang Heli chuckled, nodding. The Iron Army asked me to find you tutoring teachers in Beijing, preparing you for your college entrance exams. Really? The sisters were overwhelmed with joy, clasping hands and shaking in excitement. This was splendid news. The Iron Army had not forgotten his two sisters. Aunt Lu appeared quite pleased, commenting to Zhang Heli. The Iron Army has always been strong and lively, consuming a lot of food and practicing martial arts, with a poor family that could only care for him. While these two girls grew up with little to eat. Not so, Aunt Lu. Dei glanced at her father, Wang Aigua, who sighed with his head bowed, and quickly tugged at Aunt Lu's hand. Zhang Heli observed the two girls again. Both stood around 165 meters tall, not short by any means. But in comparison to the Iron Army's height, they seemed diminutive. Their complexions, however, betrayed a lack of nourishment. He then regarded Wang Aigua, who appeared to be around 190 meters tall, with a large frame but painfully thin, also showing signs of malnutrition. Next, he produced a check, addressing Wang Aigua, Brother Wang. This is the money the Iron Army entrusted me to bring back. Just then, Ludami came from the kitchen, and both she and Wang Aigua were momentarily stunned by the sight of the check that Zhang Heli extended. Dei and Arei were equally taken aback, along with Aunt Lu and everyone else present. Fraud. This must be a scam. Do you think we don't recognize money? This is clearly just a piece of paper. The crowd erupted in anger. Tears streamed down Dei's face, realizing that the hard-earned money from her father in America was being mocked by this fraud. Arei glared at Zhang Heli, her eyes reddening, teeth clenched, and fists tightening. Here, Arei, give him a beating. Xiao Jiu, emerging from somewhere, handed Arei a 5-foot-long door bolt. What is this? The atmosphere was palpably tense, particularly as Arei raised the wooden stick in her hand. Zhang Heli, filled with bewilderment, inquired. What do you mean by that? Who are you trying to fool? As if we, from the 5th and 7th Brigade, have never seen money before. This is clearly just a piece of paper. I tell you, unless you hand over the Iron Army's money today, you shall not leave our brigade. We rural folk are not easily deceived. Aunt Lu spoke with palpable indignation. Indeed, the Iron Army has it tough out there. Return his money. The crowd, stirred into a fervor, began to shout, gathering around. Zhang Heli stood momentarily stunned, then chuckled, however, upon seeing the expressions on their faces. He quickly quelled his laughter and hastily explained, This is a check. It can be taken to the bank to exchange for cash. We will be heading to the Bank of China in Tianjin this afternoon to process the withdrawal. Look here, this is your name, personally written by Iron Army himself. He placed the check before Wang Aigua, who scrutinized it closely before nodding and saying, I cannot read. Zhang Heli was taken aback, offering a wry smile. Brother. Why not if you cannot read? Chapter 40. Withdrawal, let me see. Arei exclaimed as she snatched the check. Ouch, young lady, be gentle and don't crumple it. Zhang Heli protested. Hey, Dad, this is definitely written by old man. I recognize his handwriting. It's as ugly as a chicken's claw. Arei said gleefully. Can this really be cashed at the bank? Wang Aigua, feeling anxious, asked Zhang Heli with caution. He would rather be deceived by Zhang Heli than risk defrauding the bank with a mere piece of paper, which could lead to severe consequences. Indeed. This is called a check. It is a credit note issued by the bank, just like the passbook you use to deposit money, Zhang Heli explained. At that moment, Lu Xinchi slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Now I understand. It turns out this is akin to a passbook. Isn't it just a passbook? Tai Jun brought back a substantial amount. I couldn't carry it all at once, so it needs to be deposited first. Zhang Heli sighed in relief. If he couldn't clarify this, blood would be shed in the Wukadai team that day. Uncle Zhang, how much did my old man entrust you to bring back? Arei asked, her gaze fixed on the Arabic numerals on the check, feeling slightly dazzled. She had counted for a long while, and indeed saw 4 zeros, preceded by 23. So that adds up to 23. 10,000? This revelation startled her, an astronomical figure. The richest in the team. The infamous Zhang family was rumored to be worth 100,000. Now, weren't they a family worth 200,000? Oh, this is in US dollars. Zhang Heli clarified, the current exchange rate is 8.5. This check amounts to 1,950,000 yuan. What? Areia's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The entire room mirrored her disbelief, frozen in shock. Subsequently, neglecting to eat, Zhang Heli drove the Wang family to Tianjin. By this time, news of Wang Taijun's windfall had spread throughout the entire Wukadai team and neighboring teams. The Wang family headed to Tianjin, entrusting their home to Lu Xinshi. Their residence was bustling with visitors, as more and more fellow villagers arrived, seemingly waiting for Wang Aigua and his family to return from Tianjin to confirm whether such wealth truly existed. The Zhang family, pig farmers, also arrived. A large clan including brothers Zhang Desheng and Zhang Erqing, reeking of pig manure. Wang Taijun must have committed some crime in America. How else could he possibly earn 2 million? Zhang Desheng shouted. It's definitely a scam. That Zhang must be a con artist, specifically deceiving Dia and Arya. They might never come back and could have been lured to Guangzhou or Shenzhen to work in a salon, Zhang Erqing added, his voice rising. Damn it. They missed out on a fortune. Zhang Desheng lamented. Exactly, Zhang Erqing echoed, feeling disheartened. Stop with the nonsense. Look at that television. The one in your house is just a descendant of this big fellow. You two are no better than Taijun in front of them, Lu Xinshi retorted, scolding the Zhang brothers for their ill intentions towards Dia and Arya. The swindler had invested quite a substantial amount. The Zhang brothers, gazing at the imposing television, felt their expressions falter and their voices dwindle to whispers. Nevertheless, an hour later, at 2:30 in the afternoon, the Wang family of 4 followed Zhang Heli to Tianjin, arriving at the municipal branch of the Bank of China. Despite Zhang Heli's numerous explanations, Wang Aigua and his companions remained skeptical, unable to fathom that Wang Taijun could amass such wealth, and stood hesitantly at the entrance of the bank, reluctant to step inside. Come on, Brother Wang. It's all right, Zhang Heli reassured them, finally managing to usher the 4 inside. Comrade, could you please facilitate the exchange? Upon reaching the accounting counter, they were attended to by a middle-aged female accountant. Zhang Heli presented the check. The accountant, her expression devoid of emotion, took the check and cast a brief glance at it. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze fixated intently on the check. This is a foreign bank draft, amounting to $230,000 US. Could it possibly be real? After observing for a brief moment, she found herself unfamiliar with the Citibank cashier's check. The amount was so substantial that disbelief washed over her. With a skeptical gaze, she glanced at Zhang Heli and Wang Aigua, then rose to approach another table, presenting the check to a male colleague in his 50s, saying, Manager Wu, could you please take a look? Her actions startled Wang Aigua and the others, causing them to retreat timidly behind Zhang Heli. It's all right. It's all right. Zhang Heli quickly reassured them and moved to Manager Wu's counter, explaining, this is a cashier's check from Citibank. Manager Wu, who appeared to be the chief accountant, scrutinized Zhang Heli and his companions, nodded, and began to authenticate the check in his possession. The Bank of China indeed had dealings with Citibank, allowing for the redemption of the cashier's check. Yet the considerable sum necessitated a cautious demeanor from him. After a thorough examination lasting several minutes, he was nearly certain of its legitimacy and inquired, Comrade, we can process this sum for you, but at present, cash withdrawal and transfers are not possible. You must complete the remittance settlement between our bank and Citibank before any cash withdrawal or transfer can occur. That is acceptable, Zhang Heli nodded, recognizing that he had $2,000 in cash brought back by Wang Taijun, which would suffice for the time being. How many days will it take? He inquired once more. At least half a month, I suppose. The specifics elude me. Mr. Wu elaborated briefly and added, by the way, do you intend to withdraw the funds in dollars or in renminbi? The dollar is restricted. It would be best to withdraw renminbi. Zhang Heli chuckled, aware that General Manager Wu was attempting to mislead him, wishing to prevent them from accessing dollars, as the nation was currently facing a foreign exchange shortage. Last year's foreign exchange reserves amounted to less than $2 billion, and for a country of this magnitude, such a meager amount is utterly insufficient. Let us withdraw renminbi. We have no need for dollars. However, we would appreciate receiving a few foreign exchange vouchers, as they facilitate purchases at times, he remarked with a smile. That sounds splendid. We can certainly provide you with a portion of the foreign exchange vouchers. That is not an issue, General Manager Wu responded with a grin. After completing the formalities at the bank, a savings account was opened for Wang Aigua, with a total deposit of 2,010,000 yuan. However, the account remained frozen. Brother Wang, here you go. In a few days, you will be able to withdraw the money, Zhang Heli assured as he handed over the passbook to Wang Aigua. Trembling, Wang Aigua accepted the passbook, his hands shaking so violently that it took him a considerable time to open it. Upon seeing the long string of zeros, his eyes nearly blurred. Only now did he truly realize that the money was real and that his son had indeed prospered. Zhang Heli then exchanged 20,000 US dollars into 17,000 yuan to settle debts. Let's go back, Zhang Heli said. The five of them got into the car. And as Zhang Heli drove, he explained, the Iron Army instructed me to first find tutors for Dia and Area in Beijing. After I send you home, I will return to Beijing to arrange housing and tutors. Once everything is settled, I will come to fetch them. We are going to Beijing? But what about the 60 or 70 acres of land at home? Aryu exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Heli chuckled. Taijun said to leave it for the team. They won't be farming at home, at most just planting a bit for their own consumption. Oh no, that simply won't do. Everything that should be sown has been sown. And all the necessary preparations have been made. The harvest could yield around 10,000 yuan. Lu Demii quickly shook her head. Isn't Taijun just being considerate of you all? He has earned money with the intention of allowing the two of you to enjoy a life of comfort. If you continue to cultivate so much land, won't his earnings be in vain? Zhang Heli chuckled. What about this? Lu Demii gazed at Wang Aigua, uncertain of what course of action to take. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Aigua finally spoke. Perhaps Dia and Area should go to Beijing. We can tend to our land in the meantime. If the workload becomes overwhelming, we can always seek assistance from others. It is such a pity to give it to others. Both Dia and Area have been diligently working for an entire year, and their efforts must not go in vain. He calculated that. Including the land he had collected, there were a total of 66 acres. In the past, it was primarily tended by Dia and Area. Now that winter has arrived, the workload has diminished, and the couple has ceased their labor for hire, allowing them some leisure time. Zhang Heli no longer urged them. He planned to install a telephone for the Wang family and let Wang Taijun speak for himself. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to intervene further. He continued. Taijun mentioned that, aside from Dia and Area's education, they also need to construct a grand mansion for the family, a 5-story building. The main living space on the ground floor will be for you two, while Dia and Area will occupy the 3rd and 4th floors, reserving the 5th floor for himself. The Wang family of 4 was once again astonished, pondering the cost that such an endeavor would entail, completely devoid of understanding. Wang Aigua touched the area around his waist where his savings book was kept and smacked his lips. If Iron Army wants to repair, then let it be, he conceded. Zhang Heli added, we also need to buy a car for the household. Wang Aigua nodded in agreement. A bicycle would indeed be more convenient. Coughing slightly, Zhang Heli felt a sense of resemblance between Wang Aigua and his son. With such a substantial contract, Iron Army was reluctant to purchase even a car. It seemed this trait was hereditary. By the way, Iron Army needs that medicinal oil for training at Taizan. Please procure a bit more. I will bring it to him. He continued. All right, I will get it for him when I return. Thank you for your trouble, Wang Aigua replied promptly. Chapter 41. Missing Person Notice Advertisement as dusk approached. They hurried back to Brigade 57. Upon their return, they were taken aback to find a throng of villagers both inside and outside their home. Did you manage to retrieve the money, Sister Lu? Before they could even alight from the vehicle, Aunt Lu rushed over with the question. Sister, it's already deposited in the Tianjin Bank. It will take about half a month to access the funds now. They say it's frozen, replied Lu Demii while stepping out of the car. Why does it take another half a month? Aunt Lu inquired, perplexed. I told you he was a fraud. How could that scoundrel Wang Taijun have such capabilities? Zhang Desheng and Zhang Erqing emerged from the crowd, their expressions brimming with self-satisfaction. Zhang Heli offered an explanation. It's a matter of procedures. The money is stored in America. Sending a letter takes time, doesn't it? Indeed. Aunt Lu nodded vigorously. My son Jior's brother works in Shenzhen and claimed he sent a pair of sneakers for Jior. Yet it has been half a month and they still haven't arrived. It would take even longer from America. With this clarification, the crowd began to comprehend the situation. At this moment, Wang Aigua cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, Indeed, my son Taijun has returned with some cash, claiming it's to settle debts. Here. He faltered, his heart aching at the thought. Wang Taijun had mentioned borrowing 1 and returning 2, meaning he owed over 70,000 yuan, an amount that would surely burden him. Really? He brought back cash? The crowd murmured. If the Wang family repays today, then this matter is indeed true. The money is right here. Zhang Heli turned and retrieved a large parcel from the vehicle, unwrapping the newspaper to reveal 17 neatly stacked bundles of cash, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the assembly. By heavens, they truly struck it rich. Upon seeing the substantial pile of money, the Zhang brothers felt a surge of envy. Their family had raised pigs for over a decade and had only managed to save a mere 100,000 yuan. How could Wang Taijun, a former convict, amass such wealth in just 6 months? Was there any justice in this? Arya stepped forward, her voice piercing through the astonishment. My husband also mentioned that we must repay one and return two. We cannot slight those who helped us through tough times. Oh? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Arya, did Taijun truly say that? Aunt Lu asked, her eyes wide with surprise. 2 years ago, when the Wang family faced calamity, she had lent her unwavering support, selling 2 undergrown pigs and half of her grain reserves, ultimately providing them with 4,000 yuan, a considerable sum indeed. If this truly meant returning double, she would stand to gain an unexpected fortune from that loan. Yes, yes. Arya nodded enthusiastically. Wonderful. Old Wang, I lent you 500. Does that mean you'll repay me 1,000? A neighbor shouted. Then let it be 1,000. Whatever my son Taijun says goes. His word is his bond. Wang Igor replied, his heart aching still. Oh, how splendid. Taijun has not sullied the Wang name. He conducts business with integrity. Thank heavens I lent him money. Otherwise, I would have regretted it immensely. Those who had lent money erupted in cheers, while those who had not could only feel despondent, lamenting the missed opportunity for prosperity. As dusk approached, Zhang Heli bid farewell and returned to Beijing, while the Wang family continued to settle their debts at a leisurely pace. It was not only the 4th team that had borrowed money. Other teams were involved as well, leading to a multitude of individuals. Lu Hongtong, the village secretary, along with several committee members, worked tirelessly to maintain order, laboring until midnight to complete the repayment of all debts. Ultimately, it brought joy to all. The villagers who had lent money were pleased to receive their interest, while the Wang family felt a newfound lightness, having finally released the tension that had burdened them for the past 2 years. Upon returning to Beijing, the following day, Zhang Heli sought out Lu Yuman at the sports committee. Old Zhang, it has been years since we last met. Will you continue your endeavors in America or return home? Lu Yuman inquired after their pleasantries. Zhang Heli smiled and replied, I cannot return at the moment. I am currently working for Wang Taijun. Lu Yuman looked puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Heli provided an explanation and then shifted the conversation to another matter, saying, Director Lu, do you think there is any possibility of addressing the issue surrounding Wang Taijun from years ago? It is truly unfortunate. He is quite exceptional. Had he joined the national team, we would have solidified our center position. Lu Yuman shook his head, sighing, unless we find that girl, it is impossible. Zhang Heli sighed and pondered before suggesting, what if we placed a missing person advertisement in newspapers and on television, specifying the time and place? There might be a glimmer of hope. Who would cover the cost? Our department has limited funds. And do you understand how long we would need to run such an advertisement? Under what pretense would we allocate that money? Strictly speaking, he was merely part of the provincial team and had no affiliation with the national youth team, as he never reported. Moreover, such a significant matter cannot be resolved solely by me. Our department cannot allocate funds for this. Lu Yuman responded, shaking his head. I believe Wang Taijun would be willing to cover the expenses himself, Zhang Heli suggested. Himself? Lu Yuman appeared taken aback. Nodding, Zhang Heli continued. He must feel an immense sense of injustice. The label of a labor reform convict will follow him for life. Unless his children and grandchildren remain in America, their prospects will be severely affected if they live and work domestically. They cannot take civil service exams, enlist in the military, or pursue further studies without repercussions. Not only he, but his close relatives would also face challenges, as they would not pass political scrutiny. His 2 sisters are preparing for university. Their future job placements will also be impacted. I suspect that if it comes to that, for the sake of his family and their future, he might even consider immigrating. He is a talent, and if he does immigrate to America, it would be a loss for us. If he is indeed wronged, who would accept such a fate? Lu Yuman nodded thoughtfully and remarked, if he were to fund the search advertisement himself, we could certainly cooperate. Should we locate that girl? We could petition the local judicial authorities to reconsider the case. Then it is settled. I will discuss this matter with him in a couple of days. Zhang Heli said cheerfully. The re-examination of a criminal case would undoubtedly require the intervention of the sports committee, but given Wang Taijun's current financial situation, it seemed feasible. A glimmer of hope began to emerge. On the evening of the 12th at 10 o'clock, Wang Taijun received a phone call in his rented apartment from China. It was the voice of Zhang Heli. Iron Army, I am currently calling from your residence. Everything has been arranged. The process was quite swift. Naturally, I have been utterly overwhelmed these past few days, Zhang Heli chuckled. He then proceeded to update the situation. The tutors and accommodation have been secured. And today, I have come to escort the eldest and second daughters to Beijing. Additionally, I have found a construction team from Tianjin. And the architectural plans for the house have been finalized. Construction will commence shortly upon material delivery. As for the car, he will need to purchase one himself upon returning to the country. His father disagrees, asserting that no one in the family knows how to drive. And buying a car would merely result in it gathering dust at home. Your mother, father, and two elder sisters are all here. You should discuss it with them. Zhang Heli concluded, then passed the receiver to Wang Aigua. The four members of the Wang family craned their necks, waiting anxiously, and at last, it was their turn. Mother, father, eldest sister, second sister? On the other end of the line, Wang Taijun called out, "Hey, hey," to which Wang Aigua and Lu Demii replied in unison. Old man? Big sister or sister cheerfully called out, "Mom, are you still in good health?" Ah, mother as well. Wang Taijun and Lu Demii's eyes were red. Their first conversation in half a year. Wang Taijun said, "Mother, don't bother planting the fields at home anymore. From now on, you should focus on nurturing your health and enjoy life. If you ever feel restless, visit big sister and second sister in Beijing. I will also bring you and father to the United States to visit someday." All right, I won't plant anymore, Lu Demii replied, tears streaming down her face as she assented repeatedly. Beside them, Wang Aigua nodded continuously, no longer opposing giving away the cultivated land for free. For the two of them, their son was finally able to take charge and be the master of the household. They had to acquiesce, lest outsiders mock their son for failing to command respect at home. Nearby, Zhang Heli smiled gently, knowing that a single word from their son outweighed 100 from an outsider like himself, which explained why he had refrained from offering much advice last time. After speaking with his parents for over 10 minutes, Wang Taijun began to admonish his two elder sisters. Big sister, second sister, you will go to Beijing with brother Zhang to study. He seems honest and sincere, but you must remain cautious. Appearances can be deceiving. Always make your own decisions and do not blindly follow his lead, he cautioned. Understood, we will remember, second sister promptly replied. Hey, Zhang Heli found himself both amused and perplexed. Am I not present here? Can these words be uttered without my presence? After several more minutes of conversation, Wang Taijun finally hung up the phone. Ding! Just as he ended the call, it rang again. Upon answering, he found it was Zhang Heli once more. Brother Zhang, international calls are costly. Please be mindful of your expenses, he replied with a hint of irritation. You just spoke for nearly half an hour. I don't see you being frugal. Zhang Heli, with a hint of exasperation, responded, If there is something on your mind, please speak up. The matter at hand pertains to an incident from your past. I believe it would be prudent to create a missing persons advertisement to locate that girl. Who knows? If we find her, perhaps the sports committee could advocate on your behalf to overturn your case. What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Heli spoke. What do you mean? Wang Taijun rose abruptly from the sofa. I have already spoken with Lu Yumin, the deputy director of the basketball department of the sports committee. She is familiar with you and has given her consent, Zhang Heli inquired. Will the advertisement be produced? He inquired. Will you do it? Wang Taijun promptly replied, certainly. I shall. Thus, we shall first place advertisements in newspapers across several provinces near Hebei, which may incur considerable expenses, so be mentally prepared, Zhang Heli remarked. Aren't we going to advertise on CCTV? Wang Taijun inquired. What are you thinking? A missing person advertisement on CCTV? Not only would you lack the necessary funds, but even with sufficient money, it would be impossible. It is not merely a matter of finances. Not to mention CCTV, even provincial stations would not entertain such requests. We can only publish it in newspapers, Zhang Heli replied, both amused and exasperated. Very well, you handle this matter. Do not hesitate to spend. Keep the funds from the promissory note for your house repairs, and you may use the rest. Do not delay, Wang Taijun advised earnestly. Then that shall be our course of action, Zhang Heli affirmed. Please give my father a call. I need to brief him, Wang Taijun said. He then communicated with Wang Aigua, requesting that a portion of the funds be entrusted to Zhang Heli, although Wang Aigua was reluctant to part with the money. The matter at hand concerned his son's reputation, and he had no choice but to comply. Zhang Heli took the phone again, asking, Taijun, do you know what the girl looks like? I know nothing. Wang Taijun exclaimed in frustration, elaborating, it was around 9 o'clock at night, and I was out for a run to build my stamina. I passed through a grove on the eastern outskirts of SJZ when I heard her cry for help. So I rushed in. It was pitch dark inside, and I could only discern vague shadows. All I knew was that it was a woman. but I could not make out her age or appearance. Well then, we can only rely on luck, Zhang Heli sighed. Just as they concluded their call, the Foreign Affairs Office of the Qingxian County government welcomed a foreign visitor, a Caucasian in his 30s, a journalist from America, who had come to conduct an interview. This individual was named Rob Langell, specifically here to investigate information related to Wang Taijun. He had arrived in Beijing the previous day and had hastened here today, filled with impatience. Chapter 42. The transaction on January 15, 1993, with the approval of the team doctor, Wang Taijun made his return to the court. The Suns had just completed 3 away games and returned home yesterday, preparing to face the Charlotte Hornets that evening. At 9 a.m., he arrived at the training facility alongside his teammates. "Mark, your trade has just been finalized. I hope you find joy with the Bulls," he was informed. "I've already notified your agent. He will be in touch." At that moment, General Manager Colangelo approached, calling Mark West aside to inform him of his trade to the Bulls in exchange for their first-round pick in the upcoming draft. "What?" Mark West exclaimed, stunned by the unexpected news. He had been a key center for the team. His anger flared as he glared at Wang Taijun, blaming the damn Chinese guy. Yet, he refrained from confronting him further, knowing better than to provoke Wang at this juncture. Rookie Oliver Miller felt a surge of excitement. With West's departure, his playing time would likely increase. This was a fortuitous turn of events, positioning him as the primary backup for the center position. Shortly thereafter, Mark West received a call from his agent and departed from the training facility. His exit barely registered with the Suns, given his lack of prominence among several all-star players on the team. Colangelo then summoned Oliver Miller, imparting a succinct message. "Oliver, train diligently, maintain your weight. I expect you to perform admirably when old K is not on the floor." "Yes, sir," Oliver responded, a shiver running through him. The subtext was unmistakable. If he proved ineffective, he too could become expendable. Colangelo addressed the entire team. "Gentlemen, from this moment forward, the Suns roster will stabilize. There will be no major changes or reinforcements. We shall focus all our efforts on pursuing the championship." Championship? Barkley was the first to erupt with enthusiasm, quickly followed by his teammates. "Championship, championship." Old Wang joined in, adding his voice to the chorus, though he lacked genuine understanding or aspiration regarding the NBA championship. It held little significance for him. His current mindset was one of financial security following his lucrative contract. He felt akin to a newly enriched individual, with no grander ambitions than to play out his remaining years for monetary gain, leaving future considerations unexamined. Yet, when it came to honor, having been born in the new China and raised under its banner, he held a deeper regard for national and collective pride. During his time at the Sangzhou Sports School and the provincial team, he had once dreamed of representing the national team on the world stage. Envisioning himself standing on the podium draped in the vibrant red of his country's flag. During a training break, he approached Barkley with curiosity, asking, "Charles, is the championship important to you?" "Absolutely," Barkley replied. Barkley's eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "That is the most prestigious honor for a professional athlete. Everyone aspires to it. Don't tell me you don't want it." Yes, I want it too," Wang Taijun replied, momentarily taken aback and offering an awkward smile. Barkley, being quite perceptive, immediately grasped that this wretched fellow before him seemed utterly indifferent to the prospect of a championship title. He erupted with indignation. "Damn it, old K. How can you lack ambition for such an honor? You fool, you imbecile without any professional aspirations. Who says I don't want it?" "I aim to win an Olympic gold medal," Wang Taijun retorted, his voice filled with frustration. "I've already achieved that," Barkley declared, beaming with pride. "You've won an Olympic gold?" Wang Taijun responded, his face a canvas of shock and admiration. "The Olympics, a stage where the 5-star red flag proudly soars at the pinnacle of the world, represents the ultimate dream for Chinese athletes, himself included. In 1992, just months after the Barcelona Olympics, our American basketball team was dubbed the Dream Team, and I was a key power forward, Observing the admiration in old Wang's gaze, Barkley burst into hearty laughter. "Brother, tell me about the Olympics, and I'll assist you in securing that championship." At the time of the Olympics in July, he was freshly released from prison, having come to America to work illegally, burdened with debts, leaving him little inclination or energy to focus on the Olympics. Now, however, curiosity piqued. "All right, but you must promise to give your all to help me. These next few years are crucial for me. If I don't win a championship during this time, I'll be past my prime," Barkley insisted. "No problem," Wang Taijun replied without hesitation. Barkley pondered and suggested, Perhaps I can help you join the American team? By the next Olympics, our current roster might not participate, and those 3 super centers will be aging. You could have a chance. But I'm not an American, Wang Taijun said, somewhat bewildered. You could immigrate. If you apply for immigration now, with that lucrative contract of yours, I assure you the immigration office will expedite your application without any waiting period, Barkley replied. Wang Taijun quickly shook his head. What is the point of immigrating? I only wish to join the Chinese team and defeat the American team. Unbeknownst to him, his past incarceration would have long-lasting repercussions on his family and future generations. Otherwise, his thoughts would not be so straightforward. Charles, after all these years of playing, with your immense talent, why haven't you won a championship? He inquired. Given his wealth of experience, whether in martial arts competitions or local basketball tournaments, he had predominantly emerged victorious and thus struggled to comprehend Barkley's psychological challenges in not clinching a title over the years. His question came off as somewhat harsh. Barkley, feeling both awkward and enraged, retorted, Do you think winning a championship is so easy? Don't overestimate your abilities. Even the 3 super centers, despite their strength, have yet to secure a championship. Really? Wang Taijun was genuinely astonished. He has now, more or less, grasped the essence of the 3 great centers, possessing greater knowledge than that of Jordan, as he himself is a center and thus pays more attention to his position, rather than others. It is astonishing that none of these formidable centers have yet secured an NBA championship. Truly, the coveted title is elusive. Who then has claimed it? Rise, rookie, and allow me to instruct you on how to properly place that wretched ball through the hoop. Barkley stood up, casting a glance at Wang Taijun, and scolded. The hoop is ample, and you are so close. Why can't you manage to score? I used to be quite accurate. It's just that I had a 2-year hiatus. My wrist has thickened, and both my touch and precision have vanished, Wang Taijun replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 43. The incarceration experience exposed. At this moment, Assistant Tom abruptly knocked on Karanglo's office door. Sir, here's today's New York Times. He handed over a substantial stack of newspapers, deliberately pointing to the topmost one. Is there anything of particular significance? Karanglo inquired, sensing the unusual tone in Tom's voice, which aroused his curiosity. The sports section features news about Old K, Tom replied, adding, it includes details from his past in China. Karanglo nodded, gesturing for Tom to exit, before he picked up the newspaper and turned to the sports section, examining it intently. Assault and battery, previously incarcerated for a year? Upon reaching the core of the article, he realized it was an expose revealing Old K's unsavory past. A glance at the byline revealed it was penned by Rob Longell, who had personally traveled to China for this investigation. A wry smile crossed Karanglo's face. Had Old K become the target of this New York Times journalist? As for the incident involving assault that led to incarceration, Old K had since risen to become the team's primary center, rendering him largely indifferent to the scandal. Numerous NBA players have faced similar predicaments, including Charles Barkley, who served 10 days for DUI and had also spent time in jail for fighting. Dennis Rodman, known as the Worm, had been imprisoned for theft while working as a security guard at an airport, and the Maverick Sal Ewens was sentenced to 9 years for robbery, to name just a few. Nevertheless, this news was rather disconcerting. While it might not ruin Old K, it would certainly tarnish his reputation. On this day, news of Wang Taijun's imprisonment spread throughout the league. Those who needed to know were aware, and it resurfaced the violent incident that had attracted media scrutiny. The renowned basketball commentator Will Houston, who had previously criticized him, once again took to the media to express his disdain. Look at the kind of garbage our country and the NBA have accepted. Is China truly a breeding ground for such trash? I now call upon the league to expel him. We do not welcome such filth. His presence contaminates our environment. Our air was once sweet, and now it has turned foul because of this kind of Chinese garbage. At 5 o'clock, at the Suns training facility, players, coaches, and trainers entered the dining hall, preparing for dinner. After serving themselves, they gathered in small groups, eating and conversing, some even glancing at the newspapers laid out on the tables. Kevin, do you think we can reach the finals this year? Barkley asked Kevin Johnson while slicing into his steak. Once he finished cutting, he set down his knife and casually picked up a nearby New York Times to read. Last year, we lost to the Trail Blazers in the second round. With you on the team, we should be just fine, Kevin Johnson replied, simultaneously reading, chatting, and eating. Managing 3 tasks at once. One should not speak while eating, nor converse while resting, Wang Taijun muttered, focusing intently on his steak. He opted to devour it directly. eschewing the knife for convenience, despite being the subject of mockery in recent days. However, the others had by now grown accustomed to his peculiarities. Oh, Old K. Your story has once again made the front page of the sports section in the New York Times. At this moment, Barkley expressed his astonishment, questioning whether the matter of the brawl was still being sensationalized, as it seemed to have calmed down in recent days. Upon hearing this, Danny Angie at the adjacent table inquired, "Let me take a look." It seems not to be much. After a brief glance, Barkley quickly comprehended the situation. The New York Times had set its sights on Old K. Nevertheless, he was astonished and asked, "Old K, did you serve a year in prison in China? What is the story behind that?" Others were equally astonished. He had long concealed this experience, and now it was suddenly exposed. Wang Taijun was taken aback, his mind completely unresponsive, utterly bewildered. Observing Lao Wang's expression, Barkley chuckled. "Well, I've been incarcerated too, and not just once. Damn it. I was locked up for 2 days for speeding." Kevin Johnson remarked, "That was before I entered the league. I had almost forgotten. I've been in as well." A rookie, Richard Dumas, raised his hand and quietly spoke up. "Rookie, what was the reason for your incarceration?" Buckley asked with a grin. Richard Dumas chuckled, "Big man. The police found an excessive amount of the substance in my car." "Damn, you wouldn't still be using that stuff, would you?" Barkley chuckled mockingly. "No, of course not." Richard Dumas, somewhat flustered, hurriedly refuted the claim. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should not have spoken out. His earlier comment stemmed from a desire to forge a closer bond with Barkley and the others. After all, both team leaders had experienced incarceration. Would his lack of such an experience not render him an anomaly? In truth, he no longer indulges in marijuana. He has turned to a more potent substance and has become addicted. Wang Taijun realized this, and upon hearing that Barkley and others had also served time, he felt considerably reassured. Observing that the reactions of others to his incarceration were rather subdued, he found solace in their indifference. "Oh." There is also news about Old K here. At that moment, Kevin Johnson mumbled something, causing Wang Taijun's nerves to tense once again. "Kevin, what is it?" he hastily inquired. "Let me take a look first." Kevin Johnson glanced briefly, then set down the newspaper in his hands and said to Wang Taijun, "Old K, it's Will Houston attacking you again. The rhetoric of such individuals does not represent all Americans, so you need not take it to heart. Who is Will Houston? Is he a journalist? What has he said?" Wang Taijun was utterly perplexed. He seldom read newspapers due to his limited literacy skills, which made reading a laborious task. Thus, he typically preferred watching television. Since moving into his rented accommodation over the past 10 days, he had become captivated by the adult channels, indulging in them whenever he had free time, while remaining indifferent to everything else. Kevin Johnson regretted his indiscretion. It would have been better had Old K remained oblivious. Now, he found himself compelled to divulge the information. "That scoundrel!" Wang Taijun scolded vehemently. Johnson informed him of certain remarks made by a journalist. And then Barkley cautioned him that this journalist had repeatedly targeted him, advising him to exercise caution when addressing the media in the future to avoid being caught off guard. In the evening, the Suns arrived at the Western Conference Arena. The Hornets arrived in the afternoon, utilizing the arena for their training session. As the Suns made their way to the locker room, they coincidentally encountered the Hornets returning to theirs. The on-court cornerstone of the Hornets is Larry Johnson, affectionately nicknamed Grandmama. He was the first overall pick in the 1991 draft and is now in his sophomore year. Johnson stands as the primary scoring option for the team, having posted all-star caliber statistics of 19, 2 points, 11, 3 rebounds during his rookie season, and even more impressive figures of 22, 1 points and 10, 5 rebounds this season, showcasing his formidable prowess. Despite his height being less than ideal, akin to that of Charles Barkley, he excels in low-post isolation plays and boasts a background as a street-bred boxer. However, the true leader of the Hornets locker room is not Larry Johnson. As his experience does not yet suffice, the mantle of leadership belongs to Del Curry. Entering the league in 1986, although not an all-star, Curry possesses commendable skills, particularly with his three-point shooting, boasting an impressive accuracy of 40. The Hornets joined the NBA in 1988, the same year Curry became a member of the team, making him one of the franchise's founding veterans. This season, he has transitioned from the starting lineup to embrace the role of a sixth man. Chapter 44. Morning. You a defender, be wary of being trampled by our chaotic feet. Hey, Charles, Curry greeted Barkley first. Dale, your Hornets are doing quite well this year. 5th in the East, Barkley replied with a grin. After a brief embrace, Curry remarked, "Let us hope so, but our team hasn't yet entered the playoffs." "Hey, Charles." "Hey, Larry." Larry Johnson approached and bumped fists with Barkley. They shared a kinship, both being of a similar ilk, fostering a certain camaraderie. Wang Taijun cast a glance at Alonzo Mourning. They were both rookies from the same draft class, both centers, and to add to the irony, both bore the number 33. He regarded Mourning as his rival in the NBA. Recently, he had been subjected to media scrutiny, while Mourning stood out as one of the most prominent rookies of '92, basking in far more glory than he. To be frank, having played only a few games, he felt utterly incapable of measuring up to rookies like O'Neal or Mournings, and the media had never compared him to them. Nevertheless, he viewed Mourning as a competitor, though the disdainful glance Mourning directed at him suggested otherwise. Indeed, Mourning's brief look at Wang was swiftly followed by his dismissal of him. That single glance was filled with contempt, for Mourning regarded Wang as an offensive simpleton, incapable of scoring outside the paint, and lacking the mobility to pose any real competition or potential. After the familiar faces exchanged greetings, they soon parted ways. Coincidentally, Wang Taijun and Mourning found themselves aligned, both stubbornly standing their ground, neither willing to yield, awaiting the other to make way. "Chinese guy, step aside." Mourning, after a 2-second pause, observed that the man before him showed no intention of yielding, and irritation crept into his voice. Wang raised an eyebrow, remaining motionless. He was curious to see how Mourning would compel him to make way. Accompanying both teams were several reporters, who, upon witnessing the standoff, became excited, their cameras clicking away. The others from both teams noticed the impasse and turned to look. Larry Johnson frowned and stepped forward, ready to intervene. He bore a dislike for Mourning due to their unresolved tensions that had arisen in just over 2 months of acquaintance, resulting in several arguments. However, as a teammate, should a brawl ensue, he felt compelled to support Mourning. He was aware of Wang Taijun's reputation, though this Chinese player had participated in only a handful of games. He had already been involved in several skirmishes, with Oakley and Starks of the Knicks, with O'Neal of the Magic, and most recently, injuring Davis of the Mavericks. This was a man capable of holding his own in a fight, and Johnson was curious to test this Chinese brute's mettle. Yet, he thought to himself, feeling a shiver, what if this Chinese guy decided to chase him down? Damn this formidable brute. "Step aside," Mourning asserted, pressing his chest forward, his forehead nearly touching Wang Taijun's nose. His height was merely 208 centimeters, and he weighed 110 kilograms, making him seem somewhat smaller in front of old Wang, yet his presence was undeniably fierce. Damn it. After being nudged, his nose tinged with discomfort, Wang Taijun's anger flared. His Iron Mountain lean had been honed to perfection. With a sudden burst of power from his feet and a twist of his waist, the 6 forces converged in an instant, and his right shoulder thrust forward with great force. Bang! Mo Ning stumbled backward with a muffled grunt, falling to the ground in a clumsy heap, followed by an awkward roll. "Oh!" The crowd of dozens gasped in unison. The camera flashes erupted as reporters captured the moment. Larry Johnson, poised to assist, stood frozen, bewildered by the shoulder attack. What was this technique? Iron Mountain lean. Barkley and Kevin Johnson shouted in excitement. Having played away games for the past week, they would have already gone to Wang Taijun's home to learn Iron Mountain lean had they been in town. Damn it, with reporters around, I've made a fool of myself. Mo Ning gritted his teeth and rose, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, rookie." Barkley stood up, pressing one shoulder against Mo Ning's chest while pointing a finger at his nose, admonishing, "Be civilized, all right? You lack the strength and experience to demand that of him. If you wish to fight, you'll find yourself in serious trouble tonight." "Humph." Mo Ning huffed, his temper still simmering. "All right, rookie, this is their home court. Settle your disputes on the basketball court." At that moment, Del Curry stepped in, pulling Mo Ning back. "Okay, we'll meet on the court. I'll crush you to bits, you offensive fool," Mo Ning coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Wang Taijun. "I hope you possess the courage to stand against me." Wang Taijun replied with unabashed disdain. "What did you say?" Mo Ning's anger flared once more. "I said you're a fool, you deaf man. Did you forget to wear your hearing aid?" Wang Taijun shouted loudly. The crowd erupted in laughter. Mo Ning's nostrils flared with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. "Hey, rookie, don't go too far," Larry Johnson interjected. "Who are you? This is a matter for our interior players. You, a mere guard, should watch yourself lest we trample you." Wang Taijun glanced down at Larry Johnson, who was nearly a head shorter than him, and offered a well-meaning warning. The crowd burst into laughter again. glancing between Larry Johnson and Barkley, who joined in the merriment. Damn that perverse laborer. I'll see how you intend to trample me today. Larry Johnson seethed at Old Wong's words. I'm a power forward, not a guard. I played guard in high school. But I grew taller and stopped playing guard long ago. Damn old K, what nonsense is this? Barkley was equally irate, feeling that his true height paled in comparison to Larry Johnson's, questioning how that was fair for a power forward. I am indeed a flying pig. Who could possibly bring me down? Wang Taijun seemed to sense the veiled implications in his words and swiftly turned to Barkley, smiling. Brother, I'm not referring to you. The essence of his statement was akin to there's no silver buried here. Go, let us depart. Barkley, feeling exasperated, dismissed Wang with a wave and turned to leave. We followed suit. Amidst this diversion, Morning had also distanced himself from Curry, leading the Hornets away. Chinese man, this is not over. We shall meet on the court. As he passed by Wang Taijun, Morning raised his chin and shouted. You, small fry, are suited to play small forward. Wang Taijun retorted, then hastened to catch up with Barkley. Me? Morning's nose crinkled in anger. The news that surfaced today revealed this Chinese individual had a violent past and had served time, presenting himself as a formidable character. However, we must teach him a lesson. We cannot allow him to dominate us. Fixating on Wang Taijun's departing figure, Larry Johnson expressed his displeasure. Damn criminal. Morning hurled an insult at Wang Taijun's back, then turned to Larry Johnson, saying, Larry, once we are on the court, let us confront him together. All right. Despite their numerous conflicts, an external force had forged an unexpected alliance between the two. Chapter 45. Disputes arise on the court at 7 o'clock. A group of reporters sought entry into the home team's locker room for interviews, but were denied. Typically, locker room interviews are arranged post-game. Pre-game interviews depend on the team's discretion. Considering the recent controversies surrounding Wang Taijun, Karanglo opted against a pre-game interview, fearing that the journalists might target him and disrupt his focus for the match. Among the reporters was a man named Rob Longer, who had just returned from China. At 7:30, both teams announced their starting lineups. The Hornets, Morning, Larry Johnson, David Wingate, Kendall Gill, and Bogues. The Suns, Wang Taijun, Barkley, Cedric Ceballos, Dan Majerle, and Kevin Johnson. This game was broadcast live nationwide by TNT, marking a significant moment for the Suns. In the TNT commentary booth, commentator Lei Tim removed his headset and, grinning, remarked to his partner, Did you hear that? I just received word from colleagues that the Suns and Hornets nearly came to blows earlier. In fact, they already exchanged blows. Unperturbed, chuckled, Larry Johnson, despite being a second-year player, has gained notoriety for his toughness on and off the court. Rumor has it he has ties to organized crime. He is certainly not one to be trifled with, an absolute menace. His rookie teammate, the Hornets' second overall pick Morning, is also known for his hard-nosed style of play, reputed to be quite formidable. On the Suns' side, we needn't elaborate on the notorious Barkley, who has tussled with the likes of the bad boys of basketball. But let us not forget about the Chinese powerhouse, Old K. He has been in the league for merely half a month and has already been embroiled in several altercations, even clashing with the bad boys Oakley. He is a quintessential tough guy, often engaging in brawls more than in gameplay. Interestingly, just today, media outlets reported on his murky background. It turns out he was a criminal in China, having served a year in prison for assault. He possesses a pronounced propensity for violence and is undoubtedly a figure to be wary of. Therefore, I am not surprised by any conflicts that may arise off the court, as it is highly probable a mere exchanged glance could ignite a skirmish. Lei Tim nodded in agreement, chuckling, Indeed. It might go something like this. What are you looking at? And what about it? And then chaos ensues. Their laughter echoed through the booth. At 7:40, the starters took the court. And by 8 o'clock, the game commenced. Wang Taijun and Morning stood at center court, preparing for the jump ball. Hey, Chinese guy, can you jump a foot high? Morning taunted. Shorty, I could relieve myself on your head. Care to taste it? Wang Taijun shot back. Ugh. Morning recoiled. Damn pervert. At that moment, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Morning, with remarkable agility and superior athleticism, leaped swiftly, snatching the ball before Wang Taijun could react. Damn it. Having lost the first battle, Wang quickly retreated to defend the backcourt. Morning attempted to drive directly to the basket but was met with resistance. Morning made an attempt, initially exerting pressure to gauge Wang Taijun's strength, only to find himself unable to budge him. Get lost. Wang Taijun suddenly launched a forward shove, causing Morning to stumble forward. Damn it. He cursed, retreating to the right wing low post as the 3-second count approached. At this moment, the ball found its way into the hands of Larry Johnson in the left low post, who began to back down against Barkley. Weighing in at 113 kilograms, Johnson possessed an incredibly robust upper body and a palpable sense of strength. Officially standing at 198 centimeters, in reality, both he and Barkley had likely inflated their heights, possibly measuring even less than 195 centimeters. Given his weight, it was evident that his muscle proportion was remarkably high, contributing to his formidable strength. Barkley, weighing 115 kilograms and of similar height, had a higher percentage of body fat, as he had been overweight since his student days, thus lacking Johnson's muscular ratio and suffering in terms of foundational strength. Both players were masters of backing down, yet after a couple of pushes, Johnson, leveraging his immense power, found that Barkley could not withstand his advances. Their playing styles were strikingly similar, and as they neared the paint, Johnson executed a pivot jump shot, successfully scoring. After being scored upon by Johnson, Barkley merely smiled, sharing a moment of mutual respect. In the previous plays, Barkley and Johnson had dominated, while Mourning and Wang Taijun each managed to secure a single defensive rebound. The two shorter power forwards each made 1 out of 2 attempts, resulting in a tie between the teams. The Hornets launched their third offensive. Mourning actively sought position in the right low post. "Hey, little guy, haven't you eaten? Put some muscle into it, use your elbow." Wang Taijun taunted with trash talk. Bang! Mourning took the bait, driving his elbow into Wang Taijun's chest as he pushed inward. "Not enough, hit harder, like I do." Wang Taijun retaliated with an elbow to Mourning's lower back. "Damn." Mourning's expression changed, his body involuntarily shuddering as he felt a jolt of pain shoot through his lower back, causing an urgent sensation. "Little brat," Wang muttered under his breath, confident in his prowess, believing his iron-like strength could incapacitate Mourning with a single blow. At that moment, the ball was passed from the arc, and Mourning caught it with one hand, swiftly executing a spin to drive toward the baseline. Wang Taijun, reacting slowly, instinctively swung an elbow, knocking Mourning down. The move was too overt, prompting the referee's whistle. "You lumbering brute, not only are you an offensive fool, but a defensive one too. You're just a sieve," Mourning exclaimed, rising and immediately hurling insults. "I've said you lack the guts to face me, you coward." Wang shot back. "Damn criminal, did you escape from prison in America?" Mourning retorted. Thud. The remark struck a nerve with Wang Taijun, who, in a fit of anger, charged forward, headbutting Mourning's forehead. "Ouch!" Mourning cried out, clutching his head as he staggered backward. "Oh, my God, the Chinese laborer is assaulting Mourning. Someone must restrain him," exclaimed Latham from the TNT commentary booth, his voice laced with fury. "Auntie, it's time to showcase your resolve. We must demonstrate the fighting spirit of the American people to the Chinese laborer," shouted Dorte with fervor. Meanwhile, the commentator for the Suns animatedly proclaimed, "It must be that rookie Mourning provoking Old K. We must retaliate. We must strike back. Old K, you are the desert behemoth. Where is your combat prowess?" On the media side, behind the front line of the Suns, New York Times journalist Rob Longer excitedly shouted, "Look! That Chinese assailant is attacking Mourning again. He belongs in prison. He should be sent back." Chapter 46, Forced Eviction. At this moment, the two teams' players clashed together. Larry Johnson stood at the forefront of the Hornets, with Mourning behind him, and Barkley in front. Wang Taijun was positioned behind Barkley. "Don't mess around," Barkley warned. "No favors today, step aside," Larry Johnson shouted in response. "Are you the one causing trouble?" Wang Taijun, using his towering height and long limbs, struck through Barkley, landing a powerful slap on the top of Larry Johnson's head. Bang! Larry Johnson was completely unprepared. The blow, delivered even with Barkley in between, reverberated through his skull, causing a sudden ringing in his ears, and blood rushed to his head, uncontrollably bringing tears to his eyes. Fortunately, Wang Taijun had not exerted full force, using only his palm, rendering the impact relatively harmless. Damn Chinese. Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound, and Larry Johnson's face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes reddened. He retaliated against Larry Johnson. Meanwhile, Rob Longer, holding a camera, shouted in fury, "That's it. Old K is stirring trouble again." On the sidelines, head coach Paul Westphal and general manager Colangelo exchanged worried glances. "Let us resolve this through basketball," Barkley exclaimed, wrapping his arms around the furious Larry Johnson, restraining him completely. "Who started this? Let go of me." Larry Johnson struggled and cursed. Bang! Kevin Johnson approached stealthily, delivering an elbow to Larry's abdomen. who was unable to evade due to Barkley's hold. Despicable. Larry shot an angry glare at Kevin, then yelled at Barkley, "Let me go. Stay calm. We value peace." Barkley shouted back. At that moment, the referee bravely intervened, separating the impending fight between Wang Taijun and Morning, his whistle piercing through the chaos. "All right, quiet down. We are still in a match." Barkley finally released Larry Johnson. Larry was seething, feeling as if he might vomit with rage. Convinced that Barkley was utterly despicable for taking sides, he vowed that in future conflicts, he would first target those who intervened. Morning, on the other hand, fared slightly better. Although his forehead was swollen from the collision, he noticed Wang Tiejuan's head bore similar marks, indicating he had not suffered alone. The referee penalized Wang Taijun with a flagrant foul, temporarily quelling the on-court conflict. Just one flagrant foul? Did the referee take a bribe? Rob Longer exclaimed indignantly from the sidelines. His voice was too loud, catching the attention of the official, who glanced sharply at Longer before whispering to the referee and gesturing in his direction. Immediately, the referee scrutinized Longer before striding toward the league officials at the scorer's table. Damn it. Longer realized he was in deep trouble. The match was interrupted due to the referee's decision. A minute later, an official accompanied by 2 security personnel approached the press area and addressed Longer, stating, "Sir, due to your personal issues, I must ask you to leave. Please follow me." "I protest." Longer shouted in anger as he stood up. However, before he could finish his sentence, the official waved his hand, and the 2 security guards swiftly subdued him, escorting him out of the venue. "I will make this public in the media. This is not over," he angrily retorted to the official. "That is your concern," the official replied coldly. Subsequently, Rob Longer was forcibly removed from the scene. The game resumed, with Morning taking a free throw. Old Wang's foul did not result in free throws, as it had not accumulated enough infractions. Swish. Morning executed the free throw with precision, boasting a 78% success rate. The Hornets launched an offensive. "Give me the ball, Maguette," Morning demanded from the low post on the right wing. Under Old Wang's defensive pressure, Morning struggled to maintain his position, lacking the necessary strength. He stepped back and raised his hands, seeking the ball at the arc's top. Maguette, known as the Bug, is the shortest player in league history at 160 centimeters and one of the fastest. This season, he has recorded impressive double-double statistics, showcasing remarkable prowess for a small point guard, making him an exemplary role model for the average person. As he prepared to drive, noticing Morning's call for the ball, he passed it to the rookie. Receiving the ball just 2 steps away from the paint, Morning initiated a direct confrontation with Wang Taijun. This aggressive approach was not born from any personal conflict, but rather stemmed from Morning's inherent playing style when engaging in low-post isolation. While his free throw shooting was commendable, his shooting touch was rather mediocre. His strength dictated that he often resorted to this confrontational method. However, this aggressive play typically resulted in a 1-against-4 situation, as his passing ability was lacking. His height impeded his vision in the low post, forcing him to rely solely on his own efforts. With his physique, he could only effectively challenge average centers. When faced with stronger defenders or larger centers, he fell short. Ironically, Wang Taijun was precisely the type of larger center he struggled against. Upon receiving the ball, Morning immediately bent down to dribble, backing into Old Wang. This posture, given his height, significantly reduced his standing against Wang, with his head barely reaching Wang's chest. "Go on, slip right between my legs. It should be easy for you," Wang taunted while maintaining his defensive stance. Bang! Morning felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on his own blood, and in frustration, he swung his elbow into Wang's chest. Beep. The referee called the foul due to the excessive and obvious elbowing. "Damn escapee," Morning spat as he dropped the ball, gritting his teeth in anger. His greatest lament regarding his talent was his insufficient height, which relegated him a tier below the 3 great super centers. Wang's earlier comment had struck a nerve. "Super shorty. Well, why do you have to play center? Be careful not to get crushed. Perhaps you should stick to playing point guard," Wang quickly retorted, hitting back at his own sore spot. "Who do you call a super midget?" A voice erupted from below, laden with indignation. "Who?" Wang Taijun glanced around, unable to spot anyone. "Look here, downwards." The voice grew even more irate. "Ah, my friend, at last, I have found you." Upon peering down, he discovered the Hornets guard glaring at him with palpable fury. "Who do you call a super midget? Are you discriminating against me? While I was showcasing my talents in the league, you were serving time in a prison in China." Bogues fumed. "What did you say? I'm innocent." Old One shouted back furiously. The players from both teams began to converge around them. "Calm down. Anyone who throws a punch will be ejected," The referee, visibly tense, rushed over to separate the two. He called me a super midget, and I want to stand for this. Bogues protested to the referee. You fool. Do you really need me to point out your height? Old Wong retorted with irritation. I was referring to that fellow, number 33 from the Hornets. I never mentioned you. Bogues grimaced, muttering, damn that Chinese guy. Alonzo stands at 208 centimeters, while I'm merely 160 centimeters. If he's a super midget, what does that make me? A reptile? However, since he was not the target of the comment, he chose to retreat, and the argument subsided. Observing Bogues' withdrawal, Old Wong rolled his eyes. Bemused by the intelligence of his black counterpart, I'm not saying you're short, it's just that you are exceedingly diminutive. It's unnecessary for me to state it outright. Super tiny, shorter than both of my sisters. I was taller than you when I was merely 8 or 9. Chapter 47. The clash. The match recommenced, with the Suns' offensive in full swing. Pass the ball, you fool. You haven't scored a single point, you damned KP. Allow me to deliver you a resounding rejection. Morning hissed, pressing close behind Wang Taijun. There was no need for the ball. Kevin Johnson had already thrown it over. The outcome of today's game was utterly inconsequential. After all, one team hailed from the east and the other from the west. Their records had no bearing on each other, and the likelihood of facing off in the playoffs was virtually non-existent. Indeed, it was nearly zero. Thus, the most vital objective was to teach their opponent a lesson. Hit him, old K. Kevin Johnson bellowed, unfazed after making the pass. Softy. Today I shall loosen your muscles and bring you some relief. With the ball in hand, Wong did not rush to attack. Instead, he opted for some preemptive banter. Morning was incensed. I'm the very embodiment of toughness. How dare you call me a softy? This is a great humiliation. Hold your ground, Alonzo. Showcase your formidable defense. Shouted a journalist, a curly-haired black man seated 2 meters away in the media section, who was a fan of Morning. Boom. At that moment, Wong made his first aggressive charge, colliding with Morning's chest, causing the air to rush from his lungs in a sharp gasp, his face turning crimson in an instant. Fortunately, he stood firm. Despite weighing 10 kilograms less, his strength was commendable enough to withstand the impact. Boom. Yet, a second charge followed closely. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was regaining his breath, the ferocity of the impact left him gasping, and he began to cough violently. Defense was the last thing on his mind as he stumbled backward, completely disoriented. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun had already spun around and dashed past Morning, seizing the ball and leaping to slam it down with one arm. Damn it! The curly-haired journalist in the media section was livid, his eyes nearly bursting with frustration. Bang! With a resounding crash of the rim, the entire venue erupted in a frenzy. Oh my God! The journalist muttered in a mix of anger and despair. Behold the heavy bombardment from the beast, old K. Alonzo Morning, the second overall pick, is left to struggle beneath our giant, like a mere woman fighting for her life. The exhilarated commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. Damn it, Morning. Unleash your prowess and teach that Chinese player a lesson. Morning, reveal your strength. Use your abilities to dominate him. You can do it. The two TNT commentators, now agitated, began to rally support. Softy, weren't you eager to reject me? What gives you the right to wear number 33? Take it off and choose another. After scoring, an elated Wong yelled at Morning. Get lost, you damned KP. Morning forcefully shoved Wang Taijun aside. Are you cursing me again? Damn it, Softy, I'm going to confiscate your hoop. Wong roared back. Do you dare? Flames ignited in Morning's eyes. If his hoop were truly taken from him, what would become of his pride? After all, he was the guardian of the rim. In a fit of rage, the formidable figure of Lao Wang roared like a beast. As he advanced towards the basket, he bellowed from the arc, demanding the ball to unleash his fury upon his opponent. A hush fell over the arena, soon followed by uproarious laughter at his antics. He was indeed a fool. The scruffy-haired journalist seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, shouting from the press box. While most of his colleagues nodded in agreement, a few cast him disapproving glances. He truly believed himself to be a member of the Hornets, did he not? On the TNT commentary team, the announcers finally found their chance to mock Wang Taijun. Realizing his mistake, Lao Wang swiftly made his way towards Morning, who regarded him with disdain, thinking to himself, what right does such a fool have to be my adversary? This time, the nimble Bogues refrained from passing to Morning as Larry Johnson demanded the ball, directing it towards the left low post. The attempted turnaround jumper missed its mark, leading to a fierce contest for the rebound between Lao Wang and Morning. Morning's rebounding skills were merely average, falling short when compared to the great centers, including O'Neal, and even lagging behind the less proficient Ewing. Despite Lao Wang's own rebounding technique being rather ordinary, he managed to secure the defensive position and protect the board due to his height advantage. Transitioning to the front court, he barreled towards the basket. Kevin Johnson signaled for space, while Barkley vacated the paint, drawing Larry Johnson with him, leaving Lao Wang and Mourning in a one-on-one showdown. Mourning braced himself, his neck veins bulging like serpents. His face flushed as he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. "Hold your ground, Mourning." The scruffy-haired journalist fervently cheered from 2 meters away in the press box. However, the weight disparity was insurmountable. A 10-kilogram difference was no trivial matter, and Mourning appeared diminutive in comparison to Lao Wang, unable to withstand his relentless assault. In a matter of seconds, Wang Taijun skillfully maneuvered into the paint, closing in to within 1.5 meters of the basket, well within his shooting range. No. This was the realm of dunking. "Go for it, Lao K," Kevin Johnson shouted, effortlessly tossing the ball into the air. Wang Taijun, using his left hand to shield Mourning behind him, caught the ball with his right hand, and with a powerful dribble, he launched a ferocious attack. Mourning let out a muffled grunt, losing his footing momentarily. In an instant, Wang Taijun pivoted and leapt, executing a devastating two-handed dunk that shook the very foundation of the Hornets' rim. Mourning, thrown off balance, could only watch helplessly as he was thwarted. With a resounding thud, the ball passed through the hoop, striking him on the head. The spectacle was far from over. As Wang Taijun executed a powerful dunk, he delivered a swift kick with his leg, inadvertently colliding his hip against Mourning's face. His legs landed squarely on Mourning's shoulders, prompting a muffled groan from the latter as he toppled backward, sliding 3 feet along the floor. "Oh, yes." The audience at the Western Conference Arena erupted in astonishment, quickly transforming into a fervent sea of excitement. "Oh my God." Behind the baseline, the curly-haired photographer wore an expression of disbelief, forgetting to press the shutter on his camera. "Oh yes. Old K had completed a spectacular dunk over Mourning, and the commentators went wild with exuberant shouts. How appalling. This is utterly disgraceful. How could he humiliate Mourning in such a manner? This is devoid of sportsmanship." The commentators at the TNT booth exchanged glances, murmuring in disbelief. "Old K, you executed that beautifully," Barkley exclaimed, rushing forward in excitement. "Keep it up, Old K. I will pass you the ball again. Continue to dominate him," Kevin Johnson shouted, equally animated. "Old K, you and he are both rookie centers from the same draft class, wearing the same jersey number. If you don't take him down, how will you rise to prominence? Annihilate him, and next time go after that big shark." Dan Marley chimed in with fervor. "Haha." Old Wang, caught up in the exhilaration, laughed heartily before expressing a tinge of regret. "It's a pity we didn't break the backboard this time. Next time, let us aim to tear the rim down." "Haha." The Suns players chuckled at this. "Damn it." A group of Suns players stood beside Mourning, shouting boisterously, infuriating him to the brink of a stroke. Having just been dunked on, the veins on his forehead bulged, his face nearly oozing with rage, and his fists clenched so tightly that they threatened to draw blood. Had his nails not been so short, they would have surely pierced his flesh. Chapter 48, Mourning. "I have collected your basket." It was the Hornets' turn to attack. After a swift drive, Bogues executed a sudden stop and made a jump shot, successfully scoring. As they advanced to the front court, Wang re-entered the paint. The Hornets switched their defensive alignment, with shooting guard Kendall Gill tasked with guarding Kevin Johnson. Although Wang managed to push inside, the ball was not passed to him in time, prompting him to vacate the paint and position himself at the low post on the left wing. At that moment, the ball found its way to Barkley on the right wing. Barkley began to confront Larry Johnson, executing a turnaround jump shot that found its mark. Subsequently, due to Wang Taijun's considerable fatigue, he refrained from pressing further into the paint. Instead, the Suns shifted their offensive strategy towards Barkley and the backcourt, with the 3 most offensively potent players in the starting lineup orchestrating the attack. While the center strategy had become one of the foundational tactics for the Suns, Wang Taijun's scoring capability was significantly constrained. His efficiency in the 2-point area was lamentably low, and penetrating the paint posed a formidable challenge. Given the 3-second violation rule, he could not consistently force his way into the paint, and even when he did, opportunities for offense were not guaranteed. Persistently attempting to push inside would quickly deplete his stamina, rendering the strategy viable only on occasion, thus relegating his tactical importance within the team to a minor role. It was only when his scoring ability in the 2-point range improved that his strategic standing could see a genuine transformation. Much like Shaquille O'Neal, despite being a formidable presence in the paint, he primarily executed shots from the 2-point area, concluding plays with hooks and floaters. In the ensuing moments, Wang Taijun focused on facilitating from the low post, setting screens, grabbing rebounds, and contributing defensively. Meanwhile, small forward Cedric Ceballos held a negligible tactical role in the starting lineup, even less significant than Wang, relying on frequent movement to find opportunities for open shots, contingent upon the whims of the three ball-dominant players. As the first quarter approached the 7th minute, nearing the substitution interval, Wang Taijun summoned his energy once more and forced his way into the paint. For a player of his style, insufficient stamina made entry a strenuous endeavor, often consuming too much time, and before the ball could reach him, the 3-second count would elapse. However, this time, fully rejuvenated, he surged forward with remarkable speed, shouldering Mornin as he neared the basket. With at least a second remaining on the 3-second clock, Kevin Johnson delivered the ball inside. Yet, Larry Johnson abandoned Barkley to return and defend the basket. As Wang Taijun received the pass, he found himself double-teamed by both Mornin and Larry Johnson. The defensive entrapment took shape, with 4 arms entangled around him, obstructing his passing lanes, leaving him with no choice but to attempt a forceful shot. With a fierce roar, he embodied the essence of a colossal battering ram, executing a series of brutal side attacks that shattered the confines of the double team. Mornin staggered to the floor, while Larry Johnson retreated unsteadily. In the next instant, the behemoth soared into the air. Shatter it. With both hands firmly gripping the ball, he coiled his core and unleashed a thunderous slam towards the rim. Bang! With an ear-splitting crash, the transparent backboard shattered into countless fragments, cascading onto the floor and onto Mornin and Larry Johnson. Get down here. He forcefully yanked, detaching the rim from the hoop, grasping it triumphantly in his hands. Cheers erupted from nearly 20,000 Phoenix Suns fans, rising from their seats in a frenzy. Behind the baseline, the curly-haired player lay sprawled on the court, visibly shaken. Meanwhile, Rob Longo, ejected from the game, stood transfixed before a television at a concession stand, equally stunned by the spectacle. "What a beast! How terrifying!" exclaimed the two commentators at the TNT booth, exchanging bewildered glances, left momentarily speechless. "Oh." In the live commentary booth, after a series of ecstatic exclamations, the announcer bellowed with fervor, "Did you see that? This is our giant, the king, Old K. Our low-post behemoth, obliterating our adversaries. They deserve to groan beneath him. He is dominating them." Wang Taijun descended, breathless, the explosive display having drained his energy. His burst of power, though not as formidable as that of the Shaq, took a toll on him, depleting his reserves. Several blood marks adorned his arms, inflicted by Mornin and Larry Johnson. Beneath him lay a stunned Mornin, alongside a similarly astonished Larry Johnson. "Do you think you can stop me?" he taunted. "I've claimed your rim as my trophy. It shall be a part of my collection, engraved with your names for posterity." His trash talk flowed forth, further eroding his opponent's confidence, as he brandished the rim, inciting the crowd to a fever pitch. "Old K! Old K! Old K!" The arena reverberated with a unified roar. Fuming, Mornin and Johnson felt their faces burn with humiliation, having their rim taken and their names carved upon it. In that moment, they longed to confront Wang and reclaim the wretched hoop. "Old K, you did brilliantly," Barkley shouted, leaping onto Wang's back. "Quick, let the media capture this moment." Kevin Johnson weaved through to seize the rim from Wang's grasp, posing with it around his neck as he sprinted down to the baseline, where the flashes from the media already illuminated the scene. "Come on," Wang called out, carrying Barkley to the baseline, basking in the media's adoring gaze. He increasingly relished the spotlight, its brilliance lifting his spirits immensely, not for the championship, nor for the sake of statistics, but for the allure of wealth and the glimmer of flashbulbs. He is determined to exert every ounce of effort on the basketball court. "I aspire to accumulate great riches, to become a household name, and to attract the attention of glamorous movie stars." He chuckled at the thought, laughing heartily amidst a flurry of flashing lights. Carangelo paced excitedly along the sidelines. When he first discovered Old K, he harbored no such lofty expectations. While Old K still possesses several shortcomings, it is conceivable that a near all-star caliber center could dominate him on both ends of the court. He may not be invincible, yet beneath the basket, he undeniably possesses the potential to sweep through the league's paint area. "Paul, is Old K bulking up?" he inquired of head coach Westphal. "Indeed. He has been for some time now," Paul Westphal replied with a smile. "Will this weight gain impact his mobility and explosiveness?" he asked with concern, aware that Old K's athleticism is merely average. Excessive weight gain could potentially diminish his athletic abilities, and as it stands, Old K's strength and heft are already among the elite in the league. No center or interior player can overshadow him in this regard. The necessity for additional weight gain seems minimal. After some contemplation, Paul Westphal remarked, "I have spoken with him. He assures me that his weight gain does not compromise his athletic capabilities. Currently, he has indeed maintained his agility. After shedding fat and building muscle, he now weighs 122 kilograms. An increase of 2 kilograms. Nodding, Carangelo instructed, ensure the trainers monitor him closely. We must prevent any unregulated weight gain and keep a close watch on his tonnage." Paul Westphal expressed his frustration. "My concern lies not with him, but with Oliver Miller. It appears we are unable to control this rookie's weight at all. Unlike Old K, who is gaining muscle, Miller seems to be accumulating fat." Carangelo paused, glancing back at the rather portly figure of Miller on the bench, and silently shook his head. Self-discipline is the most critical quality of an exceptional athlete. Regrettably, it remains an intangible trait not reflected in statistics. Otherwise, many undisciplined rookies would be eliminated from the first-round draft each year, including Oliver Miller, whom he personally selected. Chapter 49. Misfire. The match was paused for 25 minutes as the staff leisurely replaced the backboard and rim before resuming play. At this moment, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first quarter, the score stood at 12-18, with the Suns leading by 6 points. Wang Taijun had already made 3 dunks, contributing 6 points to his team's score. As the Hornets launched their offense, Mourning moved to receive the ball. After drawing Wang Taijun out, he suddenly pivoted, maneuvering around his opponent and penetrating the paint. At that moment, the ball arrived, and he executed a thunderous dunk, shaking the Suns' basket. "Prisoner, wooden post, monstrous laborer, fool. These are your monikers," he exclaimed in exhilaration, directing his exuberance towards Old Wang. "You have but one epithet, the softy I just dunked on," Old Wang retorted with a single, scathing remark, igniting Mourning's fury. "Damn it. You dunked on me, and now you humiliate me? Are you even human?" Enraged, Mourning charged at Old Wang, shoving him forcefully. Old Wang stumbled back a step, ready to retaliate, but was intercepted by the referee, who intervened. "Dog food," he cursed, pointing at Mourning and bellowing, "Softy, if you have the guts, confront me head-on. I await your challenge." Mourning shouted back defiantly as they both advanced to the Suns' front court. Old K, knock his lungs out. Kevin Johnson, undeterred by the chaos, tossed the ball to Old Wang in the low post on the left wing. "All right," Old Wang cheered. "Huh." Barkley, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. "Old K, take him down." The 4 Suns players spread out, grinning as they watched Old Wang go one-on-one against Mourning in the low post. "Bump him. Bump him." The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying behind Old K. "Get lost." Mourning shot an angry glare at Kevin Johnson, realizing this guy was no saint. And neither were the rest of the Suns. They all deserved to be locked away. Bang. With a low dribble, Wang Taijun initiated his backing down move. Starting from the edge of the paint, it was a challenging endeavor for him, given his mediocre finishing skills near the basket. If he faced strong resistance, it would be difficult to maneuver within 3 seconds to complete a shot. Thud. Thud. After 2 successive attempts, Mourning, displaying remarkable strength, fought back valiantly, employing every ounce of his power, yet still found himself pushed back by Old Wang, who advanced a couple of feet, approximately 80 centimeters. However, with the shot clock ticking down, he needed to push in at least another meter, and without 2 more attempts, he could not cover that distance. Bang. On the 3rd attempt, Wang Taijun unleashed his full might, shattering Mourning's tenuous balance as his defense crumbled. "Hey," he shouted, pivoting smoothly and stepping past Mourning into the key. Right hand grasping the basketball, his body soaring as he prepared to slam it down. Not a chance. Mourning, having lost his defensive position, angrily clamped down on Old Wang's outstretched left arm. Yet, the force of Wang Taijun's leap was unstoppable, although his explosiveness was not on par with the likes of O'Neal. He still summoned every ounce of strength to ascend. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clattering of the basket, the hoop was abruptly pulled downward by the immense force and weight of the 2 players. Oh, yes. The crowd at the West Coast Arena erupted in astonishment, which swiftly transformed into a roaring sea of excitement. "Softy, hurry and call for a double team. You cannot stop me alone." In a one-on-one, capable of overwhelming the 2nd overall pick, Mourning, Wang Taijun was exhilarated, hurling trash talk at his opponent. Never. Mourning, veins bulging on his neck, defiantly pushed back with his chest, matching Wang's intensity without a hint of backing down. "You've tried that before, yet still failed to halt me," Wang scoffed dismissively. "You?" Mourning retorted, incensed by the truth of Wang's words. Subsequently, Wang made an additional free throw, astonishingly sinking it. He had now hit all 4 of his shots, scoring 9 points in the first quarter. However, turning back, Morning retaliated with a mid-range jumper after a retreat, his fury seemingly enhancing his performance, markedly improving his accuracy. "Did you see that, escapee? You will never make that shot," he taunted Wang. "I only know how to dunk on you, not to shoot like a softie." Wang shot back. "Shut your mouth, old K, don't speak nonsense." Barkley and Kevin Johnson chimed in simultaneously. All right, my bad. Wang scratched his head, realizing that Barkley and the others were proficient jump shooters, inadvertently including them in his insult. After another round, both teams made substitutions, bringing in the bench players. It wasn't until the 9th minute of the second quarter that Wang returned to the court with the starting lineup. However, in the remaining 3 minutes, he found no offensive opportunities, only securing a defensive rebound before the half concluded. In the second half, he stepped onto the court right from the start. Positioned low on the left wing, Morning adopted a side defense, effectively placing himself between Wang and the point guard at the arc, severing his passing route. Wang quickly pivoted to enter the paint, but Morning reacted swiftly, closing in and executing a front defense. He forcefully attempted to displace Morning from the area, while Kevin Johnson passed the ball in. "Watch out." Barkley's voice rang out. "What?" Wang, poised to receive the ball, was startled as an opponent suddenly emerged from behind, swatting the basketball away just as it was descending towards him. "Brilliant. Larry Johnson has made the steal," shouted the excited commentators at the TNT booth. "Damn it." Wang cursed in frustration. His positioning had indeed been flawed, turning his back to Barkley and Larry Johnson, which rendered his vision ineffective and prevented him from detecting the weak side, help defense. Old K still required more time and opportunities to hone his skills. On the sidelines, Coach Paul Westphal was not surprised. Old K had played too few games, particularly of high quality, almost none at all. This situation is quite easily resolved by granting him playing time, providing him with possession of the ball, allowing him to take shots, and affording him a certain tactical standing. Over the course of 1 or 2 seasons, as long as his basketball intelligence is adequate, significant improvements will manifest. Naturally, if his basketball acumen is lacking, even the most promising potential will fail to materialize. Based on observations during this period, it appears that Old K possesses commendable basketball intelligence. Subsequently, the Hornets distinctly intensified their collaborative defense in the paint. This means that when Old Wang drives the ball into the paint or establishes position beneath the basket, they have reinforced their double-teaming approach. Morning serves as the primary defender. He is predominantly defensive in nature and exhibits formidable prowess on that front, having showcased such qualities upon entering the league. With support in place, the quality of his defense against Wang Taijun has markedly improved. When Old Wang attempts to operate from outside the paint, Morning fiercely contests him, depleting Old Wang's stamina significantly. This strategy mirrors Old Wang's approach when facing O'Neal, where he exhausts O'Neal's energy during the initial offensive and defensive exchanges. Once Old Wang reaches the painted area, he resorts to fronting or lateral defense, thereby buying time and opportunities for his teammates' double-team efforts. Given Old Wang's current capabilities and game experience, his impact remains substantial. Chapter 50, Damned Mad Dog. Section 3. His errors began to accumulate, and he was repeatedly thwarted by Morning's formidable blocks. His free throw attempts became a scoring obstacle, as he frequently stepped to the line but achieved a mere 50% success rate. As the final quarter commenced, his stamina waned, leading to a significant reduction in his incursions into the paint. Even when he managed to force a shot near the basket, the quality of his attempts plummeted under defensive pressure, starkly contrasting with his earlier dominant performance in the first quarter. Ultimately, the Suns secured victory in the match. Wang Taijun played for 36 minutes, completing the second half, with a record of 7 successful shots out of 12 attempts, 3 successful free throws out of 6. Amassing a total of 17 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 5 fouls. In truth, he had more than 12 attempts. His 3 turnovers occurred during offensive plays, along with 1 offensive foul, resulting in a total of 16 offensive possessions, second only to Barkley's 18 attempts, quite substantial for a rookie. As fatigue set in during the second half, compounded by defensive double teams, he endured 2 more blocks from Morning, which left him exceedingly frustrated. In a bid to enhance his shooting percentage, all 16 of his possessions were dedicated to attempts near the basket. Morning, his primary defender, was an exceptionally tenacious defender, contributing to the rapid depletion of Wang's stamina. Each foray into the paint demanded intense physical confrontation, necessitating significant energy expenditure. Regrettably, due to a lack of finishing skills and average athleticism, his dwindling stamina hindered his offensive performance even beneath the basket. His inability to effectively counter double teams and his insufficient dominance in the paint culminated in a dismal shooting percentage, failing to achieve even 70% efficiency in his close-range attempts. Today, he could not even reach 60% efficiency, squandering several scoring opportunities. His most efficient performance occurred in the first quarter when the Hornets did not frequently double-team him, coinciding with his peak stamina. As the game concluded, the head coach addressed him from the sidelines. "Old K, you must focus on improving your finishing skills. This is your most critical task. Once you enhance your two-point scoring ability, you will not need to rely solely on drives to the basket. No one can sustain that level of energy expenditure, not even an Iron Man. You must learn to manage your stamina, particularly in the final quarter, as the team may require your assistance in the most crucial moments, rather than your mere presence." "I understand, Coach," Wang Taijun replied, panting and nodding. Indeed, his reliance on physical confrontations was the most exhausting method of engagement, with each transition between offense and defense consuming a tremendous amount of energy. Even if his stamina were maximized to level 110, he would likely struggle to endure the entire game. Meanwhile, Morning appeared even more fatigued than Wang Taijun. Without taking a break, he collapsed onto the court, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Resembling a beast that had run for miles, an indication of the immense physical toll he, too, had endured, matching Wang Taijun's exertions. Today, he recorded 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 blocks, a stat line that pales in comparison to Wang Taijun's impressive numbers. This discrepancy arises from the fact that his stamina was largely expended while defending against the formidable Wang, leaving him little energy to contribute offensively. Moreover, he is inherently a defensive specialist with a stronger aptitude for defense than offense, which is one of the reasons his status in league history does not rival that of the 4 legendary centers, all of whom are offensive juggernauts, unlike him. It appears that Morning was not in peak form today. Nevertheless, he managed to block the Chinese powerhouse twice, delivering a stern lesson to the formidable opponent. His leaping ability is remarkably swift, rendering the Chinese players' shooting attempts sluggish in his presence. Indeed, this is why Morning achieved 2 blocks while the Chinese player was limited to just 1. Old K simply jumps too slowly. Morning, as last year's second overall pick, showcased tenacious defense in the second half, effectively containing the intimidating opponent. In the final quarter, he prevented the extraordinary player from penetrating the paint, allowing him to score only a single point from free throws, a clear testament to Morning's dominance. Although Morning's statistics do not surpass those of the extraordinary player, his contribution to the team was far more significant. In contrast, the Chinese player became virtually invisible in the second half, particularly during the final quarter, offering no assistance to his team and arguably being a detriment instead. At the TNT broadcast booth, the 2 commentators engaged in a final analysis, one praising and the other criticizing. After sitting on the bench for 2 minutes, Wang Taijun regained his breath, consumed a bottle of energy drink to replenish his stamina, and prepared to return to the locker room with a few teammates. However, he was intercepted in the player tunnel by a reporter, none other than Rob Longo. Upon recognizing Longo, he recalled that the reporter had previously interviewed him before being escorted away during the game. The sight of the New York Times logo on Longo's microphone immediately irked him, prompting him to turn and walk away, unwilling to grant an interview to the New York Times. Seeing that old Wang refused to engage, Longo shouted boastfully from behind, "Hey, Chinese man. I've heard that in your country, people like you are referred to as labor camp release prisoners." Wang Taijun spun around, glaring fiercely at Rob Longo. He realized that this was the very individual who had attempted to unearth his dark past in China, a certain Longo who had set his sights on him. "It's me. I've got my eyes on you, and I want to let you live in peace. Individuals like you belong in prison," Longo sneered. "You?" Wang Taijun seethed with rage. "Why don't you come and fight me?" Longo trembled with excitement, invigorated by the illicit information he had procured from China. He had already reaped significant benefits from it, and if Old K were to strike him once more, he would hit the jackpot. Old K was his ticket to success, and he could not let him slip away. "Old K, ignore him. Let us go," urged Barkley, who had just scored 28 points and was hastily making his way down the player tunnel after completing an on-site interview. "Don't pay him any mind. He is trying to provoke you. Old K, stay calm." Several teammates, including Danny Ainge, hurried to assist Wang Taijun as they returned to the locker room. What a coward! Robert Horry provocatively exclaimed, disappointment evident in his voice. Ignore him, old K. Your most effective retort is not to strike him, but to deliver a performance that leaves him in despair, Barkley declared loudly. Indeed, he is a journalist. If you hit him, you'll find yourself in a world of trouble. The media will not let you off the hook, and your career in the league would be utterly jeopardized, Ainge cautioned. Let us depart. Do not pay heed to that mad dog. He seeks to provoke you merely to feed off your frustration, Barkley urged again. That damned lunatic. Wang Taijun exclaimed in a fit of rage. Chapter 51. The rewards of collectibles upon departing the player's tunnel. Barkley deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Old K, from now on, you must incorporate more near-the-basket maneuvers into your game. Do not concern yourself with shooting percentages. Your foremost priority is to hone your skills. The game itself serves as the finest training ground, for it presents genuine competition. Do you comprehend? Very well, Charles. In the next game, I shall attempt several more shots. You can spare a few attempts for me, Wang Taijun nodded. Not a chance. With your abysmal success rate in near-the-basket shots, how can I afford to let you take them? We need to win, Barkley protested, shaking his head vigorously. Stingy. How do you expect me to assist you in securing a championship if you do not allow me the opportunity to practice? Old Wang replied. Go steal someone else's shots. Barkley chuckled. That's out of the question, Charles. Who do you expect him to steal from? Dan Marley interjected. Old K is a starter. So if he is to take shots, the best opportunity lies in commandeering attempts from other primary players. As a shooting guard, he has many chances. Thus, he is the most likely to be deprived of his shots. Although the championship is paramount, individual statistics hold significance as well, and he is reluctant to relinquish his attempts. Dan, are you out of your mind? Old K is a cinder. He relies on the perimeter for his feeds. Who could he possibly steal from? Danny Ainge quipped. Ah, I forgot that, Dan Marley said, smacking his forehead and laughing. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Taijun noticed Kevin Johnson and others who had arrived earlier were in the process of removing their jerseys. He immediately exclaimed, Slow down, brothers. Morning has repeatedly provoked us. We must confront them. Go. Let us ambush the locker room. Upon hearing this, Kevin Johnson hastily put on his discarded jersey. Then let us proceed. Reporters cannot be struck, but that rookie Morning is fair game, Barkley shouted. Go. Let's block the door. Wang Taijun excitedly waved his hand and turned to exit first. Behind him, a throng of towering figures surged forth like a tidal wave. Head coach Paul Westphal panicked, as a novice coach. He was ill-equipped to contain this exuberant group of individuals overflowing with testosterone. He quickly turned to his assistant coach, urging, contact Mr. Colangelo at once. Where has he gone? It seems he is conducting an interview with the media in the player's tunnel, the assistant coach replied. Call security. We must hasten to catch up. Paul Westphal signaled for several coaches and trainers to follow. In the player's tunnel, indeed, Colangelo was engaged in a media interview conducted by Rob Longo. Mr. Colangelo. Old K is mired in off-court controversies, plagued by on-court violent incidents, and possesses limited capability with poor technique. Relying solely on brute strength, he is the quintessential fourth-quarter ghost. Do you regret signing him to such a lucrative contract? Longo inquired. In truth, you ought to pose that question to the Hornets. Morning's contract there exceeds $10 million. Yet tonight's performance pales in comparison to Old K's. Perhaps you should ask the Hornets if they harbor regrets, Colangelo replied with a smile. However, Morning is an upstanding American. He is resilient, formidable, and possesses comprehensive skills with boundless potential. In contrast, Old K is a criminal, Longo remarked with a grin. Colanglo's expression suddenly turned serious as he warned, Mr. Reporter, his current identity bears no distinction from yours. You must understand that your previous remarks constitute slander against him, and you could face litigation. I assure you, you would lose the case. Do you comprehend? Longo was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. All right. I concede that he is a released convict. What does that mean? Colanglo inquired, puzzled. Longo replied, brimming with pride. That is the term used in China. An indelible mark he can never erase. From what I understand, due to his criminal record, his immediate family will face significant restrictions in employment and education, limitations known in China as political scrutiny. In other words, he and his immediate family, including any future wife and children, have effectively become second-class citizens in China. What? Colanglo was stunned, completely oblivious to this situation. In truth, not only was he unaware, but Wang Taijun was also in the dark, and Zhang Heli, who understood the situation, dared not inform him. As he gazed at the smug Longo, A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he has become a second-class citizen in China, why not encourage old K to immigrate to the United States? Upon this realization, he felt a surge of joy. If old K were to immigrate, it would cost him nothing. The United States warmly welcomes elites from around the globe, and he would certainly be pleased to see old K move there. It's quite simple. If old K becomes an American, he would gain greater recognition in the U.S. In the NBA, the Chinese identity would always face considerable prejudice here, whereas being a Chinese American would be somewhat better, regardless of old K's capabilities. Just then, Wang Taijun and a group of people surged through the players' tunnel. "Charles, Kevin, where are you going?" Kalangla asked hastily, recalling the earlier confrontations both on and off the court. Barkley stammered, "Boss, well, we're going to offer our condolences to the Hornets. After all, they lost tonight and must be feeling quite disheartened." "Yes, boss." "That's exactly it," Kevin Johnson quickly chimed in. "Indeed, sir, we must learn to empathize with the weak. They are in need of our comfort." With a glare at Long Zhou behind Kalanglu, old Juan added, "All right, everyone, return to the locker room. Don't cause any trouble." Kalanglu, both amused and exasperated, gestured for them to head back. His prestige in Phoenix was immense, and he held a senior position in the NBA, leaving Barkley and the others no choice but to obediently retreat. "Mr. Kalanglu, you should let them go," Long Zhou remarked with a look of regret. "All right, Mr. Reporter, let us conclude this interview here." Kalanglu glanced at Long Zhou, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes, yet he nodded subtly, made a brief remark, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Taijun entered the bathroom, instinctively activating the system as he took a glance. He had not anticipated any fruitful outcomes today. Although he recorded a double-double, this was merely his second, and he presumed no rewards would follow. Suddenly, upon accessing the system, his excitement surged. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the opponent's hoop as a trophy, earning 200 points. He couldn't contain his joy, laughing heartily. Now, he possessed a total of 350 points. "What are you laughing at, old K?" Barkley, who was nearby, picking up soap, inquired. Wang Taijun cast a glance at the ample posterior of Flying Pig and chuckled. "Get up. Don't linger, Charles. No one here is interested in you." "Damn it," Barkley exclaimed, realizing the jest. He abandoned the soap and retorted with a laugh. "Old K, with so many beautiful women presenting themselves, are you avoiding them because you've developed a taste for that in prison?" Laughter erupted among everyone in the bathroom. Old Wang, flustered, protested, "Nonsense. I seek the most stunning movie stars. I don't settle for anything less. You should consider the Knicks or the Lakers. There are plenty of starlets there," Kevin Johnson teased. "That won't do. At most, I'll have my wife introduce a few models to old K. I guarantee they'll be both beautiful and exciting, no less than movie stars," Barkley interjected eagerly. His wife was a white model, providing him with ample high-quality resources in that regard. "Then make those introductions. It seems old K has been famished for far too long." "I can almost hear his hunger pangs," Danny Ainge remarked, casting a sly glance at Wang Taijun. Laughter erupted once more as old Wang proudly straightened up, eliciting even more amusement from the crowd in the bathroom. Chapter 52. Injured while picking up soap. At this moment, Kevin Johnson had just finished his shower, wrapped in a towel, and was about to leave when he noticed the bar of soap that Barkley had neglected to pick up. He bent down to retrieve it, but unexpectedly slipped, tumbling forward and landing on the ground. "Aha!" Barkley laughed heartily. "Damn it, help me up," Kevin Johnson exclaimed, half in jest. Barkley hurried over, but inadvertently stepped on the very soap, causing him to lose his balance and fall atop Johnson. "Ouch. Damn it, Charles, get off me." Barkley weighed over 200 pounds, and with Johnson lying on his side, the impact caused him to cry out in agony. "Oh no, Kevin, please don't get hurt." Barkley, unharmed himself, quickly stood up. "My shoulder." Kevin Johnson clutched his left shoulder, calling out in distress. Wang Taijun promptly wrapped a towel around himself, swiftly picking up the offending soap before carrying Kevin Johnson out of the bathroom. "What happened?" Corlango and Paul Westphal exchanged worried glances. "We all fell, and I landed on him," Barkley said, his voice filled with frustration. Wang Taijun scratched his head, realizing that had Barkley not been joking, he would have already picked up the soap, and this incident might have been averted. However, in truth, had events unfolded as originally intended, a similar incident was likely to occur. After all, during the celebrations following this very game, Barkley had embraced Kevin Johnson too forcefully, dislocating Johnson's left shoulder and sidelining him for the entire regular season. Team physician Andrew John immediately began examining Johnson, accompanied by the team's head trainer, Alone Nelson, who took the lead in the assessment. The Suns' medical team had two key figures. However, Andrew John was not one of them. Merely an ordinary team doctor responsible for routine injuries. One of the core members was head trainer Alone Nelson, while the other was Dr. Thomas Carter. Alone, is it serious? Corlango inquired gravely. Alone Nelson instructed Andrew John to apply an ice pack to Kevin Johnson's injury and then pointed at his left shoulder. The shoulder joint is dislocated. We must conduct a thorough examination. This is a major joint with a complex structure, and surgery may be required for realignment. What? Wang Tejun's mouth fell agape. Having experienced dislocations himself, he was puzzled as to why surgery was necessary. Damn it. Both Kevin Johnson and Barkley expressed their frustration simultaneously. Corlango and the others wore expressions of helplessness. The team's core guard, an all-star starter, was injured. If surgery were indeed necessary, the prospect of his season being over loomed large, casting doubt on their championship aspirations. At the very least, the regular season was lost, and whether he could return for the playoffs remained uncertain. Can't we just realign it manually? Wang Taijun interjected impatiently. Alone Nelson paused and quickly shook his head. I'm sorry, but that is not possible. I cannot perform that procedure. Andrew John beside him nodded. That's exceedingly dangerous. Dr. Carter would never permit it. What? Wang Taijun was taken aback. This task seemed remarkably simple. As martial artists, we are half-trained in traditional Chinese medicine. He recalled how, at the age of 12, he had dislocated his shoulder while practicing Iron Mountain Lean, only to reset it himself. How could a professional physician be incapable of such a feat? Andrew, Aaron, would you like me to teach you the technique for resetting it? I won't charge you, he offered. Everyone was astonished, gazing at old Wang. You're a basketball player, not a doctor. Aaron Nelson and Andrew John expressed their bewilderment. Old K, do you intend to steal my job? Laughter erupted from old Wang, who then turned serious. I once dislocated my shoulder as well, and I reset it myself when I was 12. Wow. Everyone looked at Wang Taijun with admiration, including Barkley and Kevin Johnson, who showed no signs of concealing their awe. All right, enough of the jokes. Andrew, call Dr. Carter, said Corlango at that moment. Okay, I'll notify Dr. Carter right away. Andrew John replied. The true cornerstone of the medical team was Dr. Thomas Carter, an expert in surgery and sports medicine, particularly skilled in treating knee meniscus and cartilage injuries. However, he was not often present with the team, working instead at another clinic. Let us hope surgery won't be necessary, Kevin Johnson remarked. Indeed, Corlango nodded in agreement. Those familiar with Dr. Carter knew of his medical philosophy, to avoid surgery unless absolutely necessary. Thus, there was still a chance that Kevin Johnson might not require an operation for his dislocation. Wang Taijun scratched his head, choosing to remain silent. After all, this was no trivial matter, and the responsibility could be immense if complications arose. Subsequently, Kevin Johnson was taken away, and Dr. Carter was contacted, instructing that he be taken to the clinic for an examination. Meanwhile, Barkley and the others prepared to attend the post-game press conference. Old K, get dressed and come with me, said head coach Paul Westphal. Me too. Old Wang's excitement surged instantly. Paul Westphal nodded and glanced at Corlango, who remarked, You've had your fair share of troubles lately. Here's your chance to explain things to the media yourself. All right, thank you, sir, Old Wang replied enthusiastically. But remember, don't speak recklessly. Think carefully before you say anything. Refrain from discussing topics that should remain unspoken, Corlango cautioned. Quickly, Wang Taijun changed his clothes, rummaging through his closet until he found the jacket that Corlango had purchased for him during their time in New York. His wardrobe was scant, and despite having some money recently, he had not bought any new clothes. Previously, his attire had either been prepared by his family or the team, and he had developed no habit of purchasing clothing. During those months in New York, his garments had worn thin. To save money, he often resorted to wearing second-hand clothes, never having bought any for himself. Old K, if you lack the talent for dressing up, you ought to hire a manager, treating him merely as a caretaker. He can prepare your garments, sparing you from wearing the same outfit repeatedly, Barkley lamented. No, I have already engaged a personal trainer. Henceforth, he will handle these trivial matters. Wang Taijun chuckled. Achoo. Far away in Beijing, Zhang Heli let out a sneeze. He had assumed that by becoming Wang Taijun's personal trainer, he would be engaged in genuine training work, yet he never anticipated that Wang Taijun would still regard him merely as a laborer for menial tasks. Had he known, he might have opted to sell beer in Los Angeles instead. Chapter 53. one of the most bizarre injuries in history during his inaugural post-match press conference. Wang Taijun felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. Despite being thoroughly fatigued, he maintained a spirited conversation with Barkley about how to handle the media. Upon arriving at the Phoenix Suns press conference hall, he was greeted by a throng of journalists, accompanied by a dozen photographers and assistants at the forefront. A long table was set up at the front, where Wang Taijun took a seat alongside head coach Paul Westphal and Barkley. To be candid, facing such a scenario for the first time made him somewhat anxious. The smile he attempted to wear morphed into a nervous grin. The event was moderated by Ms. Molly from the Suns Public Relations Department, who announced the commencement of the press conference. She first called upon Larry Hammer, a sports journalist from Phoenix and the Suns beat writer. Receiving the microphone from the staff, Larry immediately inquired, "Coach, currently the Suns are ranked third in the Western Conference, trailing the Supersonics and the Mavericks by just one game. Do you believe the Suns have a chance to ascend to the top of the Western Conference?" Paul Westphal, with a heavy heart, lamented, "It is with great regret that I must announce some unfortunate news." The reporters below were momentarily taken aback. But soon a stir ensued as they fixated intently on Paul Westphal above. With a sigh of resignation, he continued, "Just moments ago, Kevin Johnson and Barkley had a scuffle in the locker room. Barkley is unharmed, but Kevin has dislocated his left shoulder." "Oh," a gasp escaped from the gathered journalists. "The current condition of the injury is yet to be assessed. Whether surgery will be required and the duration of recovery remain uncertain," Paul Westphal remarked. Hammarskjöld expressed his regret, stating, "In this light, Kevin's injury can be regarded as one of the most bizarre injuries in the history of the league." Paul Westphal, with a wry smile, nodded in agreement, lacking the spirit to continue the discussion. Subsequently, the second journalist from the New York Times, Rob Longo, seized the microphone and, with a sardonic grin directed at Wang Taijun, inquired, "Old K, it is said that you were sentenced to a year in prison in China due to criminal charges. Could you elaborate on that incident?" What Wang Taijun least desired to recall was this incident, and at present, his utmost wish was to eliminate the scoundrel before him. "Old K, remain calm and do not fall for their tricks," Paul Westphal cautioned from the side. He nodded and glared at the road below, recounting, "It was one fateful night when I was engaged in a night run for physical training. As I passed a small grove, I heard a woman's cry for help. I ventured into the thicket and confronted several miscreants. I managed to injure them, yet the woman who had cried out fled and never reappeared. Consequently, I was sentenced to a year in prison for my involvement in the brawl. That is the entire account of the matter." "Oh." The reporters were taken aback. Upon hearing Wang Taijun's words, it was evident that this was no mere case of brawling or assault. "This is your disingenuous argument. You have fabricated a woman," Longgear remarked coldly. Wang Taijun roared in fury, "You speak nonsense. I am being wronged. I must inform you that I have invested a substantial sum in locating her through advertisements in China. I am determined to find her and prove my innocence, regardless of the cost." At this moment, the host, Ms. Molly, hastily dispatched someone to confiscate Longer's microphone, interrupting his inquiries. Longer chuckled derisively, having achieved his objective. However, he found it somewhat regrettable that Wang Taijun was spending money on this endeavor. It would have been far more beneficial if that colorful currency had been directed towards him. The third journalist to be called upon was from Phoenix Television, who showed little interest in matters of incarceration. According to investigations, 1 in every 37 American adults has experienced imprisonment. What is a stint in jail but a mere vacation? He directed his question to Barkley, inquiring, "Charles, with Kevin Johnson injured, have you adjusted your goals for this season?" Upon hearing this, Barkley could only muster a rueful smile before responding, "Our objective remains to pursue the championship. I have faith that Kevin will return, and we will be waiting for him in the playoffs." The reporter pressed on, "Will the absence of your primary playmaker present challenges during the regular season?" Barkley replied resolutely, "No, we possess sufficient manpower, and each of us will shoulder his responsibilities." The fourth questioner was from the Los Angeles Times, addressing Wang Taijun. He asked, "Old K, in the 1992 rookie class, Alonzo Mourning's performance ranked second only to Shaquille O'Neal, while you placed 20th. What are your thoughts on this ranking? Second, 24th? Damn, is my gap with him really that vast?" Wang Taijun pondered for a moment before stating, "I do not believe this ranking will hold until the end of the season. It is bound to change." The reporter continued, "Would you care to comment on the future of the centers from the 1992 rookie class, including yourself?" Wang Taijun scoffed, "I am not a commentator." "Why are you asking me this?" After contemplating, he remarked, "O'Neal is exceptionally powerful, possessing extraordinary talent. which is why I refer to him as a freak of nature. Yet, that individual lacks competitive spirit. He is soft, and his willpower pales in comparison to Morning's, which is his weakness and may adversely affect his career. Before he could finish, the journalists below erupted in astonished murmurs. The reporter from the Los Angeles Times had not anticipated Wang Taijun would offer such candid evaluations, particularly so unflattering regarding O'Neill. Excitedly, he asked, "Old K, why do you assert that O'Neill lacks competitive spirit? Be cautious in your response," Paul Westphal quietly advised. Nodding, Wang Taijun replied, "In my last game against O'Neill, he avoided physical confrontation with me in the second half, while today, Morning, despite his weight and strength disadvantages, engaged me throughout the game. Does that not speak volumes? And what of your own future?" The journalist pressed again. "It will undoubtedly be bright. For the sun will always pierce through the clouds. I firmly believe this, and I have a fondness for the sun," Wang Taijun declared, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. As the applause echoed in the room, Karanglo stood to the side, clapping his hands. Some staff members of the Suns and a few media reporters joined in the applause for his remarks. Once the press conference concluded, Wang Taijun did not return home, but instead accompanied Barkley and Mr. Karanglo to the clinic where Dr. Carter worked, joined by several teammates. He rode in Barkley's spacious vehicle, seated in the front passenger seat, feeling quite content, and inquired, "Brother, how much does this car cost?" "A few tens of thousands of dollars. It's a Ford SUV, practical and not overly expensive. The advantage is its ample space, allowing someone of your stature to sit comfortably," Barkley replied as he started the engine, glancing at the rearview mirror. "This vehicle is called an SUV? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. I'm just an old-timer," Old Wang admitted. "Yes, it's an urban off-road vehicle. Haha, a kind of hybrid." Barkley chuckled. "I need to learn to drive first, brother. Can I borrow your car to practice?" Old Wang asked with a cheerful grin. "Old K, before you learn to drive, you must take a theoretical test and obtain a driving permit. Only then can you hit the road with someone accompanying you. You should also consider purchasing your own vehicle, as the exam requires you to use your own car. If you use mine, you might feel unfamiliar with a different car afterward. That is my advice to you," Barkley explained. "All right, I'll buy a car in due time." Wang Taijun pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sound, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. Taking action before long. The group arrived at the clinic. By the time they got there, Dr. Carter had already conducted a thorough examination of Kevin Johnson. As soon as Colangelo arrived, he introduced, "Mr. Colangelo, Kevin has dislocated his shoulder. Based on my assessment, I lack the requisite skills for manual reduction. Surgical intervention is necessary to ensure optimal joint function." "How unfortunate," Colangelo sighed, aware of Dr. Carter's inclination to avoid surgery whenever possible. "It seemed there were no other alternatives at this juncture. I apologize, but my expertise in shoulder joint issues is limited," Dr. Carter continued. "However, I can reach out remotely to several orthopedic doctors I know. Perhaps they might have methods for manual reduction." "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm truly sorry." Barkley stepped forward to grasp Kevin Johnson's hand. "Don't blame yourself, brother." Kevin Johnson shook his head in response. Wang Taijun approached to inspect the joint, which showed no significant swelling. The ice pack had proven beneficial. He inquired, "Kevin, does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt if I keep still," Kevin Johnson smiled. "Shall I give it a try?" Wang Taijun could not contain his curiosity. "Old K, are you joking?" Colangelo asked, astonished. "Of course not. I've practiced martial arts since childhood and have encountered dislocations frequently. My master taught me how to perform reductions. And I've tried it myself and done it for others," Wang Taijun explained. "Let me tell you, the most crucial aspect of a dislocation is not merely the reduction, but the fixation afterward. Otherwise, it may dislocate again." Dr. Carter expressed his surprise. "Old K, you can perform manual reduction?" "Yes, it's not that remarkable," Wang Taijun replied. He was not very familiar with Dr. Carter, as during his time with the Suns, the team had avoided major injuries, resulting in Dr. Carter's infrequent presence, having only encountered him once or twice without much interaction. "Not that remarkable?" Dr. Carter was left speechless. His specialties lay in knee joints and cartilage injuries. Along with surgical procedures, his knowledge of shoulder joints was minimal, and he understood that manual reduction was no trivial task. He felt Wang Taijun was being overly dismissive. "Have you studied medicine?" he inquired. Old Wang grew somewhat irritated, thinking, "Isn't it just a dislocation reduction?" Suddenly, he extended both hands, gripping Kevin Johnson's left upper arm with his left hand while pinching his left shoulder with his right. Before anyone could react, he swiftly twisted and pushed. "Oh, A cracking sound echoed as Kevin Johnson covered his left shoulder with his right hand, a look of pain crossing his face. Old K? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Doctor. Carter was utterly bewildered. It was the first time he had witnessed such reckless behavior. Oh no. Colangelo was left in shock. All right, Kevin. Raise your arm and give it a try, Old Wong insisted, maintaining his composure. Kevin Johnson opened his mouth, feeling a brief flash of pain in his left shoulder that quickly subsided. Hearing Old Wong's encouragement, he tentatively moved his arm. Huh, I can move it, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Oh, you can really move it? Everyone was astonished. Lift it higher, above your head, Old Wong instructed. Kevin Johnson complied without hesitation, a broad smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, That's wonderful. I no longer need surgery. Old K, it's truly remarkable. How did you manage this? Barkley exclaimed with exuberance, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect that Kevin Johnson would not require surgery and that his championship dreams remained alive. I told you, it's nothing extraordinary. It's simply my remarkable ability, Old Wong humbly remarked. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary, Dr. Carter murmured, who, despite being a commendable physician himself, was genuinely astonished by Old K's performance. Beside them, Colangelo nodded enthusiastically and addressed Dr. Carter. Thomas, you must conduct another examination on Kevin. Dr. Carter acknowledged, certainly. Although the dislocation has been addressed, he will need at least 2 weeks of rest to ensure complete recovery of the joint. Brother, how can I express my gratitude to you? Kevin Johnson cheerfully said to Wong Taijun. Well, you may as well give me your car. Old Wong's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Get lost. My car is worth over $300,000. Kevin Johnson retorted with a hint of annoyance. Then how do you plan to thank me? Surely, you cannot expect to receive something for nothing? Old Wong spoke with indignation, and everyone burst into laughter. I will introduce you to a girl, he said. Kevin Johnson chuckled and replied, I will have my agent find you the most beautiful model. A woman willing to spend a night with you. That's a splendid idea. Count me in, said Barkley. Me too, added Danny Angel. Kevin, tell your agent to inform those models that Old K is still a virgin. I believe they would be delighted to share a night with him. Danny Marley also chimed in. You guys are just trying to pool resources for me, aren't you? On this particular day, during the morning break, the team was scheduled for training in the afternoon. Wong Taijun dedicated his morning to a systematic training regimen focused on functional strength. Beginning at 9 o'clock and concluding at 11:30, with a half-hour intermission, he committed a total of 2 hours to his training. Besides the local media, sports outlets from other parts of America finally allocated some coverage to him, featuring a photograph of him holding a basketball hoop, which brought him a modicum of attention. At this juncture, a media outlet interviewed Shaquille O'Neal. According to the reports, Old K had referred to him as the biggest softie in the league. The journalist conveyed the contents of Wong Taijun's interview, embellishing it further. O'Neal became incensed, roaring at the media present. That damned freakish laborer, I will make him pay. How dare he call me a softie and question my resolve? He will regret this, undoubtedly. I shall teach him a lesson, in the Phoenix arena. I will shatter his rebounds and confiscate his hoop. That accursed freakish laborer is only interested in the backsides of others. What do you perceive Old K's level as a sinner? The reporter inquired with a smile. What level could it possibly be if it is not mainstream? O'Neal responded without hesitation. At this moment, at the NBA headquarters in New York, President Mr. Stern convened a meeting. He sat at the head of the table, surveying his senior executives on either side, and then declared, Gentlemen, the agenda for today's meeting revolves around procuring more reliable quality basketball hoops and backboards. At this juncture, he expressed his irritation, stating, I do not wish to witness those items being damaged again, as it tarnishes the image of our league. The attendees exchanged glances and promptly nodded in agreement. Stern, observing the collective response, continued, Very well, that is the first matter. Now, let us address the second issue, our policy of zero tolerance towards racial discrimination on the court. You have proclaimed a zero-tolerance stance. What further discussion is necessary? There are numerous individuals harboring unspoken grievances. Stern remarked that since the entry of the Chinese player Wong Taijun into the league, and particularly since he took on the role of trainer for the Suns, both the media and certain players within our league have subjected him to various forms of racial discrimination, openly referring to him as a Chinese coolie and a perverse laborer. Such appellations are utterly unacceptable. Our league must stand firmly against these attitudes. My recommendation is that any future public derogatory remarks must be met with severe penalties. In 1989, he made significant efforts to globalize the NBA, even visiting China as CCTV in the capacity of president, where he waited outside for several hours. Now, the sudden emergence of a Chinese player who has become a pivotal center for the Suns is a remarkable surprise for him. Perhaps Wang Taijun's past does not align with his expectations. After all, he has served time in prison and exhibits tendencies of violence, qualities deemed undesirable. As he understands it, the environment in China would not readily accept such individuals, and Wang Taijun may not significantly aid in expanding the Chinese market. Nonetheless, this marks a beginning. With Wang Taijun's entry, there may be more Chinese players entering the league in the future, setting a significant precedent. Regrettably, for various reasons, this particular Chinese player currently faces considerable rejection from the majority within the league. As for the media, he cannot control their narrative. Indeed, he is in a position where he must seek their favor. However, within the league, he cannot permit such occurrences to transpire publicly, nor can he allow China to feel unwelcome in the NBA. This is, indeed, the very reason for the meeting he convened today. Chapter 55. The first 2010 in the morning after completing his training, Comrade Lao Wang, in a bid to save some money, hurried to the training base for a complimentary meal. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found several teammates already seated at the table, some engrossed in the television, while others perused newspapers. "Hey, is there any news about me today?" he called out as he grabbed a few newspapers to glance through. He felt a flicker of anticipation, especially after having shattered a basketball hoop the previous night and subsequently scoring a basket. "Old K, there's news about you in the Phoenix newspaper," along with some local state publications, reminded the backup guard, Nate. "Is it only the local media?" Lao Wang inquired, disappointment creeping into his voice. The influence of local media was limited, and those pesky American outlets only seemed to report his misfortunes rather than his triumphs. Forget it. He tossed the newspapers aside, disinterested. "Did you know, Old K, that the Chicago Daily reported Jordan's endorsement earnings exceeded $20 million last year?" exclaimed Richard Dumas, the backup small forward, his face a mix of envy and resentment. "What?" Lao Wang's jaw dropped in disbelief. An annual income of $20 million from endorsements was beyond his comprehension. This disparity stirred feelings of envy within him. While others earned $20 million, he had not a single cent to his name. The sneakers he wore were provided by the team. He had never even been approached for the most basic sneaker contract. The contrast was staggering. "Do any of you have sneaker contracts?" he queried. The marginal players exchanged glances, each shaking their heads. "Neither do I," Lao Wang confessed, his spirits dampened. Nate chuckled. "Centers don't sell shoes, and given your lack of popularity with the American media, there is no fan market for you in the U.S. Consequently, sneaker sponsors are unlikely to approach you." "Damn it," Lao Wang muttered in frustration. "You don't even have an agent. Who would find you a sponsor?" Richard Dumas shook his head. "Honestly, it doesn't matter too much. If a sponsor is interested in you, they will reach out to the team management. The only issue is that without an agent, you cannot proactively seek sponsors," Nate remarked with a grin. "Do you all have sponsors?" Lao Wang asked out of curiosity. Once again, they exchanged glances, and Nate suddenly self-deprecatingly replied, "For small players like us, we have nothing." Lao Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the 17th, the Suns faced off against the struggling Eastern Conference team, the Bucks, at home. With Kevin Johnson injured, backup guard Nate took on the role of primary ball handler. As the first substitute for the point guard position, Nate had averaged 17 minutes of playing time this season, with statistics of 6.1 points, 2.8 assists, 0 for steals, and 1 for turnovers, boasting a shooting percentage of 39.5. In this game, as the primary playmaker, he received ample opportunities to shoot, going 7 for 13 from the field, and with free throws, he astonishingly scored 20 points. Also sharing the shooting load with Kevin Johnson was Cedric Ceballos, who displayed remarkable efficiency, hitting 8 of 11 attempts and totaling 21 points with the addition of free throws. The explosive performance of these two individuals in the match can be attributed not only to their frequent attempts but also to the absence of formidable players in the Bucks' interior. Lacking strength, height, and bulk, they repeatedly penetrated the paint with astonishing efficiency. Wang Taijun, facing off against the 206-centimeter, 110-kilogram veteran center Frank Brickowski, completely dominated in terms of height, weight, and power. In just 35 minutes, he achieved an impressive 12 out of 14 shooting, all from thunderous dunks, complemented by 3 successful free throws out of 7 attempts, culminating in a career high of 27 points, along with 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, 1 steal, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Although he attempted fewer shots than in the previous game due to Knight and Cedric commandeering many of the attempts, he still showcased the highest efficiency on the team. Meanwhile, Barkley struggled with the shooting, making only 4 of 14 attempts, resulting in 12 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 assists, which nevertheless made him the leading scorer for the Suns and earned him the title of the game's most valuable player. Over the course of 8 games, his performance in the first 2 games had garnered only 5 points and 9 rebounds, hindering his statistics. Currently, his average stands at 13 points, 7, 5 rebounds, 1, 5 assists, 0, 2 steals, 1, 5 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 8 fouls. Following this match, he ascended to the 12th position in the rookie rankings, a significant leap of 8 places due to this single game. With a performance reflecting the statistics of 2010, he also received a system points reward, accumulating 550 points, sufficient to redeem a skill optimization card worth 500 points. After the game, as the MVP, he participated in his first live news interview, conducted by local media representatives. Sports journalist hammers Larry and a cameraman from a local television station, Rock. Old K, this performance marks your best since entering the league, achieving the remarkable statistics of 2010. What do you believe was the key factor behind your outstanding performance? Rock inquired. It was undoubtedly the opponent. They failed to confuse me tonight. I could easily overpower him in the paint, and I could even endure 48 minutes while maintaining ample energy. Wang Taijun replied with a grin. Rock then humorously asked, according to various media reports, O'Neal's assessment of you is rather surprising. He referred to you as an inferior center, claiming you are solely interested in other players' rear ends, and stated he would confiscate your basket next time. What do you have to say about that? That softy? Old Wong scoffed. Let him speak when he possesses the courage to face me head on. Old K. What type of center do you believe you excel at and enjoy facing the most? Hammers Larry queried. This question was somewhat awkward. Would he really admit that he excels and enjoys facing off against inferior, weak centers? However, he quickly regained his composure and asserted, without a doubt, I excel at and enjoy taking on softies like O'Neal and Mourning. The 2 reporters were taken aback. Old K. That individual is among the top contenders in the rookie rankings, and your statistics pale in comparison. Can we not exercise a bit of humility? Moreover, while O'Neal may exhibit some softness, is Mourning not equally tough? He battled you throughout the entire game. An hour later, as the best player of the match, Wang Taijun attended the post-game press conference once more. Brother, considering your dismal performance today, do you really have the audacity to join the press conference? Walking behind the head coach, he engaged in conversation with Barkley, and his first remark nearly sent Barkley into a fit of rage. I am a superstar, Old K. You are as far from my achievements as the Pacific Ocean, and you dare to mock me? Barkley exclaimed, visibly incensed. Come on, it was just a joke. Old Wong chuckled, playfully draping his arm around Barkley's head and giving it a hearty pat, the sound resonating clearly. Damn it. Don't touch my head with your hands, have you forgotten? Barkley retorted with a laugh. Old One continued, Charles. I've heard you're quite familiar with that fellow named Jordan. I've watched some of his game footage and highlights recently. He is undeniably formidable, almost absurdly so. He is the brightest superstar in the league, the most potent scorer. We are both in the same rookie class. He was the 3rd pick, and I was 5th. We share a good rapport off the court and can freely joke around. Barkley replied with a grin. I bet you wouldn't dare to kick his backside. Not like this. Old Wong took a step back and gently kicked Barkley's rear, causing him to stumble forward and collide with head coach Paul Westphal. Old K. You're finished. Barkley laughed while pretending to claw at him. All right, enough of this nonsense, Paul Westphal remarked, bemused. Chapter 56. Hook shot optimization. Upon arriving at the press conference, Comrade Wong was filled with excitement as he took his seat, eagerly anticipating the journalists' inquiries. He glanced around and felt a sense of relief when he noticed that the persistent critic from the New York Times was absent, which greatly enhanced his mood. Subsequently, his stellar performance that evening drew the attention of local media, with questions directed at him in rapid succession. Not only was he surrounded by reporters from the Phoenix area, but the entire state of Arizona seemed to be focused on him, with inquiries as numerous as those directed at Barkley. Old K, having achieved 2,713 points tonight. Can I assume that such an impressive display is only possible against weaker opponents? A TNT reporter queried as the conference neared its conclusion. Wang Taijun smirked, responding, Indeed. For instance, during the last match against Mourning, my performance was certainly enhanced when facing such a feeble adversary. A burst of laughter erupted from Barkley, who openly gave a thumbs up to Comrade Wong. The reporter opened his mouth, visibly frustrated, as his microphone was swiftly taken away by staff. In the dead of night, Wang Taijun returned home and, before retiring for the evening, activated the system to exchange for a functional card. Training cards were no longer an option, and with 3 already occupying his resources, he could only opt for a skill optimization card. System, please exchange for a skill optimization card. Additionally, could you offer suggestions on which skill to enhance? He thought. Which capability does the host wish to prioritize for improvement? The system inquired. He replied, my finishing moves are rather monotonous at the moment. Aside from dunks, I hesitate to employ other scoring techniques due to poor accuracy. Relying solely on dunks necessitates approaching the basket each time, which depletes my stamina rapidly, making it unsustainable over extended periods. Furthermore, this approach often leads to offensive time constraints and susceptibility to double teaming. Maintaining such a strategy throughout the regular season would be challenging, and by the playoffs, my physical reserves would be severely compromised. Hence, is it possible to enhance my finishing techniques? Affirmative, the system responded. Given the host's height, long arms, and large hands, one-handed shooting is particularly suitable. It allows for a quick release and high unpredictability, making it difficult to defend against. I recommend enhancing either the hook shot or the floater. Considering your hook shot skill is currently the highest, I suggest optimizing that. Very well, let us proceed with the hook shot optimization, he promptly replied. Optimization commenced. Transmission initiated. Soon, a surge of bioelectric energy manifested in his cerebral domain, and information regarding the hook shot began to materialize in his mind. He assessed the optimized shooting motion provided by the system and concluded that it would be more suited to his current physique. In the past, when his hook shot technique was developed, he had not yet reached 2 meters in height. Nor did he possess the same strength in his forearms or the same wrist size he had now. Although his shooting touch was superior back then, and the arc of the ball was greater, it was evident that not only his hook shot but his other skills had similarly suffered from physical growth and the decline in athletic performance over the past 2 years. His foundational basketball skills were not as lacking as they appeared now. The decline in athletic performance due to lack of training aside, physical development itself represents a crucial juncture for athletes. This is especially true in disciplines such as diving and gymnastics, where many athletes who excelled prior to maturation find themselves ordinary afterward for precisely this reason. Similarly, in basketball, some players initially perform as perimeter shooters, but, upon growing taller, transition to the interior position, necessitating the relearning of post techniques. This embodies the same principle. His situation mirrors this. Although his position remained unchanged, the impact was significant, compounded by 2 years devoid of structured training, resulting in an even greater effect. Now, through systematic refinement, the newly optimized hook shot technique better suits his current physique. In essence, modifications to the technical movements have enhanced strength control and adjusted the shooting angle. His accuracy has diminished compared to before, attributable to his increased height and strength. Requiring recalibration. Congratulations, user. Skill optimization complete. Hook shot level elevated from 55 to 85. Inside scoring level increased from 72 to 85. Low post close range scoring level improved from 50 to 70, the system announced. Comrade Lao Wang chuckled heartily, amazed that a single improvement to the hook shot had surged by 30 levels. Indeed, specializing in one technique proved immensely effective. The enhancement of both inside and close-range scoring capabilities significantly augmented his scoring prowess and offensive range. Without a trace of drowsiness, he sprang from bed and descended to the backyard. A half-court basketball hoop had been erected, enabling home training. He switched on the light, took a ball to the left wing low post, assumed a ball carrying, back to the basket stance, suddenly leaned back, pivoted upward, turned sideways, leapt, raised his right arm, flicked his wrist and fingers, and sent the basketball soaring toward the rim. Thud! The ball struck the rim and then rolled down. Not bad. He broke into a smile. The system had directly imprinted the technical maneuvers in his mind, forging muscle memory, which allowed his hook shot proficiency to elevate instantaneously. Now, employing it felt effortless and remarkably familiar. In the recent technical sequence, there was a shoulder lean move prior to the shot, an element that had not been part of his repertoire before. This shoulder lean utilized the power of the Iron Mountain technique, yet it was not a full-force maneuver. Its purpose was to shift the defender's center of gravity, making it impossible for them to thwart his ascent when they attempted to guard him. If the defender was positioned sideways or took a step back, this particular technique would not be necessary, and he could rise directly. The following day, the Suns embarked on their away games, commencing with Houston, followed by Dallas, and concluding with San Antonio, with the latter two being back-to-back contests. Both Wang Taijun and the entire Suns organization, along with the city of Phoenix and even the whole state of Arizona, were filled with anticipation for these three matches. This was because he would be facing two of the league's most formidable centers, pitting himself against the mightiest of the super centers in the league. In his inaugural match of his professional career, he executed a remarkable dunk over the legendary center Ewing. However, this moment merely represented a fortunate opportunity and did not carry significant weight, especially as he was promptly substituted shortly thereafter. Thus, it cannot truly be regarded as a formal confrontation with a premier center. Subsequently, he is set to engage in genuine battles against two of the foremost centers in the league, where his prowess will be subjected to rigorous evaluation. Nevertheless, the media in Phoenix and Arizona harbor skepticism regarding these forthcoming encounters, as O'Neal has already faced off against three elite centers, with performances that fell short of expectations, even being outmaneuvered by the Dream. Given that O'Neal has been chastened by these experiences, his considerably inferior skills and exceedingly simplistic techniques render him even less formidable. Chapter 57. Facing the Dream. Seated aboard the aircraft, Wang Taijun amassed a considerable stack of newspapers, perusing them repeatedly. He discovered that only the media from Arizona reported on him, while other American outlets scarcely mentioned his name, and the most influential publications in New York had not uttered a single word about him. "One day, I shall compel you to beg for my acceptance of an interview," he muttered under his breath in frustration. As he perused even the slightest mention in the newspapers, chaos ensued, and it was not just a solitary instance. After learning that Wang Taijun had branded him a softie, O'Neal was driven to a frenzy, vehemently roaring at the media. "Soon, in the final regular season game before the All-Star break, I shall confront him. You can witness firsthand at the Western Conference Arena how I will teach him a lesson. I swear, I will shatter every bone in his body." In Charlotte, Mourning was equally incensed. With his fierce demeanor and playing style, no one had ever dared to categorize him as soft, not even his adversaries, who could only refer to him as a warrior. Wang Taijun's words resonated with him as the utmost humiliation, infuriating him 100-fold more than a mere physical confrontation would. Facing the media, his expression was as unyielding as iron, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he declared, "Just wait. We have another game ahead, our home game. The first match after the All-Star break. I will show him what it truly means to be a tough guy." At this juncture, the league's officials convened a press conference to announce a new policy of zero tolerance toward racial discrimination. This initiative ostensibly garnered support from the media and the public. Yet beneath the surface, countless individuals, including those within the league, remained unconvinced and indifferent. At noon, the Suns arrived in Houston, checking into their hotel at 2 o'clock, where they subsequently held a press conference. A reporter from a Houston sports newspaper posed a question to Wang Taijun, asking, "Old K, what kind of performance do you anticipate against the Dream?" The humble old Wang responded, "I recognize his formidable strength, averaging 26 points, 13 rebounds, 3.5 assists, 1.8 steals, and 4.2 blocks this season. His footwork in the paint is exquisite, and his shot-blocking ability is exceptional. I may very well be left staggering, overwhelmed by his offensive prowess, or even blocked." A ripple of laughter spread among the reporters, but their mirth was abruptly silenced by old Wang's subsequent statement. However, a glint of cold resolve sparkled in old Wang's eyes as he continued. "He may also find himself posterized. He certainly wouldn't dare engage me in a physical confrontation. He will undoubtedly seek to maneuver around me." As he spoke, a somewhat audacious smile graced his face, and he added, "I may not score many points or secure numerous rebounds. My statistics might be abysmal." This time, laughter fell silent, for the reporters sensed a twist was imminent. "But, indeed," old Wang continued, "he will certainly call for double teams. He knows a single individual cannot contend with me." "Oh." A collective gasp echoed from all the reporters, including those from the Suns. "Rookie, your arrogance knows no bounds. What gives you the audacity to think that Dream would shy away from a one-on-one challenge?" An irate local reporter exclaimed. "The facts will speak for themselves." With that, Wang Taijun fell silent. Over an hour later, at the training facility of the Mosaic team, accompanying journalist Harris had just returned from a press conference with the Suns. Eager to interview Olajuwon, he embellished Wang Taijun's statements from the press conference, infuriating Dream to the point that his nostrils flared. Among the three great centers, Ewing was the most eccentric, preferring solitude, while David Robinson was known for his humility and gentleness. Only Dream could be deemed an absolute rogue. He relished the idea of dismantling his opponents with skill while simultaneously humiliating them. Over the years, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching him in this regard. Not even Ewing or Robinson, who had both suffered at his hands. In terms of competitive prowess, Ewing and Robinson fell short of Dream's caliber. His athleticism was exceptional, complemented by innate strength, allowing him to maintain formidable power without the need for excessive weight, thereby granting him the strongest competitive edge among the three centers. Thus, when facing Ewing and Robinson, he held the advantage, and his historical standing was deemed the highest among the trio. He was unreservedly merciless toward fellow supercenters Ewing and Robinson, so it was no wonder he bristled at a rookie's provocation. "That rookie is utterly insufferable," he vented. "Hear this, Dream. He claims he will dunk on you, asserts you lack the courage to face him alone, and dubs you a coward. You must teach that Chinese laborer a lesson, showing him what it truly means to be a supercenter," Harris enthused. "I shall do just that tomorrow night," Dream replied coldly. "And what is your assessment of him?" Harris inquired. Dream scoffed. "He has yet to match the statistics from my rookie season. Only then will he earn the right for my evaluation. As it stands, he is merely a jester." "Splendid. That is the perfect response," Harris exclaimed. "So, will you indeed challenge him?" Without question, Dream replied without hesitation. "With his meager offensive capabilities, do I even need to consider double-teaming him?" The following day, both Wang Taijun's and Dream's remarks made headlines in the media. "What were your rookie season statistics?" Wang Taijun asked Barkley over breakfast upon reading the paper. "About 2010. Barkley replied. Dan Marley added, "It should be around 21 points, 12 rebounds, nearly 3 blocks, and 1 steal. That damned freak. How can he be so formidable?" Wang Taijun exclaimed, clicking his tongue in disbelief. During this time, he had come to understand the NBA and the strength of its monsters more thoroughly. Yet Dream's rookie season statistics still left him astounded, not far off from those of the Big Shark in his rookie year. As for comparing himself, well, it seemed he truly lacked the grounds for such a comparison. When comparing solely one aspect, shot blocking, his leaping ability can only be deemed average. This mediocrity consequently hampers his shot blocking prowess. Given his height, wingspan, and commendable vertical leap, how could his defensive capability be merely rated at a paltry 70? Should he possess the extraordinary leaping ability characteristic of elite centers, coupled with accrued defensive experience, his shot blocking level might well surpass 100. With his exceptional static talent, averaging 5 or 6 significant blocks per game is entirely plausible. Barkley chuckled, stating that in terms of physical attributes, even Michael Jordan pales in comparison to the gifts of the three dominant centers. The only individual who could be favorably compared to them would be a prehistoric behemoth like Wilt Chamberlain or a rookie Shaquille O'Neal. Upon hearing this, everyone, except for the somewhat uninformed Wang Taijun, nodded in agreement. Chapter 58. Purchasing discs on the 19th. The day of the match, various media outlets made predictions about the game. Major television networks, such as TNT and ESPN, unanimously believed that the Mavericks would emerge victorious. In light of the current standings in the Western Conference, with the Suns in third place and the Mavericks in second, few media sources anticipated a victory for the Suns. They all pointed to one particular position, the center, confidently asserting that Hakeem Olajuwon would dominate Wang Taijun in their one-on-one encounters, excelling on both offensive and defensive fronts. Only the media from Phoenix and Arizona showed a preference for the Suns, their confidence stemming from Charles Barkley rather than Wang Taijun. In the morning, Wang Taijun trained for an hour on the systematic functionality of the playbook and then took a break at 10 o'clock to explore the fourth largest city in the United States. His primary destination was not just any area, but the Chinatown of Houston, one of the top 10 Chinatowns in America, as he sought to purchase various items. Upon entering the bustling Bel Air Boulevard of Chinatown, he was immediately immersed in a vibrant Asian atmosphere, with Vietnamese, Thai, and Korean establishments dotting the landscape, yet predominantly surrounded by Chinese culture evidenced by the plethora of signs in Chinese characters. As he wandered through the streets, captivated by the lively scene, he became a part of the spectacle himself, drawing the attention of passers-by due to his towering stature. Feeling a bit peckish, he sampled a few pork buns from the Fufu CAF, though he found them lacking compared to the delectable goobuli buns. It had been over 3 years since he last indulged in goobuli buns. During his previous competitions in Tianjin, he would savor them every time. But since joining the provincial team, opportunities had been scarce. He reminisced about their taste, wondering if they had changed over time. After meandering for a while, He heard a familiar tune wafting through the air, "Glorious Years," a song he cherished. He promptly made his way towards the source of the music, which emanated from a small grocery store. Upon entering, a Chinese man in his 30s appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing him, quickly rising to greet him in Hakka. Noticing Wang Trejuan's confusion, he switched to a rather unrefined Mandarin, asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wang Taijun glanced around and pointed to the music-playing machine at the counter, inquiring, "Do you have any Chinese or Cantonese CDs?" This was a Sony Music CD player he had previously been unfamiliar with, but had recognized once he joined the Suns, as nearly every teammate owned one. However, he had not yet found the opportunity to listen to it, as he struggled to locate Chinese CDs. "Indeed, I have some. Please wait a moment," the shopkeeper replied eagerly. He then produced a substantial stack of CDs, over 30 in total, featuring an array of artists like the Four Heavenly Kings, the Tans, and Chung Rivalry series, the treasured Gold Disc series, and Hong Kong's vibrant music scene, including a newly released compilation of 26 hits from the Princess of Elegance and the exquisite Polygram 88 series, most of which were Cantonese songs. After deliberating, he decided to purchase the entire collection, seizing the moment to be generous. Upon returning to the hotel, he shared the food and drinks with his teammates, eagerly unearthing his CD player to enjoy the music he cherished. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following their luncheon, the Suns arrived at the Mavericks' home arena, the American Airlines Center. This match marked the first encounter of the season between the two teams, with 3 more to follow. Given the caliber of both teams, a potential playoff clash could occur either in the second round or the Western Conference Finals. Thus, these 4 regular season games are of paramount significance, serving as a critical opportunity to gauge each other's strengths. Both teams aspired to secure victories in more of these encounters to bolster their morale and compete for home court advantage in the playoffs. Head coach Paul Westphal orchestrated tactical training, with an emphasis on interior strategies, as confronting a team led by the Dream necessitates a focus on the paint. Old K, your offensive role is to utilize your formidable positioning to exhaust the Dream's stamina, facilitate ball distribution, set screens, initiate fast breaks after securing defensive rebounds, and capitalize on second-chance opportunities following offensive boards. Your defensive responsibilities are even more demanding. Ensure that the Dream does not dominate beneath the basket. Remember, his footwork is exceedingly agile. Do not be easily deceived by fakes. Stability is key, lest you risk twisting an ankle. Tonight, your defensive assignment is critical, as the Mavericks boast 3 starters proficient in three-point shooting. Jet Kenny Smith has achieved a three-point shooting percentage of 44 this season, while the Madman, Max, was the leading three-point shooter in the previous 2 seasons, particularly excelling in clutch situations. Robert Horry is also a sharpshooter, making it impractical to double-team the Dream. He must be defended solely by you. I understand. I will fulfill my responsibilities, Old Wang replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What the hell? Guarding the Dream one-on-one. My defensive rating is only level 75. Can I really hold my ground? I must avoid getting faked out. He vowed to remain steadfast on the court that night, wary of the risk of being outmaneuvered. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, the Suns entered the visitors' locker room, resting, changing attire, conversing, listening to music, and receiving massages characterized the players' activities in the locker room. Comrade Old Wang first requested team physician Andrew John to give him a massage. After a while, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Andrew, your technique leaves much to be desired. Would you like me to teach you how to perform proper massage?" "What is a proper massage?" Andrew John asked, surprised. "Manipulating acupoints and kneading muscles. It's a more advanced form of massage," Old Wang chuckled. "You are remarkable, Old K," Andrew John responded, although somewhat perplexed. "Of course, we Chinese are capable of anything. In fact, you may call me Superman. Wang Superman," Old Wang declared with pride. "If you score 20 points and 10 rebounds on the Dream tonight, I shall indeed call you Superman," Andrew John said with a playful smile. Cough, cough, Andrew. Your conversational skills are lacking. This is not the typical mode of dialogue. I shall no longer converse with you," Old Wang retorted as he stepped off the massage table and returned to his music. Meanwhile, across the Pacific in SJZ, it was rush hour, with throngs of people bustling through the streets and a legion of bicycles racing by. Numerous newsstands lined the sidewalks, selling not only public telephones and newspapers but also phone cards, magazines, cigarettes, beverages, and more. Many individuals, while commuting to work, often purchase a newspaper. What a peculiar sight. A middle-aged man at a newsstand picked up the most influential Yanzhou Evening News, SJZ, and before he could even unfold it, he was taken aback by a colossal missing person notice splashed across the front page. Who could this significant figure be? Such an advertisement gracing the front page must have cost a fortune. He muttered in disbelief and, driven by curiosity, glanced at the content. To his astonishment, the missing person advertisement not only lacked a photograph, but also omitted vital details such as the name and age, leaving only the fact that it was a woman. Although the location and time of the incident were indicated, how could one possibly locate her? Furthermore, this advertisement was not confined to just one publication. It also appeared on the front page of the Yanzhou Metropolitan News. Observing the middle-aged man's perplexed expression, the elderly man at the newsstand pointed to the other newspapers displayed and remarked, "A young man saves a life, but is sentenced to a year. This woman truly lacks a conscience. She just ran away. It shouldn't have been handled this way." The middle-aged man glanced again and indeed confirmed that the front page of the Hubei's most influential Yanzhou Metropolitan News also featured the same missing person advertisement. If this were true, the matter was indeed inhumane. He mused, "This advertisement is not meant for us. It is directed at that woman. I doubt she will come forward now, just as she did in tea back then." The old man chuckled. "I suspect this woman might not even be one of us from Hebei. We, Hebei folks, are all heroes." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, smiling. Like these two, countless people from Hebei spent the day discussing this missing person notice. Regrettably, the phone number left by Zhang Heli was bombarded with calls. Yet no one could provide any useful leads, only some bored, curious, or ill-intentioned individuals. At 7:30, the starting lineup was announced. The Sun team, Wang Taijun, Barkley, Richard Dumas, Dan Marley, and Nate McMillan. The Mosaic team, Elijah, Otis Thorpe, Horry, Vernon Maxwell, and Kenny Smith. I made the starting lineup. Upon hearing his name, Richard Dumas was instantly elated, as if he had been invigorated. Cedric Ceballos, who had lost his starting position, felt somewhat dejected, struggling to secure his place. As the time for substitutions approached, Comrade Lao Wang patted Ceballos on the shoulder. "Thank you. I'm fine," Ceballos replied, his earnest face breaking into a grateful smile. "Fine. You're not fine. You should be warming up," Lao Wang exclaimed, pointing at the other substitute teammates who were rising. "I don't need your prompting," Ceballos retorted, narrowing his eyes at Lao Wang before standing up and striding out. Laughter erupted in the locker room. "Let us go." Injured and sidelined, Kevin Johnson also joined the away game, calling out as he led the way out of the locker room, followed closely by the others. At 7:40, the starting players emerged. In the player tunnel, both teams awaited their entrance. Chapter 59. The Brute. Mad Max Wang Taijun encountered the legendary center, Hakeem Olajuwon. For the first time, he noted that Olajuwon was slightly shorter than him. With his shoes on, he stood at 218 centimeters. While Olajuwon's height in shoes was undoubtedly 5 to 7 centimeters less, not exceeding 210 centimeters in bare feet. In fact, Olajuwon's height contributed to his impressive muscle mass, surpassing that of Patrick Ewing and David Robinson, coupled with his naturally formidable strength. His ability to compete exceeded that of both players. Of course, his weight also exceeded that of Ewing and Robinson, reaching 116 kilograms, which gave him a more robust appearance compared to the two. The other four starters of the Rockets curiously scrutinized Wang Taijun. Point guard Kenny Smith exclaimed, "Hakeem, is this the Chinese worker who intends to dunk over you and make you go around him? This kid is quite amusing. I like him." To dunk on Hakeem, one must first get past me, he added. The unyielding protector of Olajuwon, the NBA's quintessential rebounder and last season's All-Star reserve, Charles Barkley, who was a fellow rookie of Olajuwon, fixed his gaze on Wang Taijun and warned, "Chinese man, I assure you, tonight you will face hardships." Robert Horry smiled as he echoed, "Chinese man, you are quite the misguided individual." Stepping forward was Vernon Maxwell, the most temperamental among the Rockets, who stood directly in front of Wang Taijun. Although he was nearly a head shorter, his presence was formidable. He pointed his right index finger at Wang's chest and disdainfully remarked, "I know you faced Terry Davis of the Mavericks in Phoenix, but this is our home court. Dare you try me?" Maxwell was notorious in the league for his brutish demeanor, having once charged into the stands to confront a fan. He had earned the nickname Mad Max, coined by the Knicks' #1 fan, Spike Lee, due to his notoriously volatile temperament. Known for his aggressive playing style, he was a scoring shooting guard, averaging 17 points per game this season. He was well aware of Wang Taijun's reputation for violence, as any media coverage featuring Wang invariably highlighted his aggressive nature, leaving little room for other narratives. However, he did not believe Wang would dare to confront him here, as it was his home turf. Among the 5 starters for the Rockets, only Olajuwon remained silent, standing resolutely and merely nodding at Barkley. His eyes were devoid of any acknowledgement of Wang Taijun, dismissing the notion of engaging in trash talk. "Hey, if you fellows intend to bully my brother, you must first contend with me," Barkley declared boldly, positioning himself at the forefront. No, my friend, I will handle this myself," Wang Taijun responded with a cheerful smile. Glancing at Mad Max's outstretched finger, it appeared he was merely a foolish coward. "I had suspected as much." "Hey, rookie, where's your courage?" Mad Max roared with laughter. His face contorted into a sinister grin. Smack! At that moment, Wang Taijun suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed through the air, causing Mad Max to scream in agony. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 82 kilograms, he spun 3 times before blood trickled from his mouth and several bloody teeth flew out. He then collided into Demeng behind him. Everyone was stunned, from the players to the security personnel in the corridor. Damn it! Demeng was taken aback. This resounding slap landed on the face of Mad Max. Yet Max was his subordinate. Was it not akin to striking his own visage? "Chinese people, this is our home ground. How dare you?" He glared at Wang Taijun and spat out a phrase through clenched teeth. "You wretched cur, provoke me again, discriminate against us Chinese, and I shall strike you down." Wang Taijun cast a glance at Dream, fixated instead on the deranged Max nestled in Dream's embrace. He shook his right hand, still tinged with the remnants of the recent altercation. Max, no longer in a frenzied state, dared not continue his madness. His slight frame had already been rendered dizzy and unsteady from the stinging slap he had just received. Were it not for Dream's support, he would have collapsed onto the floor. At present, he found himself in a daze, struggling to comprehend the reality of having been struck. Otis Thorpe was equally bewildered, taken aback by the unexpected aggression from this Chinese individual, whose temper proved to be even more volatile than his own. In that moment, he recalled Max's earlier mention of Wang Taijun's brutal confrontation with Davis of the Mavericks on their home court. His initial inclination to assert himself faded away in an instant. While he could hold his own on the court, he was no expert in brawling, and this Chinese man was rumored to be well-versed in martial arts. "We should leave," Barkley urged, fearing the situation might escalate further, as he pulled Wang Taijun toward the exit, with the other 3 hastily following suit. As Wang Taijun walked out, he turned to point an accusatory finger at Dream, exclaiming, "What does it matter that this is your home court? Do you dare to retaliate? Dare to strike back? And today I shall maim you all, forcing your collective retirement." This is a madman. He is truly deranged. The most reckless individual suffered a significant setback, losing his audacity, while the other 4, no longer spirited, could only watch as the 5 members of the Suns departed. "This is the madman Old K. Do not be intimidated by him, for we must teach them a lesson on the court." Robert Horry cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke. The rookie, taking advantage of the inexperienced, stood a head taller than Max, "So let us not stoop to his level," Kenny Smith advised. "Vernon, are you holding up well?" Demeng shot a glance at Horry and addressed Max, who was nestled in his arms. The bewildered Mad Max shook his head in confusion, then nodded slightly, remaining silent. "Do not touch me." He suddenly pushed away the hand that supported him from his deep slumber, stumbled momentarily before regaining his composure, and then bent down to retrieve the 3 large white teeth that had been knocked from his mouth. Suddenly, a few tears fell to the ground. "This matter is far from over. I shall not let him escape unscathed, for he has been excessively tyrannical." At this moment, unable to restrain himself any longer, he uttered with a trembling voice, scarcely intelligible, "Vernon, what does the great Dream wish to convey?" "You all." Max rose, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the 4, exclaiming in anger, "How could you simply stand by and watch him strike me?" The 4 of them exchanged glances, bewildered. "Who prompted you to utter such racially discriminatory remarks?" "That is your fault. Do you expect us to bear the consequences for you?" Their disappointment was palpable. Max shot a fierce glare at them before striding towards the court. "Let's go. Tonight, we shall deliver a severe lesson to those wretched Chinese laborers," Demeng declared, his disdain for Wang Taijun intensifying. This season, the Mosaics lineup was undeniably formidable, with exceptional scoring capabilities and outstanding long-range shooting, significantly reducing his chances of being double-teamed. He was confident that this team could contend for the championship. However, Max's discontent towards him posed a potential threat of internal discord, casting a shadow of concern in his heart. "Hush, When Wang Taijun took to the court, he was met with a cacophony of boos, a result of his verbal sparring with Deming, as numerous home fans hurled insults in his direction. Chapter 60, The Power of the Dream Before the Bench. Karanglu observed Barkley leading his quintet onto the court, a sight that was rather unusual. He hurried over to inquire about the situation. There has been a bit of a disturbance. Barkley gestured for Wang Taijun and the other three to commence their warm-up. While he briefly recounted the events that had transpired, Karanglu scratched his head, sensing that such disturbances were not uncommon, given the pervasive nature of racial discrimination in America. Particularly within the NBA, an arena bustling with testosterone-fueled athletes, egos often clash, and instances of racial bias and violence are regrettably frequent. Did you know? Just now. In the player tunnel, Crazy Max provoked Old K, and Old K responded with a slap, he shared. Nearby, Kevin Johnson overheard and promptly disseminated the news among all the staff of the Suns. From there, it would likely reach further ears. The Mavericks quickly recognized something was amiss, as Crazy Max's demeanor was evidently off, with blood evident on his lips. Head coach Rudy Tomjanovich swiftly inquired about the situation and learned the details from the dream. Turning back in astonishment to glance at Wang Taijun, who was warming up. As a coach striving for a championship, he was aware of Wang Taijun as the first Chinese player in the NBA and was cognizant of Wang's reputation regarding violence. However, he had not anticipated that the turmoil would commence even before the game. Be cautious. Do not engage recklessly on the court. We are here to play basketball, not to brawl. We are not the Pistons and the Knicks. Certainly not the Suns either, he cautioned. He added, regardless of who it may be, let us exercise caution in our words. No one, irrespective of skin color, should face discrimination. Understood. The Dream and his companions nodded, their hearts brimming with indignation as they stepped onto the court to begin their warm-up. At that moment, the Mavericks mascot, Mavs Bear, approached the court, sauntering over to Wang Taijun and playfully throwing punches in a mock boxing gesture. Laughter erupted from the home crowd. Could you step aside, please? Oh, you want tea? Then I suppose it's time for a spanking. Old Wang pushed the bear away, but it returned, engaging in playful antics until he shoved it down and playfully slapped its behind, much to the amusement of the crowd. As the audience gasped in astonishment, Barkley and the others joined in the merriment, also giving the bear a playful smack. The bear, overwhelmed, could neither flee nor rise, ultimately surrendering in a display of defeat, signaling that it was done and pleading for mercy. So there is a mission today. After the warm-up, as he returned to the bench, a new notification suddenly appeared before him, filling him with delight. The system's tasks were not numerous. Generally, upon achieving certain milestones, one would automatically earn points, an unexpected boon. If the host successfully executed 5 close-range hooks over Elijah, a reward of 50 points awaited. Should the host score 2010 over Elijah, a low-post footwork training card would be granted. A training card for low-post footwork worth 200 points? His eyes sparkled. This was his greatest weakness. 2 years prior, he was not the same as he is now. Due to his martial arts training from a young age, he had reached a height of 210 centimeters, exhibiting greater agility and a slightly better vertical leap, capable of soaring low. However, during the crucial years of his physical development, he was incarcerated. It was during that year that he grew an additional 5 centimeters, yet his physique broadened considerably. Furthermore, due to the absence of specialized strength training, his martial arts practice was also hindered, resulting in a decline in his athletic qualities that he could not catch up on. After his release, upon arriving in America, several months of strenuous labor only increased his physical strength and endurance, further diminishing his athletic prowess. In simple terms, he had become slower and less agile. The trajectory of sports competition emphasizes faster, higher, and stronger. His past 2 years had been quite the opposite. System, if my speed and coordination do not improve, will merely practicing footwork suffice? He pondered urgently. There is some benefit, yet ultimately, one must enhance other athletic qualities to advance further, the system advised. I suggest the host exchange for a skill synthesis card, which can be combined with the related footwork from the host's martial arts skills, directly enhancing the host's low stance footwork level, proving more effective than a footwork training card, the system continued. Of course, a 1,000-point card is more effective than a 200-point card. It's 5 times the cost. He couldn't help but scoff. He had practiced numerous martial forms, dabbling here and there. But apart from Iron Mountain Post, he had not mastered any, primarily focusing on basketball in his later years, resulting in a lack of depth in his martial arts proficiency. Moreover, The system did not list footwork separately in its martial arts statistics, prompting him to inquire, "System, what level is my martial arts footwork?" "Footwork corresponds to the level of the respective martial art," the system replied. "Understood." With this clarification, he grasped the level of his footwork. He had merely grazed the surface with the plum blossom step, caught a glimpse with the 9 palace bagua step, achieved slight progress with the 3 talents step and the bear step, but had yet to penetrate the depths of the more profound 10-sided ambush step. Since middle school, aside from Iron Mountain Post, he had not diligently practiced any other martial forms, focusing primarily on basketball. How much improvement could be expected from synthesizing these footwork techniques? However, he possessed one form of footwork that had attained a remarkable level of mastery: the bear step from 8 Extremes Fist. The bear step is one of the foundational skills of 8 Extremes Fist, alongside the tiger arm. His high proficiency in the bear step was attributable to its necessity in conjunction with Iron Mountain Post. Footwork is of paramount importance. There is an old saying in the martial world: teach the fist, but not the foot; teach the foot, and the master will strike you. Thus, when one attends a traditional martial arts school, the master often refrains from imparting the true essence of footwork. They might demonstrate, allowing you to mimic, yet neglecting to teach the nuances of practice or how to generate power. It is left to one's own comprehension, without the ability to grasp it. One could practice until exhaustion without success. His previous achievements in footwork had been modest. Now they were even more diminished. Can I apply this bear step to basketball? He wondered, filled with doubt. At 8 o'clock, the match commenced. Wang Taijun and the Dream stood at the center circle, preparing for the jump ball. At a glance, he realized that the Dream only reached his eyebrows, indeed making him considerably shorter. At that moment, the referee tossed the ball into the air. As it reached its apex, he leapt upward. However, the Dream surged ahead with even greater speed, easily surpassing him. How swift! It was evident that the Dream's jumping ability exceeded his own. Nevertheless, his advantage in wingspan and height soon became apparent. The Dream's wingspan measured 220 centimeters, a full 10 centimeters less than his own, and combined with his height, it was sufficient to neutralize the Dream's leaping advantage. Smack! Both men simultaneously touched the ball, which soared upward. They landed and leapt again in unison. This time, the Dream's superior athleticism was unmistakably displayed. His second jump was markedly quicker than Wang Taijun's, allowing him to snatch the ball first. "I want to compete with him in leaping ability. My strength is my forte," Wang Taijun reassured himself, quickly retreating on defense. As the Dream entered the paint, Wang Taijun positioned himself in front. Suddenly, the Dream executed his signature move, a deft series of fakes that shifted Wang's center of gravity, followed by a swift spin to the right, seamlessly penetrating to the basket. That was close. Wang Taijun staggered, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, point guard Kenny Smith delivered a lob pass toward the hoop. Thud! The Dream soared, grasping the ball with one hand and, with unstoppable momentum, executed a thunderous alley-oop dunk that electrified the compact center. Magnificent! The Dream effortlessly toyed with Old K under the mesmerizing footwork. Wang Taijun felt as clumsy as a wooden post. The commentator erupted with excitement. Incredible! What power! Wang Taijun was left in awe. A towering figure, possibly 210 centimeters tall, had just performed a guard's deceptive move right in front of him, almost causing him to stumble. Was this what a supercenter was like? He decided against comparing agility with the Dream, reminding himself that his strength was his asset. He felt a slight tremor of fear. Although he had mentally prepared for the possibility of being outmaneuvered, he did not wish to be embarrassed at the outset. If he had fallen, it would have been a considerable humiliation. "Rookie, shall I introduce you to a tailor? I think you might need one tonight. He could help stitch up that broken ankle of yours," the Dream taunted as he retreated on defense, running alongside Wang Taijun while hurling insults. Wang Taijun bristled with anger. He despised trash talk. "Softy, I told you I would outmaneuver you. Look, I was wrong, was I?" he retorted defiantly. "Is this what you call outmaneuvering me?" The Dream nearly exploded with frustration, snapping back, "Pathetic rookie, I'm genuinely concerned for your basketball IQ. It's on the verge of bankruptcy." Chapter 61. The Dream of a Soft Egg. At this moment, as Wang Taijun positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, he immediately surged towards the basket. There was no reliance on the Iron Mountain lean. It was merely a clash of sheer strength and mass, a preliminary test. Upon their contact, Dream's upper body swayed slightly before quickly regaining stability, his center of gravity unwavering. This could be deemed a stalemate. Goodness, I can't budge him. Is this fellow's strength truly that formidable? Wang Taijun thought, astonished. Through this contest of brute force, he surmised that O'Neill could not surpass Dream in strength. With Dream weighing in at 116 kilograms, just 7 kilograms less than himself, it was evident that his physical prowess was superior. A wave of envy washed over him. To maintain such elite agility while possessing greater strength was a daunting prospect. Before such an opponent, he felt as though his innate gifts were being overwhelmed. This rookie's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Ewing and Robinson. I find myself slightly inferior. Dream, too, was taken aback. His natural physicality was formidable, resembling an embodiment of raw, untamed muscle, capable of overpowering both Ewing and David Robinson. This endowment granted him exceptional resilience. And he relished confrontation. This was precisely why he sought out challenges in games against the two. Word had it that O'Neill, after clashing with this rookie, had promptly taken a break. Today, he needed to exercise caution to avoid mishaps. Despite this thought, he was resolute in testing Wang Taijun's capacity for resistance, for he had a strong inclination towards challenges. Once more, Wang Taijun applied himself, utilizing the Iron Mountain Lean. This technique, executed in close proximity, bore no risk of foul play. He exerted pressure. With a shove, Dream's upper body leaned back further than before, igniting excitement within Wang Taijun. It seemed that with the enhancement of Iron Mountain Lean, he could indeed surpass Dream's strength. Strength was the cornerstone of his existence in the NBA. If he could not assert dominance over Dream in this regard, he would be at a loss on how to confront him. How could it be possible that this fellow had yet to exert his full potential? Dream was now taken aback, realizing that his center of gravity had faltered earlier, indicating that his strength was not merely comparable to Wang Taijun's, but was actually inferior. Unbeknownst to him, this result stemmed from the application of Iron Mountain Lean. He mistakenly believed it was Wang Taijun's overwhelming power that had bested him. This fellow weighs at least 5 kilograms more than I do, and yet his strength surpasses mine. I cannot defend against him like this, or my stamina will be squandered. Immediately, Dream altered his defensive strategy, retreating as Wang Taijun had yet to receive the ball, transitioning from a frontal defense to a lateral one, cutting off passing lanes. This lateral defense, aided by his jumping ability, height, and wingspan, would suffice to achieve defensive aims while minimizing confrontation. It was not fear of engagement that drove him, but rather a rational assessment of the situation, beyond mere confrontation. With his talent and skill, he possessed 100 ways to humiliate the rookie, Wang Taijun. With his remarkable speed and defensive prowess, even as Wang Taijun advanced towards the basket, he could keep pace and intercept the passing lane. Upon noticing Wang Taijun struggle to receive the ball, Knight hesitated to attempt a behind-the-back pass and opted to pass to Barkley on the right wing. "You coward, aren't you eager for a confrontation?" Wang Taijun taunted vehemently. Unfazed by Olajuwon's esteemed status in the league, he was indifferent to such recognition. Whenever displeased, he resorted to trash-talking, a quintessential aspect of NBA culture. "Do you dare to call me a coward as if I have no temper?" Olajuwon, infuriated, retaliated with a swift elbow strike, forcefully landing on Wang Taijun's upper right arm. Comparing elbow strikes with me? Wang Taijun felt a surge of exhilaration, having restrained such maneuvers until now. Was this not an invitation? In the art of Bejequin, where long-range punches and close-range elbows intertwine, the elbow's application is extensive, with the most formidable being the top elbow strike, capable of launching an opponent. However, in this scenario, such a blatant move would be perilous. Instead, he employed the close-range elbow. This technique involves striking not with the shoulder or torso, but rather with the elbow when in close proximity. Such an elbow, due to its confined space of execution, lacks the power of a top elbow strike, resulting in less harm, yet is perfectly suited for this context, being both discreet and non-lethal. With a resounding impact, his elbow struck Olajuwon's upper left arm and slid down to his left rib. Ouch! Olajuwon grimaced in pain, momentarily losing focus on defense. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Taijun swiftly moved towards the basket, extending his hand towards Barkley for the ball. Alas, Olajuwon was a step too late in his pursuit. Upon receiving the ball, Barkley prepared to back down Otis Thorpe, but, noticing an opening on Wang Taijun's side, promptly threw the ball towards the basket with one hand. With a powerful leap, Wang Taijun soared, catching the ball midair and executing a thunderous two-handed dunk, causing the basket of the Rockets to tremble. Curse it, a humiliating alley-oop from this Chinese laborer. The commentators erupted in outrage. "Oh, look at the replay. The rookie seemed to have elbowed Hakeem. Why wasn't he there a whistle? This is our home court." "Soft Dream, that shall be your new moniker. If you dare not confront me head-on, I shall forever call you Soft Dream. Do not expect me to relent, for you are deserving of such a title. As he retreated on defense, Wang Taijun continued to hurl insults at Elijah. Curse that fellow. Elijah gritted his teeth in frustration, vowing to outmaneuver this detestable Chinese laborer. As the play moved forward, he charged towards the basket. Wang Taijun felt a headache brewing, as Elijah relentlessly denied him the opportunity for a strong confrontation. His strength was rendered impotent as Elijah deftly sidestepped and surged into the paint. Fortunately, this time he remained vigilant. You may feint all you wish, but the ball is not in your grasp. I shall allow you to enter the paint, only to slam the door shut thereafter. Having visited the area numerous times, he was well versed in the strategies of guerrilla warfare. Alas, as Dream approached the basket, the point guard swiftly delivered the ball. However, he soon realized that Wang Taijun was rapidly retreating, presenting a chance to intercept his receiving route. Both leaped into the air, reaching for the basketball. With a resounding clap, although Dream ascended more swiftly, Wang Taijun, with his height and wingspan advantage, managed to snatch the ball first. In their aerial confrontation, Wang Taijun, lacking the added strength of the Iron Mountain technique, found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his core strength was commendable, enabling him to maintain his balance and avoid losing his center of gravity despite the physical contact. In fact, with his strength and greater mass, even without the Iron Mountain technique, he held a slight edge in ground confrontations. So why did he falter in the air? This discrepancy arises from the fact that aerial confrontations differ from those on the ground. In addition to core strength, they necessitate superior coordination and balance, qualities in which he was not particularly adept. Thus, his aerial combat prowess was evidently inferior to his ground combat capability. Huzzah! The steal was successful, and the Suns bench erupted in cheers, with several role players waving their white towels in jubilation. The Suns, however, did not rush into a fast break. For Dream's speed surpassed that of Wang Taijun. He was a center capable of participating in fast breaks, while Wang Taijun was not. Soft Dream. Tonight I shall steal from you 10 times. As he sprinted forward, old Wang muttered words he would never dare utter in his dreams. The question arises, when would a player averaging 0.3 steals per game vow to achieve 10 steals in a single match? The answer lies not in dreaming, but in spewing trash talk. For at such moments, one need not employ reason. Dreams I twitched in annoyance. Damn it, I detest trash talk. Puny laborer, you'd best hire a tailor now, lest you find yourself out of time, he retorted sharply. Wait until you shake me off before you gloat. Softy. Old Wang shot back immediately. Dream clenched his teeth and opted for lateral defense. Soft Dream. Wang Taijun taunted as he moved towards the basket. Dream quickly followed, positioning himself in front to obstruct the passing lane. Upon reaching the basket, Wang Taijun faced the right wing of Barkley, using his right forearm to push against Dream's waist, straining to displace him. Unfortunately, Dream's sheer strength was overwhelming. He barely budged. Just as Wang attempted to apply more pressure, Dream executed a slick pivot, effectively neutralizing his force, causing Wang to momentarily lose his balance. At the arc, Knight nearly lobbed the ball in, but quickly passed to Barkley on the right wing. However, his passing intentions were too apparent. Kenny Smith, with his keen anticipation, swiftly intercepted the ball, leading to a fast break. Observing this, Dream immediately launched his own quick break. Good heavens, he asked that fast? This infernal talent. Old Wang gasped, taken aback by Dream's explosive acceleration. As the game commenced, he was a step slower, already trailing 2 meters behind at the midcourt position. His speed had aligned with the pace of the defenders, yet he failed to keep up with the rhythm, leaving the Suns at a disadvantage with only 4 players in the backcourt. He consoled himself, deciding to rely on his strength rather than speed. By the time he maneuvered around the outside to defend the paint, Dream had already executed a magnificent dunk over Barkley's head. Cheers erupted from the compact center. Hakeem, next time dunk on that Chinese laborer. The commentator bellowed. Sorry, brother. I'll run faster next time, Old Wang awkwardly replied to Barkley. With a bandaged head from the dunk, Barkley glared with dark circles under his eyes, shouting, Old K, when is the next time? I doubt you'll ever outrun him. Come on, brother, don't undermine your own prowess and boost your opponent's morale. Old Wang retorted sheepishly. Old K, give him one back. Barkley, feeling a surge of irritation, reminded everyone that he too was a superstar, and being dunked on was quite the humiliation. Leave it to me. Whether it succeeds or not is another story. Answering is a matter of attitude, Old Wang confidently assured. The score stood at 2, for as the Suns initiated their offense. Chapter 62. The hook shot returning to the offensive end, Wang Taijun refrained from positioning himself near the basket. The system task required him to successfully execute 5 close-range hook shots, so he decided to play from the perimeter and assess the situation first. Dream was still defending from the side, allowing him to avoid a direct confrontation with Wang Taijun. Although he relished physical challenges and excelled in them, he was not foolish. The rookie had a larger frame and greater strength, especially under the circumstances with Tai's Han Cao. His muscular physique and expansive wingspan granted him superior defensive capabilities, and seeking direct contact would only bring him unnecessary hardship. Wang Taijun pressed his left hand against Dream while gazing towards the arc, raising his right hand to signal for the ball. Nate glanced at Barkley, who opted not to receive the ball, prompting Nate to deliver it with a flick of his wrist. At that moment, as the ball sailed through the air, Dream suddenly pivoted, attempting to maneuver into a position to intercept and disrupt Wang Taijun's play. He moved from the inside, ensuring that if he failed to steal the ball, he could swiftly transition to an effective defense, preventing Wang Taijun from penetrating the paint. It was common knowledge that this Chinese powerhouse lacked the ability to score close to the rim, as long as they could keep him out. This defensive stand would be deemed successful. With a sharp clap, Wang Taijun secured the ball with his right hand despite Dream's interference, showcasing his commendable passing skills. With Dream pressing behind him, Wang Taijun seized the opportunity to initiate a back-to-the-basket move. Aware of Dream's exceptional defense, he dared not grant any space, opting to press his left shoulder tightly against Dream's chest, executing a close-quarters maneuver. Bam! On the first contact, a surge of power erupted, slightly unsettling Dream's balance and causing his upper body to lean back. Bam! The second thrust followed closely, this time with ample force, crashing into Dream's left chest and further destabilizing his center of gravity. Such immense strength. Dream was taken aback. He found himself pushed back by a foot. With impeccable rhythm, Wang Taijun retreated a step, stepping into the paint unchallenged. Dream, caught off guard, had no time to react as Wang Taijun launched his third back-to-the-basket move. Alas, this time, Dream unexpectedly retreated, causing Wang Taijun to momentarily lose his footing and control of the ball. Dream lunged forward to seize the opportunity, but fortunately for Wang, the ball was too far for Dream's lengthy arms to reach, allowing him to regain control. Damn, how cunning! Wang Taijun silently cursed. Yet he held a deep admiration for Dream's defensive acumen. Had Dream chosen to engage directly during that third attempt, his balance would have been irrevocably compromised, enabling Wang Taijun to pivot and slam the ball into the basket with ease. Dream pressed in once more. Bam! The fourth back-to-the-basket move commenced, yet again a close-quarters maneuver, lacking sufficient force but still managing to disrupt Dream's balance. Seizing the moment while Dream had not yet regained his composure, Wang Taijun swiftly transitioned from a back stance to a side-facing leap, raising his right hand high. With a flick of his wrist and fingers, the ball soared towards the hoop. What? Dream was once again taken aback. He certainly did not anticipate that Wang Taijun would take action here. However, even if he had foreseen it, given his current state of instability, he would not have been able to react in time to defend. He could only tilt his head and watch as the basketball soared over him. What? Barkley and the others were equally astonished. How dare Old K shoot from that position? Swish. The ball effortlessly swished through the net. A perfect shot. Haha. Comrade Old Wang burst into jubilant laughter, shouting at Dream. Soft Dream, you are merely a bench warmer. How could a bench warmer possibly defend against my hook shot? That insufferable fellow. Dream muttered through gritted teeth. Rubbing his left chest, he realized, after their first true confrontation, that he felt a slight tightness in his chest. Now he understood the tremendous power behind Wang Taijun's post play and the impressive resilience of a rookie's defensive capability. Old K, did you actually make a hook shot? Barkley exclaimed with excitement. I've always practiced, you all know that, Comrade Old Wang replied with a proud grin. From this moment on, I declare the hook shot will become my regular weapon. Marvelous. On the sidelines, Coach Paul Westphal raised his fist in exhilaration. Coach, Old K's physical conditioning has always been decent, and now he can play for even longer, Kevin Johnson shouted with enthusiasm. Indeed, Paul Westphal nodded with a smile. With Old K's newfound ability to score near the basket, his threat level has significantly increased, making him even more challenging to defend against. Furthermore, Old K's stamina issues would be effectively addressed. He wouldn't need to always battle down low, and it was high time to increase his playing time. While everyone else rejoiced, Oliver Miller felt disheartened. Previously, he averaged around 25 minutes of play time per game, but now, with Old K's enhanced scoring ability, his own minutes would inevitably be reduced. Transitioning to the offensive end, the team executed a balanced offensive strategy. Returning to defense, Hori received the ball in the left corner and attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it was not a critical moment, and he missed. The ball fell short, bouncing back a bit too far, too quickly, and too high, and as it appeared destined to fly over Old Wong's head. He managed to snatch it down with one hand. Damn it, that kid has such long arms. Dream cursed under his breath, stuck behind him. On the offensive end, when Wang Taijun positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, Dream was particularly cautious, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He opted for a side defense. Having just endured a few of Old Wong's back-to-the-basket moves, he sensed a tightness in his chest and wished to avoid further confrontation. This time, his side defense was more about taking a defensive stance. Defensive play can be categorized into passive and active defense. The former is entirely reactive, while the latter is characterized by a strong sense of aggression and proactivity. He pressed his back against Wang Taijun, arms wrapped behind. His body nearly draped over Old Wong's legs. As soon as Old Wong moved, causing a shift in position, Dream could pull him back, affecting his speed. Simultaneously, this defensive stance allowed him to monitor outside passes, enabling timely interceptions. At this moment, the right-wing player Barkley suddenly dashed across to the left wing, reaching out to Knight for the ball at the arc's peak. The high-positioned Dan Marley promptly descended to set a screen, momentarily obstructing the pursuing power forward Otis Thorpe from the opposing team, before returning to his elevated position. The Dream found himself in a predicament, having to cover the now open Barkley, while Wang Taijun, devoid of a defender, swiftly surged towards the basket. "Watch out for the paint," the commentator exclaimed urgently. Instinctively, Knight passed the ball to Barkley, solely because Barkley was a superstar. As the ball soared in his direction, Barkley's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn it, Knight. Why not pass to the old K? Are you setting me up for a one-on-one with the Dream?" Wang, too, was puzzled, wondering why he was overlooked when he had no one near him. With a sharp clap of his thigh, the coach Paul Westphal erupted in frustration, chastising. "Can't you see the vast open space beneath the basket? Are you blind?" Barkley received the ball, only to find the Dream blocking his shooting angle entirely. Meanwhile, Otis Thorpe, who had been trailing, switched to defend under the basket. With no chance to pass to Wang Taijun, he pivoted and began backing down the Dream. After a couple of shoves, he turned for a jump shot, only to be swatted away by the Dream's hand. Fortunately, Barkley's shot had a high arc. Accounting for the Dream's block, the ball was merely deflected, sailing over the Dream's head. Wang Taijun and Otis Thorpe contested the rebound, and the outcome was never in doubt. Thorpe, at 206 centimeters, fell significantly short in reach compared to Wang, compounded by a considerable disparity in strength and mass, allowing Wang to easily secure position. Seizing the ball, Wang did not rely on overpowering Thorpe, but instead leapt off one foot, using Thorpe as leverage to gracefully hook the ball towards the basket. The execution was effortless. At that moment, the Dream arrived to double team, but he was a beat too late. Thud! The ball struck the rim, bounced up, and then fell back through the net. "Old K, well done," Barkley exclaimed joyously. Of course, Wang chuckled, having scored 2 consecutive hooks. Without the hook shot, he would have been forced to attack the basket directly, likely facing a double team from both the Dream and Thorpe, making success uncertain and depleting his energy reserves. The hook shot had rendered his offensive efforts significantly easier. In the ensuing possessions, opportunities for Wang were scarce. He even missed a hook. Subsequently, the coach made substitutions, bringing back Cedric Ceballos at the small forward position, as Dumars had not made a notable impact. With 5 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the score stood tied at 11-11, and the Suns held possession, prompting the Mavericks to call a timeout. Wang Taijun had shot 3 for 4, accumulating 6 points, 1 rebound, and 1 steal, while the Dream had shot 2 for 3, garnering 4 points, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 assist. Their performances over these 5 minutes were commendable. Chapter 63, Being Overturned. Hakeem, exercise caution against Old K's hook shots in the vicinity of the basket. Additionally, while you defend from the side, remain vigilant as he maneuvers towards the hoop. Moreover, be wary of the weak side, ensuring that Old K is denied opportunities beneath the rim. From the Mosaic bench, Coach Tomjanovich advised, based on the initial 5 minutes, the Suns' offensive tactics predominantly originate from the low post, with Old K emerging as a pivotal figure in their strategy. He had taken 4 shots, with half of the team's 10 successful attempts initiated by him. Though merely a rookie, he demands attention, as his tactical significance within the Suns rivals that of Barkley. This shift likely stems from the absence of the Lightning. Kevin Johnson, their leader and core of perimeter play, remarked the dream. Tomjanovich nodded, then shook his head, stating, "While Lightning sits on the bench, Barkley has assumed his role as the perimeter core, with Old K now taking up the mantle of the interior core. This encapsulates the Suns' transformation tonight." The Dream nodded in agreement, muttering, "Interior core, that damn Chinese rookie, I shall show you." On the Suns' bench, tactical arrangements were also underway. "Be cautious of their three-point shooting. They've already made two," Paul Westphal expressed with irritation, having witnessed Horry and Kenny Smith each sink a three-pointer. Fortunately, the erratic Max was momentarily stunned by a slap from Old K. Otherwise, they might have scored even more. He instructed, "From now on, focus on perimeter defense. Do not allow the opponents to shake you off easily." Turning to Barkley, he added, "Charles, move towards Old K's side. Use your isolation skills to draw double teams. And see if you can provoke the Dream into assisting. If they do not double team you, exploit their defense." "Understood," Barkley nodded. If the Dream commits to double teaming him, it opens the door for Old K to attack the basket, presenting the prime scoring opportunity. Besides the Dream, no one on the Mosaic team can adequately defend Old K beneath the rim due to a significant height disadvantage. As the game commenced, the Suns initiated their offense. Barkley swiftly shifted to the left wing, receiving the ball and effortlessly scoring over Otis Thorpe. Turning back, the dazed Max appeared to regain his senses, moving into position for a shot, but his three-point attempt fell short. Wang Taijun secured the defensive rebound, allowing the Suns to push forward. This time, Barkley again faced off against Thorpe, but his shot missed, leading to the Dream claiming the rebound. Over the subsequent possessions, Barkley orchestrated the Suns' offense, achieving an impressive 3 out of 5 shots, effectively exploiting Thorpe with a remarkable 60% success rate. At the 9th minute, with the score at 19-17, the Suns gained a brief reprieve during an official timeout, allowing both teams to substitute players. Wang Taijun exited the game, replaced by Oliver Miller, while Dan Majerle remained on the court, leading the bench unit. Bang! The first shot he attempted failed to find the mark. Whoosh! In response, the revitalized Max hit a mid-range jumper, tying the score. The Suns launched an offensive maneuver as Dan Majerle executed a deft cut from the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, he gracefully completed a 3-step layup, successfully scoring. 30 seconds later, he received the ball beyond the three-point line, and while preparing to shoot, he was fouled, converting all 3 free throws. 27 seconds later, after a missed offensive attempt by the Mavericks, the Suns regained possession, and Majerle took another shot, which unfortunately did not find the net. Subsequently, Maxi Kleber sank a three-pointer. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Suns orchestrated a fast break. Majerle halted at the three-point line and executed a jump shot, completing a buzzer-beating three-point play and successfully converting the additional free throw. Within a span of 3 minutes, Majerle, regarded as one of the most outstanding shooters of the 1990s and in the annals of the league's history, demonstrated his prowess with 2 successful field goals, including a three-pointer, and flawlessly converting all 4 free throw attempts, amassing a total of 9 points. As the first quarter concluded, the Suns led by 8 points with a score of 30-22. Truly, Majerle is a formidable force. Kevin Johnson was filled with admiration. As a Caucasian, he could not help but be impressed by Dan Majerle's remarkable scoring prowess. Trailing in points, the Mavericks deployed their full starting lineup at the beginning of the second quarter. Meanwhile, the Suns rested Majerle, bringing Danny Ainge onto the court while maintaining the rest of their starting players. The Suns initiated their offense, focusing on the point of Barkley. He positioned himself on the left wing, calling for the ball and backing down Otis Thorpe. This time, the Mavericks implemented a double team, not with the low-post presence of Hakeem Olajuwon, but with the manic defense of Max, who was matched up with Ainge just inside the three-point line on the left wing. Barkley promptly passed the ball to Ainge, who, without hesitation, took a three-point jump shot before Max could recover. Unfortunately, with a resounding thud, the ball failed to find its mark, hitting the rim and backboard before ricocheting to the right side of the hoop, where Horry seized the opportunity to retrieve it. Turning back, Olajuwon maneuvered around Wang Taijun to enter the paint. The latter pursued diligently but could not prevent Olajuwon from receiving the pass. Fortunately, he managed to position himself just in time to obstruct Olajuwon's ascent for the shot. Careful, facing off against the Dream beneath the basket. All his attention coalesced as he fervently urged himself to remain still, wary of being deceived by a feint. Yet, as the Dream's elusive footwork unfurled, first a shift to the left, then to the right, and once more to the left. He found himself helplessly ensnared by the ruse. Bang! A thunderous slam dunk transformed the canvas center into a seething ocean of excitement. How exhilarating! With a fierce curse. The only solace for old Wong was the knowledge that he remained steadfast, his ankles unscathed, and in need of no tailor's intervention. You truly are a mere post. And this is merely the inception of your nightmare, he remarked. The trash talk of the dream was unleashed. Soft-hearted dream. What post is most detested? I wish you a lifetime devoid of championships, old Wong retorted through gritted teeth. What soft-hearted dream is most abhorred? The dream seethed with anger. Witnessing such a blatant disrespect from a novice, that wretched Chinese laborer. May you forever be a mere basket case, a perpetual oddity, destined to return to prison to pick up soap for the rest of your days. As the play transitioned to the offensive end, the furious comrade old Wong forcefully sought position beneath the basket, only to be thwarted by the dream as he maneuvered around, pushed aside by his strength. This time, he remained vigilant, opting not to use his hands to push against the slippery dream, but instead opened his arms and leaned back with his torso. In fact, just as Knight lofted the ball into the air, he unexpectedly exerted force and leaned back, employing a technique reminiscent of the Iron Mountain lean during the positioning. This maneuver shifted Dream's center of gravity. At that moment, the ball arrived. He soared, grasping the basketball with both hands, twisting his waist and slamming it down. With a resounding thud, the rim jolted downwards. Cheers erupted from the Suns bench, white towels waving in exuberance. Well done, the players on the court exclaimed. Damn it. Perhaps we should double-team this monster under the basket. A hush fell over the crowd, broken only by the commentator's frustrated remarks. Soft dream. You can only stand there like a fool while I dunk. Old Wong exuberantly spat out trash talk. Just wait, kid, Dream gritted his teeth. Turning around. Dream pivoted left and right, maneuvering past old Wong to re-enter the paint. Fortunately, Wang Taijun had relinquished the notion of preventing Dream from entering the paint, preparing for defense and retreating a half-step to block Dream once more. At this juncture, the ball came in, Dream received it and suddenly swayed left and right, compelling old Wong to instinctively retreat. But in that instant, he executed his signature step-back jump shot. Damn soft Dream. Old Wong, now seated on the floor, erupted in anger. Swish. Dream made a close-range jump shot, scoring. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Beautiful. With the finesse of a guard, Hakim executed his classic step-back jump shot, perfectly toying with the Chinese player, leaving him bewildered. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Damn laborer, what are you doing sitting on the floor, wiping sweat with your backside? After scoring, Dream gazed in astonishment at old Wong and remarked, I only wipe sweat from your face with my backside, grossing you out. With the assistance of Barkley, old Wong rose, retorting with irritation. Old K, if he fakes you again, you must proactively disrupt his rhythm with physicality. Do not simply follow his pace. In the low post, no one can keep up with his tempo. Barkley pulled old Wong aside while running toward the front court, imparting wisdom in hushed tones. Proactively disrupt his rhythm with physicality? Old Wong pondered, nodding in agreement. Barkley continued, when he enters the paint, you also need to apply physicality. Do not allow him to move freely. A bit of pulling is permissible. Do not forget your strength and physicality. That is your greatest asset. I understand. Wang Taijun quickly replied. Chapter 64. The Dream's downfall. As the offensive play commenced, Danny Ainge seized another opportunity to shoot, this time successfully landing a three-pointer. Transitioning to defense, Dream began to maneuver towards the basket. Under Barkley's guidance, old Wong took immediate action, skillfully trapping one of Dream's arms while incessantly exerting pressure on his opponent's center of gravity. This tactic proved troublesome for Dream, with his arm restrained and mobility hindered. He found himself confined beside Wang Taijun. This defensive strategy is indeed effective. Although the physicality of the defense was substantial, the absence of a whistle indicated that the level of contact fell within the permissible boundaries of the rules. Delighted, old Wong acknowledged Barkley's approval. With no other options, Dream retreated to the left low post, just beyond the paint, seeking position for the ball. Old Wong, refusing to adopt a passive stance, continued to assertively challenge Dream, pushing him outward until he was a step away from the paint. This positioning inevitably diminished Dream's shooting percentage, while simultaneously allowing him the opportunity to return to the paint whenever necessary. As Dream received the ball, Wang Taijun intensified his pressure, making it difficult for Dream to pivot, as his center of gravity was at constant risk of being disrupted. Through the intense and relentless confrontation, Dream's stamina waned, prompting him to heave a sigh. Suddenly, leveraging his strength, he spun and jumped, executing a fadeaway jump shot. At this moment, he remained in his prime, boasting a well-defined physique, rendering the fadeaway effortless. Wang Taijun, caught off guard, could only watch as his opponent calmly took the shot. Swish. The net rippled, 2 points secured. Humph, you think you can contain me? My arsenal has only just begun to unfold. Prepare for tears, Dream panted defiantly. Bring it on, Wang Taijun retorted, undeterred. Old K maintained this approach, focus on depleting his stamina. Just as you did against O'Neill, he may still have energy and a high shooting percentage now, but prolonged confrontation will surely diminish both. Barkley advised as he and Wang Taijun advanced. I understand, Wang Taijun nodded. Subsequently, he continued to defend Dream by employing a series of entangling, forceful confrontations, thwarting Dream's attempts to establish position beneath the basket and pushing him further from the paint. Bam! Dream, the crafty veteran, was unrelenting, swinging his elbows in search of openings. However, Old Wang was no novice. His elbow techniques were more refined and professional. A sudden jab could leave Dream wincing for a while. Though Dream could still score over Wang Taijun's head, his shooting percentage had not been extraordinary, missing 2 attempts, with most of his efforts occurring outside the paint, rarely penetrating to the basket. Yet, following another failed hook shot, Dream sought to enter the paint once more, intent on using his strength to disrupt Wang Taijun's balance and rise for a thunderous dunk, just as he had done previously. Regrettably, the ball from outside failed to arrive in time, lagging by half a second, and once again, the formidable Dream stood in his path, leading to an unfortunate turnover as the ball sailed out of bounds. A few plays later, he positioned himself on the left wing, calling for the ball, and Barkley briefly transitioned before passing it down. Bang! The initial close quarters contact shook the Dream's balance. Bang! The second charge followed swiftly. However, this time, he did not exert his full strength. This half-hearted push, though lacking in force, possessed the advantage of speed, creating a seamless connection with the first impact, leaving the Dream with no time for other maneuvers, forced to passively absorb the contact. These consecutive charges surged forth like relentless waves, continually battering against the Dream's equilibrium. Oh no! The Dream sensed the impending danger. After the 2 impacts, his footing wavered, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet, he had no time to close the distance or retreat, as he needed to stabilize himself to execute the next technical move. And that moment was ample for the novice ahead to unleash his third charge. In the next instant, the third impact arrived as anticipated. With a powerful thrust, Wang Taijun unleashed his full force. Bang! Amid the dull thud of the collision, the Dream, caught off guard, let out a muffled groan as his chest absorbed the entirety of the force, and he was unexpectedly toppled to the ground. Disaster! The commentator gasped in astonishment. Oh! As the audience erupted in gasps, Wang Taijun pivoted, stepping over the fallen Dream, the colossal figure soaring through the air, seizing the ball with one hand, and crashing it down towards the hoop. Damn! On the weak side low post was Hori, who had just returned to defend the basket. Witnessing the scene, his expression shifted. With his slender frame of 100 kilograms, he dared not confront the beast charging towards the rim, opting instead to hastily evade. Boom! Following the one-handed dunk, Wang Taijun hung from the rim, surveying the silent confines of the compact center, filled with exhilaration. Yes, the Suns bench, along with Barkley and the others on the court, erupted into cheers. How unfortunate, he had actually knocked down the Dream and successfully executed the dunk. The commentator, regaining composure, weakly glossed over the offensive display. Softy, you finally confronted me head-on. You ought to be rewarded, and knocking you down is my form of reward. Ecstatic, Old Wang landed and immediately, from across Barkley and the others, hurled trash talk at the Dream who was just rising. Ha ha ha. The exhausted Dream gasped for breath. Never before having suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a rookie, let alone being knocked down. No novice had ever dared to taunt him like this, and his impression of this Chinese laborer had plummeted to an all-time low. Bang! He charged forward, driving an elbow into Wang Taijun's chest, exclaiming, "You little brat. Clean up your mouth." Bang! Wang Taijun swiftly countered, exerting force with his feet, twisting his waist and abdomen, uniting 6 forces in one motion, and delivering an elbow strike directly to Deming's chest. Oh, damn! Hiss! The old rogue Deming cried out in pain, gasping for breath. Beep! The main referee hurried over, separating the two and signaling a foul against Deming. Damn it, he elbowed me too. Deming fumed. The referee, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Wang Taijun, who averted his gaze to the heavens, ignoring him. The referee could only concede, "Well, I didn't see that," cursing under his breath. Deming felt unfortunate, for his elbow strike had been blatant, while Comrade Wang's was executed in close quarters, remaining inconspicuous. However, enraged, Deming took control of the offense. He intended to teach Comrade Wang a lesson through scoring. Bang! After 3 rounds, Comrade Wang was once again knocked down. Boom! Deming charged into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk. "Rookie, are you satisfied? In my presence, you are nothing but a pile of dog excrement. Stepping on you is simply repulsive." He spat at the rising Comrade Wang. Wang felt disheartened. He had exerted every effort to engage closely, yet this old man was too elusive. A moment's lapse would see him outmaneuvered. "Get the hell away from me." With a resounding crash, he leaned into Deming, delivering a well-placed elbow that made Deming wince in pain. In the next round, Wang Chejuan's hook shot missed. Returning to defense, he was penalized for a foul during a tugging incident. This marked his second personal foul, too close to the baseline referee, forcing him to reduce the amplitude of his hand movements. Consequently, Deming found it easier to maneuver, successfully breaking free twice and executing a powerful dunk. "Old K, forget about your foul count. Get in there and stop him from entering the paint," Barkley shouted. "All right," he replied, resigned to comply. Chapter 65. The Dream must rest in the 12th minute of the second quarter. He once again received the ball in the low left position and began to back down the Dream. With a resounding thud, in an entirely close quarters situation, he made a quick pivot, twisting at the waist, his 6 forces converging. The powerful thrust of Iron Mountain launched forth, causing the Dream's upper body to tremble and his center of gravity to tilt backward. In the next instant, leveraging the reaction force of the body check, he executed a sideways jump on one foot, raising his right arm and curling his right hand, sending the ball soaring toward the hoop. This leveraging motion was a refined technique optimized by the system, akin to the maneuver a perimeter player employs when executing a fadeaway jumper after a backdown. It allowed him to create an outward extension during his jump, effectively increasing the distance between himself and the defender, thereby dismantling the opponent's defense and enhancing his shooting accuracy. Oh no! The Dream barely managed to extend his hand, but failed to touch Wang Taijun, who had already created some separation. And his own center of gravity had been disturbed, leaving him unable to leap for defense. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim and into the net. 54-51. The Suns led by 3 points. The Rockets inbound the ball, and 2 seconds later, the half concluded. Wang Taijun played the entire second quarter, totaling 21 minutes in the first half, with a shooting record of 6 for 11 and 1 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing 13 points and 5 rebounds. He had taken numerous shots tonight, missing a few hook shots under the Dream's defense, which had hindered his shooting percentage near the basket. However, he felt that on several occasions, the Dream had committed fouls that went uncalled by the referees. Perhaps that level of contact was deemed permissible under the rules. Being relatively new to the league, his understanding of physical play remained somewhat imprecise, contributing to his higher foul count. The Dream shot 8 for 13, with 2 for 3 from the free throw line, achieving 18 points and 6 rebounds. Barkley performed admirably as well, shooting 7 for 12 and 3 for 3 from the free throw line, totaling 17 points and 5 rebounds, rivaling the Dream's performance. Upon returning to the locker room, Paul Westphal summarized the first half, stating, "The situation is quite favorable. We are not at a disadvantage in our interior offense, especially considering we are facing the formidable center. The Dream, Charles and Old K have performed commendably." As the second half commenced, he instructed, "Old K, I want you to continue wearing down the Dream's stamina. After his efficiency declines, we will decisively take down the Rockets in the final quarter." "Understood." Old Wang nodded with enthusiasm. Today, facing the Dream, he felt significantly improved compared to his previous matchup against O'Neal, having scored 13 points in the first half alone. Against O'Neal, he had been overwhelmed on both ends of the court, contributing little beyond using physicality to exhaust his opponent, with statistics that were dismal. However, against the Dream, he had managed to hold his ground. Crucially, his physical condition had improved markedly. Many of his offensive attempts today were hook shots near the paint. He retrieved a beef burger from the locker, beginning to replenish his energy. "Old K, what do you weigh now?" inquired Aroni Nelson, the chief trainer and a core member of the medical team. 123 kilograms, just a little more to go, Old Wang mumbled, his mouth full. "You are indeed focused on fat reduction and muscle gain. Your body fat percentage must have decreased, which explains why your strength has significantly increased." However, it appears that your agility remains unchanged, Barkley remarked. Well, my body fat has indeed dropped a bit, but I cannot afford to lose any more. The competition is fierce, and I must maintain my muscle mass. My agility cannot diminish either. Any further decline would render me immobile, old Wang replied with a smile. The locker room erupted in laughter at his amusing remarks. Carangelo stood at the door, smiling as he observed the scene within the locker room, contemplating the future of the Suns. Barkley, now 30 years old, remains at the peak of his performance. However, a decline is inevitable. As the Suns are not his original team, he cannot be considered their future, but rather a trade asset for the organization. Kevin Johnson, the leader and cornerstone of the Suns, despite being only 27 this year, has shown a noticeable decline in form compared to prior seasons. Thus, he too will not be the future of the Suns. Instead, he will serve as a locker room leader, supporting the next core player in ascending to prominence. Dan Marley, merely a shooter, lacks the strength and leadership qualities to be the future of the Suns. The others also do not possess the requisite qualifications or abilities. In light of the limited options, there emerges one individual who is not only suitable but also possesses the potential and qualifications to become the future of the Suns. Old K, whose roots lie with the Suns, is a young Chinese talent he discovered in Chinatown. He harbors gratitude towards the Suns and demonstrates considerable potential alongside impressive immediate capabilities. Notably, in today's matchup against the Dream, he performed admirably and exhibited a degree of leadership ability, offering a glimpse of hope for the Suns' future. Yet, two perplexities linger in his mind. First, whether Old K can indeed develop into a formidable player. Second, the significance of Old K's Chinese heritage. The question of his growth can be set aside for now. Can the league, the media, and the Suns fans truly accept a Chinese player as the core and leader of the team? If Old K were to immigrate, it might prove to be more beneficial. The thought of discussing this matter with Wang Taijun began to take root in his mind. However, he held little hope. For during this period, he had never once heard Old K mention the topic of immigration, indicating that it had not crossed his mind at all. In the home team's locker room, head coach Rudy Tomjanovich leaned forward, quietly inquiring, "Hakeem, how is your stamina holding up?" The Grand Dream still breathed lightly, saying that young man's ability to withstand pressure is truly formidable. Today's first half was akin to facing an entire match against an average team. Furthermore, he rolled up his jersey, revealing a substantial bruise on his chest, particularly on the left side, a clear indication of capillaries having ruptured extensively due to intense physical confrontation. I endeavored to evade his robust challenges, yet at times, it was unavoidable. His low-post play is remarkably powerful. Now I understand why O'Neal needed to take a break after facing him. He truly is a formidable beast. I fear I may also need to rest for the next match, remarked the Dream. Tomjanovich was deeply astonished. Dream, renowned among the three great centers for his formidable defensive prowess, had consistently overshadowed the other two in terms of accolades. He had not anticipated that this evening he would falter against a rookie. He shook his head and instructed, "You play the first half of the third quarter, rest during the latter half, and we will rely on you to carry us through the final quarter." Dream nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion, and began to replenish his energy with a banana from his locker. As the second half commenced, the intensity of the battle continued unabated. In the first half of the third quarter, both teams were locked in a stalemate. However, once Dream exited the game, the Rockets swiftly implemented a strategy to double-team Wang Taijun, preventing him from penetrating the paint. This tactic affected his performance. Currently, faced with the double team, his abilities were somewhat lacking. He committed a turnover and missed 2 layups. Nevertheless, this allowed Barkley to find openings, scoring frequently. The Rockets found themselves in a dilemma, unable to allow Wang Taijun access to the basket without incurring greater damage. Thus they persisted in their double-team strategy. After the conclusion of the third quarter, the Suns led 81-73, holding an 8-point advantage. Wang Taijun played for 33 minutes, making 7 of 14 attempts and 2 of 4 free throws, accumulating 16 points and 8 rebounds. Under Dream's formidable defense, he began to take numerous shots from close range, resulting in a significant drop in his shooting efficiency. Dream played for 27 minutes during the first half of the third quarter, making 3 of 5 attempts, for a total of 11 of 16 and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, garnering 26 points and 9 rebounds. Chapter 66. The Dream in the final quarter. The Dream re-entered the game. Initially, Tomjanovich contemplated allowing him a bit more rest, yet the widening score gap necessitated his return to the court. In the first half of the quarter, having regained some stamina, he seized control of the offense, shooting 3 out of 5 attempts and overwhelming Wang Taijun, which resulted in a foul on the latter, granting the Dream a 3-point play and accumulating 7 points. However, Wang Taijun relentlessly sought to engage him in fierce confrontations, causing the Dream's energy to dissipate rapidly, akin to snowflakes melting under the sun. During the first half of the quarter, Wang Taijun made only one offensive attempt, abandoning his hook shot due to its inefficiency, instead resorting to his formidable post-up techniques, powering into the paint for a thunderous dunk, elevating his stats to 18 points and 9 rebounds, drawing nearer to the objective of 2010 with only one more hook shot required. As the game progressed into the latter half of the quarter, the Dream had already played for 33 minutes, tallying 33 points and 11 rebounds. The intense physical confrontations with Wang Taijun had drained his stamina considerably, leaving him fatigued and in need of respite, relinquishing the offensive duties momentarily to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun had been on the floor for 40 minutes. Despite numerous close-range attempts, the extended playtime had significantly taxed his energy, resulting in minimal offensive engagement as he shadowed the Dream. When the Dream rested, so did he. At the 9th minute of the final quarter, the score gap had widened to 13 points, and the Dream realized that further delay was untenable. If he did not take action soon, defeat was imminent. The Rockets launched an offensive play and called for a timeout, during which the head coach devised a strategy. Upon the resumption of play, the Dream positioned himself in the low post on the left wing. He refrained from venturing into the paint, knowing that Old K would fiercely thwart his every attempt. Throughout the game, every foray into the key had been arduous, exhausting his strength. The inability to penetrate effectively, coupled with Old K's aggressive, entangling defense, severely limited his mobility in the application of his signature Dream shake. At this juncture, he received the ball and began backing down Old K. Suddenly, he executed a bounce pass, threading the ball into the paint. On the weak side, the shooting guard, Crazy Max, had already cut in, receiving the pass and effortlessly finishing with a layup. A sigh of relief escaped the Dream. Though his energy had not significantly replenished, he was indeed fatigued. Forcing offense would be less effective than leveraging his presence to facilitate teammates' scoring opportunities. Turning back, the Suns' Dan Marley missed a jump shot, and the Dream secured the defensive rebound. Transitioning back to offense, he delivered another overhead pass, assisting Kenny Smith in scoring, narrowing the deficit to single digits. After being subjected to 2 consecutive weak side cut plays, the Suns called a timeout to recalibrate their defensive tactics. As the game resumed, the Dream refrained from engaging, allowing Wang Taijun to take the lead, who positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, demanding the ball. The Dream, unable to afford lateral movement, resorted to the least desirable option of fronting defensively, gritting his teeth and maintaining his position behind him. Smack! As Wang Taijun received the ball, he took a moment to observe. The reckless Max was descending upon him, and a double team was imminent. Thus, in the very next moment after receiving the ball, he did not rely on a traditional setup but instead executed a side jump, releasing the shot with a flick of his wrist. The shot was utterly unexpected, a stark deviation from his previous attempts, which had all included a preparatory movement. This time, however, it caught the Dream off guard, leaving him no time to react as he could only watch Old K's shot. Bang! The ball crashed through the hoop. Scoring 20 points. Old Wang could not help but shout in excitement. The Dream's defense was formidable, filled with subtle movements, yet this time, it appeared his stamina had waned, bringing a sense of surprise. The point differential widened to 11, with merely 92 seconds remaining. The Mavericks seemed to grow anxious, launching 3-point attempts from the perimeter. And even the Dream was unable to secure the ball. The first 3-pointer was sunk by the reckless Max, reducing the gap to 8 points. Turning back, Barkley executed a steady mid-range shot, extending the differential back to double digits. The second 3-pointer was attempted by Kenny Smith, a quick stop and pop from the arc, but it missed. Wang Taijun narrowly missed a rebound, yet seized the ball as it bounced back. The Suns then executed a fast break, and he delivered a long pass, assisting Thunderdan in a successful layup. With this fast break completed, the lead grew to 12 points, and time was running short. The Mavericks subsequently conceded the game. Beep. Beep. The final whistle sounded. The Suns triumphed over the Mavericks, both teams holding identical records, due to regular season ranking rules. The Suns claimed the second spot in the Western Conference. Exhausted, Old Wang plopped down onto the floor. Opening the system, he found that rewards had already been allocated, 50 points, along with a low-post footwork training card. With 100 points remaining, he yearned to exchange for a skill synthesis card. But he was still far from his goal. Barkley had amassed 36 points and 13 rebounds, while the Dream recorded 33 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 blocks. Both players performed admirably, yet the Suns emerged victorious, earning Barkley the title of the game's MVP as he participated in a live interview. "Old K, here are your stats." As Wang Taijun returned to the bench, assistant coach Lewis handed him a form. He glanced at it. 45 minutes played, 17 attempts with 9 successful, achieving a shooting percentage of 52.9, with 4 free throws converting 2, culminating in 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls. TSK. Old K, scoring 2010 over the Dream with such efficiency. Surely you must treat us. Dan Marley, seated beside him, curiously leaned over to take a look. Not realizing until he saw it, he was taken aback. To achieve such stats over the supercenter, the Dream, with such efficiency, could an ordinary rookie accomplish this? Admittedly, there were more close-range attacks, leading to fewer free throws, which diminished the overall impact. Old Wang chuckled. "Well, you are a rookie, and this is an away game." Facing the Dream, some whistles that should have been blown simply 1 TB, such as the home court advantage. Dan Marley laughed. "So this is what they mean by home court advantage." Old Wang suddenly realized that there had indeed been some fouls committed against him today. Notably 2 occasions where he was denied a 3-point play without a whistle. Reflecting on this, he felt that in previous matches, many fouls had gone uncalled, even at home, where his post-up play had failed to manifest its full impact. At this moment, the Rockets had already entered the player's tunnel. "Damn it, I battled against a beast all night," Dream muttered to himself as he walked, rubbing his left chest, and then his lower back and other areas. "Hakeem, how are you feeling? Do you need to sit out the next game?" Coach Tomjanovich inquired urgently. "It would be best to take a rest," Dream replied. "Then 1 game off it is." Tomjanovich nodded, a hint of concern in his voice. The Suns have acquired a powerful center like Old K, significantly enhancing their strength, making them one of the strongest teams in the West. "Hakeem, we will undoubtedly face them in the playoffs. You can afford to rest during the regular season, but you cannot alternate between playing and resting in a series. You must find a way to defend him effectively." "Of course, it is impossible to alternate like that in a series," Dream acknowledged. "Tonight, I found myself primarily maneuvering to avoid direct confrontations with him. I could continue to play in the next match, but I believe it unnecessary. I need to conserve more energy during the regular season." Tomjanovich sighed with relief and said, "Then it's best to take a break." Upon returning to the locker room, Dream, who had just claimed he could endure, promptly removed his jersey and lay down on the massage table, exclaiming, "Rog, please take care of this for me. That damn Old K hurt me." Team physician Rog glanced at Dream's left chest and was taken aback by the extensive bruising. He quickly retrieved an ice pack to prevent swelling. "I was careless. I didn't expect that rookie to have such skill. He really caught me off guard," Dream murmured to himself, although he had heard of Wang Taijun's name before. Due to media portrayal, he was more familiar with his reputation for violence rather than his actual capabilities and technical skills, coupled with the arrogance of being a superstar center. He had never regarded Wang Taijun highly, thus tonight had proven to be a significant lesson for him. Chapter 67. Post-match interview. Wang Taijun returned to the locker room alongside his teammates, taking his time to shower as he cheerfully perused his statistics sheet. At that moment, assistant coach Lewis approached with a beaming smile, settling beside him to discuss the night's performance. He excitedly remarked, "Old K, your efficiency in the post was remarkable, for out of 5 attempts, yielding an 80 success rate, which even surpasses that of the Dream. However, I was surprised to see that in your first foray near the rim, you managed to achieve 5 out of 12, equating to a commendable 41.6. You were up against the Dream, a premier center and one of the finest interior defenders." Wang Taijun chuckled in response. "I think that's quite commendable." Despite having missed several hook shots that night, he acknowledged the Dream's effective defense against him. With his hook shot skill rated at 85, he was not entirely satisfied with the 41.6 accuracy, yet he was taken aback by Lewis's praise. Lewis continued, "Nevertheless, I believe there is room for improvement in your hook shot percentage. Your wingspan and height significantly exceed those of the Dream, rendering your hook shot nearly unguardable. While the Dream possesses formidable shot blocking abilities, he only managed to block you once tonight. Not once did he thwart your hook shots." Old Wang nodded thoughtfully. Realizing that an 85 rated hook shot was sufficient, it should ideally reach a 90 rating. Anything lower seemed to squander possession. Perhaps distributing the ball to others might yield greater efficiency. Head coach Paul Westphal interjected from a short distance. Indeed, Old K's hook shot was quite impressive tonight, especially against an elite defender like the Dream. A 41.6 success rate is commendable. Lewis added with a grin, if the defender were less skilled, the percentage would undoubtedly be higher. Westphal then noted, Old K, there were moments when your initial positioning allowed you to completely evade the Dream's defense. I observed that those attempts generally resulted in success. Conversely, the instances where you weren't able to shake him off often resulted in misses. The failure to disengage was due to a lack of cohesiveness between your initial move and the subsequent shot, allowing the Dream to close in again, and at times. He subtly tugged at you, affecting your technique without the referee blowing the whistle. He concluded, thus, there remains potential for improvement in the fluidity of your technical movements. Perhaps you might consider attempting a step-back hook shot, which could render the defender helpless. Overall, tonight marked a significant advancement. Your offensive threat in the low post has markedly increased. Wang Taijun nodded, yet a thought suddenly crossed his mind. To what extent could an optimization card enhance his abilities? Would it be a comprehensive improvement, or merely a partial upgrade akin to training cards? Go take a shower. You performed admirably today. And you need to attend the press conference, Westphal advised at that moment. Understood, he replied, rising promptly. As he entered the bathroom, a thought suddenly struck him. He turned to Karanglo and said, Sir, today those fellows have once again hurled racial slurs at me, referring to me as a Chinese coolie. While I can tolerate being called a perverted coolie, I cannot accept being labeled a Chinese coolie. Moreover, the commentators and many fans have echoed this sentiment. Did not the league announce a zero-tolerance policy for racial discrimination just the day before yesterday? I hope the team can represent me in filing a complaint to the league. Karanglo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and replied, Certainly. I will have someone gather evidence immediately. Thank you, sir. Wang Taijun expressed his gratitude. Upon entering the bathroom, he was met with a row of bare-bodied men, a sight he found quite familiar, having grown up in northern China where communal baths were commonplace. During his time in prison, he had shared cramped quarters with hundreds of others. Thus, the team's modest bathroom, accommodating only a dozen, felt trivial in comparison. System. Is the optimization card a one-time enhancement? He inquired as he turned on the shower head. No, the optimization card serves to enhance the host's current physical condition. Should there be any changes in the host's physical state, it can be optimized again, the system explained. That makes sense, Wang understood, realizing that the foundation lies within his own physique. A robust body is essential for accomplishing one's revolutionary goals. This is what is meant by the body being the capital of revolution. By the way, system, why has my one-on-one defense skill risen by 5 levels, reaching level 80? He exclaimed in surprise. The host gained defensive experience during this match, which elevated his defensive capabilities, thus resulting in the upgrade, the system clarified. Oh. So that must be due to Barkley's guidance on leveraging my physicality to actively defend against Dream, he mused inwardly. 40 minutes later, he followed Barkley out of the locker room. Damn it, I need to discuss with my agent about finding a way to escape this place. Oliver Miller thought as he cast a glance at Wang Taijun's back. Having played only 6 minutes that day, he felt utterly deflated if this continued. His statistics would suffer tremendously, severely hindering his development. The Suns press conference commenced, with the first question posed by team reporter Hammers Larry, unexpectedly directed at Wang Taijun. Old K. Tonight you scored 20 points and 10 rebounds against Dream, especially considering you've developed a close-range hook shot. To be frank, both are quite astonishing. Does this imply that if you can achieve such statistics against a top-tier defender like Dream, you could replicate this performance against others? Wang Taijun was elated to be the recipient of the first question. As in his previous 2 press conferences, the first inquiries had been directed at Barkley or Kevin Johnson. He smiled and replied, Tonight's 20 points and 10 rebounds were made possible by employing the hook shot technique in close proximity, which conserved my energy and allowed for more playing time. As for whether I can replicate such statistics against others, that largely depends on the opponent's defensive strategies. If they choose to double-team me, my numbers will undoubtedly decline. That is a certainty. This evening, the Mavericks did not double-team me in the first half. They briefly attempted to do so in the third quarter, but relinquished that strategy in the final quarter. I must express my gratitude to Coach Tom Janovich. Without his guidance, I would not have been able to achieve my 2010 statistics. I speak sincerely when I say that if they had consistently double-teamed me, with Dream's elite defensive prowess and the support of his teammates, my performance would have undoubtedly diminished by at least 1/3, resulting in more turnovers and lower efficiency. Indeed, the Mavericks were notably restrained in their double teaming tonight. Larry Hammers chuckled and inquired, "Dream scored 33 points over you, which is hardly surprising. But he only managed to block you once. What do you think is the reason for that?" I responded, "I experienced a dunk that he blocked. His defense is formidable. As for why there was only one block, it's quite simple. He often defended me from the front. After I pushed him aside, I attacked, which limited his opportunities to block me. In the close-range area, I also aimed to shoot after maneuvering away from him, and given my shooting height, he seldom had the chance to impede my shots. In reality, with my shooting elevation, it is improbable for anyone to block me multiple times in a game. Thus, one successful block is indeed fortunate. Of course, he thwarted several of my attempts near the rim, which speaks to his defensive abilities. Finally, Old K, you were faked out by Dream 3 times tonight. What is it that you most wish to convey?" Larry Hammers asked with a grin. Wang Taijun replied candidly, "I wish to bind his feet. He moves around me incessantly like he has hyperactivity, which is quite bothersome. I feel an overwhelming urge to pin him down and deliver a good smack." Laughter erupted in the press conference. Chapter 68, the rematch against the Mavericks. At a press conference held by the Mosaic team, a journalist from Phoenix posed a question to the Dream, Hakeem. "Does Old K merit your evaluation tonight?" With a displeased expression, the Dream replied flatly, "No. I have stated that he must achieve the same average statistics as I did during my rookie season to earn my assessment." "Why do you hold him to such high standards?" the journalist inquired. "Who told him to speak so arrogantly?" the Dream retorted, visibly irritated. Though he acknowledged that Old K struggled to defend against him, he knew that his own defensive efficiency against Old K was lacking. Otherwise, how could a rookie possibly record 2,010 points against him? Particularly, Old K's technique of leveraging contact followed by a hook shot astonished him. After being pushed back, it became challenging to respond defensively as the center of gravity shifted. Were it not for his subtle maneuvers, Old K's hook shot success rate would have been even greater, further embarrassing him. This astonishment stemmed from the immense defensive pressure near the basket, which had led to his low shooting percentage in that area, barely reaching 40%, lower than his 2-point shooting efficiency. However, he felt unable to adopt such a technique, as he was a skillful and athletically gifted center, lacking the raw power and brute force approach that characterized Old K's style. When the journalist pressed further, asking about the dunk Old K executed over him, the Dream huffed, "I knocked him down 3 times. You should inquire whether his ankle survived." His displeasure deepened. "Did you deliberately avoid physical confrontation in both offense and defense tonight, adopting a style that circumvents him?" the journalist continued. "Is this still going on? Are you relentless?" the Dream responded, now visibly angry. The host quickly signaled to the staff to retrieve the journalist's microphone, halting the barrage of questions. Yet, the Dream contemplated the inquiry and resolved to address it. Unwilling to concede that he had played around Old K, after gathering his thoughts, he stated, "My playing style is inherently flexible. I am not like Old K, whose approach resembles a brute force struggle devoid of technique. Thus, it cannot be said that I played around him. He was the one attacking me, and I hold that in contempt. Furthermore, he relies purely on physicality. Should his athleticism decline, or if he sustains an injury, will he still be able to bully opponents in the low post? No, he would swiftly become obsolete. I can even assert now that he must have a back injury. His back muscles cannot withstand such exertion for long. He will undoubtedly ruin himself with that style before long." Despite the absence of a microphone, the persistent Phoenix journalist shouted, "Yet he scored 2,010 points against you and made 4 hook shots. What do you have to say about that? Are you truly never satisfied?" The Dream's anger flared, and he turned his head away, choosing to no longer respond. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Taijun reclined on his bed and activated the system to examine his low-position footwork training card. His current level in this category stood at a mere 63. And according to the maximum standard of 110, he had yet to achieve even a passing mark, necessitating urgent improvement. However, he contemplated accumulating 1,000 points to acquire a synthesis card, which would allow him to merge martial arts footwork with basketball footwork, thereby yielding optimal results. After much deliberation, he resolved to refrain from using the card for the time being, recognizing that progress in any training card demands prolonged effort. Thus, he could afford to wait a little longer. The following day, the match garnered extensive coverage from sports media. This time, they could no longer overlook the formidable performance of Old Wang, who had scored 2,010 points against the Dream. The reports dedicated significant space to chronicling the 3 instances where he was outmaneuvered by the Dream, complete with various intricate details, while glossing over other aspects. The remaining coverage primarily focused on his altercation with the notorious Max, further solidifying his image as a violent figure. Notably, the media from Arizona, including Phoenix, chose to omit the incident of his aggression, instead highlighting his remarkable achievement against the Dream, thus elevating his profile within the state. On January 20th, 1993, shortly after 8 a.m., in the hotel restaurant, Old Wong perused several newspapers while partaking in breakfast. Engaging with sports news and adult television served as his method for enhancing his English proficiency, proving quite effective. However, his frustration grew with each article he read. Apart from the Arizona media, the rest depicted him as a ruthless perpetrator of violence, an egregious misrepresentation of his character. After breakfast, he returned to his room to reflect before the Suns packed their bags and headed to the airport at 9:30 a.m. By this time, the NBA had received the evidence compiled by the Suns. An hour later, the Suns boarded their chartered flight. They were poised to face back-to-back challenges against the Mavericks and the Spurs, placing considerable strain on their stamina. As they landed in Dallas, the NBA headquarters in New York announced a surprising disciplinary decision that astounded both the media and the league. First, the Mavericks were fined $100,000 due to their fans' use of racially discriminatory language against Wang Taijun. Second, Vernon Maxwell was fined $20,000 and suspended for 3 games for employing similar derogatory terms. Lastly, 2 regional broadcasters who had made disparaging remarks about Wang during the game were barred from entering the Mavericks' home arena for 30 days. While the league had previously imposed penalties for racial discrimination, the severity of this particular ruling was unprecedented, especially concerning the sanctions against regional broadcasters. Consequently, the announcement sparked widespread reaction, with numerous NBA stars publicly voicing their support for the league's decision during media interviews, leaving little room for dissent among journalists. Due to the overt opposition to racial discrimination, nearly everyone endorsed the league's disciplinary decision, particularly the Mosaic team, which expressed its intention not to appeal and to accept the punishment. Only the eccentric Max and 2 commentators were notably discontented. The former faced fines and a suspension after being assaulted, while the latter risked losing a month's worth of work opportunities. Upon disembarking from the plane, the Suns learned of the news, and Comrade Wang was elated, for at least in the future. Those despicable commentators would no longer dare to utter derogatory terms like Chinese coolies in front of countless fans. The overwhelming support indicated that our petition had been remarkably successful, and the league's decision was undoubtedly justified, remarked Coral Niglo with a smile. In his heart, Wang Taijun found this sentiment rather hypocritical. He was certain that in this country, around 80 to 90% of the populace harbored racial prejudices, often expressed publicly, though some public figures chose to conceal their biases. Ordinary individuals showed little concern. They discriminated freely. The Mavericks, a team that held great animosity towards Wang Taijun, had become his sworn rivals ever since he had decisively defeated their power forward, Terry Davis. As he arrived at the hotel from the airport, the local media surged forward eagerly. Chapter 69. Treatment of the visiting team. All right, Old K, ignore them. Let us proceed inside, Karanglo asserted, stepping in front of the journalists. Wang Taijun nodded, disregarding the reporter's inquiries, as he entered the hotel carrying his bag. His luggage was minimal, his attire exceedingly simple, setting him apart from the others who were encumbered with a suitcase and an additional bag. For him, a single bag sufficed. Old K, please do not leave the hotel. The issues of racial discrimination and rampant gun violence here are quite severe, Karanglo cautioned once they entered. I understand, sir, he replied promptly. Barkley, walking alongside, added, according to a survey conducted last year, the percentage of non-white residents forced to leave Dallas reached a staggering 92.7, ranking 6th among similar cities in the United States. Non-whites are decidedly unwelcome here. Damned racism, he muttered in frustration. Kevin Johnson, ahead of them, turned back and interjected. Old K, the city ranking 5th before Dallas is Charlotte. What? Damn those Hornets, he exclaimed, his eyes widening. The last encounter at home with Mourning had been quite unpleasant, featuring physical confrontations both on and off the court, culminating in a dunk over Mourning. He had confiscated the Hornets hoop, which still hung in his closet, with such deep-seated grievances. What kind of treatment could he expect next time in Charlotte? For an entire evening and the following day, the Suns remained confined to their hotel, spending a full day and night in their rooms to fulfill the training requirements of the system. Wang Taijun insisted on dragging Barkley and Danny Ainge with him to the hotel gym, fearing he might be targeted if left alone. On the 21st, game day, they arrived at the American Airlines Center at 3 in the afternoon. The naming sponsor of this arena and the Suns venue in the West were owned by the same proprietor, along with 2 other teams, all affiliated with American Airlines. Thus, it was either American Airlines or some variation thereof. Upon entering the arena, Wang Taijun observed that indeed, people of color were scarce, with the overwhelming majority being white. The demeanor of the staff, how shall I say, was hardly warm. One might categorize it as a somewhat professional attitude. However, should one request any additional accommodations, such as turning on the locker room heating, they would be met with indifference. Consequently, after changing into their training gear, the Suns players promptly departed the locker room, anxious to train on the court, lest they succumb to the chill. During this season, the daytime temperature in Dallas barely reached around 10 degrees Celsius, and by 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the outdoor temperature would not exceed 5 degrees. Without heating indoors, the temperature remained scarcely higher, compelling the group of robust men to dash to the court. Sheesh, I bet they would prefer to turn on the air conditioning for us. Kevin Johnson, not required to train, tightened his coat, shivering as he spoke. Damn it, today I'm keen to see how they treat us, Wang Taijun exclaimed with indignation. Thank heavens we are at least not denied heating at the hotel, Barkley grumbled. Laughter erupted among the group. At this moment, in the office of the general manager of the American Airlines Center, Mr. Caranglo was engaged in a discussion with Mr. Lant regarding the heating issues in the locker rooms. Mr. Lant, you will inevitably come to compete at our venue, and perhaps as the weather warms, our cooling system may experience a few minor malfunctions. He felt a surge of anger but managed to restrain himself. Nevertheless, his words carried a palpable threat, for otherwise, Lant would hardly heed him. Lant, with a resigned expression, replied, "It is indeed broken. Our heating pipes have been gnawed by those wretched rodents." At that moment, he shouted toward the door, "Alan, bring in the culprit responsible for the damaged equipment so Mr. Caranglo can see it. He does not believe us." "Certainly, Mr. Lant," came the response. Then, a 30-something white staff member entered, carrying a large rat, which he unceremoniously tossed at Caranglo's feet. Unpleasantly surprised, Caranglo remarked, "Then please repair it swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that when you arrive at our venue, you won't encounter a few nests of cobras in the locker room. You know those creatures are a specialty of our Arizona, often found in clusters, and one nest might harbor dozens." Yes, Mr. Caranglo, we will expedite the repairs," Lant replied, his demeanor faltering. "Damn it, you've won this round." By 7 o'clock, the American Airlines Center was packed with Mavericks fans, predominantly white. At 7:40, the starters took the court, with both teams meeting in the player tunnel. The Maverick star power forward, Terry Davis, who had been severely beaten by Wang Taijun, had not yet returned. He required at least a month to recover, and only half that time had passed thus far, leaving the Mavericks lineup weakened compared to their last encounter. "Hey, you're actually back on your feet?" Wang Taijun expressed his astonishment upon spotting Davis in the player tunnel. "Damn it, I will not let you off so easily." Terry Davis glared at Wang Taijun, his teeth clenched. He had made a special appearance today, harboring a deep resentment toward Wang Taijun, eager to witness how the Mavericks fans would treat that damned Chinese laborer on his home turf. In simple terms, he anticipated a gratifying opportunity to vent his frustrations. "Haha," Wang chuckled derisively. "Why aren't you making a move?" "You?" Terry Davis was left speechless. "Wherever I am, punk, if you dare lay a hand on me, I will retaliate tenfold, without regard for the consequences." Wang Taijun's face revealed an unmistakable ferocity. "You?" Terry Davis's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he had encountered such a reckless Chinese individual, which made him quite cautious. After all, he had no desire to jeopardize his NBA career, the sole avenue to a life of affluence. "Let us go, old K. Ignore this clown. We'll head out together," Barkley urged. "Humph." Being referred to as a clown by Barkley, Terry Davis let out a disdainful snort. At that moment, as Barkley and his companions exited the player tunnel, a tsunami of boos erupted from the American Airlines Center. "Haha," Davis laughed triumphantly. "Damn yellow-skinned monkey. Repugnant Chinese laborer. Depart from Dallas. Your loathsome presence taints this place. Accursed instigator of violence. Leave America and return to your homeland." Countless middle fingers are raised in defiance. Endless torrents of invective directed solely at Wang Taijun. Ha ha ha. Within the player's passage, Terry Davis bursts into uproarious laughter. Confronted by the jeers and boos of 20,000 spectators, the magnitude of the pressure finally dawns upon Wang Taijun, as a fine sheen of perspiration swiftly appears upon his brow. The weight of this tension seems almost tangible, causing his breath to involuntarily deepen. Yet, deep within his eyes, a frenzied gleam ignites like a flickering flame, rapidly swelling into a blazing inferno that engulfs his gaze. Chapter 70. Retribution at this moment. The voice of the commentator echoed throughout the arena. This is the voice of the Dallas people. Their disdain for this Chinese player is palpable. Perhaps the league should consider closing the Mavericks' home games, but then who would compensate for the ticket revenue losses? The league executives? Let us not forget, you are merely employees, not the owners of this league. His tone was laced with sarcasm, as he was acutely aware that the league would never shut down a home venue. After all, Dallas is a major market that generates substantial ticket revenue annually, and no team owner would permit such an action. This game was being broadcast live across the nation by TNT, with commentators like him and Dodd, who had previously covered a Suns game. Dot remarked, "I can hear the voices from the people of Dallas. The league ought to heed such sentiments. A player with a history of repeated violent offenses, even serving a year in prison, deserves such treatment. The league should not support him." Light him, with a teasing tone, responded, "Perhaps Mr. Stern is considering the Chinese market for this reason?" Dot chuckled, saying, "China? A nation impoverished to the core. What market do they possess? Do they even have electricity? Do they have televisions?" Haha. At this juncture, both men erupted into laughter. Like them, countless Americans watching the game joined in the mirth. Agreeing with the commentator's assertions, does China even have electricity? Televisions? China boasts no significant basketball market. The game commenced. Wang Taijun faced off against rookie center Sean Lux for the jump ball. He leaped with all his might, snatching the ball first, and the Suns initiated their offense. Advancing to the front court, he positioned himself low on the left wing, calling for the ball. Lux, lacking the necessary strength and bulk, could not hold his ground. Without hesitation, Knight promptly passed the ball down. With a resounding thud, Lux received the ball, pressing closely against him. In a display of skill, he executed his first decisive move, shaking Lux's balance. Almost immediately, a second forceful maneuver followed. This time, he committed fully, intent on overpowering Lux to clear the path to the basket. As Lux steadied himself, the second impact struck. A heavy collision reverberated through the air, causing him to grunt as his upper body jerked backward, the immense force knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun pivoted and stepped into the paint, holding the ball behind his head, his form arching gracefully in midair. Curse it! The Mavericks power forward, Doug Smith, rushed back to defend the basket. Weighing only 100 kilograms, he dared not confront such a ferocious beast charging toward the rim. He would surely be sent flying. Reluctant to risk his career for a single defensive play, he swiftly retreated toward the baseline. With a heavy thud resonating from the rim, the backboard trembled ominously, startling him into believing it might collapse. What the hell? Wang Taijun let out a sigh, acknowledging that his strength and explosiveness still fell short. However, once was not sufficient. He resolved to try twice, determined to shatter the Mavericks' rim eventually, testing its resilience. Turning back, he observed the Mavericks miss a mid-range shot, and the Suns regained possession. He prepared to make his move once more, backing down against Sean Lux, urging his teammates to double-team him. The head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, Adu, thundered fiercely. Bang! At that moment, he had already executed his initial strike. However, to his astonishment, the subsequent attack did not follow immediately, and he unexpectedly pivoted downward to slip away beneath. Sean Lux was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a move, and thus failed to react swiftly. What a dire turn of events! As Doug Smith, who had come to double-team, brushed past Wang Taijun without making a successful grab, he was entirely unprepared for his opponent's unexpected maneuver. Having previously faced each other, they had suffered considerable losses at Wang Taijun's hands, prompting them to meticulously study his shooting habits. They believed that although his low-post play was fierce and aggressive, it was rather predictable, featuring only a handful of variations. He would either relentlessly drive towards the basket for a thunderous dunk, or, when time was running out and he couldn't reach the rim, pass the ball out. Alternatively, after a couple of post moves, he might attempt a close-range hook shot. However, they had never anticipated that he would slip past after his initial contact. This was a surprise not only for them, but for everyone, as Wang Taijun had never before executed a slip after his first contact in the low post. This marked a novel approach. From the edge of the paint to the center of the hoop was merely 3 meters. Wang Taijun pivoted, stepping into the paint, clutching the ball in his left hand. With a slight hop, he soared into the air, his hands cradling the ball behind his head, his body arched like a bow. In the next instant, bam! In the next moment, Beneath Wang Tiejuan's frenzied assault on the basket, the entire hoop suddenly sagged, and then the transparent tempered glass shattered instantly, erupting into countless tiny fragments. Oh, even during Wang Tiejuan's offensive play, the jeers did not cease. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Nearly 20,000 fans erupted in a tremendous cheer, only to be transformed into an eerie stillness thereafter. In the commentary booth of the regional broadcaster, the two commentators finally fell silent, not in speech, but in sheer astonishment. Their mouths agape as if one could fit a gigantic hamburger within. Similarly, the commentators from TNT sat in stunned disbelief, their jaws nearly dislocated, never having anticipated such an opening to the match. Across the nation, countless Americans watching the game shared the same expression of astonishment. Hooray! The bench of the Suns erupted with fervor as everyone leaped from their seats, raising their fists and vociferously cheering on the court. Go for it, Old K. Give it to them. On the court, Barkley and his teammates charged towards Wang Taijun. Get down. Wang Taijun, still hanging from the rim, let out a furious roar and pulled with all his might. With a resounding crack, the already loosened hoop came crashing down, violently torn from the backboard by him. Oh! A tremendous gasp erupted from the audience once more. Hush! The Dallas Mavericks fans, realizing the situation, unleashed a cacophony of boos upon Wang Taijun, their lungs nearly giving way from the effort, yet they continued to jeer and hurl insults with fervor. The consecutive bursts of energy had taken a toll on the star's stamina, leaving him with a sense of overexertion as he descended to the ground, taking several deep breaths to replenish his oxygen levels. With a cold glare sweeping over the crowd of over 20,000 Maverick supporters, he suddenly raised the hoop in his hands, letting forth a primal roar. This only served to further incite the fans, who erupted into an even more vehement chorus of boos. Unfortunately, Wang Taijun lamented inwardly, his strength was insufficient to topple the infernal hoop by himself. Casting a glance at the rim, he disregarded the 5 Mavericks players who stood frozen in shock, turning instead to celebrate with Barkley and the others. As the players exited the court, the game entered a timeout. Grasping his trophy, Wang Taijun, under the protection of Barkley and his companions, made his way to the bench, vowing not to return the hoop after having lost one in Philadelphia previously. A bewildered silence hung among the Mavericks players, but under the media's portrayal, Wang Taijun had now become the emblem of violence, and with the intimidating presence of the notorious Barkley beside him, they dared not approach to reclaim it, instead watching as he returned to the Suns bench. The arena erupted once more into an enormous chorus of boos and curses. Chapter 71, The Destruction. Kevin Johnson, serving as the head of the substitutes bench, personally delivered a towel and a warm drink to Wang Taijun. With the hoop in hand, he playfully toyed with it, exclaiming with excitement, "Come on, Old K, tell us, how exhilarating is it to shatter the opponent's rim and tear down the basket?" "Absolutely exhilarating," Old Wang responded without hesitation, a grin spreading across his face. Just as he settled into his seat, team physician Andrew John approached to massage his arm, acknowledging the immense strain his body endured from such a violent act. "Old K, you should tone down these aggressive dunks. They pose a significant risk of injury." "The likelihood of stress-related injuries is quite high," Andrew John cautioned. "Indeed, Old K, exercise caution. Your career has only just begun," added head coach Paul Westphal. "I understand." Wang quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, a staff member from the arena approached him, pointing to the basket that Barkley was holding. "Old K, this is property of the American Airlines Center. Please return it to us." With a sweeping motion, he retrieved the basket from Barkley and placed it on his seat, then sat down upon it before addressing the staff member. "My apologies for damaging your backboard and hoop. You may send me the bill, and I shall cover the costs." The staff member's face twitched, inwardly cursing, "Is it money we seek? No, we desire respect, or rather, the hoop." Old K refused to return the basket, offering compensation instead, a reasonable resolution, albeit one that left the staff member disappointed and empty-handed. Once the staff member departed, Wang Taijun had a sudden thought and activated the system. "Congratulations, host. The achievement task for collecting baskets has officially commenced. For each opponent's basket collected, you will receive 200 points. Excellent. The second basket also yields 200 points, bringing my total to 300. It seems I must focus on gathering more opponents' baskets. This is the true path." A sense of satisfaction flooded his mind, though he remained unaware that Stern had already ordered the search for new suppliers, making the likelihood of him tearing down baskets again, given his current strength and explosiveness, quite improbable, unless he continued to gain weight to a certain extent. Conveniently, his strength training commenced on November 28th. and with 2 months of training concluding at the end of this month, he resolved to exchange for another strength training card to further enhance his power and bolster his greatest asset. His shooting percentage for close-range hook shots remained unsatisfactory. Thus, he needed to prioritize under-basket attacks, requiring even greater strength and mass. Previously, he had gone unnoticed, resulting in a lack of double teams. However, having recorded impressive statistics against the formidable Dream, he anticipated attracting the attention of several teams. Should they decide to double-team him, his current abilities would pose significant challenges, underscoring the necessity of further augmenting his strength and size to establish a foothold beneath the basket. Listen up, everyone. Do not allow that wretched rookie to approach the basket any longer. We have already lost face. This is our home ground, yet he has taken our hoop, which is the utmost humiliation. Remember this well. Do not let him near the paint. Once he enters, even if you have to fall and commit a foul, employ any means necessary to bring him down. Coach Edu growled quietly before the Mavericks bench. Take him down. Eliminate that Chinese fellow. Annihilate that Chinese laborer. The nearby Mavericks fans, enraged by Edu's words, began to chant fervently. Yes, coach. Sweat poured from the brows of the Mavericks players. Under the immense pressure from the fans, they had no choice but to comply. Damn those Mavericks fans, Wang Taijun muttered. He clenched his fists, his fingers and wrists aching, thinking he would have to slam one more dunk later. 20 minutes later, the game resumed. Bro, keep an eye on it. Don't let them regain possession. Old Wang said as he handed the hoop to Kevin Johnson, issuing a solemn warning. Leave it to me. Kevin Johnson thumped his chest in assurance, hanging the hoop on his head while slinging it over his shoulder. The Qiankuan circle? Old Wang's face twitched. Brother, have you transformed into the Black Neza? The Mavericks launched an attack, scoring a three-pointer, and possession shifted to the Suns. Wang Taijun entered the paint from the left wing, while Sean Rooks valiantly resisted. His objective was to prevent Old K from approaching the basket smoothly. If he could just stall for a bit longer, coupled with the time taken for passing, the shot clock would run out. However, Wang Taijun only forced his way in half a step, approximately 40 centimeters, before pivoting and calling for the ball. Yet the pass did not come to him. It was delivered to Barkley on the right side. Barkley, taking advantage of Wang Taijun's presence on the left, seized the opportunity to charge into the paint and executed a thunderous dunk. After 3 more possessions, Wang Taijun received the ball in the low post on the left wing. He had barely made a move when the weak side Doug Smith arrived to double-team him, moving along the baseline and cutting off his escape route. Above him, the Mavericks' small forward was already closing in, eyeing him with predatory intent. Should he dare to turn, a triple team could ensue. On the sidelines, witnessing Wang Taijun being double-teamed, Paul Westphal remained unflustered, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of leisure. Old K's height provided him with a broad view in the low post, and his exceptional passing ability, combined with his newfound hook shot, rendered him unafraid of double teams. He could shoot or pass, as long as he remained composed. Indeed, Wang Taijun passed the ball, displaying remarkable selflessness, executing a side hook to deliver it to Barkley, who had cut into the paint from the weak side. As Doug Smith approached to double-team him, Barkley was left wide open. In such circumstances, passing to the weak side was imperative. Bang! Barkley caught the ball and soared, delivering yet another thunderous dunk. The assistant coach, Lewis, chuckled heartily and remarked to Paul Westphal, "We have 2 players in the low post who demand double-teaming. To focus on either is to invite catastrophe." Paul Westphal nodded in agreement, a smile playing on his lips but remaining silent. Remember, Old K, after the dunk, refrain from grasping the rim to avoid injuring your hand. The elder statesman Barkley imparted his wisdom. Understood, Wang Taijun replied promptly. However, the Mavericks were resolute tonight. They permitted Wang Taijun to shoot near the basket, but strictly forbade him from attempting shots directly beneath it. As soon as he approached the hoop, they would double-team him, preferring to let Barkley score 50 points rather than allow him a single basket. Their defensive maneuvers were overt and aggressive, unafraid of fouls, with occasionally 2 players clinging to Wang Taijun. Moreover, the referees seemed to favor the Mavericks this evening. As long as the actions were not blatant, the whistle remained silent. Even when the whistle did blow a few times, he earned several free throw opportunities, yet with a shooting percentage of only 50. The points gained were minimal and hardly worth the effort. In simple terms, tactically speaking, he was being deliberately targeted. Of course, he was unaware of the concept of hack-a-player tactics, having never encountered it during his time in his home country. This strategy, once dubbed the hackajong tactic, was specifically devised to counter the notoriously poor free throw shooter, Wilt Chamberlain. Chapter 72. The Basket Deity Beep. Approximately 9 minutes into the first quarter, the main referee blew the whistle. Damn it. Once again, he was toppled to the ground under the weight of 2 players who tackled him fiercely. The 3 of them became entangled, and he, feeling vexed, shoved Sean Lucas off him and rose to his feet, intent on vaulting over Lucas in his fury. In retaliation, Lucas lifted his leg, tripping him once more. As he fell, he landed atop Doug Smith, who had just begun to get up. And the trio collapsed again in a heap. Calm down, old K, they are fouling you, Barkley intervened, pushing Lucas aside and helping him up. What? He exclaimed, startled. Are we playing basketball or are they armed? However, he quickly grasped that Barkley was referring to a tactical foul. He inquired, is it a tactic to foul me? Indeed. Your success rate under the basket is too high. The moment you enter the paint, they send you to the free throw line, where your shooting percentage is low. They certainly profit from this, Barkley elucidated. What should I do? He asked, before stepping up to the free throw line. The whistle had sounded twice prior, and he had taken 4 shots, making only 1. Today he had executed 2 powerful dunks and even dislodged a rim, yet his shooting touch was worse than usual. He had scored 2 dunks at the outset, but thereafter focused on the paint, frequently being fouled with scant opportunities to shoot, resulting in no further points. Coupled with his free throws, he had only managed a mere 5 points. Due to his inefficacy, the game was now tied with the Mavericks at 16-16. A disappointing outcome for the Suns, a team considered 2 tiers stronger. Nevertheless, his prowess in the paint had been evident, as both Mavericks' interior players had accrued 2 fouls each. A testament to a slightly biased whistle that could have yielded even more. However, the referees were closely monitoring him, and he had also picked up 2 fouls, one of which was an offensive foul. Bang! His 5th free throw missed, and he furiously shook his hand in frustration. Calm down, old K. Kevin Johnson bellowed from the sidelines. Before the 6th attempt, he gazed at the hoop and began to mutter fervently, Oh, basket deity, I have dislodged your predecessor, granting you the chance to rise. You must bless me. Do not forsake me, or I shall dislodge you again. Upon finishing, he surprisingly clasped his hands together and bowed before the hoop. What is he doing? Is he praying to the deity? Barkley's eyes widened in disbelief. Like him, countless others watched in bewilderment, puzzled by his actions. At that moment, the referee tossed the ball his way. Wang Taijun received it, his confidence surging after his invocation to the basket deity. With barely a moment to steady himself, he aimed and launched the ball. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, falling short. Curse the basket deity! Old Wang exclaimed, feeling deceived, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, Barkley seized the rebound, astonishingly leaping over Sean Lucas, aptly earning his nickname. Flying pig. Here. Old Wang thundered as he charged from the free throw line into the paint. Barkley, having just snatched the rebound and landed, heard a thunderous shout from behind. Instinctively, he tossed the ball above his head and swiftly sidestepped. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past him as a figure soared into the air. With a resounding thud, the rim reverberated, while Sean Lucas collapsed beneath it, sliding uncontrollably. Cheers erupted from both the Suns players on the court and those seated on the bench. How unfortunate. A profound silence enveloped the American Airlines Center as the commentator lost his voice. At the TNT broadcast desk, Dolan and Doherty exchanged glances. Doherty, with a tone of disappointment, remarked on the Mavericks' dismal inside play, lamenting that despite being rookies, Sean Lucas, the desert-dwelling fat fish, paled in comparison to Old K, who had overpowered him beneath the basket. Latham shook his head with a wry smile, noting that in terms of height, strength, and heft, Lucas was no match for Old K. It is worth mentioning that Old K had scored 2,010 points even against Hakeem Olajuwon, whose elite defensive prowess could not contain him. As Old K shot an impressive 4 out of 5 from the post, one must concede that he is a behemoth in the paint, with only a more formidable low-post giant like Shaquille O'Neal capable of restraining him. The 2 commentators, who had previously disparaged Wang Taijun, now found themselves at a loss. Unable to continue their unfounded criticism in light of his undeniable prowess, they could no longer afford to be reckless, as their professional credibility was at stake. And no one wished to listen to 2 fools ramble on, jeopardizing their future in commentary. Referee, he fouled me. He just hit my hand. Why didn't you call it? Wang Taijun exclaimed, still agitated after his successful dunk. Calm down, Barkley urged, pulling him back. However, it was too late. The referee, puffing out his cheeks, blew the whistle and signaled a technical foul against Wang Taijun. Applause and cheers erupted from the Mavericks fans. What? Old Wong was momentarily stunned. You are not the captain on the court. You're still a rookie and have no right to contest the referee. Allow me to handle this, Barkley chuckled ruefully. This is discrimination against rookies, a disdain for human rights. Old Wong felt frustrated. This was his third foul already. And it was only the first quarter. He would likely not see much playing time today. Indeed, shortly thereafter, before the Mavericks' free throws, he was substituted out. Oliver Miller entered the game, and the Mavericks promptly abandoned their strategy of fouling, yet they continued to double-team Barkley, employing weak-side help defense by leaving Oliver Miller unguarded. Although Miller was not as agile as Old K, his larger frame struggled to keep pace with Sean Lucas. His presence posed some challenges for Barkley. Nevertheless, at that moment, Barkley displayed the poise of a superstar, consistently scoring despite the double teams, stabilizing the Suns' scoring ability. In the 8th minute of the second quarter, with a score of 44-38 in favor of the Suns, Wang Taijun was given another chance to re-enter the game. Do not venture beneath the basket, for they shall surely thwart you. Instead, employ a hook shot from the perimeter, remaining vigilant for your teammates' open positions, and distribute the ball accordingly. Assistant coach Lewis cautioned before the game. Understood, Old Wong nodded in acknowledgement. Positioned at the edge of the paint, it is exceedingly difficult to double-team him, as the low post on both wings is inherently challenging to defend. This locale, in proximity to the baseline, presents ample opportunities for open shots if a double team is attempted. In this era, it is not uncommon for many perimeter players to exploit tactical advantages and engage in one-on-one situations within the low post, precisely due to the difficulty of being double-teamed there. For instance, Michael Jordan excelled in one-on-one scenarios from the low wings. During the 1986 playoffs, in a match between the Bulls and the Celtics, Jordan astonishingly scored 63 points, setting a new NBA record for single-game playoff scoring. After the game, Larry Bird famously remarked, "Tonight, the deity donned the number 23 jersey." In the subsequent season, Jordan achieved an astounding average of 37.1 points per game. His scoring prowess was nearly indefensible, primarily due to his isolation tactics, where others would spread out, allowing him to face his opponent alone. Often, his one-on-one plays occurred from the low wings, as, in the absence of defensive congestion, he could operate close to the basket. Consequently, in 1988, the league instituted rules against isolation plays to restore balance, a regulation colloquially known as the Jordan Rule. Previously, Wang Taijun struggled in the low wings, as his scoring ability was insufficient there. He could only pose a threat near the basket. If the weak side were his domain, defenders could afford to give him a step or two, retreating to protect the basket and assist on the strong side. However, with his newfound capacity to score near the rim, he now poses a substantial threat even when the ball is not in his possession. Defenders cannot afford to leave him unguarded, and other defenders must remain cognizant of his presence in that area. Chapter 73. I will pay positioned at the left low post. Wang Taijun leaned against Sean Lucas, calling for the ball. It descended swiftly, and noticing the Mavericks did not double-team him, he promptly began to back down Lucas. After 2 consecutive attempts, he found himself standing in the paint. Sean Lucas, employing a combination of pushing and subtle maneuvers, clung to him closely, utilizing nearly foul-like actions that, while unable to entirely impede his progress, did, to some extent, slow him down and waste precious time in the 3-second zone. Some may argue that the 3-second rule is no longer enforced. However, it was introduced in 1953 due to George Mekon, while the defensive 3-second rule was established for Shaquille O'Neal, as the offensive 3-second rule could not effectively contain him. At this juncture, the Mavericks' defense began to collapse inward. Should he continue his advance towards the basket, he would inevitably face a double team or trigger a turnover due to the 3-second violation, or perhaps find himself at the free throw line, as had been his experience in the first quarter. Initially, he had focused on scoring in the paint to enhance his shooting percentage, but his mindset had shifted. With a resounding thud, he backed down for the 3rd time. As the 3-second mark approached and the double team closed in, he leaped sideways from a distance of approximately 1.5 meters from the basket, executing a hook shot. His somewhat sluggish pivot and movement speed were evident. Had it been O'Neal in this position, he could have easily turned and attacked the rim. At such close range, the double team would not have arrived in time, potentially resulting in an and-one scenario without triggering the 3-second rule. Swish. The proximity was so close that it was effectively a layup, and the basketball swished through the net flawlessly. The double team should have come sooner. Don't wait until he approaches the basket, admonished Mavericks head coach Adu. After several possessions, Wang Taijun once again found himself at the left low post, facing Lucas. This time, the double team arrived earlier. Following 2 back-down attempts, as he stepped into the paint, Mavericks substitute small forward Tracy Moore sprang from the top to his side. Wong single-handedly scooped the ball off the floor, elevated it with one hand, and passed it to small forward Ceballos stationed at the left three-point line. "All right," Paul Westphal nodded from the sidelines. Observing the manner in which Wong handled the ball under pressure, he recognized the qualities of exceptional low-post players: calmness in the face of double teams, expansive vision, and adept passing abilities. To become the core of the team's low-post play, one must possess these essential skills. On the court, Ceballos did not rush his shot. Instead, he took a step forward before confidently releasing the ball. At this moment, Tracy Moore, having committed to the double team, had not yet returned to defend and could only watch helplessly as Ceballos took his shot. Swish! The ball arced beautifully, and a long two-pointer found its mark. This exemplifies why many players boast a higher shooting percentage from long-range two-pointers than from closer attempts from this position. They have effectively evaded their defenders, and the momentum of their drive has not yet fully developed, resulting in heightened shooting stability. Should they penetrate further into the paint area, they would encounter a more formidable defense. The inherent speed of their breakthroughs combined with the inconsistency of their stop-and-shoot jumpers inevitably leads to a decline in their shooting accuracy. Many perimeter players find themselves taking a quick step and then rising for a jump shot due to this very reason. In light of Wong Taejuan's altered playing style, the Mavericks find themselves at a loss. They are simply unable to contain the seasoned veteran. Single coverage would lead to disastrous outcomes, and double teaming presents him with the option to shoot or pass. They cannot afford to engage in futile attacks from a distance, as that would result in significant losses without adequate interior substitutes. Even Wong Taejuan's free throw percentage, despite its flaws, stands at 50%, surpassing the shooting efficiency of the majority of players near the basket. It is only by attacking the rim with greater efficacy that one can hope to contain him. In the upcoming matches, Wong Taejuan primarily focused on receiving and distributing the ball from the low post, yet when the opportunity arose, he would also make his presence felt with close-range shots or thunderous dunks. This strategy not only kept his foul count in check, but also spared him from unnecessary contact in the paint. While the Mavericks might contend with him in the post, they were ill-equipped to handle his multifaceted approach. Concurrently, he reduced his offensive exertions and increased his defensive contributions, leveraging his height to deliver a swift block against Sean Lucas. The final score read 109-88, a resounding 21-point victory for the Suns. With this triumph over the Mavericks, the Suns surpassed the Rockets by a single win, coincidentally benefiting from the Supersonics' loss that evening, thus leveling their records and positioning the Suns as a formidable contender in the Western Conference. Wong Taejuan played for 33 minutes, achieving 5 of 10 from the field and 5 of 10 from the free throw line, accumulating 15 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks, 3 turnovers, and 5 fouls. His 6 assists eclipsed those of point guard Knight, who managed only 4, making him the team's assist leader. Despite his reduced shot attempts, Barkley exploded for 42 points, earning the title of the game's most valuable player. An hour after the game concluded, the Suns held a post-game press conference where Wong Taejuan was once again afforded the opportunity to speak. During the conference, a local journalist expressed indignation, stating, "Old K, you cannot take away our hoop. Please return it to us." "No." Wong Taejuan turned his head and retorted, "I will pay for it. I can give you anything, but the hoop is non-negotiable. That hoop is worth 200 points. If I give it to you, how shall I acquire such points again?" Haha. Beside him, Barkley buried his head, resting on the table, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. A reporter inquired again, "Old K, you did not achieve the same statistics as in the previous game. In light of the opposing team's foul strategy, you reduced your attempts. Does this imply that your ability to dominate in the paint remains insufficient?" "Indeed, you are correct. There are areas in which I still fall short." Wong Taejuan nodded, unable to refute the journalist's assertion that he currently lacks sufficient prowess in executing strong offensive maneuvers beneath the basket. His raw strength is still inadequate to extricate himself from double teams in the paint. Even if he manages to do so on occasion, the exertion would quickly deplete his stamina, rendering him incapable of sustaining such efforts over time. In simpler terms, his dominance in the low post remains insufficient. If he possesses the athletic prowess akin to that of O'Neal, combined with his own strength, his dominance in the paint would soar exponentially. Opponents would find themselves utterly impotent in their attempts to foul him, unable to thwart his scoring beneath the basket. He would transform into a true behemoth in the low post. He has already identified his solution to continue gaining weight and fortifying his absolute strength. For this remains the singular pathway to rapidly augment his prowess in the paint. Qualities such as flexibility and coordination are currently lacking and developing too slowly to be prioritized. Following the press conference, the Suns embarked on a night flight to San Antonio, where the Spurs reside. Like Houston, San Antonio, also situated in Texas, does not grapple with racial discrimination as severely as Dallas. The two cities are merely 300 kilometers apart, and previously, the team would travel between them by bus. Now, they have opted for private jets, abandoning the bus altogether. Upon arriving at the hotel, it was already 3 in the morning. Wang Taijun awoke to find the sun high in the sky, realizing it was now 10 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd. A glance to the side revealed that his roommate, Richard Dumas, was still in slumber. Having shared the same room, he had begun to sense that something was amiss with Dumas. On one occasion, he discovered a syringe in the bathroom trash can, an item he frequently encountered on the streets of New York, discarded by those indulging in substances. He felt compelled to request a room change. After all, what if Dumas were to administer an injection while he slept? It was far too perilous. Chapter 74. The Contempt of the General. In the morning, he first completed his flexibility training, which, while not excessively taxing on his physical endurance, proved to be quite painful. Nevertheless, every bit of improvement counts, and he could not afford to neglect any of his prescribed training sessions. Following this, he engaged in coordination training, a regimen that required minimal exertion, instead utilizing various tools, such as balloons, to enhance his bodily coordination. After lunch, he proceeded to strength training. Although it was a back-to-back competitive session, and conserving energy was paramount, the system mandated a minimum of 1 hour of strength training each day, which he dutifully fulfilled. At 3 o'clock, the team arrived at the SBC Center, the home arena of the Spurs. The training session lasted 2 hours, primarily focused on adaptive exercises to loosen up the body and practice shooting to maintain rhythm, without any intense drills, followed by some tactical running. "Hey, old K, is there an issue with your back?" Andrew John approached him with concern. "What do you mean?" "My back is perfectly fine," Wang Taijun responded, perplexed by the sudden inquiry. Andrew John elaborated. "Well, Dream believes there's a flaw in your playing style. He mentioned that your back muscles might be harboring some underlying injury. We discussed it and intend to have a checkup once we return to Phoenix." At that moment, the head trainer, Alon Nelson, approached and added, "Yes, old K. The back is crucial for a center." We all agree that Dr. Kawu also believes it's necessary to conduct an examination to ensure your health. "All right, but I assure you, my back is in perfect condition, no pain, no discomfort." Wang Taijun nodded in affirmation. In low post play, the primary pressure point is the left shoulder and back, a commonality among all right-handed players, including himself. Previously, when practicing the Iron Mountain lean, he primarily focused on forward attacks, utilizing the shoulders and chest as offensive points, with very few strategies involving the back. Thus, his left shoulder and back were seldom engaged in the Iron Mountain lean. Any previous usage was minimal, primarily during his earlier basketball days. However, with the system's recent enhancements, he had begun to employ this aspect more frequently. Currently, his oil application practice had yet to reach its peak. In the future, with the introduction of medicinal oils, he anticipated no issues, as relying on others is undoubtedly more effortless than depending on immovable objects. His shoulders and chest had borne the brunt of years of play, but regular applications of medicinal oils had significantly enhanced his bone and muscle density compared to other areas over the years. At 5 o'clock, the team concluded their training. After dinner, they returned to the locker room, where the clock struck 6. "Alone, Andrew, I believe I can make a comeback. My joints feel perfectly fine," Kevin Johnson declared eagerly. Both team physicians examined him, and after a few days of rest, it was confirmed that Johnson's left shoulder joint was indeed sound. However, from a safety perspective, they advised him to rest for another game, suggesting he return to play after the upcoming away match. "All right then, I'll make my return for the next game." Kevin Johnson accepted their recommendation. Though it was somewhat expected, Knight, sitting in the corner, felt a twinge of disappointment. With Johnson's return, he would no longer have his starting point guard. "Congratulations, Kevin." Barkley and others extended their warm wishes. Wang Taijun, feeling displeased, remarked, "Brother, your injury has healed, yet I have yet to receive the gift you promised me." "What gift?" Kevin Johnson replied in astonishment. "You and Charles promised to partner with me on this." Old Wang reminded, "Did you?" With a look of bewilderment, Barkley inquired, "No." Kevin Johnson hastily shook his head and replied, We haven't promised anything. Observing the two clueless and pretending to be innocent individuals, Comrade Lao Wang's nose twitched with irritation. Danny Angie chuckled and said, I say, you two are being utterly unreasonable. Quickly arrange something for Lao Ke, find the most beautiful model, pack her into a suitcase, and deliver her to Lao Ke's bed. Before placing her inside the case, they must remove certain items, leaving nothing behind. So Lao Ke won't take matters into his own hands, reminded Dan Marley. See, they all remember, but you seem to have forgotten entirely. It's quite inconsiderate. Lao Wang expressed his dissatisfaction. Haha. The locker room erupted with laughter. At this moment, the San Antonio Spurs arrived at the SBC Center, where two team reporters followed them through the corridor conducting interviews. Last season, Spurs owner Coleman dismissed Larry Brown and his entire coaching staff midway through the campaign, including assistant coach Popovich. The reason for firing Larry Brown stemmed from conflicts with David Robinson, as Brown disapproved of Robinson's diverse interests outside basketball, such as electronic music, piano, saxophone, and computer technology occupying much of his attention. David Robinson, a highly intelligent scholar, was passionate about these pursuits, which often led to disagreements with Brown. Ultimately, the owner decided to appoint a new head coach. The team's operations were entrusted to Vice President Bob Bass, who was appointed for the fourth time in his career as head coach, a role he had assumed 3 times within 17 years. His leadership had seen some success, guiding the team into the playoffs. However, due to Robinson's injury, they were swept in the first round by the Suns. This season, Jerry Tarkanian was appointed head coach, starting with a record of 9 wins and 11 losses, dropping out of playoff contention and subsequently being dismissed. Former NBA guard John Lucas II was then appointed as the new head coach. This former player demonstrated remarkable coaching talent with a spirited style. In his 18 games in charge, he secured 16 victories, propelling the Spurs to 6th place in the Western Conference. Coach Lucas, what do you think our inside advantage will be tonight? The reporter inquired. John Lucas II, selected as the first overall pick by the Mavericks in '76, had a career that was less than illustrious. He retired in '90 and has recently taken the helm as head coach of the Spurs, achieving remarkable success with the team. Thus, he exuded confidence and appeared quite enthusiastic when addressing the reporters. He stated, David is a premier center. He is a formidable force in the low post and will undoubtedly exploit the Suns' interior defense with his diverse offensive techniques. Coach, what are your thoughts on the interior combination of Barkley and that Chinese player, Old K? Last season, we were swept by them. Will they pose a threat to us this season? Another journalist inquired. John Lucas chuckled. I believe David can dominate them. Facing the Suns once more. I don't sense any threat. Do you think we need to double-team Old K? The reporter pressed further, to which John Lucas replied, I understand your implication. That Chinese player scored 2,010 points against Dream, but that signifies little. It was merely one game. Everyone experiences their moments of brilliance when the rhythm is right. Every shot finds its mark. Moreover, it is evident that Dream was somewhat complacent. Having been a player myself, I am acutely aware of this. As for double-teaming, no. David is a phenomenal center. Does he really require assistance against a rookie? At that moment, David Robinson approached, prompting the two journalists to swiftly shift their focus. Adorned with headphones, he immersed himself in his beloved electronic music, swaying rhythmically to the beat as he walked. Upon noticing the microphone extending toward him, he removed his headphones. David, how will you teach that Chinese individual a lesson tonight? A reporter inquired, what about Old K? I have heard that Dream fellow suffered a minor setback against Old K. David Robinson chuckled, his tone imbued with a hint of joy and schadenfreude. In truth, however, he was not entirely candid. As a fellow elite center, the rivalry between him and Hakeem Olajuwon was fiercely competitive. Hakeem had been overshadowed by a rookie who scored 2,010 points, and now that very rookie stood as his next adversary. How could he possibly remain indifferent? He not only paid attention to the matter, but also requested the coaching staff to prepare all available match footage of Wang Taijun. Through his astute analysis, he has now identified numerous weaknesses in Wang Taijun's game. It is worth noting that, during that match, Dream scored an impressive 33 points. Yet he allowed Old K to accumulate 20 points, indicating a less than stellar defensive performance, as the reporters jested. David Robinson remarked, I have seen some media reports on Old K, but they lacked specific match details. All I noticed was the media's portrayal of his aggression. Therefore, how we play tonight will depend on the circumstances, and I cannot divulge any specifics at this moment. His demeanor is humble, and he is no fool. A player capable of scoring 2,010 points against Dream, even if it was a rare outburst, possesses some degree of skill. While he does not overly concern himself, he is not dismissive of his opponent either. A certain level of wariness is warranted, or else he would not have studied Wang Tiejun's technical attributes. Furthermore, after being swept by the Suns last season, and with the animosity between the Suns and the Spurs, he is even more resolute in avoiding any complacency that could lead to defeat. To be candid, he aims to dominate that Chinese player on both ends of the court, thereby proving his superiority over Dream, which is another motive behind his analysis of Wang Tiejun. Among the three super centers, their relationships have soured over the years due to fierce competition for esteemed accolades. He has fallen behind Dream, having joined the league 2 years later due to military service. Making this only his 4th season, he cannot afford to take any chances. Yet, he is acutely aware that the Suns have strengthened their roster by acquiring that Chinese player, while the Spurs have not reinforced their lineup, leaving them lacking a crucial power forward to assist him. Sean Elliott is improving and becoming more well-rounded. Yet his height remains a limitation at merely 205 centimeters. Lacking the requisite bulk, he primarily plays the small forward position, often bearing the burden alone in the paint. The Spurs' strength is still inferior to that of the Suns, thus tonight's match promises to be quite challenging. He must deliver an exceptionally efficient performance to have a chance at overcoming his opponents. "David, will you call for a double team?" a reporter inquired. "How could that be possible?" He responded, astonished. "If a rookie can compel me to call for a double team, then am I truly worthy of being called a superstar center?" Chapter 75. Who is Chamberlain? At 7:30, the starting lineups were announced. The Suns: Wang Tiejun, Barkley, Cedric Ceballos, Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson. The Spurs: David Robinson, Sean Elliott, Dale Ellis, J.R. Reed, Vinny Del Negro. This match was broadcast live nationwide by ESPN, with commentators Winston Rowland and Carter Oddman, who had previously covered the Suns game against the Magic. Winston Rowland remarked, "Since entering the league, Old K has participated in over 10 games, yet he has already faced 2 legendary centers, Ewing and Olajuwon, in addition to the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, who has the potential to become the 4th great center, and the highly competitive Alonzo Mourning. While we may not discuss the brief encounter with Ewing, his performances in the subsequent 3 games have fully justified the Suns' investment in him." Carter Oddman added, "His match against Olajuwon was his finest performance, demonstrating that even a center of Olajuwon's defensive caliber cannot completely neutralize him in one-on-one situations. Therefore, possessing a superstar center is advantageous, regardless of how many points he scores. That center will inevitably accumulate even more points over him. Conversely, lacking a superstar center means one must decide whether to double-team him, thus leaving others unguarded." Winston Rowland continued, "Consequently, the Suns' tactics have evolved to favor isolation plays, allowing Old K to take numerous shots in a short span, particularly following his implementation of the hook shot near the rim in the last 2 games. His attempts have reached the 2nd or 3rd highest on the team, an astonishing feat for a rookie. This indicates the Suns' significant investment in him, as they are nurturing him comprehensively in terms of tactical role, shot attempts, and ball possession." Carter Oddman chuckled. "Thus far, O'Neal firmly holds the top position in the rookie rankings, showcasing superstar-level performance in his debut season, while Mourning is slightly behind. Old K, however, has yet to earn the right to be mentioned in the same breath as them. He must continue to improve. Offensively, despite his newfound hook shot, his approach remains overly simplistic. When faced with double teams, he struggles to score and resorts to passing the ball, while distributing the ball is beneficial and aids the team. In crucial moments, as the player closest to the basket, he must be able to score when called upon, which he currently cannot. Defensively, his performance is similarly lacking. He squanders his defensive height, and both his technique and experience are insufficient to contend with agile opponents. His ability to assist on defense is poor, and he has yet to demonstrate any real capacity for support defense. Furthermore, he struggles against technical players due to his lack of experience in high-pressure situations, Winston Rowland concluded. Carter Oddman remarked, "Though he scored 2,010 against the Dream, he allowed the Dream to achieve a remarkable tally of 33 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. In truth, he was thoroughly outperformed on both ends of the court. Were it not for the presence of a superstar like Barkley on the Suns, they would have undoubtedly lost that game." This evening, he is set to confront David Robinson, a center whose scoring prowess surpasses that of the Dream. And I suspect Old K will encounter difficulties, indeed, significant troubles. Winston Rawlings noted, however, that generally speaking, Old K has fared reasonably well against these elite sinners. After all, even Shaquille O'Neal has found himself at a disadvantage while facing these three formidable sinners. Old K has been bested by the Dream on 3 occasions, and O'Neal has also been outmaneuvered. Carter Ottman suddenly chuckled, expressing curiosity as to whether the Spurs would adopt a strategy akin to that of the Mavericks, opting for a one-on-one matchup between Robinson and Old K. If so, could Old K possibly score 2010 over the Admiral? Would David Robinson permit his teammates to assist in double-teaming Old K? Such a notion seems implausible. After all, he is a superstar center. And the reverse scenario is more likely. Winston Rawlings immediately shook his head and laughed. At that moment, in the players' tunnel, the starters from both teams were preparing to take the court. Hey, Dan. Hey, Daylor. How are you? Not bad. Dan, your roster looks impressive this year. Indeed. We've landed a giant. Haha. Dan Marley approached Daylor Ellis, and the two shared a friendly rapport. Daylor Ellis was a formidable player, having averaged 25.8 points per game in 1989, and that year he boasted the highest three-point shooting percentage in the league at an impressive 47. However, luck was not on Ellis's side, as despite his all-star caliber performance, he did not receive an all-star selection. Barkley was also engaged in conversation with David Robinson, who glanced at Wang Taijun, a player of similar height but more robust build, and remarked, "Charles, you ought to have him shed some weight. His mobility is rather sluggish." "Is that so? We shall consider it," Barkley replied with a grin. Despite their jovial exchange, the underlying tension was palpable. After all, the Suns had swept the Spurs in the playoffs just months prior. Their cordiality stemmed from their amiable personalities. Barkley enjoyed making friends, and David Robinson was known for his humility. As for Robinson's suggestion regarding weight loss, Barkley dismissed it internally. If Old K were to lose weight, what would become of his most formidable skill, his low-post game? He perceived Robinson's advice as less than sincere. "Rookie, are you not going to greet me? As a newcomer, you must learn to respect your elders." The Admiral smiled at Wang Taijun. "I hardly believe we can become friends off the court. As rivals, tonight one of us will dominate the other, thus, a greeting seems unnecessary. Soon enough, we shall meet in battle on the court," Wang Taijun replied. David Robinson was taken aback, while Barkley erupted into laughter. He shot a disgruntled glare at Barkley, promptly discarding his facade of humility, and with a stern expression declared to Wang Taijun, "Damn rookie. Tonight I shall rain down 50 points upon you. Should you possess the ability to score 100 points against me, I would merely offer you a thumbs up." Wang Taijun replied indifferently, 100 points? Do you think he is some sort of abomination like Chamberlain? The rules have changed, the 3-second area has expanded, and it is utterly impossible to score 100 points now, Barkley retorted with irritation. Old Wang was momentarily stunned and quickly asked, "Wait, has someone really scored 100 points? I mean in a single game." "I am referring to a single game as well. Chamberlain scored 100 points in one game." "You did not know this?" Barkley said with a disdainful glance at Old Wang. The other players from both teams also looked at him, astonished at his ignorance. Old Wang was bewildered, muttering, "What in the world? Who is this Chamberlain? 100 points. That evokes a sense of awe. Come on, let us go out. I will introduce you to the legendary Chamberlain." Barkley chuckled as he pulled Old Wang along. As the visiting team took the court, the Suns were met with a cacophony of boos, as the Spurs fans were far from welcoming. After warming up, as he settled onto the bench, Wang Taijun was momentarily dazzled when the system activated. Host, achieve a score of 2010 against David Robinson to earn 300 points. The reward paled in comparison to that of the Dream, but he feared it was unattainable. He was well aware that his current prowess fell significantly short of those three super centers, and he remained quite distant from Shaquille O'Neal. Although he had previously managed to score 2010 against the Dream, he was uncertain that he could replicate such a feat against Robinson. It was not that Robinson was superior to the Dream. In fact, the Dream held a stronger reputation within the league than Robinson. However, when he faced the Dream previously, he had executed a hook shot for the first time, catching the Dream off guard. Now, if he were to face the Dream again, he doubted he would have the opportunity to achieve the same 2010 score. Chapter 76, The Hook Shot? He will never master it at 8 o'clock sharp. The game commenced with Wang Taijun and David Robinson engaging in the jump ball. Leveraging his extensive experience, Robinson executed a feigned liftoff that momentarily deceived the veteran Wang, allowing him to swiftly regain his footing and seize the ball first, initiating an offensive for the Spurs. "Old K, he has outmaneuvered you. Be wary. You have stirred his ire," chuckled Barkley as they retreated on defense. "I am prepared for him to obliterate me, Wang Taijun replied with resignation. Though David Robinson stood nearly the same height as Wang, he weighed 10 kilograms less, granting him significantly greater speed and agility. With a heavier frame, Wang struggled with nimbleness. And despite his defensive skills being merely adequate, they scarcely qualified as exceptional. Against a super center, or even a moderately skilled one, he recognized the challenges he faced. Rookie, you possess a modicum of self-awareness, Robinson quipped as he positioned himself. Don't celebrate prematurely. Let SCU avoid the double team, Wang retorted, visibly displeased. Double team? You fool. Robinson silently cursed, establishing his stance on the left block and eagerly reaching for the ball. Get off me. As the ball descended, just shy of his grasp, Wang suddenly surged forward, unleashing a powerful force that disrupted Robinson's balance. Damn it! Robinson's upper body lurched forward, his center of gravity shifting. Instinctively, he anchored his left foot while stepping forward with his right, regaining his balance just as the ball arrived, snatched deftly into his hands. That was close, nearly a blunder. The commentator exhaled in relief, shouting, David, take him down. Yet, before his voice echoed through the SBC center, Wang Taijun initiated his second drive. This was a close-contact offensive maneuver, not a retreat, but an aggressive advance, an authentic Iron Mountain assault, executed with even greater proficiency. He recalled Barkley's advice. Against super centers who were swifter and more agile, he must adopt a more proactive and aggressive defensive strategy. The synthesized Iron Mountain technique was perfectly suited for low-post resistance. Damn it! Robinson cursed again as the relentless force from behind overwhelmed him. He struggled to maintain his footing, forced to dribble and adjust his position to avoid traveling. However, this maneuver pushed him further from the paint. Yet, being a super center, Robinson possessed physical attributes that placed him among the strongest in NBA history, one of the most renowned physical specimens, excelling in size, strength, speed, leaping ability, and agility. Among the three premier super centers, he was the swiftest and most explosive. His technical style diverged from the others, while his back-to-the-basket footwork and post skills were slightly inferior. He was the only one among the trio who primarily operated facing the basket. In his own words, I don't even need post-up skills to dominate anyone. So there is no need to practice them. Certainly, despite this, due to his innate talent, his low-post backing technique is merely slightly inferior to that of the other two, surpassing most other centers by a significant margin, as his natural endowment is evident. At this moment, he unexpectedly executed a pivot and step back, transitioning from a back-to-basket stance to facing the hoop. Wang Taijun, who was preparing to lean in for an attack, lost sight of his target and stumbled forward, losing his balance. However, he did not manage to collide with Robinson, who smoothly sidestepped him and charged into the paint with great strides. With a resounding bang, David Robinson unleashed a ferocious one-handed dunk, hanging triumphantly from the rim. Cheers erupted from the SBC center, exclaiming, Beautiful. David, teach that rookie a lesson. He is quite audacious. The commentator exclaimed with palpable excitement. This fellow is remarkably swift. Old Wang was utterly astonished. He had merely turned around and was unable to catch up, while his opponent was already suspended from the rim. How could he defend against that? He prided himself on being the fastest among super centers. Be careful, old K. Barkley cautioned as he approached. Understood, he nodded solemnly. Observing old Wang being thoroughly outmaneuvered by David Robinson, Barkley, fearing the blow to his confidence, added, in truth, it doesn't matter. Even if you were a bit quicker, you'd be merely a wooden post in front of him. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, wishing he could kick that insufferable fatso before him. As they entered the offensive zone, having just been scored upon, Wang Taijun resolved to retaliate. To be honest, he relished the NBA's style of tit-for-tat, which suited him well. He positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, calling for the ball, while David Robinson pressed against him, tentatively nudging him but failing to budge him. Indeed, his strength was formidable, Robinson acknowledged internally. His power and bulk were still slightly inferior to Olajuwon's, and significantly less than Wang Taijun's. This year's rookies predominantly emphasized strength and size, marking a shift in the center's style. He recalled that rookie Shaquille O'Neal, who also had an advantage in that regard. Although O'Neal's technical skills and physical attributes far exceeded those of the rookie before him, the ball arrived, and Wang Taijun received it, immediately beginning his backing maneuver. The first contact was a probing one, designed to unsettle his opponent's balance while preventing any opportunity for retreat. With the initial push, David Robinson's upper body involuntarily leaned back, his center of gravity slightly compromised. Bam! The second push followed closely, a surge of powerful contact that sent Robinson's upper body tilting back further, forcing him to take a step back to regain his balance. Wang Taijun dribbled and pressed against Robinson once more. Bam! The third push came instantaneously, causing Robinson to grunt in discomfort as he retreated 2 large steps, only stabilizing his center of gravity once he reached under the basket. Had it not been for his swift footwork, he would undoubtedly have been toppled, as inexperienced players like O'Neal and Olajuwon had been by Wang Taijun in the past. Crash! The rim reverberated ominously, and a stunned Robinson looked up, only to see the rookie Wang Taijun towering above him. Damn it! At the onset, he was unexpectedly dunked on by this rookie. How could such a thing transpire? His mentality has somewhat unraveled. Be cautious, David, for this rookie possesses a remarkable low-post game. Even the Great Dream has suffered significant losses. The commentator exclaimed loudly. Mr. Robinson, summon a double team. You cannot contain me alone. After successfully scoring, Comrade Wang exuberantly shouted. This is utter nonsense. David Robinson, despite his typically gentle and affable demeanor, found himself incensed in the face of provocation from a rookie, even resorting to expletives. Currently, he is eager to dominate his opponent mercilessly. The 2 players exchanged a shot each, with the Admiral showcasing his exceptional skills and physical prowess, while Old K displayed his strength and substantial presence, along with his rather simplistic yet effective post-up technique. In the ESPN broadcast booth, Winston Rowland remarked, while his partner Carter Oddman chuckled, it is undoubtedly within the Admiral's capability to overpower Old K. He simply cannot defend against him. And even double-teaming is unlikely to thwart Robinson's scoring. Oddman continued, noting that for Old K to achieve 20 points over Robinson, his shooting touch would be pivotal. He had previously faced Hakeem Olajuwon, successfully making 5 out of 12 attempts on close-range hook shots, but it remains uncertain if he can replicate such finesse in this match. Winston Rowland added, I have analyzed his hook shot. The technique appears somewhat rigid, which is evidently indicative of his lack of coordination and flexibility. Yet it also reflects certain distinctive traits. Firstly, his preliminary backing movements before the shot are commendable, effectively combining with his post-up skills, leveraging his weight and strength to evade defenders to some extent. Secondly, his robust wrists contribute to a rather stiff hook motion. Yet a flicking action of his fingers acts as the primary source of power, allowing for a softer release. Carter Oddman interjected with a grin, given his height and wingspan. He ought to make advancements in his hook shot technique. Perhaps he could learn from the legendary skyhook. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's wingspan measures an impressive 233 centimeters, while Old K's is reportedly around 230 centimeters, a negligible difference. However, Jabbar has been honing his skyhook technique since his middle school years, and to reach such heights, Old K would require an eternity of training. An eternity? Haha. You might as well admit that he is incapable of learning. Upon hearing this, Roland could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 77. The inept brothers. As the play unfolded at the front court, Robinson positioned himself on the low left wing, not settling at the edge of the paint, but instead stepping back slightly to request the ball. Wang Taijun could only follow suit, attempting to apply pressure from behind. The ball was initially passed to the small forward, Darrell Ellis, who stood a mere 2 meters away from Robinson. With a swift motion, he elevated the ball, preparing to assist. At that moment, David Robinson, making a move to receive the pass, suddenly pivoted and cut sharply towards the basket. Ellis, in response, executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball directly into the paint. Robinson, seamlessly entering the area, executed an impressive reverse dunk, reigniting the fervor of the SBC Center. Throughout the entire sequence, Wang Taijun was caught off guard. Just as he turned to pursue, Robinson's offensive maneuver had already reached its conclusion. Damn it, he inwardly cursed, once again experiencing the crushing weight of sheer talent. Having been overpowered by O'Neal, then Dream, he now found himself at the mercy of Robinson's extraordinary gifts. It was almost unfathomable to him how these giants possessed such unparalleled speed and agility. Pylon, rookie, they called him. Robinson, relishing the moment, directed some trash talk towards Wang. A rare occurrence indeed. Humph. Old Wang could only express his discontent with a frustrated snort. What joy could he muster? None, for the disparity was stark. They were supercars, and he was merely a tractor. If he hadn't squandered 2 years, perhaps he could have caught up to their level. He consoled himself with the thought that he had once been much faster. Returning to the front court, Dan Marley missed a jump shot, and David Robinson secured the defensive rebound. The Spurs immediately launched a fast break. Robinson passed the ball to guard Vinny Del Negro and then sprinted down the court, closing in on Marley, who was the first to retreat. His speed was astonishing, rivaling that of the top guards in the league. Goodness, he is even faster than Dream. Witnessing Robinson's swift departure, Wang Taijun felt a wave of despair wash over him. The blow to his confidence was severe. Damn this raw talent. At that moment, that singular thought consumed him. Bang! Del Negro passed the ball toward the hoop, and Robinson soared into the paint, catching it midair before slamming it down with an emphatic alley-oop, igniting the SBC center once more. What are you, a guard or a center? At that moment, Wang Taijun had barely reached the high post, lagging 5 or 6 meters behind Robinson. The combination of a guard's speed, a small forward's explosiveness, and a center's physique, all bundled into a monstrous talent, left him feeling utterly defeated. Damn freaks. 3 damn freaks, he cursed silently. He refrained from cursing Ewing, as he had little personal experience against him, having been substituted out before truly feeling his impact. But O'Neal, Dream, and now David Robinson, these were the true embodiments of relentless power. Strength. His potential for power reaches an impressive level of 105, while the maximum is 110. This attribute represents his greatest talent, and he must persist in augmenting his strength to enhance his low-post offensive capabilities, thus qualifying him to contend with these formidable opponents. After 3 rounds, during the Suns' offense, Wang Taijun advanced to the front court. Instead of positioning himself in the low post, he moved directly towards the basket. David Robinson opted for a frontside defense. Among the 3 premier centers, he was the least inclined to engage in physical confrontations. Ewing exhibited a robust style, and Olajuwon relished the challenge, but Robinson preferred to leverage his natural gifts to outmaneuver others. As Wang Taijun approached the basket, he began to push Robinson outward. At that moment, Knight lobbed the ball in, and just as Wang prepared to leap for the catch, Robinson soared into the air, snatching the ball away with remarkable agility. Incredible. He jumped so high and swiftly. Wang was momentarily taken aback. This leap surpassed even his own maximum effort, possibly rivaling that of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. The Spurs launched another fast break, and Wang Taijun was unable to return in time, resulting in a numerical advantage for the Spurs in the front court. David Robinson effectively capitalized on his size, scoring a layup while also drawing a foul from Barkley. Cursed be David Robinson, who runs faster than a dog. Are you the embodiment of the legendary Tian DeBang? Wang Taijun stood there, somewhat disheartened, shaking his head in resignation. Barkley approached and patted Wang on the back, offering a few words of consolation. It's all right, old K. If you can't catch up to Olajuwon or Shaq, you certainly want to keep pace with David Robinson. You can't even catch a glimpse of his taillights, merely eating dust behind him. Brother, is this your way of comforting me? Wang retorted in frustration. Indeed, Barkley replied. Well then, brother, don't fret about your height. The Himalayas are still growing. They're over 30 million years old. Perhaps you, too, have the chance to grow taller. In the spirit of reciprocity, Wang immediately returned the comfort. Damn it, is this really consolation? Barkley chuckled, teasing him. Otherwise, what? We are brothers. If I don't comfort you, who will? We are truly the best of friends. Neither of us should disdain the other. Wang laughed heartily. 2 fools. David Robinson stepped up to the free throw line, casting a disdainful glance at Barkley and Wang Taijun. Charles, perhaps in the eyes of these extraordinary individuals, our talents hold little value, Wang remarked, glancing at Robinson. Damn it, just speak for yourself. Don't include me. Your talent may be seen as worthless to them, but certainly not mine. I am a superstar, soaring above them like a giant. Barkley declared with pride. Damn glutton. Wang gritted his teeth, choosing silence to avoid further discouragement. Swish. Robinson successfully converted the additional free throw. Even his free throws are so precise. Wang felt once again disheartened. Rushing to the front court, the defiant Wang Taijun dashed towards the basket once more, with Robinson again opting for a frontside defense. This time, Wang intensified his push forward. As long as he created more space beneath the basket, he would not fear the opponent's aerial interceptions. Regrettably, David Robinson executed a pivot, shedding his previous momentum, and positioned himself directly in front of his opponent, once again obstructing his passing lane. As the 3-second violation loomed, the player had no choice but to vacate the painted area, ultimately failing to secure his position. He found solace in the low post on the left wing, where he felt an undeniable sense of ownership, firmly establishing himself before extending his arms to signal for the ball. Robinson, however, circled around, denying him the opportunity to receive it. Yet, this was not the restricted area, with space created between him and the other defenders, and no time constraints. He pressed against Robinson with one hand while raising his other high to beckon the ball. As it descended, he prepared to catch it with a reverse grip. But before he could fully secure it, Robinson had already maneuvered behind him, shifting from a perimeter defense to a tight coverage. Just as he attempted to lean into Robinson for the first time, he discovered that the latter had retreated. Without hesitation, he pressed forward again. This time, Robinson remained steadfast. Any further retreat would allow Wang Taijun to enter the fray, leaving him with no choice but to engage in a fierce contest. Bang! The first strike disrupts the opponent's center of gravity. The second strike compels the adversary to retreat defensively, further destabilizing their balance. The third strike either topples the opponent or forces them back, ultimately ensuring they lose their center of gravity entirely, allowing for a sudden pivot and a powerful slam dunk beneath the basket. Should the objective of disorienting the opponent not be achieved, he may opt to pass the ball or execute a hook shot. This encapsulates his low-post offensive strategy, a relentless barrage of strikes, each wave crashing upon the last. Executed with remarkable speed and simplicity, devoid of unnecessary technical intricacies, thereby ensuring the offensive action is completed within a mere 3 seconds. Bang! David Robinson was struck, letting out a muffled grunt as his upper body leaned backward, causing him to take a step back in disbelief. How could this be possible? Robinson was utterly astonished. Despite having just endured such a blow and gained experience, he still found himself unable to defend against it. Due to the precedent of the formidable Wang Taijun scoring an astounding 20 points over the Dream, he conducted an extensive study on Wang Taijun. Possessing a far deeper understanding of the player than Dream himself, he believed that Wang Taijun's ability to unleash a remarkable performance against Dream in 2010 was largely due to Dream's ignorance of this rookie from China. Unlike Dream, he was determined not to be overwhelmed by a novice. After thorough analysis, he convinced himself that he had a superior grasp of the rookie's post-up techniques. His research led him to conclude that Wang Taijun's initial move was the most challenging to counter. This initial thrust occurred in an entirely close-range scenario, devoid of any room for power generation or preliminary cues, rendering it nearly indefensible. However, he opined that subsequent moves could be disrupted by interrupting the rookie's rhythm, thereby dismantling his post-up strategy. Just after the initial thrust, while his center of gravity was unsettled, he made a subtle maneuver, gripping Wang Taijun's jersey, which aided in the swift restoration of his balance. Nonetheless, he still lacked the time and opportunity to execute the next defensive action, which was the source of his astonishment. Bang! To David Robinson's astonishment, the third event arrived as scheduled. Under the distraction, Robinson's reaction slowed. His feet felt heavy. As he bore the tremendous force of the contact on his upper body, he was unceremoniously toppled over, landing on the floor in a more disheveled manner than before. It was over. Struck down, Robinson's mind momentarily blanked. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Wang Taijun pivoted and leaped, executing a one-armed slam dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop. Oh no, David has been taken down. That fellow must have used his hands. The commentator on site, wide-eyed, spoke with blatant bias, his stance entirely one-sided. However, the replay on the screen revealed Wang Taijun's post-up maneuver to be as pristine as a white lotus. While it was indeed Robinson who exhibited subtle hand movements, this left the commentator in an awkward position. Compelled to divert the conversation, he reluctantly stated, "Well, I believe we truly need assistance from the weak side to prevent Old K from advancing to the basket. Our defensive strategy ought to be more comprehensive and nuanced." Chapter 78. The crushing blow of talent on the court. The game did not cease, despite the commentator's words. Wang Taijun, having successfully executed a dunk, refrained from engaging in banter and swiftly transitioned to defense. David Robinson's fast break prowess eclipsed even that of Hakeem Olajuwon. He dared not linger in the front court. Any hesitation would have rendered Charles Barkley vulnerable to Robinson's onslaught. As he sprinted back to the defensive side, the Spurs opted for a measured advance rather than a fast break, given Wang's rapid retreat. "Look, Charles, I've tried hard to shield you from being bullied by him. How about you let me take half of your shots?" he gasped, addressing Barkley. A chuckle escaped from Dan Majerle and the others. "Get lost. You might as well let me sit on the bench and watch you play," Barkley retorted with a laugh. At that moment, the Spurs surged into the front court. David Robinson, with his left hand pressed against Wang Taijun, positioned himself just outside the paint on the left wing, signaling for the ball. Wang initially intended to use his physicality to disrupt Robinson's balance and impede his reception. However, he soon realized he could not stray too far from the paint. As Robinson's speed was formidable, One quick cut could leave him stranded, as he had just experienced. The ball descended, landing at an awkward angle. Robinson deftly pivoted outward, securing the ball before facing the basket. He aimed to drive in for a thunderous dunk. Wong's nerves tightened as he prepared to defend. Just then, with the ball held high, Robinson executed a sudden forward bend, lowering the ball from above his head to the floor with a seamless motion. This maneuver effectively thwarted any chance Wong had of intercepting the ball. He was about to penetrate. Wong's gaze narrowed, instinctively retreating a step. At that moment, Robinson's right foot unexpectedly lunged diagonally towards the corner, initiating a drive. This movement possessed two distinct advantages: remarkable speed and an expansive stride. It was his signature move, the setup for a probing step jump shot. Few could keep pace with his long strides. Even the agile Olajuwon had been left in the dust by this maneuver, which he had successfully executed against Olajuwon numerous times, establishing it as a hallmark of his offensive repertoire. Should the defender fail to react in time, Robinson would effortlessly break through. Conversely, if the defender anticipated a retreat, it would only facilitate a greater distance between them, making it an ideal setup for an outside shot. Remarkably, this probing step, typically reserved for perimeter players, had been transformed into Robinson's signature move, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his talent, reaching a level of sheer brilliance. He was breaking through. The commentator's voice rang out with palpable excitement. Wong, fully alert, instinctively stepped back. But in that instant, Robinson retracted his right foot and leaped into the air. It was over. As Wong Taijun retreated, he perceived David Robinson's feigned drive and instinctively halted his backward motion. However, his upper body could not escape the momentum of retreat, resulting in a lack of coordination. The outcome was splash. The sound of water erupted as David Robinson executed his signature step-back jumper, effortlessly sinking a two-point shot. Huzzah! David was humiliating that Chinese kid. Before him, Old K appeared as clumsy as a foolish log. Hey, Old K, can you comprehend my words? You are but a mere stump. The enthusiastic roar of the commentator reverberated throughout the SBC Center, amplifying the home court atmosphere and eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. After scoring, David Robinson cast a condescending glance down at Wong Taijun, who lay sprawled on the floor, a smirk curling his lips, a manifestation of his genuine disdain. What a pitiful Old K, possessing only a modicum of strength. Against him, the only result was to be crushed by his innate talent. Damn it. Witnessing Robinson's disdainful expression, Old Wong fumed, cursing under his breath as he quickly rose to his feet. These arrogant supercenters. One day I shall pin you to the floor and grind you down, he muttered inwardly. Old K, give him a taste of his own medicine. Returning to the offensive end, as he positioned himself in the low post on the left wing, Barkley promptly tossed the ball to him. Watch this, he commanded in a low voice. Crack. True to his reputation, David Robinson, the swiftest among the three supercenters, surged forward at the moment Wong Taijun received the pass, intercepting the ball with precision. He then propelled himself forward, initiating a fast break. Bastard. Old Wong's eyes widened in fury. That damn Robinson was mercilessly targeting him. Against such a formidable supercenter, he had been far too complacent, having already been stripped of the ball twice during the first quarter. Abysmal. Who could defend against a 216-centimeter center executing a fast break with guard-like finesse? The answer was no one. Barkley attempted to follow, but having already committed a foul, he dared not act recklessly, and with his height, he could not contest Robinson's shot, helplessly watching as the latter soared for a thunderous dunk right before him. Knight and Dan Majerle, despite their efforts to catch up, were equally ineffectual, lacking the stature to contend with such a center's fast break. As for small forward Cedric Ceballos, like Wong Taijun, his speed was insufficient to keep up with Robinson's tempo. Old K, be more cautious when receiving the ball. Control your defender, protect your passing lane, shouted head coach Paul Westphal from the sidelines. Wong Taijun nodded repeatedly. The pass from Barkley had been flawless, and the fault lay solely with him for allowing David Robinson to intercept it. What a lapse in judgment. In the ensuing possessions, he found himself without any offensive opportunities, while Robinson continued to score and execute fast breaks. Exhausted from the exertion, both were substituted out by the 8th minute. In the preceding rounds, he made 2 successful shots out of 2 attempts, accumulating 4 points, 1 rebound, and 1 steal, with his turnovers not counted against him. In contrast, Robinson excelled with 6 successful shots out of 7 attempts, along with 1 successful free throw, amassing an impressive total of 13 points, 1 rebound, and 2 steals, far surpassing expectations. As he returned to the bench, he wiped the sweat from his brow with a white towel, casually draping it over his head as he began to reflect on the performance of this half of the game. Chapter 79. Sticky Defense. Alas, perhaps it was the impressive data from 2010 that had altered his mindset, leading him to perceive that a superstar center was not so formidable after all. Though he verbally professed readiness to be overwhelmed by Robinson, internally, he was unprepared. In a mere few moments, he received a harsh lesson from David Robinson. And now he comprehended the essence of a superstar center. His innate talent vastly surpassed his own, his skills were leagues ahead, and his experience was unmatched. While he relied solely on a low-post game, Robinson possessed an arsenal of mid-range and close-range weapons. Given such a disparity, it was no surprise that he suffered devastating defeats due to his misaligned mentality. This was reminiscent of the Dream's own experience, underestimating his opponent. Although he had scored 33 points against the Dream, he also allowed the latter to achieve impressive statistics. When he returned to the court, it was already the 9th minute of the second quarter, having sat on the bench for 13 minutes. This was a deliberate strategy by coach Paul Westphal, allowing him time to reflect on how to contend with these elite centers. Robinson re-entered the game at the 4th minute of the second quarter, and the two faced off once more as the Suns initiated their offense. At this juncture, the score stood at 46-52, with the Suns trailing by 6 points. Given the Suns' superior strength compared to the Spurs, such a deficit was unexpected. Barkley was not to be underestimated. Yet, today, David Robinson was on fire. Having scored 13 points in the first 8 minutes and adding another 5 in the next 5 minutes, totaling 18 points with an impressive shooting efficiency of 65, far exceeding his usual performance. The absence of the Suns' primary playmaker, Kevin Johnson, had considerably weakened their strength, contributing to their current predicament. Positioned in the left low post, he planted a foot just outside the paint, using his left arm to shield Robinson while extending his right hand to receive the ball. Aware of his own strength being inferior to Wang Tiejuan's, Robinson refrained from a direct confrontation and swiftly maneuvered to defense from the front. Seizing the moment, Wang executed a clever spin, slipping beneath the now shifting Robinson and charging into the paint, raising his left hand to signal Danny Ainge at the arc. Oh no! Robinson had successfully navigated in front, yet upon realizing that no one was behind him, he understood the impending disaster. The seasoned Ainge recognized the opportunity as Wang Taijun made his move and sent the ball toward the basket. Faced with the impending thunderous dunk from a center weighing over 120 kilograms, Spurs forward Sean Elliott hesitated, opting not to challenge and instead stopped at the right side of the rim, helplessly watching as Wang Taijun soared to catch the ball and emphatically slammed it down. Boom. In an instant, the Spurs hoop reverberated with the impact. Damn it. Old K and Danny Ainge executed a perfect alley-oop. We still need a robust power forward capable of matching Old K's strength and heft, lamented the commentator. Get back on defense. Get back on defense, shouted assistant coach Lewis from the sidelines. Without indulging in celebration, Wang Taijun promptly sprinted back to the defensive end. However, the Spurs did not engage in fast breaks. Although David Robinson possessed remarkable speed, his stamina was limited, making it impossible for him to consistently execute fast breaks without risking exhaustion. Yet, this exemplifies the intimidation factor of being a premier center. If I refrain from fast breaks, you must hasten your defense. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Robinson was determined to dominate tonight, positioning himself in the low post on the left wing, eagerly calling for the ball. Come on, obliterate that rookie, the commentator bellowed. Bang. With his signature move, he attempted a step-back jumper, but this time he missed. It was not that Wang Taijun managed to thwart him. Rather, it was a matter of rhythm and probability. Even with his defensive skills elevated to an impressive level, Wang could not contain a dominant center. After a couple of exchanges, Robinson found another opportunity on the offensive end. Danny Ainge signaled for spacing, and Robinson immediately established position in the low post on the left side. Previously, he had been cut off by Wang, but this time he opted against circling around, instead applying pressure from behind as the ball arrived, initiating his backing down. He leaned in, then leaned again, firmly establishing himself in the paint. Robinson had meticulously prepared. As he felt Wang's body shift, he seized Wang's left arm with his own, using that leverage to regain his balance swiftly before tightly wrapping his arm around Wang's left arm, pulling him in. This tactic stemmed from his study of Wang's backing down techniques, resembling a stubborn adhesive that clung to Old K's frame. It might have lacked grace, but its practicality was undeniable, despite not aligning with his usual demeanor. He had previously refrained from such defensive maneuvers, But after suffering several setbacks, he prioritized effectiveness over aesthetics. Losing the game would be far more humiliating, especially after allowing a rookie to score 20 points over him. His strength was marginally lacking, so he resorted to this relentless style of defense. Wong's balance faltered under the pressure, preventing him from executing his third lean. Robinson successfully thwarted this round of backing down. Wong almost lost possession of the ball but managed to regain control, hastily attempting a hook shot, though it was rushed and missed, allowing Robinson to pivot and seize the rebound. "Back on defense," shouted assistant coach Lewis. Was this guy's defense superior to that of Hakeem Olajuwon? Wang Taijun quickly recognized the intensity of competition in the NBA. Just moments ago, Robinson had clamped his arm and yanked him, a maneuver that would undoubtedly be considered a foul back home, yet here it went unwhistled. This was his first encounter with such a style of defense. Despite having watched numerous game tapes, he had never witnessed such relentless tenacity. In truth, David Robinson had little choice without employing this method. He simply could not withstand Wong's backing down. This was also his initial experience with such a defensive strategy, which effectively disrupted Wong's rhythm. To be frank, he despised this style of defense, as it made him feel like a brute, devoid of any elegance, failing to showcase his innate talent. In one-on-one situations, Wong's low-post backing down was typically impenetrable, a rarity indeed, and even when facing a premier center, it left him feeling quite frustrated. He must continue to gain weight. His current mass is insufficient to withstand the pulls of these adversaries. Henceforth, he aims to render them incapable of dragging him, pulling him, or even gnawing at him. He aspires to become the true colossus of the paint area. Yet, a concern lingers in his mind regarding his mobility and agility. How much weight can they truly support? At present, he remains uncertain. He certainly does not wish to become akin to Oliver Miller, whose mass is so considerable that he struggles to run. At this moment, the Spurs missed a three-point shot from the perimeter, and Wang Taijun secured the defensive rebound. The Suns initiated their offense once more. Approaching the left low post, he requested the ball. Danny Ainge, contemplating taking the shot himself, noticed the rookie's eagerness for the ball. Aware that the rookie was experiencing a rather frustrating night, he decided to pass it to him. With a swift motion, Wang Taijun, using his left hand to counter Robinson, seized the ball with his right. Robinson attempted to maneuver around him to disrupt Wang's rhythm, but was thwarted by Wang's left hand, preventing him from advancing and forcing him to engage in defensive pressure from behind. As they collided, Robinson's balance faltered. However, the cunning admiral actively sought to engage, intertwining his arm with Wang's, initiating a tugging defense. Yet, Wang, having anticipated this move, promptly executed a second push. With a thud, Robinson's stability wavered. But due to their entangled arms, he quickly re-established his position, preventing Wang from exploiting the opportunity to establish himself in the paint. Thus, despite his efforts, Wang was unable to gain ground, and his post-up attempt failed. At that moment, after the second push, Wang Taijun swiftly pivoted and leaped, releasing the ball near the rim. His jump, constrained by their entangled arms, was not very high, just over a foot. His body remained slightly askew in midair. Yet his wingspan afforded him ample height to surpass Robinson's defensive reach. With a flick of his wrist, his fingers gently propelled the basketball over Robinson's outstretched hand. The flaw in Robinson's entangling defense became apparent. His proactive approach left him unable to react quickly enough to Wang's shot. The offensive player held the initiative while the defender was relegated to a passive response, unable to predict the timing of Wang's release. Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as the ball soared over his hand. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net with a clean entry, scoring 2 points. "Huh!" Old Wang exclaimed with exhilaration before hastily returning to defense.